Hi, everyone. We're recording this at some point in the middle of the recording process for the Titanic bunch of bullshit you're about to listen to. And by that, I mean it's episode 100 of Critical, the history of just a bunch of dumb bullshit being discussed in audio form for a meager but loyal audience. And we sure appreciate every goddamn one of you. I am Mongo, as I almost wrote my cell phone, joined uh, for the first time since the last time we recorded, which was like 5 minutes ago.
Yep.
Uh, by my co-host Liger Busa. It has been a long goddamn time, bud.
Yeah. Do I give like the whole health update now? Is that what I do?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I think
Okay.
we add to the lore.
Yeah. So my dad got a viral infection, and he's pretty sick. He was like coughing really bad and had like a cold and everything. And because my dad's male, obviously he we tend to overdo it when we're sick. So he's walking around the house going like, oh, and he does that anyway. Like he could have like a general cold, and he does that. So we were like, is he really that sick? But when he like got up at like 3 in the morning and is throwing up, then I was like, yeah, he's really that sick. So it's like I know I'm gonna get it. I just don't hope I get it too bad. So a few days later, I started to get like a headache, and I was like, oh, okay, this is it. And then I didn't get the cough straight away. I think I just had like a cold, but then I got it, and the cough was awful. It was really like pulling on you. I would you'd go to you'd like I would be sitting on the couch and I'd be coughing so bad. It's like I was laughing at points. I was like ha 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 ha. I'm just like coughing repeatedly. You have to like move and it would stop, and then you'd have to like run to the bathroom because you felt like you were gonna throw. But only it would just be like water or just like phlegm or like mucus, and that was it. Like you wouldn't actually really throw up, but like it pulled on my stomach so bad, and that's why I felt like I had pulled or tore some muscles or something in my side. I woke up one day and it's just super painful, and I don't know, it's still painful now, but it's not bad. It's like it's more annoying than anything. So I don't know if it's like it might be infected from this virus, maybe like a kidney infection or something. I don't know. It's not worrying me too much right now. Like I said, it's more annoying than anything, and it doesn't hurt all the time. Like I'm sitting on this chair and I feel fine. But I did wake up like twice last night. Also, my eyes were like infected at one point, and the same thing happened to my dad. I remember he came out like the bathroom one day and his eyes were all red, and I felt like I had something in my eye, and like I'm poking around with it, and there's like I realized there's nothing there, and like both my eyes were like bloodshot red, and my eyelids were like raw and painful. So part of this thing too was like an eye infection. The way it like just attacked everything was like really weird. My left ear was hurting really bad one day, and then like around my eye, and then I had a toothache at one point. So it just seemed like this thing just runs through your body and attacks everything at bit by bit. It was worse than COVID, because COVID, like when it was gone, that 2 week period or whatever, it was gone. But this was just like on and on and on and on for like a good 4 weeks or so. My dad is still sick, and I think he's on like his 6 week or something. Anytime he leaves the house, and quite a bit because he has like meetings and stuff he goes to, he comes back and he just coughs and coughs and coughs. So it's been absolutely brutal. Funny enough, my mom's never gotten that sick. She's had a bit of a cough, but that's it. I know my sister and one of my nephews was sick as well, so it's just like attacked everybody. Definitely being the most sick I've been in like a long while. But that's it. Other than my side being a bit messy, everything else is fine. Like I'm not really coughing. Sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of the night and have like a short cough, but nothing major. No headaches, no eye infections or anything. So I think I'm good to go now.
So I have some medical lore for you. You might have just heard me ripping open an envelope. I just got
Yeah.
a letter from my doctor's office saying the only primary care physician I can recall ever seeing in my entire life is retiring in like 4 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
That was crazy. Because I saw like
Yeah.
with USPS, you can sign up to get an email showing you like what you're getting in the mail, and I was like, well, I know
Yeah.
I paid my goddamn bills, so why are they fucking sending me a letter? It's like, oh yeah, no, he's retiring, so that's crazy. I mean, I had I had preferred seeing the like practitioner that was kind of like the B side of having him as a doctor anyway, because he had kind of you know what, I probably detailed it back in April when I saw him, but it was like just talked over me, didn't listen to any of my concerns, and it
Mm.
was just like, oh, okay, that's what we're doing now. So, good riddance in a sense. We have a massive episode. I'm sure if you're listening to this right now, you've seen the runtime. I think first we're going to myself with Freem and Ray, which was recorded obviously when LB was convalescing. Then it'll be a very short 2 hours, I think, with me and WCW Worldwide, which would have been longer if schedules would have lined up a little bit more. I had to be in bed early to be up early. And I think he was only really able to do anything lengthy in the evening because he was on the road for work. We've got like about 45-ish minutes with Melonbread, maybe about 50. And then
He was more prepared than we've ever been for this show.
yeah, it was crazy. He had like four topics he wanted to talk about, and I was impressed with the level of preparation. You'll see what we're referring to when you get to that part. We're also going to talk with Gackdaw, and there's a million different things we can talk to him about. We're recording this before we actually talk to him, so that might go like 45 minutes too. And
It
I'm
went
standing here hyping
awful.
it up like it's going to go 3 hours. Huh?
I said it went awful. No. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since we talked about ultraviolence, so
And
see if he
there's like a weird
has anything.
Aki like through line for all this shit anyway, so he makes perfect sense as a guest. And then probably at the end will be the catch up on the ridiculous amount of news that
Yeah.
has happened since I last recorded with Zombie Sailor Pinnacle Collection, the McFoley stuff, and what that means for Mattel, and then what they announced the day before we recorded this. And the three ringside lives they've done, and the things that I think are cool about them, and some people I think that should be shot into the fucking sun. Um, I don't even know if there's any real wrestling game news updates. I know you sent me the UPW update, and I saw it when I was recording with Freem and Ray, and I haven't watched it yet. But there's going to be a lot. This is going to be. We used to joke about the length of the podcast like 2 years ago when we would be like, oh man, 2 hours and 45 minutes. The Freeman Ray segment alone is like a 2023 episode in terms of length. It is
Yeah.
ridiculous. Like I had the idea, like we're just gonna supercut everything, and then you were like, I think this is what I'm gonna do. I'm like, yeah, that was kind of the idea when we pitched. It was just like fucking plopping everything together into one
Yeah,
big old Yuletide log.
I didn't like the idea of releasing them in pods because I feel that it's not one episode, you know?
Yeah, because it would be like 100A, 100B,
Yeah.
100C. Yeah, I remember like when we first talked about it, like after we were done recording, it was like, yeah, we should just drop everything as one. And yeah, so you're going to get the complete experience of us talking to basically most of the guests we've ever had, and then a first time
Hmm.
guest in WCW Worldwide. Um, and again, we'll talk all the wrestling figure news.
I
I'm
wish I
sure
was
there's other stuff.
I wish I was there for that one because we've talked with him for like feels like forever online. I wanted to ask him if anyone's ever like thought he worked for WCW or if any like former WCW employees also thought he worked for WCW.
That's why we're bringing him back on at some point.
Hell yeah.
That was a really fun talk. I had never, to my knowledge, I don't think I'd ever actually heard his voice before. And
Mm.
he was a lot of fun to talk to because like he was obviously, you'll hear he attended WCW shows, and we talk about WCW, we talk about Sting's retirement match, we talk about fuck Hulk Hogan, which is ironic because I'm going to talk about a Hulk Hogan figure at the end of the show. Um, it happens. But there's all sorts of trials and tribulations, and at some point we have to come up with like a transitional sound. I'm kind of thinking it's the between rounds sound from WrestleMania, the arcade game. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm sure I can find that like audio somewhere.
Yeah. Also, if you're listening to this, you probably heard NES Girls in Cars. It was my idea that we should return to that for this one. Yeah, Robbie Dupree and Jimmy Hart can kiss my ass for using the David Wise version of the song. Um, but yeah, so we're gonna take a pause for the cause. You're gonna hear the or whatever that sound was from WrestleMania, the arcade game. We'll be back with me talking to Freem, and I almost said Freem and AJ. That's the same person. With Freem and Gackdaw, and then you'll probably hear the sound again, or there will be a bumper that gets recorded, or something. I don't know, but we'll see you on the other side. So this is episode 100 of Critical. This is part of episode 1. This is all contingent on all of the other people I have lined up to record being able to record. If it's not, then this is just gonna. If that doesn't shake out, then I guess this is all of episode 100 of Critical. I'm Mongo. Liger Busa is still on the shelf. I'm joined by Freem and also Ray, because screw doing like individual interviews when we can all just get it like in here together and wax nostalgic about the Aki games. But before we get there, how are you guys doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah, I can't complain. It's got cold here now, so I'm pretty fucking annoyed about that. But you know, it's December, so
Too used to the cold.
To clarify, excuse me, to clarify, Ray, when you say cold, what is the definition of cold where you are?
okay. So I still don't really know Fahrenheit very well. So give me a second to Google so people listening to this know what I'm talking about. So I don't want to say like 4 degrees because then people will think I mean like 4 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, so it's 49 degrees Fahrenheit here right now, which I know isn't that cold, but a week ago it was
there.
like 89. Like that's a big shift from week on week. So
that is a massive swing. Also, it's currently 32 where I'm sitting.
Yeah, fuck. Sorry. So yeah, I realize I have a British accent. For anyone why would anyone know where I fucking live? I live in Texas now, so the context as to like why I expect it and like it to be warm. So yeah. Like
what this means is he has a British accent, but he still says howdy, y'all, like Sandy.
I do actually say y'all all the time. It's funny because my son started picking up Americanism, especially specifically Texasism. So like out of nowhere, he'll just be talking like, "Oh, let's have a spot of tea," and then like go, "Dang." So it's a very fun contextual shift as he goes between the two. So
does he say yeehaw?
Only ironically so far, but it's going to start at some point. No one really says that. It's a shame. I hear a lot of "bless your heart," which I'm told is a good thing, so it's fine.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. It's typically a well-meaning phrase, at least in my experience with people that I know from Texas or just the South in general that have used it.
It's contextual, I feel. It's often a polite way to say "fuck you," but it really depends on the context of the person that's saying it. So.
Yeah, seemingly. So obviously, I don't think anybody wants to hear us talk about anything other than the Aki games. I could be a shithead right now and be like, y'all just want to talk about games that aren't wrestling games and see where that goes. But
now King of College. Oh wait, no, fuck. AJ doesn't like KOC, does he?
It's okay, but it's like it's a good game, but it's not going to be something that your average person's going to enjoy because they're going to be too damn confused by the control scheme. Like, it's a fantastic game, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I agree. To this day, I can't pull off a suplex in the game, so it's not.
Oh, the suplex clutch in the like the fucking Death Valley Driver or the Burning Hammer clutch. Those two are like, if I accidentally land in a grapple on either of those, I'm fucked.
I specifically play as people that don't have the suplex clutch, which sucks because I want to play as Kawada, but he's got that clutch. He's like, nah, I'm just gonna be someone else.
That's understandable. So it's weird. I've been working so much lately that the 25th anniversary of No Mercy's release just kind of came and went, and I gave it probably no real. I think I might have seen like a post about it on Instagram. It wasn't until this past week when it dawned on me that it was the 25th anniversary of my appendix being removed. No, I'm sorry, 2 weeks ago is when that happened. This week was the 25th anniversary of me getting out of the hospital and my cousin wheeling me through Walmart to get the No Mercy strategy guide to find out that my cousin didn't lie to me. My other cousins didn't lie to me. Andre the Giant's actually in that game. And I felt so fucking old when I had that realization because, like, I don't even think the oldest wrestling video game was 20 years old when No Mercy came out. Maybe, but I don't think so.
Like
Would've been what?
83?
Yeah, no, that'd have been 80. It came out just it was 2000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't think I don't know what the very first one was. Thinking about it, I want to say like Pro Wrestling the NES, but that can't be the first one. So
No, tag team wrestling predates it, I'm pretty sure.
And I think Technos' The Big Bang Pro Wrestling was like 83.
Yeah.
That's crazy to think about.
And like we all know what like the real sicko opinion of No Mercy is and has been for years. Like not as good as Virtual Pro, probably not as good as Revenge, but like that's still a really significant wrestling game that I still have like a tremendous amount of fondness for, and I'm pretty sure you guys do too. It's
Yeah,
just
a
not
little
as good as
bit.
Virtual Pro.
I mean, it was the best game of all time to me when I was 12. I mean, I honestly haven't played it in years, but I mean, considering now with like the new like fake N64 and stuff, like the analog 3D and such, I might end up playing it again. Now I can play it without slowdown. But yeah, I've not really touched it in a long time. But yeah, it was hugely significant. And you know, when I was 12, I had no idea VPW2 existed, so it was incredible and just the best thing in human history to me at that point. But everything is when you're 12.
I think a lot of my nostalgia for that game is just I remember everybody considers 99 like the peak of the boom, and it I think if you look at the metrics it might actually be, but I wasn't watching for a lot of 99. 2000 was when I kind of got back in. And when I think No Mercy, I think of like the end of 2000 and like the ramping up towards like WrestleMania 17.
Yep.
And that's a time I have a lot of like just weirdly like fond memories of, even though the WWF product kind of sucked shit after like honestly, the further you get from Backlash 2000, the worse that product gets. They steal like two classic pay-per-views in a row with Fully Loaded and SummerSlam, but like people don't talk about how bad the back end of 2000 and the first few months of 2001 are for the WWF, because I think partially because the Rumble is so good in 01, like great show. But I love that shit, and I still I booted up SmackDown 2 recently and was like, yeah, I remember how I felt the day I got this game. this was a pretty good game to me when I was 9. Was it because I praised SmackDown too?
Just say he's out. I'll fucking Dave.
Oh, Freem said his computer fucked up. He'll be back in, so we can talk about SmackDown 2 until the Freem turns it back.
Yeah. I mean, I love that. Again, like, it's as I was saying before we went on air about like the Five Nights at Freddy movie. Like, those games are not like high quality art, but they're not supposed to be. They're supposed to be for someone who is really into the product at a certain time in life, and it was fucking incredible. Like, I remember not even being annoyed that like the cell wasn't a cell. I don't know if the cell was a cell by SmackDown 2. I'm trying to remember, but like they had the weird
No, it was
panels that you just
cage
drive
with the
through,
top and you go
and
through
like
the side. Yeah,
yeah, that rule. Like I didn't care at the time, but like I know people go like, oh, it's not even real Hell in a Cell. It's like who gives that shit? I can dive through the walls of the cage, and it's fucking incredible. So.
and that comes out around the same time as Jax dropping that bullshit chaos in this. I'm gonna get so mad if I talk about this. I don't care.
Yeah, I bought that as a kid. I distinctly remember going to it was probably Toys R Us.
Hold on, we're gonna get an appearance by Mother Mongo on this shit. Hey, Mom, Do you remember in 2000 when the fucking Chaos in the Cell thing came out and we bought one on eBay, and before we sent the money order out, we checked Kmart and we bought that fucker? Yeah. And we got home, and so my cousin and I are putting the fucking thing together, and Mom's getting ready to throw the box out. Stop me if I misrepresent any of this, Mom. And I'm like, wait, Mom, don't throw the box out. And Mom was like, why? And I'm like, because there's no fucking top to the cage, bro. Like, and Mom's like, well, no, you've got the 4-piece. I'm like, no, Mom, look on the box. Do you see how mankind is falling through a piece of the cage? And Mom was like, yeah. I was like, is that still in the box? And Mom fucking like shakes the box to get everything out of it, and there's obviously nothing left in there. And I looked at my cousin, and my cousin looked at me, and we both looked at my mom, and my mom looked at us. And I was like, do we take it back to Kmart? And Mom was like, we can. I mean, if you want, we can take it back to Kmart. So I go on the internet, I plug up our phone line for 5 minutes, I go on AFR, and I find a thread of people just pissed the fuck off that this thing is not a proper Hell in a Cell. It is just a steel cage. And yeah, those were the days. Say hi to like the 14 people listening, Mom.
Hi.
There you go. For the one guy in the Freem Discord that was like, when is your mom going to be on? There you go.
Ridiculous.
I distinctly remember I sent an email to Jax, like, I'm at the risk of being like, Lionel Hutz, like, it's the biggest slam dunk lawsuit since his suit against the NetherRealm story. Like, I don't know how that fucking thing ever made it to market. Like, how, like, at least update the fucking picture on the box. Like, I don't want to say it's the worst thing that WWF has ever done. But it's got to be up there to,
It was the worst thing they ever did to me when I was 9 years old.
Yeah.
But that was also, if you remember, that was a huge problem with Jax around that time, because the set with Rulers of the Ring Series 3 with Perry Saturn the following year, he's in different trunks on the back of the box. They would just false advertise the shit out of figures, and then you would get them, and it's like, oh, okay, this looks nothing like the picture on the back of the box. And a funny story, in 2015, because I had nothing better to do with my life, I got Skype credit and I called Jax Pacific. And I just went on for like 14 minutes to the woman that answered the phone about like, yeah, so I was just wondering, I know it's been 15 years, but like,
how do
you guys have the replacement parts for this? Huh?
How do you live with yourself is what I imagine you telling this poor intern on the phone who has
I told her, like, listen, this was like my most wanted toy. Like, this literally, like, you ruined my third grade. I mean, I know you didn't do it specifically, ma'am, but the company you work for, like, ruined my life. And she was like, so, like, I'm so sorry that happened to you. And I'm like, yeah, you're getting paid to tell me this. I wasn't getting paid to suffer with Chaos in the goddamn Cell. And then, they released it as a proper cage the next year, and I bought it again because I lost a bunch of the pieces from Chaos in the Cell anyway, because I was 9.
They call the actual one, was it just the Cell? Because they couldn't use Hell, obviously, because it's funny how things have changed, but like they couldn't have a swear on the box. So
yeah, the one that when did that come out? Was that like late 2006, the one with Randy Orton and Undertaker? It was just the Cell.
Yeah.
And I think, isn't that ring the same as like the ring that was out in 2000? Like, isn't that basically just the hardcore ring?
Come with the ring. I never bought it. I was done at that point with my Fed enjoyment. I thought it was just the cage. Did it come with the ring as well?
The later one did. It was the big.
Chaos definitely.
You know what's funny? No. Chaos in the Cell was meant to be used with the. I always call it the hardcore ring. I don't remember if it was. I know it was released once as the hardcore ring. I don't remember what the original release was called, but it was when they did the blue WrestleMania 17 packaging with like the red band and like the gray WrestleMania 17 in Roman numerals, which I always thought it was weird that like the packaging for the WrestleMania series never actually matched what the logo for the show looked like. Jax just did whatever they wanted.
Yeah. And broke $1 million.
Do you guys want to talk about WWF Backlash?
The game that doesn't exist?
Yeah, no, sorry.
But dude, but Freem, do you not remember? Like, do you remember when I did the big thread on Twitter, like during the pandemic? Like, here's here's why fucking this game didn't exist. There was somebody who argued in the replies of multiple tweets from me that he had magazines that had pictures and articles and columns about that game. And I was like, that's crazy because Sanders Keel, who would have been like the point man on that shit, said the game doesn't exist. And like when I was like, just take a picture of him then, bud. Like if you got evidence this shit exists, then I'll retweet and be like, never mind, I'm a big dumb diaper baby. And the guy stopped replying to me.
Yeah, go
I mean,
figure.
I could firmly believe a magazine could have put that stuff out, but it doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's the same people that think they had running grapples in Revenge. Shout out, Ragnar. Yeah.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Holy shit. Those people.
Those.
Don't get me wrong. I wish there was a 2001 themed No Mercy sequel where we could have got the ECW guys and the WCW guys. But we have to wait for Randy to finish the ECW game before we can have that.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, I know we all know it, but Jesus Christ, the work that motherfucker's done, like, it's ridiculous how good the Born to Be Wired is. Like, it's just mind blowing to me. Like, you know, I've not hacked anything anywhere near the level he has, and it's just like, I don't know how you've done half of these things. It's crazy.
The barbed wire match alone is like, what the fuck?
The Hammerstein is just insane. Like, especially for something you're not going to see. Like the fact he did a roof, like you're almost never going to see the roof in the game, and the fact it's so well done, it's just a wonderful, wonderful detail. So yeah.
And I love that he has like. He has that, and he has the Elks Lodge, which the Elks Lodge looks fucking amazing. But he also has kind of the generic arena that looks like kind of the buildings they were running during TNN and for the pay-per-views in 2000 as well. Which is a nice detail.
Patreon? I don't know. I've never said that word out loud. Patreon? Yeah, it's absolutely worth the one-time cost or the monthly cost to play that hack. And you know, you can also join the Discord and give him terrible suggestions that he may or may not implement. So
I haven't been on the Patreon in a couple of months, but like I've played a lot of that Born to Be Wired from the months that I was on the Patreon and was able to download it. And I think I've said it on the show, but that's the ECW game I wanted as a kid. And we've all heard the bullshit story that Bix uncovered about like Paul Heyman claiming he had a deal with THQ in 1999, which no, the fuck he didn't.
No.
And so, like, in my brain, this game is like one half of the theoretical output we could have gotten from that, and the other is that one SmackDown 2 hack that's still being worked on that looks fucking amazing. And if we could just get both of those, 9-year-old me might be able to find inner peace. Probably not, though.
It's funny because as a kid, I was absolutely convinced myself because, you know, at that point I was being edgy and what have you. And they're like, you know, the fucking Acclaim games are amazing because it's ECW. Like, I know they weren't, but like, I had myself convinced that these were the best thing of all time. So, and what the fucking weird crowd chants where for some reason, which no human in history has done, they were calling Tajiri Yoshi for some reason. And, yeah.
What the fuck? I don't even remember that part.
Raven, you're a bird of prey. It was one of the random crowd calls.
It's just like it's people that clearly have never watched ECW just reading the names and going, okay, we can work with this. Yeah, we can figure something else.
Hardcore Revolution was like in a weird way my gateway to ECW. So like I have a fondness for it, like literally every version of it, including the Game Boy. But yeah, the last time I played those games, I was like, I gotta really be on like an ECW nostalgia bender to give this even a thought now. Especially with like Randy's ROM hack out, like what incentive? And it uses so much of the like music and stuff from those games too. So like, what incentive do I have to ever fucking play Hardcore Revolution or Anarchy Rules again?
There's really not much, if anything.
Like, I still remember.
Cage. You can fight in a backyard lot, and I think there's an Inferno match, but it's like,
Yeah, and it's hilarious.
Any of
Well,
those
a
really
brimstone
worth it?
match. It's got a weird name.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, that's right. They had to change the name. I forgot.
Yeah.
And there's like the UFC Octagon cage, which Freem was referencing, which I thought, because I was 9 and had like a basic knowledge of the UFC, I was like, oh, this is going to be like a submission match only. No, it's a regular fun cage match.
It's a claim. Do you think they'd actually put that effort in?
No, but 9-year-old me could dream.
Yeah, true. I understand.
Tables match with the infinitely respawning tables. I sat there just powerbombing Just Incredible through tables for like 7 minutes. Like, what the fuck? What am I doing wrong? Oh, you just pin him. It's a regular match. Okay.
Yeah.
I did think the Brimstone match was hilarious though, because like if you accidentally climbed the ropes in that match while your opponent was up, you're done. They're gonna hit the ropes and you're fucked.
So I have a bugbear about tables matches in video games. I think the announced table should count. But in almost all video games, it doesn't count. And that annoys me.
Mania X8 it does.
Yeah, I know. There's somewhere, I think in the DOR games it counts too. Almost all games, it doesn't count if you go to the announce table, and that is very pedantic, I know. But it's a table. Like, I don't think.
Yeah, but I think it doesn't count in like regular matches either, like in real life.
Yeah, arguably, should it be a disqualification? I don't know.
Well, I've always thought that like putting someone through a table shouldn't be, because you're not hitting them with a weapon, you're hitting a weapon with them.
I think it's the DOR games that if you have DQ on and you like give someone a T-bone suplex onto like a kendo stick or a chair that's on the floor, that counts as a DQ. And I always find that very funny as well.
I'd believe it, yeah. Those GameCube games got a lot of shit at the time that I didn't really think they deserved. And as time has gone on, like all of the people that were like WrestleMania 19 looks like shit, they said it was going to be like No Mercy, as it's the most like hockey-like game that Yuke's developed on the GameCube, both in terms of like aesthetic and the gameplay.
It is very funny as time has gone on that, like, you know, shout out PWX Dave. So like at the time, it's like, this is such a departure from the Aki games. How can we deal with this? And like now, in comparison, compared to the fucking slop they're putting out nowadays, like 19 and DOR and even 18 to an extent, like feel way more like Aki games than anything that's been released in 20 years. So it's really not that big a jump as we all thought it was 20 years ago. So.
And you know what bugged me? And I know Freem and I talked about this around the time 2K22 came out, when Lionel Jenks did his big press tour and was like, oh, people don't really want the old gameplay back. They want the feeling. Which, like, two things. One, what the fuck does that mean? And two, you know what gives people that feeling? The gameplay.
Number one is just like trying to make nostalgia the enemy. It's like, oh, you don't actually like that. It's like, no, you have to actually go back and play the games to understand what we used to have, because what we have now, it just isn't it.
No, and I got worked by the ramp facing camera and turning off stamina in 2K24. You can legitimately have fun for like 2 matches in that game. You can make it feel a little smackdowny if that's what you're into. But the facade wears off really quickly when you realize, no, this kind of sucks. That little nostalgia hit doesn't last very long. And it reminds me of when one of the people that was working on Madden, like maybe the executive producer or something, basically went out in an interview and shit on everybody who still plays NFL 2K5, which for football gamers, that's like they're no mercy. They're not letting that one go, nor should they. It's great. And I don't understand that. Like, why are you so arrogant because you're the one game left? Like, why be so arrogant instead of taking a look at what made those games work and trying to at least incorporate a little bit of it. Why not, try to maybe not piss the fans that you're sliding for their nostalgia off? Why not try to get their money? I don't know.
I mean, I don't want to say it's an indictment of the culture in general, but like there seems to be this idea that if you say it loudly and strongly enough and mock people to caring about things, that people are just going to fall in line. And you can see it with various things like government, WE, whatever you want to call it. Like, it's like you're an idiot for caring. You should just enjoy the slop we give you. It's like, okay, I don't really think I want to do that. Thanks.
No, you're right. And I also think there's been this weird shift in the last like 7 or 8 years, but really noticeably post-pandemic of like, well, if anything's old, it automatically sucks, unless it's the thing I grew up with because I'm like 19 and I think fucking 2011 was the shit or whatever the fuck. I can't vibe with that. Like, what was great? WWE in 2011. No, you're going to hell. You're going to like advanced hell.
I know you're going to disagree with me on this, and I get it. Like this idea of now portraying Randy Orton as like an all-time great legend, like that he's had like 20 years of amazing run in WWE is so fucking insane to me. Like I understand that's what certain people grew up with, but like, and the thing recently with like about the Dudleys as well is like, oh, they had all these accomplishments. Like, it's a fucking work, right? Like, you can put as many titles as you want on someone. It doesn't mean that they were an all-time great team. And I like the Dudleys, but this portrayal of like, because someone has had 20 tag team championships means they're very good at what they do. Like, it's not the fucking Oscars. Like, this is all just things given to them. This is not like decided on by a panel of people who care about the art form.
Yeah, it's not legit like the Slammies.
That's damn right.
My thing with I don't know. I remember when they brought it back in like 2008, and I was like, wow, that's a thing I remember them doing when I was like 6. And I know they did it yearly for a long time, but I don't know if they still do. To the point about the Dudleys, that whole argument falls apart when you're like, name a match that doesn't involve tables and ladders or chairs also.
I think
they're the greatest tag team of all time. Can you name one match that isn't like a fucking match where they had the Hardys falling off of shit for them?
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, no one can point at it like it's fucking Kobashi and Kikuchi versus the Can-Am Express of like, look at this amazing match where they're just getting the crowd going insane based on just ring work. So
yeah, I like well, also ring work, and it was Kikuchi's hometown, and they pretty much there was the feeling in the building that they were going to see their boy get the win.
Yeah, which is obviously such an interesting dynamic compared to like WWE, where if it was, and I know there's no universe they ever booked that match in WWE, obviously, but because of his hometown, he would have been actively embarrassed because Vince would have thought it was funny.
Which is weird because they didn't used to do that, and then in like the 2000s, especially like later on, it feels like that just became the, oh, it's this person's hometown. They're doing the job. Because goddamn, it's going to get heat on whoever beat them. Ha ha ha.
I don't think it's that. I think it's just Vince having his, obviously, just before I say anything about Vince, he's a piece of shit. I hope he dies, etc., etc. He's just a fucking weird guy that has a weird sense of humor. I don't think he cared about how it made the other guy look, because like, of all the ones I can think of, like all of the times like embarrass JR, embarrass anyone else, I can never remember who was on the other side that was supposed to look good from it. All I remember is the person he was trying to make look bad. I never remember walking away from any of those shows thinking, oh, the other guy's got, I really want to see him get his ass kicked. It was always oh, God.
They used one of the humiliating JR things to turn Undertaker. That's like the one that I remember that wasn't just Vince fucking with JR.
I don't know. Which one was that? I have no memory of that at all. I might not be watching.
When JR was going to join the Kiss My Ass Club, and he's like, I'm not going to do it. And Undertaker's like, you're going to kiss his ass? And JR goes, hell no, I'm not. And then Taker just goes, is that because you're better than me? Which that used to be like in phone calls with my friends in the 2000s. If we got into an argument, one of us would just do the Undertaker. Is that because you think you're better than me? and it would just fucking pop everybody because we'd be in like these group calls just being stupid. It was great.
I foolishly
But
assumed
yeah.
it was going to be a Taker face turn. That's on me. Did Taker join the Kiss My Ass?
No, that was where he turns heel and then he beats RVD for the hardcore title at Vengeance.
Why would it make it think that he's better than Taker if Taker hadn't done it? I'm not following the plot line.
Because I've been kissing his ass for 11 years. I've seen them all come and go, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Because this was, if you guys remember, after Survivor Series 01, they turned like fucking everybody.
Yeah, after the invasion, like, obviously, famously, Stone Cold is a big turn during that time. But yeah, they just kind of reshifted everyone for no fucking reason, I guess, to, you know.
And speaking of Vengeance 01, 5 years ago during the pandemic, I was watching that show while in like a Discord call with a buddy of mine. I forgot they did the thing where Test like sexually harasses Trish Stratus because he won the immunity battle royal at Survivor Series.
You
want to talk about like?
You just mentioned it. Like, you know, the signs were there, kids. So.
Yeah, I was about to say, you want to talk about Vince using like the wrestlers as like a surrogate for him? Like he even does the, I can't be fired because I won the immunity battle royal thing too. And I was like, God, I feel gross watching this.
I'm just glad I tuned out by that point. I don't even remember any of that shit.
Oh, buddy, be glad, because like the first half of 02 especially is fucking brutal. Like they bring in the NWO, and I can't tell you anything else that happens other than it all sucks. Well, Triple H fucking headlines WrestleMania, so there you go.
Jeez.
Is there a good year in the history of the WWE where Triple H is in the main event of wrestling? Like 2000, but like, 2000 kind of sucks by the end.
Mania 2000 might be the worst pay-per-view of 2000. Like, it's a really fucking shitty. Hence why everyone remembers Backlash with such fondness, because it was what Mania should have been.
Like, the only two things I ever speak positively about, well, I'll only speak about one of them because the other is going to be like, well, no, fuck it. There's a really great shot of Trish Stratus in the back before they pan out and you see her and you see TNA and then they pull out and then you see Test and Albert. I guess you just see the T part. Anyway, and then there's the three-way fucking ladder match. Everything else on that show is just, God, it sucks. It's terrible.
Famously the first ever Mania where a heel retains in the main event or something like that.
And there's no proper one-on-one singles matches on the show. The closest you get is the Cat and Terry Runnels.
Lifestyle classic.
And that's like a lingerie fight or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
What's everybody's thoughts about Steve Blackman?
I mean, I thought it was fucking incredible.
Yeah.
I only found out like semi-recently about the whole thing of him wrestling like a decade before and then him contracting malaria and then like almost dying and then coming back. So shout out that guy. Like,
he was about to start with the WWF when he fucking contracted malaria too.
I mean, because obviously, looking back now, I'm sure I could but I remember thinking like, oh, that's a new fresh face. Like, I assumed he was just like a young up and comer. I didn't realize like effectively he was supposed to start like a decade before.
And apparently he, like, when he got there in 97, he hated Vader because of some shit in New Japan and he was going to fuck Vader up. And then Vader was like, hey man, I'm sorry.
I always find the stories of apparently by all accounts Vader was an absolute sweetheart. Just apparently was just not physically capable of pulling his punches or whatever. So just yeah.
I ask about Steve Blackman, one, because I think he's in the hardcore gimmick on Mania 2000, and also I guess they showed an action figure of him, like the Monday Night War figure yesterday, and I was like, oh man, I love Steve Blackman. I can't wait to never find that at Walmart and have to pay like $60 for it on eBay.
With the nunchucks. I'm assuming it comes with the nunchucks.
He has the two not the nunchucks, he has like the two little sticks and he has the cheese head and the hardcore belt.
Completely forgotten about the whole head cheese gimmick. Fuck. That was Who wrote?
I'm gonna put the cheese thing on my Archangel Marvel Legends figure. I don't have any reason for it. I just think it would be funny.
I'm surprised they didn't do like a 2-pack with Al Snow. It would have made sense, but
Yeah.
maybe they will. In time.
No Legends deal for Al Snow,
Oh, right.
no matter how hard he kisses their ass.
Yeah.
But
I just
Grapplers
assumed
and
he was-
Gimmicks has a 6-inch Al Snow coming out.
Is it legally Al Snow, or is it just like whatever his real name is?
Oh, it's Al Snow. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I know he used it in ECW obviously, but I don't know if he used it elsewhere. But also, they don't see, as we discussed the other day with those fucking Godwin's figures. It seems nobody's.
Did you see the shit he did with those Godwins? By the way, they were 120, and he price dropped them to 80, and sent everybody who ordered them an email saying like, "Hey, when your order ships, I'm going to give you a $43 refund in store credit." $43, which you can't even buy a single retro off of his website with.
Is it like a Black Friday deal, or is it just dropped 40 for no reason? Like what?
He dropped them $40. My understanding is because he wasn't selling a whole lot of them.
Shit.
Like, yeah, it's the Godwins and they're $120. What did you expect, bud?
Yeah, I know prices have gone through the roof, but that's ridiculous. I'm surprised they don't have like a chase variant with like the bucket they poured on Sunny or some shit. Like,
I'm shocked he didn't do the chase variant with the Confederate flag shirts because Mitch is kind of a dummy.
God,
So Jax actually released those in 90. He was 98 as part of Shotgun Series 1. Those were the Godwins I had as a kid because I couldn't find the 2-pack, and then those showed up at Walmart. And Mom bought me the whole set, and then I literally didn't realize till I was in social studies class, like, oh no, that's a bad thing. This is like first grade social studies. We learned about why that flag is not good. Like that was, we had like a teacher assistant that took over for a couple of months, and that was like the first week of social studies was teaching us about why that flag was bad. And I was like, oh cool. Well, I guess my Godwins are getting the shit kicked out of them when I get home.
Holy shit!
And they did.
I have no memory of this. Obviously, growing up in Britain, I wouldn't really know what the Stars and Pass is. But like, holy shit! How the fuck did they get released?
And not just like the shirts that are obscured by like the overalls, they have the flag on their fucking leg too, like completely unobscured.
Oh yeah. So they. What in the fuck? How did? What?
You know what we need? Now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, we need like a 97. No.
In the Stars and Bars.
Listen, I pitched to somebody at Jazzwares. You can do the Briscoes. They had a black and silver variation of that gear, or you could do the red and black pinstripes. But you guys need to fucking do classic Briscoes. And I was told even the black and red pinstripes were too close, quote unquote, to the Confederate flag gear, despite the fact they don't look anything like it.
I mean, you can just do the shorts that say Briscoe on them, like that.
Yeah, they have like the waistband that says, they're like boxing shorts. It says Briscoe on the waist, and then it's like a black and red like pinstripe design.
Yeah.
And I was like, what's offensive about that? And the person from Jazzwares was just like, yeah, we can't do like Briscoes from that era. And I was like, man, fuck you.
Or just do them like the singlets, like I guess they were red and black too, but like, I mean, if we're going to go the road of not doing anything in red and black, that kind of takes away a lot of. I understand the connection with Briscoes, but like that's like.
I think it's because like you have to do a workaround for like the do-rags, and you'd have to like have a workaround for like the artwork too. But that's the wonderful thing about having Mel Coleman paint these. You can have her paint whatever the fuck you want on their heads. You can just have the hoods up, like their hoodies that they used to wear. Not the other kind of hoods that people accuse them of wearing, but we have no evidence of. That was allegedly. A Klan reference.
Yes, allegedly for the lawyers.
I firmly believe the Briscoes were taught some really ignorant shit. I also believe that they unlearned a lot of it. If you just listen to the way they talk now, like the way Mark talks now.
Yeah, I can, like by all accounts, and like don't want to give credit to Effie because I have no issue with Effie. But like, if Effie is coming out saying that like Jay spoke to him and made a point of A, apologizing, B, saying he didn't want anyone to know he'd apologized, like, that's any reason for Effie to lie about that post Jay unfortunately passing. And I don't see any reason to not believe that. And yeah, like, I grew up in like the Catholic Church, just means that the stupid things I believed when I was younger are the things I believe now, and I do believe they changed. Not that we have any like evidence of Mark doing anything full stop, but like, yeah, we didn't hear anything bad about Jay after, the very fucking bigoted and ignorant shit he did. And he learnt a lesson and firmly believe he became a better person, which really, as people, is all we can ask for of people that are brought up and, indoctrinated in a certain way. Like, you don't question these things. Like, you're brought up and you are told that's truth, and who are you to question your parents until you get to 14 and listen to a fucking propaganda record. So it's just a case of growing as a person, which, I think we should give everyone the grace to grow as a person.
Agreed. What I was going to say that we needed, though, was like a 97 WWF ROM hack, because I want somebody to put the God ones in an hockey game.
I'm not in fucking...
Midian's in Mania 2000, and
Yeah,
I think the call parts are there in No Mercy, but Henry was already gone.
Are they not in Mania X?
Oh, shit, I forgot about that. Yeah, they might be, actually. I haven't touched that ROM hack in a long time. I forgot about that. That's a pretty good, like, all-encompassing new generation ROM hack. Yeah.
Yes, it even has Shinzaki Kushi in it. So it's that one's shout out GM Spectre. That is a very, very fun hack.
And I saw a video he put up saying he was going to be working on like an 89 WWF hack at some point for No Mercy, which 2 thumbs up.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if we, like, as much as I enjoy WWF Legends, it'd be nice to have like a ROM hack version so you don't have to go through the whole shebang of textures and such, which everyone seems to have issues with.
And like the music thing that I only got to work like half the time.
Yeah. Yeah, the shout out Jam Stubs, I think that was his. Music replacement thing, yeah.
That sounds right.
So what's everybody's thoughts on the God ones as pro wrestlers?
I don't have much thoughts on them as pro wrestlers.
Oh.
I try to forget, I guess.
I thought they were absolutely fine. Like, but I also like the headbangers. So as a kid, when I was watching them on TV, I wasn't thinking these guys stand out as especially good or bad. They were just something I watched. Obviously, my main memory is that unfortunately breaking, was it Henry's neck with the Doomsday device, the Road Warriors?
Yeah, it was Hog, not Pig.
Yeah. Really clever joke, isn't it? Fucking Vince. Yeah, I mean, I
didn't get the joke until I was way older, by the way.
I also didn't realize for years that he became Midian because I didn't connect the dots because I'm a fucking idiot as a child. So.
Yeah, I always wondered why he ended up in the ministry and not Henry, but I guess Henry just like left.
Yeah, I distinctly remember like the Mabel Viscera thing because it happened during the Royal Rumble, right? They just came and abducted him, and then he came back as Viscera.
Yeah, and I just recently watched Survivor Series 98, and that's the first time the Acolytes come out as the Acolytes. They do like a run-in.
Yeah. Like, as much
They've
as
got
I
like
can
the
give,
fucking gimmicks on their chest.
one of the things I like about that era, and I don't like a huge amount about that era, is that when people changed gimmicks, they didn't become different people. Like, the New Age Outlaws were still like Rockabilly and fucking the roadie. They just were sick of this shit and wanted to change. Whereas now, if they repackage someone, they just pretend the previous one didn't exist ever, and that annoys me. I think it is better to show people like changing their character, but we're still the same people. We're not going to like patronize you about it, but now they're just different. Whereas now, if someone goes from NXT to the main roster and changes their name and entire thing, they pretend they have no idea who this person is, and it's very weird.
Since we're shitting on the Fed, I didn't see anything from Survivor Series except the clip of the Jey Uso "Let me do my entrance" shit in the middle of War Games.
Yeah,
And
it was,
I give AEW a lot of shit for like the getting out of the cage and all the goofy stuff and blood and guts. That spot sucks. Granted, it sets up like he's in the middle of his shit and then Brock's music hits and everybody's like, oh fuck, here we go. But like, not in the middle of goddamn war games, man. Why does nobody respect Dusty Rhodes?
I mean, with all sincerity, I think the vast majority of people booking and who have any kind of power there probably have never seen an actual War Games match. They
Oh,
just
for
hear,
sure, fucking Small Paul has. He just thinks he knows better, and he doesn't. Although he does have a large nose.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure, yeah, but his version of wrestling is, I don't know, maybe he thinks, I mean, and maybe he's right, maybe he's booking to the crowd, and maybe he knows this is shit. Like, you can see in Punk's fucking eyes, and to an extent in Cody's eyes as well, that they know this is shit, but they know it works for their audience, so they just go along with it. And considering, the gates they get and the ratings they do, maybe, they're right. Maybe they, it's like, I'm sure McDonald's could sell, a filet mignon, but that is not the audience they're catering to. And I'm sure, the cook in the back wants to cook nicer stuff, but he knows this is what pays his wages. He knows this is what people want. And, you can tell they don't respect their audience. They are just catering to certain people that.
Oh no, they respect their audience about as much as that audience deserves to be respected. I'm sorry to say it that way, but like, if you're somebody that thinks that product like genuinely has like merit and like it's enjoyable, you are a dummy, bro. Like I'm not gonna say anything that's like really explicit or mean because I don't think there's anything you can call somebody that is worse than just being like, you know what, you're a dummy. And that's kind of how I feel about the WWE fan base.
It's not for me, but apparently it works well, and they have very very deeply dedicated soldiers that are willing to defend anything they do, and they've somehow. I mean, I don't know how much is bots and how much are real people. With a Geary, for example, like I don't know how much is just trying to maintain his income versus like how much he actually believes the thing he's saying, but like they don't think the company can do anything wrong, so the company can do whatever the fuck they want, and
It's really unfortunate that they own so much of wrestling history because that library in the hands of somebody who really gave a shit about what they had would probably Tony Khan would have made that whole fucking thing available on a shit fucking streaming app, but it would all be out there, all of it. And Tony probably would have been like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna pay for all the music at ECW too. I don't care how much it costs." Because Tony's a sicko.
He absolutely fucking would, wouldn't he? Like, what? Right now he's trying to fucking license that Jake Harlow. I know the guy's fucking name, but like that theme for Blake Christian. Like, with all due respect to Blake Christian, like, you don't need to fucking license a theme for Blake Christian. That guy will pay if he basically just to amuse himself, and I have to respect that. So
If he's gonna pay for that song for Blake Christian, I want someone to dig up that remix of Hellraiser by Tupac that they used on the Smart Mark video Eddie Kingston DVD menus. I want him to pay whoever he has to pay so that Eddie Kingston can use that.
I've seen that. Like, they re-uploaded the CZW ROH Cage of Death recently, right?
Without the fucking homicide entrance, which ruins that match.
So, like, I don't know if he just couldn't get the fucking license for blanking on the entrance theme he came out to, but it's fucking iconic.
The Truth by Beanie Siegel, but also there's the Kill Bill intro on it too. So
I imagine that, if anything, probably was the harder part to license. But
like,
if it's just a YouTube video, I get not dropping. Obviously, it probably isn't 100K, but I'm just guessing a figure for just that one thing. But God, that
it's like the reason I'm never going to watch that version, and I mean, I have the actual DVD of the show, and I have, another copy of the show beyond that. The whole fucking to take that entrance out takes away like the whole oh shit, our like the full CZW team's in. ROH is down one guy because Danielson turned on Joe because they were going towards their first title match in Danielson's title reign, and then like Kingston comes in as the last guy, and there's like the whole facade of him and Hero being able to coexist. And then just as they're butting heads, the fucking Kill Bill intro hits, and the whole building goes fucking nuts. You don't get that anymore with the version that's on YouTube. I mean, the actual DVD version's on YouTube, so like you can watch that if you want. But like, it's one of those things. Like taking the music away from that era of ROH is almost as bad as taking away the original music from ECW because everything was so carefully like. I don't want to see an Austin Aries ROH entrance without Personal Jesus because it works for that incarnation of Austin Aries.
Fairly sure like, that's just actually who Austin Aries is. I don't think that's an incarnation. I think that is just that man, and he happened to portray that character on Ring of Honor during the time.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's a different version of him than like when he goes to TNA and when he comes back and he still has Personal Jesus as a theme. Like, I'm talking like 04, like Generation Next ROH World Title run Austin Aries, or like Joe without like The Champ Is Here by Jadakiss or Another Body Murdered or Mama Said Knock You Out. Like those entrances do lose something. Danielson without the Final Countdown. Colt without Copacabana. Not that I watch a lot of Colt Cabana matches, but like I kind of need to hear the Barry Manilow. You know what I mean? Or like Havana Pitbulls without the Rage Against the Machine song. I could do this all. We haven't talked really at all about No Mercy.
Oh yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
Yeah. So No Mercy came out in November of 2000. It had Andre the Giant and the most frustrating goddamn single player mode in a wrestling game to that point. What's everybody's thoughts on fighting Patterson and Briscoe in the bar?
Fucking handicap matches in that are fucking ridiculous. Again, like I didn't know any better as a kid, so I was like, oh, I assume it's an intentional difficulty thing to drag out the game, right? Like I get it. But I don't remember having many issues with the bar fight. Like not compared to isn't there a fucking match against Midian and someone else in the Ministry? I remember that one being an absolute nightmare.
Not in No Mercy.
Maybe that's in WrestleMania 2000.
The tag matches against Midian and Viscera were fucking horrendous. Same with like if you had to face like Val Venus and Hardcore Holly or Gangrel and Christian. Like all of the lower card tag teams in that game are just complete fucking assholes to deal with. And then by the time you get to like the Acolytes, you're like a level 97 ascended wizard and dealing with the bullshit AI in these tag matches. Oh god!
I think I just cheaped out with most of it by going outside, grabbing a weapon, and just running and swinging. Which I
Oh, I would cheese the shit out of it in Mania 2000. I'd throw them outside and just whip them into the barricades and shit.
Mm-hmm. All good tactics.
Fuck dealing with that stuff. I'll play with fire and risk getting counted out. I'm not having an actual match against Midian where he's going to counter everything I do, and I'm playing as goddamn Steve Austin. Fuck that. The Acolytes, the APA handicap match, a lot of people point to that one as like kind of like a this is bullshit, but at least you get the ability to get out of the parking lot. You can go like, but the Patterson and Briscoe thing, door's locked. You can't get out. And I've always hated that because sometimes the AI decides like we're gonna basically pin you down and we're gonna stay here and strike you repeatedly, and then your spirit's completely fucking depleted. And honestly, I've gotten to the point where the only acceptable character to play that match with is like Steve Austin because of how like fast the stunner is. You can basically hit 2 stunners a piece and just win it the first time you get a special.
I used Saturn a lot just because he has the leg sweep that if they reverse, you don't take any damage. So you can just keep spamming that because they just take the step back instead of actually properly reversing it.
Yeah, that's another good pick. I also, like, way later...
thing about the axe handle off the pool table, if you can avoid the grabbing your leg, helps too.
You got to keep the table up too. That's another important tip. Because if you can hit your finisher on one of them on one side of the table while the other's recovering on the other, that greatly increases your chance of the pin not getting broken up.
Yeah. I haven't thought about that much in years. My God, I'm gonna have to go through this season mode. I've not done it for story mode, I guess. I've not done it in years. Like, if I ever boot it up, I'll just like play standard matches.
So it
in a
took
season
me,
mode, or is that only by
yeah.
okay?
No. In season mode, one of the paths, he's like the special boss fight at the very end. I think it's the champion path. But the 3 challenger paths, I figured this out way later in life. The one where you win the Rumble, you play as The Rock. The one where you eliminate X amount of people and lose, you play that one as Austin. And then the one where you don't eliminate X amount of people and you still lose, that one's meant to be played as Jericho.
Yeah, it's very obvious once you know, like, based on the comments. And that's also, I'm going to assume, supposed to be another hilarious Triple H rib on Jericho. The fact that, like, oh yeah, if you don't do fucking shit in the Rumble, you get to be this fucking loser. So,
Because in that one, you get the Jericho wins the belt, except not really thing.
yeah.
And, the theoretical Triple H beats Jericho at the end. Like, okay, yeah, buddy. That's going to happen. I don't have a lot of fond memories of playing. Like, the hardcore title one's a lot of fun. You can unlock Cactus Jack in that one. And also, you have this shit at the start where Shawn Michaels is like, yeah, you don't know how to fucking work, kid, so you got to do all this stuff before you win your match.
Yep.
Which I took great offense to when I was like 9 years old. I was like, Shawn Michaels, do not tell me how to fucking wrestle, pal. I know how to do it. And I'm not gonna.
HBK's in the game. Like, he was, after faking the back injury, he hadn't been on TV for years. So I just don't really understand why he was in there, especially prominently part of season mode at all. So
What would have been his?
I am he never hurt his back truther. I would like to make that clear. I think.
So am I.
I say.
I think his most recent appearance on TV might have been that like May '99 Raw, where like they have all the SWAT officers and he takes the SWAT like shit off, and he's so completely bonked on whatever he's on. He's like smacking himself in the dick with the microphone and just not selling it at all.
Yeah.
I think that might have been his most recent appearance.
He stopped doing the commissioner stuff in like '98, right?
Yeah, I think he's still the commissioner in '99, and then they do the thing where they fuck him up in the parking. Whenever they do that,
29 Marines, I'm sure.
And it was 46. The number changes every time the story gets told.
I'll ask Brett.
Apparently,
how have I never heard Brett talk about this? This surely someone must have asked Brett about this if he believes it happened, because Davey was there, so Brett must have an opinion on this, and I can't believe I've never heard Brett talking about it.
Yeah, I don't think I have either. I don't think I want to hear Bret Hart talk about anything at this point.
I think he just has a very dry sense of humor and is actively fucking with people. So I don't think he actually believes anything he's saying anymore, and he's just doing it to amuse himself. And I kind of have to respect the commitment to the bit. But if he's being sincere about the things he said, then all right, that's a very different story. But I think he knows what people want to hear. He's playing Sweet Caroline. He's doing what people expect from him. So.
I don't know. I did see the thing where he said he didn't know who MJF was, and that made me giggle. But like
they literally had a promo segment on Dynamite, right? Like, he must know who he is.
Yeah, it was. What was it? The first Double or Nothing when they had him unveil the belt, and MJF came out. And I don't even think in lifts he was as tall as Bret Hart, who isn't the tallest guy in the world anyway, and he's a little bit older.
It's funny because I'm sure Bret's actually like full on like 6'3" or something in real life. Like, he just seemed short in the era compared to now, like everyone being short. Let's see, what does the internet say? Apparently, he's build height.
Build height, so probably legitimately what, like 5'10"?
Yeah, but if you put him it's like seeing Billy Gunn in AEW now, and you're like, I don't remember him thinking he was a big guy, but now he towers over absolutely everyone. So.
Oh, you know when I had that fucking revelation? When he was face to Abdomen with Homicide in TNA.
Yes.
I was like, Jesus Christ, Homicide is tiny, and Billy Gunn's a giant. How did I not realize these things? What does everybody think about Billy Gunn? He's in No Mercy.
Yes. I think he's. I mean, I still feel bad for him from like Rock effectively completely destroying his push in one promo. I think he's better than he gets credit for. Like,
You know what my biggest memory of Billy Gunn's 99 push is? When I downloaded SummerSlam 99 in like 2010, 2011, and there's the match with him in The Rock, and there's the really large woman, and Jim Ross drops like one of the greatest walk-off home runs ever in the history of commentary. When he says The Rock just shoved Billy Gunn's face into that large woman's ass. Like, it's the most like blunt to the point description of something. He could have come up with like a more creative way. No, he is describing literally the exact thing that happened.
And I'm sure JR thought that was the polite way to say it too. It's like, well, there's no better way to say it. Large is fine. So, went home that day calling himself an ally. Like, you know, he's like, yep, helping the community here. So.
What a terrible fucking show SummerSlam 99 is, but that's like the one thing that I will always take with me every time I see Billy Gunn. I mean, I'll say this about Billy Gunn also. All-time great run of theme songs in the WWF. Smoking Guns theme was cool. Rockabilly theme was, the Rockabilly theme. New Age Outlaws theme is memorable. Ass Man, that's an all-timer. The one he had when he was the one Billy Gunn.
That was good too, yeah. Really solid run.
I want to at some point, and I'll definitely never get around to it. Do like one of those like Christmas like commercial advert covers, and it's just like a slow, breathy acoustic version of Ass Man, and done incredibly sincerely. And
I have a funny story about the Ass Man theme. Years and years and years ago on Twitter, Chris Hero tweeted something like, "You ever hear a song that goosebumps you every time you hear it?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's me with Ass Man." And he replied, "Claudio too." And then Claudio replied with, "The best surprises always sneak up from behind. .. God bless Billy Gunn. He's not as bad of a wrestler as conventional wisdom would lead you to believe.
I mean, he was the worker in the New Age Outlaws. Like, he just wasn't.
Well,
okay. Obviously, I know. You know, when you're in there with somehow the only bad Armstrong in ring, you will look incredibly good in comparison. But
oh god, that tag team was something. Do you remember when the SmackDown modder grifter guy, Scott J, that's his name, said that Road Dogg was a better entertainer than Bret Hart or whatever, and just kept doubling down on it?
Yes. That's the same guy that found the No Mercy betas, right? Or am I mixing up my people?
No, he's the one that has all of the SmackDown pre-release builds, including Here Comes the Pain with Warrior and Hogan, and one that's like super early and still based on Shut Your Mouth that has Jeff Hardy.
Interesting.
And he does those quote-unquote definitive editions. There's been no updates in forever on Here Comes the Pain. And you know what's crazy is like we got those No Mercy builds. Nobody had to pay. They weren't paywalled. They just got uploaded.
I don't think there's been a single key mod ever that anyone's tried to charge for. Like the SmackDown scene, and I don't know it that well, but like it seems filled with like, oh yeah, pay $300 and you can play as Maven in SVR 06 or whatever. And like I've never seen anyone doing that in any way in the hockey scene. I don't know if it's too niche to try and grift people, or we're just nicer people. But like it's such a like the idea of paying for a hack is so weird to me.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, like we all know how much time and effort they make to do it, especially Freem.
It's legally risky, which is like the main issue. Like if somebody gets legally struck down, well, they can't update it anymore, and they're probably barred from trying to do something similar even because now they're.
And not only that, he's selling physical copies of them now. Because his SmackDown Shut Your Mouth one, he's selling like a disc in a case.
I mean, either they don't care or they haven't noticed, but that seems fucking dangerous.
Yeah.
And that's a great point that Freem made about like you can get in far worse trouble trying to make money off of somebody else's IP than if you're just making like a silly little fan project. And say whatever you want about Hulk Hogan and Ultimate Warrior as people, like that's like a separate discussion. People have wanted to play as them in SmackDown Here Comes the Pain for like 22 years. And to publicly be like, "Oh, I have multiple builds that have them in it." And then you don't release them. And when you intend to release those characters, you plan to paywall them. That's bullshit.
Yeah, that's
Like, I get that you had to spend money to acquire them, but like, fuck off. The people who gave us the No Mercy builds had to spend money to acquire those too.
Yeah.
Granted, if I recall correctly, didn't it take some coaxing to get them to put them out? But they eventually did, and we all got to experience the fucking that E3 2000 build.
That's
Is just
insane.
yeah,
it's
like I
Pro
think
Wrestling too with the No Mercy some additions that are pretty dang good.
I think I remember blowing you up when those came out too. Like, oh my god, look at this shit!
Finally.
And I when my friend Sheaf visited last summer, the first game we played, I literally loaded up Project 64, handed him a controller, was like, "This is how I've got the shit bound on the PlayStation 4 controller." Basically, if you remember SmackDown, there you go. And we played like 5 or 6 matches in that, and we were both just like, "God, I wish this is what No Mercy was actually like." I like the way the arenas look better. I know they're more detailed or whatever in the retail game, but bleh. I like the faces better, and it just feels better to play because it's Virtual Pro 2 and not super compromised No Mercy.
Yeah, I
Curious.
mean, the detail is probably what pushed it over the edge in terms of frame rate and performance, but don't quote me on that because it could be anything really.
That's what I was going to ask. Like, between the different betas, can we pinpoint when the slowdown in multiplayer started happening?
Is it there in the August build?
Want to say no, so I think maybe that somehow it only is in the released version, but I'd have to go back and check. I've got them all somewhere. So.
I am curious if the increased detail to the arenas and the character models and the textures paired with, I think the game, and Freem, correct me if I'm wrong on this because you're one of the people that would know, I think, does the game load up the backstage areas in the event that like the game expects you to access them?
Curious, because like with the ladder match, right? There's no way to get backstage, so I don't know if.
Oh yeah, that kind of shoots my theory to death, huh?
Yeah.
Because I thought like maybe the strain of having to have like the stage model because it's like obviously you go and there's a fade and then it loads up the stage and then like it has to load each individual area from there.
I assume it's also kind of like pseudo loading in advance when you have the animation of like grabbing their head and dragging them through the doors between areas. Almost like the fucking like the blue room in God of War where you go between while it's loading. The official.
I always thought it was more fun to just Irish whip people at the doorways.
Yeah.
That was another method of it. I'm curious, like, what people think that shit would have looked like in Backlash or Armageddon. I was gonna say this earlier. I've always found it fascinating. They were like, "Oh, there were going to be 6 characters in the ring in Armageddon." Do you realize how badly that would have fucking ran on the N64?
Very, very badly.
Sorry, my computer keeps fucking up. So if you've asked me anything in like the past 3 minutes, I haven't been able to hear it.
Okay. So I was asking if you thought, and Ray kind of shot this to death, so I don't think this is the case. With the slowdowns in No Mercy, does the game preload the backstage areas when the match starts?
No, I think that's on demand.
Okay, because my thought was like, well, if the game's trying to like handle having everything loaded, but then Ray pointed out like you can't get to the back in ladder matches, and I was like, oh yeah, no, that kind of shoots my shit dead, doesn't it?
Yeah, and there's like a small transition between like when you go from the ring area to the stage area and then to the backstage areas. It's the fade to black that they probably do everything in, and since it's ROM, it's pretty decently fast.
And we were saying before you bonked out and came back. One of the rumors I remember reading for Armageddon when that was the fake name for the No Mercy sequel was allegedly 6 characters were going to be on screen at once and they were going to have the Hell in a Cell match. And like just how badly that would have run if they tried that. Like 4 players on screen in No Mercy is a tough ask. You want to add 2 more and a fucking giant cage?
Ugh. Without an expansion
Come
pack,
on.
it feels impossible. With an expansion pack, you might be able to get 6 players, but at No Mercy's speeds, it would be bad. VPW2 might tank. I don't know. I haven't actually tried doing this because it's just too many things to change to get it to work.
Would it require a decomp?
Always. That's like my answer to everything. But the problem is, like, I have kind of run into issues where, like, I want to make a project, but, like, I tried editing things and the unlock text, like, started to blank out entirely. Like, when I want to unlock things, you just don't see any text, and it's like, that's not workable. Ugh, I don't know.
I find the unlock stuff interesting because the game somehow knows what you've unlocked and no longer shows you the unlock hints once you've
Yeah.
unlocked things, which is a lot of magic in there. Yeah, I've said it in the Discord a bunch of times, but I still haven't figured out how to change the tag titles in season mode to not be tag titles. So that is my white whale at this point. I'll get there, maybe. I don't know.
So since I have you guys both here, and I don't, LB's not going to get any shit for talking shit, and you both know where I'm going with this. Why do you? I know. I know the answer to this. We all know the answer to this. But why do you think, still to this day, a quarter of a century later? And I'm going to say this up front. I don't think everybody who says they're going to make an Aki style game is a grifter. But why do you think that's like the go-to for everybody who pops up, has a project, swears it's going to come out, swears they have all the stuff in the works, and then it ends up like we get PWX, and then everybody else is just kind of like, look what I'm doing, and then they don't. Like, why do you think that still resonates with people after all of the years of all of the evidence of people just not putting shit out as advertised?
I think the
Good
very
one.
basic answer is that, by all accounts, wrestling games are fucking hard. Like, there's so many things happening at once compared to other games. And obviously, I've never designed a wrestling game or done any kind of programming a wrestling game. But from what I've read from people that made it, like including people that made like Fight Forever and what have you, like it's one of the hardest games to make because there's so many things happening at once and so many things you've got to take into account. Like, you know, say if you're making a basketball game, you don't have to worry about like how you interact with ropes, or how you get over the ropes, or how you go outside of the court and things like that. Those just aren't considerations in quote unquote sports games. I don't want to say the nostalgia word because, you know, but I think a lot of us just grew up in those games and liked them, and a lot of us, accurately in my opinion, felt there's not really been a very good wrestling game in fucking 20 years at this point. And, you know, like your PWX Daves or Sam or have you, like, we're all probably around a similar age, and that is what we liked, and then we're very disappointed with the follow-ups, and there's a lot of people that still feel that way. Like, I'm sure in 20 years there's going to be people like, oh, this is going to be a spiritual successor to, you know, SmackDown versus Raw 08 and what have you.
God, I hope
like
not.
No.
Oh no, no, God, Jesus Christ, I hope not.
I think anyone who's old enough to have the time to dig in like people do with NM and No Mercy.
I
What were you
generally
saying,
agree
Freem?
with I generally agree with what Ray's been saying, is that wrestling games are really hard to make because of just all the things involved. Like, even if you try and think of it on your own, just everything that has to happen, it's Pretty crazy. Large list.
Have you guys been keeping up with the UPW?
Not really.
Yeah, I'm a backer, so I'm excited for if and when it comes out. Like, I'm up. Well, I'm in the Discord as well, so I'm as up to date as I'm possibly be, I guess. So I'm
I just
interested to see what
noticed
happens.
earlier, LB sent me the December update, and I did not notice it earlier. Jesus, he sent me that yesterday. I didn't notice it. Jesus Christ, I just got the notification. Oh, I've made my thoughts on it like really like crystal clear. I think we need a demo. I don't know what's discussed in the December update that I just noticed I got sent. Maybe he talks about it in there. Maybe
I'm
he
just checking
doesn't.
the Discord now, and the first comment I saw was like a booster talking about refs. So let me. But yeah, I think
My
I've seen what people are saying, and I don't agree with most people. Like, I think Sam came in with very good intentions, and as Freem just said, like, people don't realize how complex they are until you get into it, and then making all of the different systems work together is fucking nightmare. Like, I don't believe it's a scam. I don't believe anyone is trying to grift anyone.
I don't think Sam is. No,
I
but
think
there
he
were
just
the
didn't
obvious
realize
ones
what he
like
was getting into.
the Saturday Nights Kickstarter, which had like this insanely high goal for what they were actually like promising.
That one that had
Or
like the Young
like
Bucks and rest in peace Joey Ryan.
I don't know about
Something
rest in
else.
peace, but
Oh, he's dead to me.
oh no, but I'm just saying that rest in peace. I don't think
Oh, I
that
know.
you should be resting in peace.
Yeah,
But like you can also call PWX a grift too. Like I
I
did
don't
not mean
believe
to
that's
lump
true
Sam
either.
in with those guys.
I believe Dave meant well and then just didn't know how to get himself out of the corner he painted himself into.
I can agree with that, but I can also look at like the last several years of like, oh, new build, and it doesn't really add anything substantive.
Yeah, I think he doesn't know how to get out of where he is at this point.
I think he has because they haven't updated that goddamn Facebook since like
Oh,
March.
well, we on the newsletter 99.99983 or whatever at this point because he doesn't want to do a 1.0 till it's released or whatever.
Yeah,
Okay, this December update is 43 minutes, so I cannot give you my opinion on it right now.
no. My thing with PWX Dave is I remember when he did the thing with Sunny Bone in 2012 about PWX Uprising. I bought Uprising when it went up at midnight. I bought it. I did an AJ Styles mod for that game using the textures from TNA Impact. I backed PWX on Kickstarter. I even backed the failed Uprising Kickstarter. And I've played.
I remember it had a GTS. Whichever one, like the selling point was that it had a GTS, was the one I had.
Uprising. I think that was one of the finishers.
I think I've still got it, like the EXE somewhere. But
I actually still have my my EXE for Uprising and my one with the AJ Styles mod, and I think the only way to get Uprising now is like the PWX Patreon, where he said he was gonna put like the '06 build up eventually, and then I don't think he ever did because when we talked to him, he seemed really non-committal about the whole thing.
okay. Yeah,
that game had a lot of promise, and even if it didn't quite hit the mark, I still wish we could have seen what that team that he actually had the funding for was like working towards putting out. I still want to play that fucking '06 prototype. I'm sure it will not run on anything remotely modern. I also don't care at this point. I just want to see the thing and get my hands on the thing. But there was a point where it felt like he was trying to do anything he could to get money to keep the project alive, and it wasn't necessarily how to put this. I don't want to say it wasn't with the best of intentions at that point, but like there was a point where it just felt like, hey, give us your money, and then there wasn't any real like return if you were like a fan paying the money. You just
Or
kind
the
of
Canadian,
didn't get.
or the Canadian government.
Yeah, well, allegedly. I mean, if you were Road
Allegedly,
Warrior Ace, God love him.
Shout out, Nav. Yeah, well, dude.
The PWX Patreon is still up. That's interesting. We're about to do a deep dive real quick. I'm sure this is going to be thrilling audio as I navigate the Patreon to see what I'm able to see not being a backer.
How much is it monthly? I'm very curious.
I'm using a 13-year-old laptop, so you're gonna have to bear with me. I just refuse to let this thing die. I know there was the thing where it's like, oh, you can have access for $1 or whatever, but I don't remember getting anything for the $1. There's 75 members. There's just the $1 tier.
Okay. That's $75 a month.
Which promises early access to internal developer builds before they go public, early access to Pro Wrestling X podcast episodes, your name in the credits as a hero, vote on stuff, Patreon only posts and messages, only $1 freaking dollar, woo. And it doesn't look like there's been a post in a long fucking time.
Surprise me.
Oh God, the last post was on January 6th.
Which year?
This year.
Okay, just checking.
Oh, hold on. The fucking hold on. The build is available.
76
The PWX prototype build from 2005 is available on the Patreon for $1, presumably. Do I have $1 in my bank account? I say out loud on a podcast, knowing that part is not going to be edited off, and I don't want to edit it off at this point. Fuck it. How are you going to charge me sales tax on $1, bro? It is $1. I have the money to do it. Let's go.
Lie about which state you're in. Come on now. This is easy.
Okay. So it's in a Dropbox. Did I just pay $1 to not get the fucking...
Oh, if the Dropbox link is dead, that's fucking incredible.
Oh, nope, it's not. Oh, my stars and garters. It's optimized for Windows XP, so Dave warns that a modern antivirus might lose its fucking shit. Well, here's the thing. I'm going to put this on my Steam Deck, and we're going to run it through Proton, and we're going to see how fucking stupid this gets.
Why would antivirus have an issue with something from XP? It might not run, but it shouldn't see it as a virus.
I don't... Look, man, it's from PWX Dave. Anything's fucking possible.
What a world.
Freem, were you ever like on board with the idea of PWX, or were you just kind of like, yeah, look at this fucking guy?
Somewhere in the middle, skeptic, but always hopeful, I guess, that anybody would do this. But at this rate, it seems like I'm going to have to be the one to do it, and I don't even trust myself to do it.
Oh, here's the notes. This playable prototype is free for all current paid Patreon supporters, which is weird because you have to pay to get access to it, so it's not free. You should not be charged a damn thing by Patreon to use the download link. Please let us know if you experience any issues or accidental charges. This is a raw exe install file originally developed for Windows XP LOL, so your antivirus... Oh, it's the install exe that he thinks your antivirus might have an issue with. We have zero documentation for this. How do you play with a keyboard? Your guess is as good as ours. This many years later, it cost me over 50. I don't know. We don't find the fuck out when I install this on the Steam Deck, aren't we? It cost me over $50,000 in license overhead and labor costs to produce this. Yeah, I know that still hurts. This prototype featured the first playable versions of the iconic Pro Wrestling X characters Tyrador and Dane. Think we should include these old school versions in the current PWX. They might look a wee bit out of place compared to the current rebooted versions designed by our lead artist, Mr. Wrastlin X. So let's load up the old Google Drive. Let's find the old downloads folder. I gotta go grab my Steam Deck. I don't know if I'll do it live on the air, but I will report back
Yeah.
at some other point in life. Um, I remember kind of rolling my eyes at the time. I think I've said this on the show. Like, I was 11 or almost 11. I think Mania X8 comes out a month before that particular birthday. Um, when that game came out, and I never saw it as this like abomination. Like, um, you'd be led to believe if you read some of the message boards at the time, where it was like, this game is a disgrace. It's an insult to all of us. I played that game for the first time, having seen the gameplay footage and understanding it's going to be way closer to SmackDown than the N64 games. And I was like, no, this is cool. This is like a better version of SmackDown, which it is. The counter system is far more like clear in that game than it ever was in the PlayStation SmackDown games prior to like Here Comes the Fucking Pain. And I always I always thought the game was kind of underrated. Also, it's a game that represents that like late 01, early 02 time period, and I've always thought it was really weird it's the only game that does, cuz like the SmackDown game that comes out in 01 is obviously an early 01 game that got delayed. Raw for the Xbox is a game that was supposed to come out in late 01 but was based on early 01, and it got delayed all the way into the spring of 02. So to have a game that kind of represented what was still kind of contemporary was neat, but like, yeah, I never understood the uproar, and I always followed along with PWX because I thought the idea of getting a wrestling game like No Mercy, but it's going to be on the computer, so you can do like mods, which I barely knew what the fuck mods were, but you could like mod the game and play it, like, because one of the things, kind of like Sam, and this isn't meant to be a knock before anybody gets mad at me, but like he's talked about like that WWF pitch video that he put out, or the pitch. Well, you can have the WWF guys in UPW through modding, and that was one of the ways it was framed. Was like, oh, you can have like the ultimate WWF, WCW, and ECW roster because we're gonna have everybody's moves, and you're gonna be able to like do texture mods for their attire parts. So like when so I don't remember what board it was on, but someone's like, so when Rob Van Dam debuts a new singlet, you'll be able to have that like the next day if somebody makes it. And so like I always had some like optimism, and then it just went years. I remember him showing up on Fire Pro Club to pitch Uprising originally, and this was like what, 2007, and just being like, oh yeah, PWX, I remember that, and then hearing nothing about it until the State of the Union in 2012. And I don't know if you guys remember, but like 2012 had that like weird indie game boom because like PWX was like, see, we're not dead, and then Five Star Wrestling became a thing, and M. Dickey did the mobile phone games, which, to be honest, those 2D mobile games and the 2D offshoot that he did of it for the PC was way better than the 3D games. They're still not good. They're M. Dickey games, but like the 2D games have always been more enjoyable. And I think that was around the time of like Action Arcade Wrestling 2 being announced. That, that game actually came out and people liked it. It's very weird how the indie game boom comes in like 10-year cycles, right?
Yeah.
Because early 2000s, early 2010s, early 2020s, which feels like a good time to talk about Virtual Basement. I'm not dead. Neither are you guys because you're here with me, but is Virtual Basement?
When's the last
I
time they
haven't heard
posted
anything.
I think I've said this a million times elsewhere, but like, there must be some kind of in perpetuity or not on this, right? Like, surely they can't have licenses that go forever with like similar to Ultra Pro as well. Like, surely at some point, like they can't say like have Hayabusa or Sandman just on the hook for however long it takes them.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would assume, I would hope not. There's going to be a link being sent momentarily that has nothing to do with anything that we've discussed. Wink. Let me just put up the old Google Drive here. I'm being very All right, cell phone, you can just be a prick and okay, there we go. I remember being a big like, oh man, if this game actually comes out like they're fucking like they're claiming this is gonna be something. I don't know what, but it's gonna be something. Um but like over time it just became more and more and more fucking obvious that yeah, nothing's happening here. And seeing like the weird like, oh my god, this is gonna be an amazing game with like no gameplay at all. Except that one dude hitting the ropes.
They have the Mohamed Hussein promo as well. I know it's not gameplay, but I need to go back and check who all the different people they've licensed are, because it's just ridiculous.
Their roster is 300 deep, and they've got the graphics. What's gameplay?
That's true.
I mean, you got a point, bro. Yeah, that's a great point.
I mean, the gameplay was left in 2002, clearly, because that's when they said they were going to do it, so they've done it by now,
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah. 2022 is all gameplay. But as I look at the calendar here, just correct me if I'm wrong. I might be going insane. It says we're in 2025.
Yeah.
So using using the stars and the alignment of the moon as it's currently 12:33 p.m. I believe that would make 2022 3 years ago, which would make that tweet from them from 2021 4 years ago. And we ain't heard shit about that game since June. Like I looked on their social media, and that was like the last update about that shit. And I don't know, man. People do the same thing with UPW, where they're so quick to praise it. And to keep going back to PWX, every time there's an indie game that gets like the weird, like, oh my god, this is gonna be amazing. I'm just like, some of us thought that with PWX. Some of us saw those early like screenshots of the renders doing fucking cool moves and thought like, fucking SmackDown's done, bro. This is gonna be the shit. And it mostly hasn't been. I should see if like regular PWX runs on the Steam Deck too. Now I just feel like being a sicko today.
I've still never played the like actual release version. I need to get it on Steam at some point. I never got around to it. I'm sure it's fine.
You know, they did the thing where like he said it in the State of the Union, it might have been, if you bought any prior version of PWX, you get the like every version they do for free for life. I bought Uprising, and when the new version of PWX came out, I did not get an email with the code, although I was a Kickstarter backer, so what am I complaining about? But someone, I think it was Sunny Bone, was like, okay, but what about all the people, because this was from 2002 and it's now 2012, what about all the people that are like deceased or don't have access to the email anymore? Like, it's a really nice gesture, but it's ultimately kind of empty. And then, you know,
I was thinking about the Patreon, like there are people that have just signed up and have no way to not unsign up at this point.
well, I mean, you can always cancel your Patreon membership. At this point, I think I'm just going to kick $1 to them a month just to see what the fuck happens. But like, I know that you know, Dave had stuff going on in his personal life. I know his daughter graduated college. I don't remember how much of what happened he talked about on the air with us in 2022, so I'm not comfortable going into specifics. But like, there was a lot of stuff going on, and I really do feel like 2023 might have been when stuff really slowed down in terms of actual new PWX updates. But like, he's like the biggest cautionary tale when it comes to making a wrestling game, more than anybody else. Like, he worked on that shit for 2 decades, bro.
I wonder as well, like we saw, like because we did have the big rush, like just pandemic and post-pandemic of all the new ones being announced. If you just saw the other ones being announced and effectively leapfrogging you and just going like, "Oh fuck this, I'm out."
We did talk with him. I don't remember if that made it on the show. like how he felt about, like the AEW game, which I think at that point had a title. It might not have. No, it did. It absolutely did. It was Fight Forever at that point. And like, UPW, because that was around the time Sam was using WWF stuff as like the main method of getting attention. And someone on this podcast may or may not have lost his shit about that multiple times on the pod. It was me. It's all right. Everybody's okay. Nobody's.
I do work, especially that like that modding thing you put out is being a bit too Icarus with it and flying too close to the sun, and I've said before, and this is a slight segue, so I apologize. I think he has the problem as well that like he's trying to appeal to a fan base in the WWE fan base that are absolutely never going to buy anything that isn't WWE. Like,
Yeah,
they are staunch,
yeah.
staunch loyalists to the Fed. So the likelihood of them getting another product, apart from the yearly 2K slop, is wildly unlikely. And I don't think there's potential. It seems at times he has gone out of his way to try and alienate anyone who isn't like a big WWE guy. And I feel like that is your base, and you probably don't want to alienate the people that might be willing to. Yeah.
He had a real hate on for Fight Forever. That was weird. Like the week that game came out.
Meaning specifically, like it seemed like you probably don't want to be trying to piss off like the effectively anti-WWE fan base or the AW fan base, whatever you want to call it, because they are the people that are going to buy your game. Like, look at how they reacted to Fight Forever. It's like, oh, it looks like a PS2 game or whatever. And there's various issues with Fight Forever, but like, if Ultra Pro isn't the best game in human history at this point, if it's not like fucking GTA 7, like the Fed fan base is not going to play that game.
I don't think they would, even if it was the best wrestling game ever, because after a certain point, it's the garnish of having the WWE logo and the guys that they recognize. And one of my friends, shout outs to Steve from up in Toronto. Once again, congratulations on your wedding. That happened a few months ago that I forgot to shout you out for when it happened, but I'll shout you out again. He told me once, like, anything that doesn't have the WWE license kind of just feels bootleg to him, which he's always been a big WWE guy, so I get it.
Yeah.
But that's how, like,
figures too, right? Like, people won't buy the WWF figures even if it's guys they like.
Yeah, like, oh, zombies doing Sandman will all wait for the Mattel Elite. And the Mattel Elite looks like shit. But it's the one that has the logo on the box.
Yeah.
I think no matter what, the people that are predisposed to being WWE fans are only going to go for the game that has that logo on the box. They're not going to be like, oh, I can have, somebody made a Roman Reigns mod for this game and I can have Roman Reigns. They don't care. They have a game with Roman Reigns in it already. They have a game where they can have Stone Cold Steve Austin and Triple H and The Rock and Mankind and Undertaker and fucking all the other WWE characters. The real fan base for the game would be for the alternative audience that kind of thinks that shit sucks.
Yeah.
And Liger Busa and I've talked ad nauseum about the DLC strategy, probably as it was described originally in the press kit, not being optimal in terms of getting the most people possible on the game. But I really do think if the base game's $29.99, that's great. If the base game's $29.99, but each of the DLC characters ranges from $3 to $5 each, you're dead.
I mean, yeah, there's a reason that Fire Pro World waited until they had the New Japan license to release on PS4.
Yeah, they were not going to be able to sell that game on a console without some sort of like hook. Not that one, he hadn't debuted yet. But I think if a publisher comes on, no publisher is going to be like, oh yeah, no, let's nickel and dime people for like Demolition and Raven and those guys. I think a publisher probably would push for some of those guys to be on the actual default roster of the game. But then how does the revenue split work at that point? Because now they're getting a piece of presumably they'd be getting a piece of the retail game and not the DLC, which is why I think retail or revenue split deals are not the optimal way to go. Just being honest. Because
as you said before, you have the problem as well. Like if you're locking moves behind certain people is going to be interesting as well, isn't it? Because I think I outright asked in the Discord at one point, like, so say like I don't know, Chris Candido, rest in peace. Like if you have like the top rope power bomb, is he going to have his own unique one, and you're going to have like a normal top rope power bomb for say like a Mike Awesome or someone else, or is the only top rope power bomb in the game going to be locked behind Candido?
and I had the same question about Al Snow with the Northern Lights bomb. So if I want to make a Kensuke Sasaki, do I have to pay? You know, like, do I have to pay $3 or $5 to be able to make Kensuke Sasaki? Or like, there was another one, and I'm blanking on who it was now. Who the fuck? There was another person that has like a move that's like specific to somebody else that I would want, and I'm just like, I don't want to pay $5 just to have access to the move.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be the case, but like, you know, the Phoenix Splash or the Firebird Splash with Hayabusa.
That. You know what? That actually might have been it. What I was thinking of.
Like, you know, standard moves that I say standard. Obviously, they're insane and incredibly impressive moves, but like they were in the Aki games, and obviously the fucking arrow, like stuff that you would expect to be there by default. But like, will those be Hayabusa specific, or will they just be in there? So.
Or will they do specific to the character animation? So like, well, you have the rotoscope looking Aki Northern Lights bomb, and then the Al Snow one's going to be like based on footage of him actually doing it. Like, is that what we're going to? Because that I understand. That's a little bit.
$5 for a much shittier looking Northern Lights bomb just for Al Snow.
Maybe not the best example to use, but yeah, no, I understand.
Like, because obviously that's based after Sasaki, and like. Obviously, the animation of the Firebird Splash and the Phoenix Splash are obviously in the Aki games based on Hayabusa. So I don't know. They effectively have Aki style animations, right? Like, based on the videos I've seen. So there's no real way to do a Hayabusa specific Phoenix Splash that looks any different than the one already is the Hayabusa Phoenix Splash. So
yeah, it's interesting because like, what are they going to have for Sabu that's specifically animated? Obviously, he's not in any of the N64 games, so like, it's not as easy as just going down the move list in No Mercy or Revenge or Virtual Pro and copying. Oh no, you know who? You know what the thing I was thinking of was Stan Hansen, the Western Lariat. If Hansen's in the game, wink. Is he gonna have like? Is that Larry?
I swear, like that. Okay, well, obviously I've clearly given the game away there. But like, I thought like he was announced on the fucking Patreon ages ago. Like, has he not been announced publicly?
I don't think so, but also, it was so long ago that nobody's gonna be like, oh my god, I can't believe I missed. Like, Hansen got announced a long time ago, and we made the decision at the time to not mention it because it was paywalled. But it's been so fucking long. Stan Hansen's an ultra. I don't think I'm going to hurt their Patreon numbers by saying that all this time later. But like, is he going to have like, are his taunts going to be locked behind the DLC? Is the Western Lariat, the running one, and the finisher, the grapple finisher, are those going to be locked behind DLC?
I'm actually.
We've heard
he posted a video of like the moves that they brought over from No Mercy, so I'm assuming if they're in that video, they're probably just going to be in the base game, so I could go and like watch the hour of that and try and pull out to see if it's in there. I assume it probably is.
But there's all the questions I have, and I've said it a bunch. Like, my issues with Sam aside, I do hope the game comes out and it's good.
I think let's think like nobody wants it to fail, apart from like maybe some shitty people on Reddit. Like, we want it to be a very good game, and we hope it's going to be a very good game. And like, you know, I've backed it. When it's out, I'm very excited to play it. I just get why people could be nervous. So.
There's obvious cause for skepticism. I think with every, and I do mean literally every independent project, just because of how difficult the stuff is. But You can't
Especially
run the
wrestling games.
PWX. Yes. Also, I meant specifically indie wrestling games. But, like, you can't run the PWX Dave playbook and not, either knowingly or unknowingly, and not expect people to just be like, "Ugh, I don't know about this one." You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep.
So, what's everyone's thoughts on SmackDown Just Bring It?
It's a
I'm
game
gonna-
I have not really played.
To make sure I'm talking about the right game first before I talk about it, because I can never remember which is which from that era.
It's the one with the incredible commentary.
Okay, so my main memory of Just Bring It is because I was always a Nintendo kid, so I never had a PS1. I got Just Bring It and a PS2 for Christmas one year, and I was not aware of the concept of a memory card. Because I'd always been a Nintendo kid, so everything just saved to the cartridge. So I was wildly confused when it told me I had to save, and this was after specifically I had unlocked Jerry Lynn in story mode, because that time, big ECW nerd, etc., etc. So I then had to leave my PS2 on for, I think it was 3 days until I could get to the store, because it was over Christmas, to buy a memory card to then save Jerry Lynn. I didn't consider just turning it off and then unlocking him again. That is my main memory of Just Bring It.
I have a few, honestly. Shout out to Chris at the Walmart in my hometown. The day after my mom got me my PS2, I went to the Walmart and I wanted SmackDown Just Bring because mom got me SmackDown Shut Your Mouth with the PS2. I made this guy dig in the case for a copy that had the WWF logo on it, because what they had at the front was the greatest hits with the WWE logo. And I asked him years later, because we ended up working together. I was like, man, I'm sorry if you don't remember this, but I did this to you, and I'm sorry. And he kind of like looked and was like, no, I do remember that. And I was like, yeah, I'm sorry, man. I was 11, and there's the whole like things in my brain being the way they are. But I also didn't know when I was 11 if the WWE logo greatest hits one was going to have like the guys that were no longer in the company. Like, was Jerry Lynn in that version? Now I know obviously he was.
You're going to have all the turnbuckles blurred out the whole time so they don't show the WWF logo like on the DVD releases.
And I think I've told this story. I met a kid at Kmart who was a big wrestling fan. We were in the action figure aisle, and we would see each other occasionally at Kmart, and we would just kind of catch up and talk about wrestling and the new figures and stuff. And we were talking about SmackDown Just Bring It. He had a PlayStation 2. I did not, because the PlayStation 2 sized box in the living room on Christmas 2001 was not a PlayStation 2. It was a CD player radio. Mom. Was hoping she was going to respond, because that would have been like another mom cameo. But he was talking about, like, yeah, I hope my mom gets it. And I was like, hey, did you know Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit is in that game? And he got like dead serious, like, what? I'm like, yeah, Fred Durst is in that game. He's like, oh, I got to go tell my mom. So he walks away, like runs away, honestly. And I hear him just yelling, Mom! And he brings his mom to me. He's like, tell my mom what you just told me. And I was like, oh, yeah, Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit's in the new SmackDown game. And he's like, I gotta get that game, Mom. I gotta get that game. And then I saw him months later when the WWE draft figures came out, because he was a couple of years older. I think he was in like 7th grade. I was in 5th at that point. And I was like, so did your mom get you SmackDown Just Bring It? He's like, oh, yeah, she did. I unlocked Fred Durst. It was cool. And then, because he was a little taller than I am, I had him grab like one of the draft figures off the top shelf just to see if it was somebody I wanted, and it wasn't. Because I think I was hunting Tajiri at that point, because they did the thing on the back of the box where it was like all these like production numbers, and then the guys like Brock Lesnar or like Billy Kidman, like the new people that they didn't already have the pre-existing parts for. It was just some snarky shit like, wouldn't you like to know? Which is how you knew they weren't going to make them.
Yep.
That game is interesting. It really is just SmackDown 2, slightly prettier, with 8 wrestlers in the ring. And a really nice WrestleMania 17 arena, actually. I think the one in X8 looks better, but, you know, having two decent representations of the Astrodome is nice. So, Freem, you how much of the SmackDown series have you actually played?
Let's see. 1, 2, and SVR06.
God, why 06?
Yeah,
I
I
don't
was
know.
wondering that.
I don't know. It's just the one I found and decided to play to see if any of these games would be any good, and it's not really. Not really.
So, what are your thoughts on SmackDown 06 being the highest rated wrestling game ever on IGN?
I think they're full of crap. uh, it's not even the highest rated game on the system in terms of wrestling games, in my mind, but that's IGN.
Well, speaking of IGN, did you know that both of the Raw games for the Xbox have the same 9.1 score as WWF No Mercy?
I don't think I know that.
You do now. Would it surprise you to find out neither of those games are anywhere near as good as No Mercy, despite the second game being hilarious with a season mode where you can drop boxes on people's heads and steal shit out of their bags?
That doesn't surprise me, but I do remember my friend owning it and playing it, and it was kind of silly and fun. Like, if you don't go into it expecting No Mercy or Aki style gameplay, then it's probably alright.
I think 2 is a much better game than 1. I don't think either of them, like, 2 is probably honestly like a 5.5 or a 6 for me. But that season mode is so freaking stupid. I remember getting to the end of season mode. I won the Royal Rumble. I was in the third match on WrestleMania. Tori Wilson was wrestling The Rock for the title. Man, 10 out of 10, no notes. And also, it was a 4-player season mode. If you had 3 other people that were willing to sit down and play a pretty mediocre wrestling game, I'd imagine between dropping boxes on people and stealing shit out of their bags and jumping them or whatever, that's probably a lot of fun when you have 3 other people. Ain't shit when you're playing it by yourself, though. Like I
Yeah.
did. How often do you guys think about WCW Mayhem 2?
More than I'd like to admit.
Not as often as you.
Yeah, I was going to say. I think about that fucking game all the time. Because, like, we don't know if the character models we've seen are actually from the aborted WCW 2000 or actually from Mayhem 2. At this point, they've kind of just become the same thing in the collective consciousness of everybody. But, like, the Scott Steiner renders that we saw, like, last year, I want to say it was last year, and the Mike Awesome one, those look a little bit closer to Def Jam Vendetta with realistic textures than they do Backstage Assault. Kinda. But we're never gonna know. And if only, WCW didn't have a kill date and, Stu Snyder and Brad Siegel weren't fucking assholes, and we could have just got WCW for like another year. It wouldn't be a how often do you guys think about WCW Mayhem 2? It would be, you know, where do you think Mayhem 2 ranks in the pantheon of wrestling games? I hate the WWE. That is the point of this question.
I think the real question is, do we get Hell in a Cell, or would we have gotten Triple Cage?
Oh God, that would have been something. But like, think about the roster Mayhem 2 would have had in terms of like how Aki did people's movesets. Sid, updated
Yes.
Goldberg, updated Scott Steiner, updated Jeff Jarrett, updated Nash, updated like main event Booker T.
Yeah,
That alone is like goddamn.
I mean, Bam Bam Bigelow.
Yeah. Yeah, we never did get
Bammer
Bammer in an Aki game properly.
Right.
He's technically in 64.
Yeah, but that's an alternate costume. That's not like properly
Yeah.
having because Asha Kong's in that
Same
slot
spot.
too.
Yeah.
And there's always the outside chance, like when you look at the people that were gonna come in, we might have got Rob Van Dam because he was close to signing. Updated DDP, that would have been cool. Obviously, Mike Awesome because we've seen the model for him. I mean, Vampiro, if that does anything for you, we would have had him.
I mean, depending on the timeline, there's a chance we got Muter in it as well.
Yeah, especially if the roster gets finalized sometime in the fall of 2000.
Yeah. Oh, would we have got the Insane Clown Posse?
Well, I mean, if you want to play as them, there's a pretty
Backyard wrestling.
underrated couple of games. Yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, that would predate backyard wrestling, I think.
Yeah, because Backyard Wrestling was 03. And I think that goes into development in like 01. And that development team has such a weird lineage because they make those games. They make Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks. They make TNA Impact. And I think they make WWE All-Stars. And they do one of the X-Men fighting games too. At least one of them.
I have got AJ Styles, technically.
Yeah. Air Paris too. Whatever happened to that fucking guy?
I mean, we would have finally got above average Mike Sanders, the wrestling game. So, well, he's probably in fucking virtual basement, isn't he? But
Mike Sanders was awesome. I don't give a shit.
I'm a big fan of all of that stable. Like, I understand, like, they weren't amazing, and there was some issues, especially with like Stasiak and fucking Jindrak when they got to the WWE. But like, I fucking loved them at the time. Like, I was way more into WCW before. Like, I generally feel the last year of WCW is wildly underrated because the Victor's right history, etc. Like, I think they were absolutely turning around before they died, and we were.
Once you get to like the fall, yeah, like Fall Brawl 2000 is an incredible fucking show, and Starrcade 2000 is one people like. I think their last 3 pay-per-views are pretty solid. Greed is a great show. And I've said it for years. You compare the last 3 months 2000 and the first of 01, first 3 of 01 for WCW and the WWF. WCW has consistently better television.
Yep.
They also have Scott Steiner as the world champion, as opposed to, God love him, Kurt Angle. And I mean, The Rock gets the belt back, but like, he's not Scott Steiner.
Yeah.
Because nobody's Scotty but Scotty, and we can thank God for that. I choose to lament the fact there's not more than one Scott Steiner. He's genuinely one of my favorite wrestlers. Like every incarnation, even like TNA Scott Steiner.
Yeah, I think his only real bad run is that horrible one with Hunter, but I don't blame him for that.
No, and even if his foot wasn't all like broken and smashed up, I don't know that Triple H wouldn't have still sandbagged him anyway. So
that's what he does. So.
Yeah, Triple H sucks.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can happily talk about that all day long.
His head's a different shape than it used to be, but his nose is still gigantic, and he's bald now.
I think
he's
had one of the best ever fucking rehab works. Like having people believe he's good because he made Yellow Ring of Honor was a stroke of art, and I give him credit for that. I hate him for it, but like it's ridiculous that now he's seen as some kind of visionary because he realized you could just cite everyone that was in Ring of Honor or PWG, and that was enough to make certain people bark like fucking seals.
You can really draw some parallels between that and the national expansion 30 years earlier. Neither are particularly good long term for the Oh god, I guess Sarah Stock went on another rant on Twitter about
Yeah.
AEW.
Yeah, she's not doing well. I don't really know what is going on there, but like it's like clearly drunk tweeting in a way that probably isn't ideal for anyone's mental state. Yeah, like obviously I'm not going to pretend like I know Amanda Huber, but like she seems by all accounts to be a wonderful lady who went through an entirely awful time that I don't wish on anyone. Like of all the people to attack, like you're not gonna get people on your side doing this. Like
Other than the Vincel, the
well,
Vincel crew.
even that they aren't really fighting either. Like because the WWE still celebrates Brody, rest in peace. Like it just seems a very, very odd decision all around. I don't understand.
Oh, I just meant like I saw the WWE fans piling on when she did the stuff after the Darby and Moxley match, which like that is the most because it was in St. Louis and they couldn't do anything really crazy. That was like the most mild fucking hardcore match they've done.
Well, that's the fish tank one, right? Like of all of the spots for
Yeah.
people to get up in arms about, like it's like even then, like she hadn't brought like Amanda into it yet, so I don't think everyone on the side was just happy to shit on AEW. But like when you start going for a widow, it's of a very beloved man. It's probably not going to work out well for you. So.
Oh, she got in an argument with Amanda Huber like at that point too.
Right, I don't remember that part. Jesus, okay.
Because she first made the claim of something like Amanda Huber was crying about Sting's daughter getting hired or whatever, and like, yeah, I don't know, man. Sarah Stock fell off hard. She was a good wrestler at one point though. Freem, have you ever played the TNA game?
Not for very long, I don't think. Not enough to form like a proper opinion of it.
Huh. It
I
has
love that
Samoa
band, yeah.
Joe.
I, in a similar way of how I feel about Fight Forever, like I think it's an incredibly good base for a game. Obviously, I know it's very limited in movesets and there's some issues with it, but like I think given more time in a sequel, I think that would have been a very good base for a game. Like,
Yeah.
All the VFX stuff for the sequel looked really fucking cool and promising too.
Technically, we got a sequel in the AAA game, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
I also haven't played.
that's a game that I still like 15 years later cannot believe actually came out. Fuck that handicap match against Wagner and Silver King with their goddamn homing missile suicide dives. Those were the two guys I wanted to unlock the most, and I couldn't because that game decided I just had to get fucked.
I don't understand, like, because it's very clearly just a TNA game. How did they get the source code? Like, how was there no lawsuit? What the fuck happened there? I have so many questions about that fucking game that I don't understand at all. Like, it's
People
not like
license
even
engines
like,
all the time. I guess. I don't know.
I remember reading about
Well,
it.
also
Like,
Midway went under.
Yeah, that kind of helps.
I mean, if they
they
just
could have
sold
bought
it,
it
fair enough. Yeah,
at
just like
bankruptcy or whatever.
it's like a police auction. They're just giving out the TNA Impact source code.
I remember a lot of negativity about Impact at the time, and like the conventional wisdom that it's one of the worst wrestling games ever. No, it isn't.
No.
And I think if you just look at
That's
like the
harsh.
in-ring beat by beat gameplay, it smokes SVR09.
So yeah, I think you got to think as well. Like, if you release fucking WCW versus the World nowadays, people would shit all over it, but they got
Yeah.
chances to improve on it and become the best wrestling games ever. And I think people don't, unfortunately, get that possibility anymore to make a game over time and iterate on it. Similar with Fight
Yeah.
Forever. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say World Tour is a great comparison for Fight Forever. I mean, Melonbread made the comparison too. Like it is, Fight Forever is not a bad game. It is a disappointing game compared to what was promised. But for a first game, like there are way worse first attempts out there. But also, it's Ukes, and they're like the most experienced wrestling game devs ever.
Yeah, it's going to be harsher for them because they've been through it all supposedly or whatever. But I don't know. I definitely don't blame them for what happened with Fight Forever. I'm not sure who's really at fault because nobody has come forward to claim responsibility for the minigame focus, I don't think.
It's fine. We can just blame Kenny
No.
Omega. Yes.
Well, I mean, Nick Sobek around the time the game came out, and this is also what I heard, was like he was the one that was in control of the fucking purse strings because he's like the head of, or was at the time at least, the head of AEW Games. So when Ukes burned through the first budget, they had to go to him, is my understanding, and reluctantly they gave them the budget to get the game over the finish line. I think if that game was in development now, with them getting so much more in terms of the TV rights from WBD, I think they would be a little bit less reluctant to give them the budget to make the game they need. I also don't think Ukes are going to be the ones on the next go around, if there even is a next go around.
Yeah, that's still up in the air.
Yeah, because there were rumblings at one point, and then it all got real quiet, and then Tony got asked and was like, "Oh, we'd like to try it again."
Sure you would.
So, I mean, they announced it too early. They showed the gameplay footage too early, but they had also talked about the game like literally from the start, like it was a thing that was already in development and was actively on the way. And then you find out, no, it doesn't start development in earnest until the summer of 2020. That game had less than 3 years before it went gold during the pandemic, no less, with a shoestring budget and Bryan Williams departing during development because of the AEW side, allegedly. So, what would the game have looked like if they gave Bryan Williams and Ukes the budget to do everything Bryan Williams knew the game would have needed? I don't know. But hopefully,
for a game, and I hope we get an iteration on it at some point that isn't quite so shitty.
yeah, I would like a sequel, especially like you look at all the people that have come in that we haven't been able to get as DLC because they had their list of guys that needed to be made. And there were models done for like Soraya and a couple other people that got scrapped, from what I heard. Would have been nice if they could have shit out a Rainmaker.
And like with mods, we do have these things, but the lack of move sets is just a killer. Like they're just missing so many things, and it's unfortunate.
I wish
I always say, but like the fact there's no shin breaker of all five. I know it's not that big a deal, but it's such a basic move that you would think they would have that in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the WCW versus the WCW versus NWO World Tour thing. They put the moves in that they needed for the base roster.
Yeah,
and maybe
it makes sense
some
there because you're in
extras.
create mode, right? So I get that.
Yeah, that's valid. I wish last year they could have pumped out a DLC pack that was like Shibata, Okada, and Ospreay.
Yeah,
I think people would have been really, really excited if they could have got that. But everything was locked in the way it was, and after a certain point, shit just kind of happens. I do think that game disappointing compared to what people thought the sales would be. I do think that might have hurt the chance for publishers to pick up wrestling games that aren't, like it very clearly sent the message: if it's not WWE, nobody cares.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And maybe if they could have maybe if somehow a game could have come out in 2021, things would have been different when they had all the momentum. But that game was in no shape to be shown publicly, much less launched in 2021. And probably not even in 2022, because think about this. The game was originally rumored to be dropping around Full Gear 2022 and was delayed because they needed a few months to like actually kind of iron things out. Imagine if that game had come out in the shape it was actually in late 2022. Would have been rough.
Yes.
Also, back to UPW, have we heard anything about the shoot fighting that was in that one trailer?
I've been curious about that. Like, because obviously I know Sam's mostly like a No Mercy guy, so I don't know how much he would have played of BPW2 to, I guess, obviously, I assume you will at some point to implement a similar thing. But yeah, we've not had anything about it, like the combo system or anything really.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the combo system too, because I don't think I've ever heard him say anything about it.
Like the
What's
different
everybody's
fighting
thoughts on
styles.
revenge? Oh yeah, different stances is another thing I've been wondering about, because there's really not, that's not like really a thing in No Mercy like it is in Virtual Pro 2, where there's like the shooter stance, the regular wrestling stance.
Yeah.
Or even like different
I
reversals,
like
or different blocking methods. Like the shoot fighters block differently. Like they don't just do like the
Right.
whole puffed out chest thing like a wrestler does. So little things like that are to take into account. But if those are taken into account.
I've liked in these ROM hacks where people get like the default like kind of grappler stance from Virtual Pro 64 and like the Terry Funk kind of like boxer stance.
Yeah,
I
I
wish
think
I had those.
I replaced the women's one in the Pride one with the original 64 one, which I just labeled Hooker, because that felt the most relevant. Not that Hooker, because it's mostly there for
Right.
like Carl Gotch, and I also gave it to Sakuraba because that's how he fought.
Well, also it's the Luthez title or the book title of Luthez's book.
Yes,
So,
exactly.
called Hooker.
Like his shooter was already there, so Hooker was the one I thought was the most logical way of doing it. So.
Yeah, no, I see that. That makes a lot of sense. I really like that All Japan one that Ye Lord put out.
Yeah,
It's a very good ROM hack. I like that the clock is sped up too, kind of like Fire Pro speed almost.
Yeah, it's very good. But I know it's slightly burnt out at the moment, but I know he's not far away from finishing it. So.
I had the idea of doing like an 80s territory ROM hack. And then you, Ray, you actually told me it was a lot easier than I was thinking it was. Because I was like, God, I don't want to have to do the textures for every single thing, like every option for like the face. And you were like, oh, that's not how that actually works.
Yeah, it's not like
luckily.
replacing textures. Like, yeah, you just do the face once and then the blood overlays on top, etc. So it's not anywhere near as much as like people doing like back in the day. Like, I imagine doing like fucking Forever Indie and you have to do it. I remember people used hacks to like always make the mist red. So then you only needed the blood texture effectively, so you didn't have to do a purple or a pink or whatever for everyone's different faces. Like the amount of that those guys went to back in the day is outrageous.
Forever Indie is one I'd like to see. I don't want to use the phrase remastered because it's not the correct phrase, but that's one I would love to see as a ROM hack, just because like taking away all of the things that made it kind of like a huge hurdle for people would be really cool, but it would also be like an unfathomable amount of work.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things that I don't think would even be feasible with the ROM hack. Like it's a small thing, but like, and shout out HEW wherever you are, HIW, sorry. Like making the Chikara ring lower because that's how the Chikara ring was. Like, I don't know if that's even something that's feasible to have it like be a whole foot lower in just one arena, like it was for the Chikara one, and things like that. There's so many little things in there that I genuinely I'm not sure could be pulled off with ROM hacking.
I feel like it
Or
could be
the
done, but it
custom
requires a
rules.
lot of work, which is like the answer to most every question.
Is it possible? Yes. Oh, will it be done? No.
No. Are you willing to write a whole bunch of assembly to do it? Probably not.
I mean, obviously, I don't think anyone's going to be putting out a Chikara game anytime soon. But yeah.
No.
It's just an option to be there.
Yeah, like even just like a Ring of Honor one for like focusing specifically on like the 02 to 06 time period would be neat.
Yeah.
But again, a lot of work would be required for something like that because you'd have to resize the venues because you can't even like Hammerstein is one they used in like '08, but it wouldn't really work for the era I'm talking about. The Elks Lodge they literally did run one show in '03, but then like having to create the smaller box, so to speak, for like Murphy Rec or the National Guard Armory or like Frontier Fieldhouse or whatever,
Yeah.
it would be a colossal amount of work. I'd be appreciative if somebody did it, but like that's especially when it's like a passion project and you're doing it for free. I don't see anybody. That's just so much work. It's why I have such a huge level of appreciation um, for what Randy did with the ECW one. To circle back to that, like there is an incredible amount of work put into that. Like just the arenas are amazing.
Fantastic piece of work there.
And also like the blood staining the mat, that's super interesting. The different animations for coming in contact with the barbed wire, like it, like real, like just for the sickos level of detail on that. Like when you knock somebody out of the ring and their leg gets caught in the barbed wire and they kind of hang there for a
so
second, they
good.
fall to the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I don't want to say that's like one of the best wrestling games ever because it's a ROM hack, one of the best wrestling games ever, but that's one of the best wrestling games.
Yeah, it's
It
Yeah.
feels way more like ECW than the actual ECW games. Which feels like a good time to ask, what's everybody's favorite ECW match?
God, that's a tough one.
yeah. Like
I think I'm
I have
still
a
enamored most by Taz versus Bam Bam Bigelow at Heatwave '98, where they go through the frickin' ramp.
yeah, that ramp spot.
that's a great match. That is a fantastic match.
Is that before or after they went through the ring? Because I know they did that spot as well.
The ring's living dangerously, the
Yeah.
ramp is Heatwave.
I mean, I know it's a lazy one.
Heatwave
but
is
probably the second fucking Ray Jr. Psychosis match. Like, it was obviously like I started watching ECW for like the blood and gut stuff, so seeing like that was my first introduction to Lucha ever outside of whatever WWF version was. So I was like, holy shit, this is fucking incredible.
I have like a top three, it just depends on the day. I hate Stevie Richards, but I love the match with him and Raven against the Pitbulls. Like that episode of Hardcore TV is one of my favorites because it opens with Kane Dewey. But that match is everything. It's the most ECW match ever. There's the overbooking, the blood, the violence against women, the fucking table bump, the fucking bullshit swerve ending, the whole fucking thing. It's perfect. Also on that list would be the Funk Sabu barbed wire match because I don't think anybody's ever done a barbed wire match better than that.
Yeah, I forgot
And
about that. I'm like, damn.
that's such a fucking getting that Bloodsport ECW's Most Violent Matches DVD and seeing that for the first time. I was like, that's one of the greatest matches I've ever seen. I love it so completely. Sabu, God bless him. Terry Funk, God bless him. That was like at the end where they're all like entangled in the barbed wire, and it's just like, yeah, this is a thing you can do. Like this is the consequences for all the dumb shit we've been doing in this match. It's so good. And then the other one is and this isn't even the best match they had together, but Awesome and Tanaka from the February 18th, 2000 ECW on TNN, because that was the first episode of TNN that I saw. I had just gotten back into wrestling, and my only exposure to hardcore wrestling was what the WWF and WCW had done. So to punctuate the episode of TV, you have these guys blasting each other with chairs as hard as humanly possible. It changed like what I thought wrestling was, and it's never really changed to anything else. As much as I love like all the other styles of wrestling, my brain just comes back eventually to chair shot, power on through the table, no sell, chair shot, no sell, chair shot.
I love that match, and I love that like if you there's like an FMW match from maybe like 6 months before where it's just the exact same match spots for spot, and they just figured like, yeah, fuck it, we can do it again.
Yeah, that's Heatwave '98, and then the previous year at Kawasaki Stadium, it's like verbatim the same match.
Yeah, I love the like, yeah, fuck it, why not? There was no
And
consideration.
I have
anyone would see both. So.
There's a 3-disc DVD that was put out by RF Video but licensed to High Spots, which is who I got it from. and it's a comp of like all of their matches that made tape in ECW, and they do like a house show loop going into the TNN match I was talking about, or the TNN match is part of a house show loop. And it's really funny to watch them work 3 straight nights. And it's like they do this spot one night, they counter it the next night, and then they do the spot again the third night. Like those guys had to have had concussions. Those chair shots, there's no fucking way, right?
I mean, the fact,
But like
Tanaka's still
being able
wrestling
to
now, which is
remember,
insane. And obviously, Mike unfortunately killed himself. So I'm not saying necessarily that any of the concussions may have had something to do with that, but it wouldn't surprise me. So.
shout outs also to Zombie Sailor for putting out the Mike Awesome figures, and like that's a lot more to keep the memory of that guy out there than a lot of people who have access to his footage are doing.
I assume he doesn't have any kind of Fed deal, otherwise we'd be getting like that 80s guy Mike Awesome figures for the worst people in the world.
That, and also if we did get an ECW Mike Awesome, it would be designed by Bill McKenna, and he would basically just have the same body as like fucking Bradshaw. I think Bradshaw body would probably work for him. That's not even a bad pick. But they don't ever do like an appropriately sized Bradshaw either, because that was a big motherfucker. And he's like the same size as all the other just regular heavyweights. I don't get it.
And that Eddie Batista also.
Yeah. Yeah, every time I make it a point, whenever I see Bill McKenna tagged and post with that on Instagram, I just reply to it with, they need to take that fucking mold away from Bill. I'm at the point where I think they should just take a hammer to Bill's hand so he can't make figures for a few months and just like delete the 3D ZBrush file of that torso and destroy the mold. That way when Bill can make figures again, he doesn't have them anymore. Because I'm so sick of seeing that shit. Why is it on everybody, bro? Why is Eddie Guerrero the same size as the Ultimate Warrior? That is not accurate. I mean, he probably took a lot of steroids. Well, he did take a lot of steroids.
I mean, I was going to say,
like,
there's no problem with that now.
And it's really funny because, like, we never got to the point in the games where the character models were homogenized like that, where, like, you do a 3-way match with, like, Eddie, Batista, and fucking Kurt Angle, and they're all the same guy, but you can damn sure do that with the Mattel figures. Which is just, it's goofy as shit seeing 01 Kurt Angle and he's twice the size of the version of The Rock that he wrestled.
Yeah.
Like, how do we get here?
Because they're the opposite with Stone Cold for years, where for some reason they seem to think he was way slimmer than he was.
Yeah, and thankfully Magic Olmas, I swear he's the guy designing all the Austin figures now because they're all like appropriately sized. Because I don't know what Bill had against Stone Cold Steve Austin, because the Stunning Steve figures were all like pretty much spot on proportion wise, and then you would get Stone Cold and it's like, yeah, this is Steve if he dropped like 40 fucking pounds. Doesn't look like him at all. Why are Steve Austin's arms the same size as Bryan Danielson's?
Again, it's like the Billy Gunn thing. Like, people don't think of how big he was because he was in an era where everyone was big.
Yeah.
You know, compared to a normal guy on the street, like, he's fucking huge.
Yeah. And like you see him next to Rocky, and like Rocky's way bigger than him. And you don't even really stop to think about how big Rocky was, because he was like 6'4", 270.
Yeah.
And like 01. And you just think that's like a normal sized dude, but like, no, that's like a terrifyingly large human being. And I say that as somebody who's 6'2", 310. Like that's a big motherfucker. He was always one of my favorite guys to use in the Aki games, also Rocky, because he has the goddamn stalling brainbuster for no reason.
Yeah, I don't get that one. I'm sure there's a reason. But...
Imagine if he did that shit though. Like, you want to talk like chair shots, speaking of Awesome Tanaka, one of the all-time great like chair slingers, Rocky.
I mean, yeah, that fucking Royal Rumble match with Mick is
Yeah.
a lot.
That's one of my favorite matches.
I think it's a
I'm not gonna lie.
match. I just, after watching Beyond the Mat, and I'm like, oh shit. Yeah.
How many of those chair shots do you think it took before Mick Foley could only like smell and comprehend the color purple?
I mean, I think the real question is, would he have been so in love with Melena if he didn't have those chair shots?
Oh my god, dude, those That last one was so unnecessary. Like the hard one to the back of the head. Fuck, man.
It's just
As somebody who's had concussions, like I didn't mean to cut you off, Freem. Go on.
no, it just hurts thinking about it. That's all.
Well, I'm sure it hurts Mick Foley to think in general at
Yeah.
this point. And like the thing to Ray's point about Beyond the Mat, which I have the Blu-ray release of from I think it was Imprint Films in Australia. I really need to sit down and watch that. Like you see his kids in the crowd, and Mick's like, "You have to kill me," and then Rocky's like, "All right, you're handcuffed. Here's about 6 more." Like, you know what Rocky should have done? He should have went over and healed on the kids before their mom took them away. He should have like just pointed at Dewey, all fucking crazy eyed shit.
To this day, I'm curious, like, what was like, because I know he always talks about it was supposed to be like 5 chair shots, right? But like, how would that have worked? Like, the match doesn't really make sense if you only do 5 chair shots. Like, how do you?
You know, it has to be like the 11 or whatever it is at the end.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you understand, Mick. We need Rock to give you unmistakable, like, restaurant quality CTE because he needed to be the biggest heel in the world for fucking Steve to kill at Mania.
Yeah.
And then that match kind of sucks. The rematch doesn't, though, at Backlash. That's a great match.
I don't remember that Mania match.
The Mania one's the one where Austin has like the merch shirt on because he was going through a divorce and he only had the merch shirt. He forgot his vest at home or whatever the fuck.
Right.
Steve Austin's not a great guy, and I'm being polite when I say that, but he is one of my all-time favorites.
I want to believe he's a better man nowadays than he was. But
I would imagine.
He seems
He
nice enough to his
doesn't.
podcast, and I know that's a very lazy way of looking at things, but
He doesn't post anything explicitly that makes me think he's a fucking dumbass like some of his contemporaries. I'm looking at you, Mark Calloway. Oh, have I explained my new Kane theory to people? Just 'cause I think it's funny to do shit like this. So I the current Glenn Jacobs, that's the second Kane. When he goes away and he comes back with the new half mask, that's a different guy. We need to spread this narrative like how people used to think there were 2 Ultimate Warriors or 3 or however many. We need to do that with Kane, just because I think it's funny.
where is the original Kane?
But also, huh?
Where is the original Kane?
Oh, he was well, see, I haven't figured out the lore to that extent yet. Because you can't do the Ultimate Warrior, the fucking. I can't say the suit cut off his circulation and he fucking died, especially because like he was in a tank top by the end. Oh no, you know what? I have a perfect explanation. He became the Wall in WCW. Now don't question that the Wall was around long before that Kane goes away, long after WCW was gone.
So wildly different body types.
Yeah, but that's all AI
different
generated.
heights as well. I can't remember how tall the Wall was.
Like 6'8", I think.
Shout out WCW.
Build 6'8".
The best thing to do with a German stable was calling them Berlin and Wall.
Fuck.
Can you imagine it's the Wall up there, brother, but it's Kane?
I mean, the idea of like a universe where he ended up leaving and then joining WCW, and like I can't even think what character they would have made him.
He would have been in the NWO as Glenn Jacobs, bro.
Oh, God, I mean, you've got to.
It would have been him and Crush.
Yeah.
God, what if Kane was the disciple?
Like part of the OWF.
Holy shit.
I'm just fucking around now. Like, what if Kane was Wrath?
I mean, Wrath was a thing. Like, I didn't realize as a kid that was the same person I'd been watching in WWF years before. I'd never made that connection at all.
I remember my cousins
Realized
had
it's like,
friends
oh,
that
it's
had the
fucking
internet.
Brutus Beefcake. Like, that took me ages to realize as well.
I remember my cousin telling me that in like '98, and I didn't believe it until I got the internet.
Yeah, like, he just looks nothing like him. Like, I know it's the same guy. I know it's the beard, you know, the lack of hedge clippers apparently is enough to confuse my brain.
He's doing the stunner.
Yeah.
He's dressed like what you would draw if you drew Diamond Dallas Page from memory, kind of.
On the stunner note, why does Disco have the finish he does in Revenge? He never used that move.
I got to
He's
be
using
honest,
a
I've played
stunner.
as Disco Inferno like twice my entire life in Revenge. I have no clue what his finish is.
It's like the front face. It's like the stunner, but you're forward facing. It's like a jawbreaker-ish kind of thing. And I swear,
Like the
he
old
looked...
Shane Douglas move?
Yes, effectively, yeah. I don't know why he was given that, because I don't remember him ever using it on television.
Yeah, I don't know. I also just try
Why does
to
Parker have the
forget
Tiger
Disco
Drive?
Inferno exists.
Why does Parker have the Tiger Drive in 91 as his finish? Many questions.
That's a question I keep hearing all the time, but I also have no real recollection.
Well, you see, it's because the WCW La Parka is Mitsuharu Misawa.
No,
The
it's
original La
DDP.
Parka stayed behind in Mexico, and he became LA Park after years of hiding and seclusion after being embarrassed by all the things that happened to the character he portrayed in WCW. I'm completely sober saying this. I just want you to know
Yeah.
that.
It's not completely impossible, the idea that fucking WCW would bring in Misawa and then decide, you know what's a good idea? Mask up that boy. He famously loved it as Tiger Mask too. So let's do it again.
Speaking of Tiger Mask 2, one of the most disappointing things I remember as a fan was finding out that he wrestled Bret Hart,
Yeah.
and then the match kind of sucked.
I think I asked this in one of our shared Discord the other day. Like, I've never really seen any what I would call standout Tiger Mask 2 matches. Like, he clearly...
Oh, he has one with Steamboat that's like awesome.
It just didn't seem like his heart was in it. Like, and it's funny because he obviously kept using all the Tiger moves afterwards. And there's got to be people out there that like have seen dozens of Masawa matches and never made the connections. Like, God, that man loves Tiger Drivers. Where'd that come from? And
He has at least one with Dynamite Kid that's pretty neat. And I think he, not that I agree with the rating, but there's one with him and Kuniaki Kobayashi that got 5 from Meltzer.
yeah, I remember someone. I can't remember what someone told me to watch that one, so I will watch that one. I like
The Steamboat match I would absolutely recommend. It's like it's the best Tiger Mask 2 match. It's from like the spring of '89.
Similarly, I've never seen a good Tiger Mask 4 match. He's been doing the.
Oh, he's in the
so
10-10-96 tag. The These Days main event, he's in that, and he's really good in that too. But like big singles matches, yeah, I'm sure he has one where like Minoru Tanaka blessed him with like a 3 3/4 star, like here's the best match you're ever gonna have, kind of thing.
Yeah.
That tag at These Days though, he gets in the ring with Taka, Tiger Mask 4, and he's wearing like the Tiger Mask stuff, and he moves exactly like Sayama in that match. And it's so weird because the first time I watched it, I was like, it's fucking weird seeing Sayama in the ring with Taka. And then I was like, oh, no, that's Tiger Mask 4. What the fuck? Where was this guy all those years?
I'm curious if they're going to do a 5. I know technically, like, Ibushi was 5 for a little bit, but I'm curious where they go now or if they just let it die.
Wasn't Minoaman 5? Like, Ibushi was Tiger Mask W from the anime.
It was W, not V. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, it was W.
Yeah.
I think Manoa like did it briefly, but not for any decent length of time.
And I know there's like a Tiger girl that was trained by Sayama, or at least endorsed by Sayama. I have no clue if she's any good. I would imagine. Just being endorsed by Sayama, you'd have to be. I mean, Tiger Mask 4 was endorsed by him. He was good for a little bit, so I'd have to imagine.
I was going to say, like, I don't think that's necessarily a sign of. Apparently, there is a Tiger Mask 7, which I did not know.
I know Nosawa was Black Tiger at one point, and he might be the worst wrestler to ever portray Black Tiger. He has to be easily, right? Because
it was Rollerball, then it was Eddie, then it was
Silver King, and then Rocky Romero.
I always forget Rocky was the Tiger Mask. Black Tiger, sorry.
I mean, Eddie's my favorite of the four.
I think I'm biased growing up in World of Sport, but Rollerball's my favorite.
Oh, Rollerball would be number 2. I like Eddie more than I like a lot of wrestlers. There's a Rollerball Black Tiger and Jushin Liger European Rounds match in like '89 that's fucking awesome. Does Rollerball like Black Tiger? He's the Black Tiger in like the Legends stable or whatever the fuck in like all the old Fire Pro games, right? That's clearly not Eddie. Eddie would be in the contemporary New roster.
Yeah.
I was about to get smooth brain and be like, have we ever got Rollerball Black Tiger in a Fire Pro game? And I was like, oh no, wait, no, he's in like all of them. Did you ever hear that Finley was originally considered for Black Tiger too? They went with Eddie.
I mean, honestly, I think that would make sense to go like as a contrast against the high flying stuff, just to have Finley just dragging you down and beating you. I think that would actually work pretty well.
Yeah, Finley was great. One of my favorite guys in Revenge too, Finley.
Yeah, I was like, because I think he's the only guy in the game, and I might be wrong. Maybe Dean's got it too, but like he has the sled pin, which is amazing because when you beat people with it, they do their like incredibly embarrassed face of, "Oh my god, I can't believe I lost this way," and I fucking love that.
I wish we could have got Regal in Revenge. I think more than like Flair, honestly, like Regal's the omission that I'm saddest about in that game because there's so many guys I would just like to pair him against in that game. And I know he's in Virtual Pro 64 and World Tour, and like believe me, I've done the Regal Dream Match Gauntlet in Virtual Pro 64 more times than I can count. I just like that. One, he would have looked better in Revenge, and two, like there's all those guys. Like Nagata is not in Virtual Pro 64. At least that version of Nagata is. And Laparca certainly isn't either. Although I wish.
That must have was that around the time he got fired for the Goldberg
getting shitty with Big Bill. Yeah.
Yeah.
And speaking of, Goldberg's a lot of fun to use in Revenge.
Oh yeah, he's fun as hell.
I kind of to this day still wish he would have had a more like they could have created a model that was a little more accurate to how he looked, but like that's like such a weird minor like nitpick. His face is also really funny in that game.
Yeah, it's all scrunched up and everything.
Yeah. Hey Freem, what are your thoughts on WCW NWO Thunder?
Haven't really played it. I just know that it's got some wacky stuff in it and isn't really like gameplay wise that quote unquote good, but again, I haven't played it, so I haven't really formed a proper opinion of it.
We need you to play it and come back on the show and talk about it.
It's fun. It's not necessarily good, but it's fun, certainly.
Yeah, like you can change everybody's like faction allegiances and stuff. So if you want everybody in the game to be in the Four Horsemen, you can do it. And it
the 400 horsemen.
Basically doesn't, huh?
The 400 horsemen.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not that many people in the game, but still.
There's a shit ton though.
Yeah.
Yeah. You might be able to get to like. No, but you might be able to get close to the 100 horsemen.
Wow. Shit.
Yeah, there's like 70-ish characters in that game, and some of them are just like giant ants and shit. I wish we could have gotten a meeting of the minds with Inland Productions and Aki, because imagine Revenge with like the level of just stupid fucking unlockables that like Thunder had.
That would be crazy.
You unlock Gorilla and he has like the Jumbo Saruta moveset instead of it being Dr. Frank or whatever.
That sounds great. Let's have that happen.
The disco arena where every taunt is automatically the YMCA dance because somebody at Inland thought that was funny and they were fucking right.
I was gonna say correct. So-
Yep.
Do you know how many matches in those games I cheesed like a count out win by just throwing my opponent to the outside and doing the YMCA taunt over and over again?
Yeah, the fact that like it automatically makes everyone else join in is such a good bit. Like, in real life, if someone starts doing the YMCA, how can you not join in? It's I really fucking
Yeah, no,
hate
they were
I've
onto
been-
something.
It's been taken over by, and I don't like that. It's no longer just a wonderful symbol of gay happy dancing. It's now
Can I
unfortunately
actually
associated
physically
with
do the
shit.
YMCA dance anymore? Hold on. Y and yeah, I still have the torso movement required to do the C.
I was gonna say, are you okay? Like, how broken do you have to be to not be able to do the Y?
I don't know. I have because you kind of gotta like lean or whatever. But I guess if I can do the NWO point like I do to my coworkers that are all way younger than me, they don't understand what the fuck I'm doing. I can still
like
do the C part of the
Scott Hall
YMCA dance.
type.
Yeah. Yeah. Like multiple times over the 7-day stretch I did, somebody was like, "Hey, do you know who has this?" And I would just fucking like the full wind up and everything. And when you're doing that with people that were born in the 2000s, it's fucking hilarious because they just look at you like could just like been like, "Yeah, she's got it." But you don't understand. I watched WCW Monday Nitro. I have to do this the way Scott Hall would have done it.
What's a WCW? What's a Nitro? And what's a Scott Hall?
Oh, buddy.
I one time explained to my assistant manager who was born 5 months after we invaded Iraq. We were like packing orders and I'm like, you probably wonder what led me to this point in my life. And she was like, yeah, kinda. And I was like, well, in 2001, there was a silly little thing called WWF buying out WCW. And then she looked at me and was like, I'm glad you're not blaming it on 9/11. And I'm like, oh no, that happened a little later.
Yeah. Oy.
Because that's my thing. These kids that were born in like 2004, or now there are people I work with that were born after the Chris Benoit thing, and that how the fuck how are people like working age that were born after that? 2007 was not 18 years ago, bro. You cannot convince me of this. I'm not old. Oh, just don't.
Someone that was born the same day, and then that could be all reincarnated.
I'm gonna start asking my coworkers that were born in 07, like, hey, what day were you born? And if I hear June 25th, I'm just gonna say close enough. Welcome back, Chris Benoit. And I'm not gonna explain it. And I'm just gonna hope that I'm not right about the reincarnation at that point. Because there's a lot of things you can be right about, and it's like, whatever. You can't be right about that. You can't brag about being right about it.
If you start seeing them do like 500 Hindu squats in the break room, you need to start really freaking out.
God, that guy was so fucking whacked.
Fuck.
I stocked freight in the wrong spot, and they just go over to they go over by the air fryers and just start doing Hindus. That's such a I've listened to that lapsed fan thing about the Benoit tragedy, and they both point out that's just such a weird fucking mentality. Like, where did he get that from? Was it Choshu in the dojo?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I think he's just inherently that weird. I like the editor. I'm assuming he got it from somewhere. Obviously, I just don't
all
know.
of this to say what he did was unforgivable and terrible, and fuck him for it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I almost feel like it's not worth mentioning at this point. Like, yeah, he's a piece of shit, and rest in peace to Nancy and his son. Fuck. Who's I was going to say David, but no, David is his son that's still with us.
Daniel.
Thank you. And yeah, which I slight care, but I feel gets kind of forgotten over time that like Nancy was an incredible performer and amazing worker in her own right, and I kind of hate that now she's only just remembered as just
As the victim in a double
yeah,
murder
exactly.
suicide.
Yeah, exactly. Which is such an unfortunate legacy to have. Like, I always like when I see her sister talking about it without ever mentioning him, because because you shouldn't.
Yeah, I don't blame I think her name's Sandra. I don't blame her at all for not mentioning Chris. I wish one of these like figure companies or even one of these fucking independent game companies could strike a deal to get her.
Yeah.
Like I know that you'd have the obvious idiots in the comments like make Chris like
Oh yeah, give us a Chris
I'll
and Nancy
take
2-pack. Fucking Bowflex.
No.
Fuck off.
Oh god. I went to a friend's house a few months after that and his big brother had a Bowflex in the basement and I started laughing. I know he
I
didn't
feel
actually
honest.
do the deal
I had
on
to
a
look it up.
Bowflex.
Yeah.
It was like a lat pull down machine, but like I saw the Bowflex and I just fucking I was like inconsolable. I was laughing so hard.
What the hell are you laughing about? It's like, you don't want to know. I promise you. So,
Oh no, my friend knew because he was a wrestling fan, but his like mom was home at the time and we had to kind of explain to her what happened and then she was like, why does he think it's funny? And I was like, this stubby little fucker, bro. He hung himself from a Bowflex. Then you find out it wasn't a Bowflex.
Ah,
is this like a Jamestown thing where it was actually Flavor Red?
He was it's weird that it's been so long because a lot of the memories of that week are like still fresh in my brain. And
I just
I
remember
still
it
see
being
like oh god.
Kevin Nash's finest moment, like when you could tell that like people on news channels were baffled that a pro wrestler could be eloquent and explain themselves.
Well, because you look at the evidence of all the other fucking weirdos they had on at the time.
Yeah.
Like, goddamn, man.
I want to say Foley did some as well, and Foley portrayed himself very well as well.
I remember Finley arguing with Mark Marrow. Freem, did you watch any of this coverage? Any of this fucking bullshit?
I don't think so. No.
Oh my god, it was a time to be alive, brother. That was just fucking stupid shit, man. Like every day it was like another wrestler just making an ass out of themselves on CNN trying to I'm convinced a lot of it was like dudes trying to get like hired by the Fed. Like, see, I defended you guys
It's like in
or
Stevie
whatever the
Richards
fuck.
nowadays.
God, I hate that YouTube channel.
I hate it because he
And
used to be good until he started doing the Fed grift. Like his first few videos are like genuinely quite insightful and interesting to hear about the inner workings and like the psychology, of lack of a better term, of wrestling. And then he realized there is money in sucking up to the Fed, and here we are. So.
I genuinely think because the guy does the Dutch Mantel podcast too. I genuinely think the videos are just the fucking dumbass host giving people their talking points. Because like, why the fuck is Dutch Mantel talking about the AEW video game?
Yeah, there's no like.
What insight could he possibly fucking have?
The last video game he played was fucking Custer's Revenge. Like he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. So.
Oh my god.
Holy
I
shit.
recently showed a friend who had never seen it the AVGN Atari games episode. And it is one of the funniest goddamn things you'll ever see in your life. I don't know how that's still on YouTube at all. But it's It's so weird seeing like Dutch Mantel being fucking asked about this shit. Cause like, what does he know? And what would he fucking care?
I get my main issue with a lot of this journalism nowadays is nobody ever pushes back on anyone. Like, if anyone would just said like, all right, Dutch, let's go sit down. Can you please turn on AEW Fight Forever and get us to a match? And just watch how long that takes him to do. Like, there is no way he's ever played that game. There is no way he doesn't own a fucking console that can play that game. There is no universe he has ever played that game. And people just take it as fact because they want to hate anything AEW. And, like, just push back. Ask a question. Like, hey, like, what's your issue? Like, what didn't you like about it? Like, have you ever played this game? Simple questions that I feel people should be asking.
And like,
No.
I know Stevie did like a worst wrestling games list, and I guess Fight Forever was on it. And like,
I could believe Stevie played
there's
it because wasn't he famously like a Fire Pro guy in the back in like the 90s as well? Like,
Yeah.
Stevie, I could 100% buy plays video games. Fucking Dutch Mantel, there's no universe. Like, the slurs he would call people that played video games would be numerous. There is no universe he has played that fucking game.
No, and like, it's
If
just
you
an
ran into
obvious
Johnny
grift.
Gargano in the back, he would be fired on the spot for what he says to him. All I'm going to say.
Do you remember when Johnny Gargano, when he was in his first WWE game, he made that post about all the wrestling games he played? And it was like, oh, I had In Your House on the Sega Saturn, parentheses. Remember the Sega Saturn? Haha, guys, look at me. I'm a nerd. And Phil Parent quoted it with like, hey, Johnny, have you ever played any wrestling games that weren't WWE?
Reply.
No, Gargano did not reply. I do remember he blocked me once when I told him he was a shitty fucking wrestler. And I stand by that because why are you slapping your thigh on goddamn chops? They already make noise, buddy.
So the idea of fucking like AJ Styles going up to the back afterwards and just handing him one of his 23 copies of BPW2. Try this one. I think I like it. I still want to know.
It's such a weird thing that that's like AJ's favorite wrestling game too, because who fucking showed him that?
I don't know, but he talks about it all the time as well. I love that, like, it's his ride or die. Like, he really fucking loves it. Like, I want to know
'Cause
how
I
much he's
remember-
played of it. Like, has he, unlocked any of the some really niche unlockables that you would never possibly know about without a guide? Like, was he printing shit up game facts to figure out how to get specific unlockables? Have you got all the belts?
I would be so freaking curious to just sit down with AJ Styles and just talk to him about that one game.
Yeah.
Like, who handed you this game? When did you discover it? Was it by any chance because you were friends with Samoa Joe?
There's a not unlikely chance it was Eddie Kingston.
Maybe, but I don't know that AJ would have been on the same. I mean, I guess he works IWA with Eddie Kingston in like 04.
I just imagine like they're in the back one day and like Eddie's playing it with someone and AJ walks in. It's like, what the hell? Like, because I could assume he'd probably have played Revenge and what have you at that point. And I've never heard him talk about Fire Pro. It'd be interesting to know if he's a Fire Pro guy.
I know that when he got brought on for PWX, he was a big fan of Virtual Pro 2. And that was in like 03. I don't know. But also those Aki games were a really big deal to like certain indie guys like BJ Whitmer, that fucking piece of shit took like his whole a lot of those HWA guys honestly took like their whole in-ring identity from like the Aki games. Love Nigel McGuinness to death, but people called him a No Mercy wrestler for the longest time. And that's not even an insult in Nigel's case. Nigel's one of the best ever. You're never gonna hear me say a bad word about Nigel. But there were a lot of guys from that like HWA group that like, oh yeah, no, I know who you were playing as in those fucking Aki games. You're not fooling me.
It does beg the question, like, how many people like got their movesets from the games versus like actually watching 90s All Japan.
Oh, there's like a whole generation of guys that took all their shit from like Super Fire Pro X Premium and Fire Pro G.
There's
Because
definitely going to be someone
I know
out
it's
there that used like the fucking Gonzo bomb or something and has never actually seen the match where it happens.
100% that's happened. Because I remember Quack describing his crop of Northeast Indie guys as that whole Fire Pro generation. And Excalibur cited Fire Pro for being like a huge influence on like the era of independent wrestling that he was part of.
I'm kind of surprised no indie promotion has ever like filmed a show with Fire Pro angle. That feels like a gimmick that somebody would have done at some point.
God, I wish so. That's like incredibly big brain shit.
Every match, every move starts with the lockup and then 2 seconds until you figure out who's got the timing right.
Shout outs to the Fire Pro World teaser with the two K Dojo guys in Chiba Bluefield.
Yeah.
That was a magical reveal.
That feels
But yeah, I don't
real to me to this day that we haven't got that. So I'm very happy.
I'm glad we got Fire Pro World, don't get me wrong, and I'm also glad we got the Takayama DLC
3 of them.
a couple of months ago. Yeah. Yeah, I was more specifically like the one that we just got that had the new like head mold for or head model for him and everything. Like I genuinely thought we were done getting Fire Pro content, and then Matsumoto's like, I got one more for you, motherfuckers.
It's like
And
UWF or like era Takayama, which also inspired me to put it in the Pride mod because I've been meaning to put in the fucking coattail from WM2K forever. So I finally got around to doing that. So I'll be represented.
It's also just crazy to me that he's like he's so well represented and he's not the exact same. Like I thought those two DLC Takayamas were just Fire Pro Returns Takayama, but no, like the new one's moveset is pretty different from Fire Pro R, and it's also different in terms of moves and how they're arranged from the previous DLC too.
Yeah, it's much appreciated the differing eras. That's why I appreciate like the uploads from like Phil Parent and DJ Cam and stuff of all the different eras of Fire Pro for the different guys, because you know you don't want fucking 96 Masawa to be doing the Emerald Frozen and stuff like that. Like it's just nice to be able to play in different eras and do things as they would have happened.
I love the Fire Pro anthology that Phil Parent put out. I love having the Fire Pro G defaults and the 6-man scramble defaults. I love that he's tried to convert the edit guide characters like Billy Robinson, who obviously never makes it officially into Fire Pro. I think Vern Gagne might be in one of those guides too. I think he's in the Fire Pro 3 guide now that I think about it. And just the amount of fucking work, and we almost had Phil on the show once, and then he kind of ghosted me when I asked him like, hey, when do you want to do it? We've never been able to kind of get that sorted out since, because I was going to talk to him a lot about that, because I contributed some edits to the original the 2017, like when everybody was, here's the most recent version of this character, the Inoki that was on Workshop. I know it shocks everybody listening to this. Was mine. There's he also credits my shoot name, which that's whatever. I don't care. I did like Takata, Luthez, I think. I did Destroyer. And somebody commented on the Inoki with, why is he 290 whatever points? And I was just like, because that's what he is in the game.
Yeah, like it's fucking Inoki. What else is he going to be?
I mean,
like
that checks out.
He's one of the few people in, well, maybe not few, but one of the people in VPW too that like you can't recreate because his points break the scale that they themselves put in the game.
It's fascinating that he, in terms of like point totals and shit, is like he's kind of the one like in Fire Pro also, like highest point total of any of the default characters. And it shows you who the fuck they thought the guy was. It's Big Chin Man. Which is crazy because all the people on Reddit for years have told me Big Chin Man was bad and did not contribute anything to pro wrestling. But the joke here is that people on Reddit are very stupid. And Big Chin
The
Man the
prevailing
goat.
wisdom for years, like about Inokiism, for lack of a better term, is just stupid. Like, I like watching that way more than I like watching anything on TV nowadays. So don't get me wrong, I think he made some fucking bad decisions putting his stars in there with Street Fighters that then killed them. But he was doing what he had to do with Pride, especially, and MMA taking off to keep contemporary and with the times.
Not all of that is Inoki though. Some of that is Fumihiko Iwai, which is a name nobody's gonna know because it's not an attractive name to put in like the narrative. But Inoki wanted to do that shit because he did it in the 70s, obviously. But like a lot of the let's bring a shoot fighter in, let's bring Bob Sapp in and give him the belt. That's not purely Inoki. That was also a little bit of Fumihiko Iwai, who split to make Big Mouth Loud, which they marketed as real New Japan, and yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's such a weirdly misunderstood and like unfairly maligned era of pro wrestling because like there's so much good shit that happens in like 02, 03, 04 New Japan, especially 04. But you have all the stuff like Fujita never wanting to do a clean job, so he puts Kensuke in a choke and chokes him out, but his shoulders are on the mat, so Kensuke wins the belt when Fujita gets counted for a pin, and Fujita just stands up and walks away like, I don't fucking care. Like, that stuff sucks.
Yeah.
But he almost ran Nakamura out of wrestling, so if only he ran Tanahashi out too, now that I'm thinking of it. But I wish we could have gotten an Aki game during that like early 2000s period, like on the PlayStation 2, like the weird world where like All Star Pro Wrestling 3 is actually Virtual Pro Wrestling 3, like that roster. God, if Square could have just brought Aki on board, man.
I know we will never know, but I'm still curious to this day how, like, if they had a like multi-game deal with All Japan or anything, like, would they have to do another All Japan game, which is just like what Kawada and I guess like a couple of the Gaijins, or would they have gone with Noah? Like, could they have contractually not done an All Japan game? I'm very curious how that would have worked.
Well, remember when Giant Gram comes out, it has the Noah logo on the back of the jewel case.
Yeah.
It's very tiny, but
It's there.
I firmly believe if there was a third Virtual Pro game, 100%, if it's licensed with anybody, it's New Japan or Noah. Probably both, honestly. I don't see. You know what though? There's a universe. There's an argument to be made where if this hypothetical game was announced in 01 for like an early 02 launch, it's entirely plausible that it ends up being a New Japan All Japan game.
They have ended up
like
doing like they did with King of Colosseum, and you'll have like a red and green version of VPW3 that you can combine together.
I still think that's one of the weirdest gimmicks that like we have two promotions here, and the other version is the two promotions they don't want us to fucking work with. But all of the data from everybody is going to be on the discs, because why the fuck not? And then, a year and a half after the green disc comes out, we're going to put out a game with all the companies in it anyway.
Very odd. It's the Sonic 3 and Knuckles of wrestling games. It's a very, very odd setup. Like,
and I've always
working of them. Why would you sign off with the idea that you can combine the rosters if you buy both? Like, it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a stupid fucking thing. And I mean, I love KOC Red and Green. I think graphically they do some things better than 2. Like, I think Hurricane Hall looks way, way better in Red and Green than it does in 2.
I was going to specifically say better. Yeah, like the arenas in general, I think look better.
I do too.
Timing is slightly off compared to not off, just different compared to KOC 2. So I basically have to.
It's much closer to Soul of Champion.
Yeah, I have to basically just decide I'm going to play one of them for several months to get the timing right, and then maybe occasionally go back and forth. Because if I try and play them both in the same day or even the same week, I'm fucking terrible at one of them because my muscle memory is going for the other one.
It's very jarring, yeah. I've always wondered, like, if we could have gotten the hypothetical third game, or if Spike released the pro wrestling game that was on like a bunch of release calendars in 0506. Like, what the fuck was that game going to be? Was it going to be Fire Pro DS? Was it going to be King of Colosseum DS? Was it going to be something else entirely? If so, what?
Me a hustle game with a bunch of games like Fight Forever. Be great.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we could have got Takada's La Esperanza and Monster Bono and all that fucking bullshit.
Yup, would have been great. Have Muta
I
impregnate
wish
people
we.
with his mist.
What a silly wrestling company that was. That's the best word for it.
I mean,
I
Dancing
wish we could have
Kawada,
seen
what more
Kawada
could
versus
people ask
Goldberg.
for? Yeah. I never actually know. I know
Like,
he ended up facing Mick, and I love that match. I don't know why Goldberg pulled out. I've never really known.
oh, he got hurt.
Oh, okay.
I was poking through my 04 observers because I have every issue except the one covering Eddie's title win because I sent that to my friend in Texas. Because I was like, hey, I have the 04 observers. Do you want the one that covers No Way Out 04? And he was like, yeah, sure. What do you want for it? And I was like, I'm just going to send it to you. It's fine. I don't care. But apparently the idea was that they were going to do hustle shows on either pay-per-view or on DVD in the States, which is why they brought in the Outsiders and they brought in Goldberg. They were going to try to break into the Western market, and it's Dave's reporting, so it's Dave's reporting about Japanese stuff that he doesn't like. So I don't know how accurate this is, but they were papering the shit out of those shows, and the TV ratings were not great. So it wasn't actually working in Japan. I guess the idea was Pride does well on DVD sales in the States, even though the pay-per-views don't do great in the States. Like, we can maybe make a go of this, and then we never get a single Hustle DVD in the US.
Yeah, that was the plan. I mean, I'm trying to think if it would have done well. I don't know. They like their sports entertainment. I think at least part of it is missed. Like, I think half the fun of Hustle is like these guys are serious guys and they're doing other stuff. And if you don't have the background of knowing Takada or Kawada and then seeing them doing these new gimmicks, I don't know how much of that is lost on an audience or if it's still enjoyable regardless. Because
Yeah, I don't know how well it would. I probably would have. I can say with all confidence, I probably would have hit up Sam Goody to get a couple of them.
I definitely would have too,
Because
but we're the target market. With like a normal, for lack of a better term, like guy on the street, like watching his first Hustle match or show, be like, get it?
no, absolutely not. No, like regular people would not have been on board with Hustle. I don't think.
In my imaginary world here, and I don't know why, I'm also for some reason imagining it's like Pride, it's Boss Roach commentating it.
I think he mentions in the Observer specifically that it was Morrow and Boss commentating the show.
Oh, I mean, I'd watch the show. My favorite is still fucking playing Barfoot and not knowing who Super Mario is. During the Sakuraba Mario entrance, so he starts like singing the YMCA because he thinks he's just like a cowboy from the YMCA video. Like, how do you not know? Like, I don't know.
Well, Boss is from like the Netherlands. I don't know if they actually. I don't know if Nintendo had like a strong foothold there at that point.
I really don't know.
And also, Boss was too busy filming self-defense videos to know what Nintendo was.
If you need to know how to take a knife and deal with it, he's right there. So
He's telling me that about my wife. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm gonna break your leg.
Dang it, dang it, dang.
It's one of the most quotable things that has ever existed in the entire history of humanity.
God, he's the best.
Create distance and grab a chair.
I love that he just plays the young version of himself in this smacking machine. And like, there's no like kind of pretense to try and age him down while fucking Rocky's in his like Frankenstein-esque face piece and makeup to make him try and look like Mark Kerr, which he doesn't in any way. And Bars is just 60-year-old Bars, like trying to pretend it's somebody who's 20. It's fucking incredible.
I still need to see that movie. I know at points we've discussed it. It does, and I kind of figured it from the trailer. It basically is just like, let's do the documentary, but as an actual movie.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth watching. Again, the target audience is very much us, so I'm not surprised it didn't do well. Like, it's like the vast majority of people don't know who Mark Kerr is. So,
And that's really a failure of like the UFC because they do have basically his entire career. They own the
I thought
footage.
you were going to say the US school system. But no, UFC.
Well,
Maybe.
if I were the head of education, we probably would have a fucking class dedicated to the roided up headbutt era of MMA. I'm just saying. Imagine you sit down for science class and you've got to watch Mark Kerr's UFC debut. That sounds like a way cooler science class than fucking learning about earthworms. Although that is kind of cool too.
Steroids. Make the national anthem the Pride FC theme. It'd be great.
Oh yeah, no. If I was put me in charge of education, we're playing the Pride theme as the intermission music between classes. When the final bell for the school day rings, you get the Pride victory theme.
Why does it all go so hard? Like the fucking UWFI theme is so fucking hard as well. Like,
Yeah.
oh good.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's like big time. Just I gotta get some shit done, so I'm playing some music as a soundtrack as I walk to get the shit done. That's a great song.
I'm so
Shout out
annoyed at no
to
point.
Kazuo Yamazaki. Just, I'm sorry.
Didn't play the Pride theme at all in this Smashing Machine, and it really annoyed me. I was hoping at some point they were going to use it, and alas, no.
I'm kind of shocked they didn't. Well, it might be a rights thing, but also they're using the fucking Pride name and shit.
I was
So
gonna say, like the Pride logo is all over the place during the GP. Like, and I don't know why.
I also think some of the casting is really inspired, like Usyk as fucking Igor Vovchanchin. That's
that
big
is very
brain.
good casting. Yeah, I did appreciate that one. That is very good casting. And you have
I haven't seen
Vader as Mark
the
Coleman.
guy who plays
because they don't even try and make him like
especially
him at
because
all. Like,
yeah, it's just Ryan Bader. He didn't look like fucking Mark Coleman.
like all of the prosthetics budget just went on Dwayne, and there's like, fuck it, we can figure out the rest.
They could have cast me. I look more like Mark Coleman than Ryan Bader does, and I look shit like Mark Coleman.
Who just fucking cast Mark Coleman? They do it with bars. Who cares?
Well, wasn't that movie filmed after he saved his parents from the burning house and he was having all the health issues?
I mean, not that I think they would have cast him anyway, but yeah, I think that is right. Yeah.
Mark Coleman fucking ruled. That's also something they don't tell you in the U.S. school system anymore. Was Mark Coleman was the fucking man. That guy did more steroids than it would require to kill all three people recording this segment of this podcast right now. And honestly, that's just there's no punchline. I just think it's really cool that he did that many steroids. He was a good pro wrestler too. From the
I was
few
going to say
matches he had.
he was really good in Hustle as well. So
There's a match. I think it's him and Kerr against Nagata and Izuka from the 2000 Inoki Bombaye show. That match is really good. Mark Kerr's another guy. Like when he started to lose his ability to be a real fighter, he should have just fucking, hey, New Japan, I don't know how much you want to pay me, but I'll take it.
Yeah,
because like IWGP title challenger Mark Kerr would have been a fucking hoot. And also, he wanted to be a pro wrestler as a kid anyway, so. And he could have done all the steroids he wanted in New Japan. They didn't give a shit.
And clearly, UFC and Pride didn't care at that point either. So I don't know when UFC started like coming down a bit, but there was no way in like his early UFC matches that he is not on something. So
I think it was a concession when they started actually trying to get regulated.
where the Just
Like when they
Bleed
were
guy
trying
is
to.
just furious. This is not the sport I love.
I would love to know what the Just Bleed guy thinks of the current state of the UFC.
I would too. I mean, there's a not impossible chance he has a podcast talking about this kind of stuff.
Fuck, I wish. The
I mean, I've
Just
looked him up
Bleed
before.
podcast, I'd listen.
I think he's a lawyer somewhere, just a normal man. So
As normal as you can be, having been filmed with Just Bleed and a Nike swoosh on your body. Speaking of UFC, I did see they announced Charles Oliveira and Max Holloway are having a match for the fake BMF belt in March. That's going to be a hoot.
I always assumed that like somebody just watched ECW and saw the FCW belt and was like, yeah, we can do that. That was always my assumption and my takeaway as to how that started, but I don't know.
I mean, if Joe Silva was still involved, I'd believe it because he would write into the Wrestling Observer newsletter in the '90s. But that first Paramount Plus card has some really interesting shit on it. I think the idea of Gaethje and Paddy Pimblett being for the interim title is kind of wild because there is a non-zero chance Justin Gaethje does what Justin Gaethje does, and fucking Irish Owen Hart doesn't end up getting the fight with Taporia when he comes back. And also, can I just say, not for nothing, I'm not going to fight until like the late spring, early summer because I'm going through a divorce. You know who wouldn't have used that as an excuse? Chuck fucking Liddell.
He'd have wanted
That's
to
all
fight
I'm saying.
because he was going through a divorce.
Yeah. He would have been like, when do you need me? 6 weeks? Listen, man, I don't care. I have all this shit going on. You know what else I got? A fucking overhand right. I'll be there.
He just spends the
He didn't have
entire
much
match
more than that.
calling his opponent his wife's name while wailing on them.
Oh god, Chuck Liddell is he's the fucking man. Honestly, that shit he would do where he would like run backwards with his arms all like out. He's like, that shit was so funny to me. I was at a friend's house when UFC Undisputed '09 came out, and I was playing as Chuck Liddell. I don't remember why, but
Fun.
I beat him like a big like third round knockout, like a comeback out of nowhere because I'd been rocked a couple of times, and I did that around his basement after I won. I tripped too. I just want that to be noted because I was running backwards. Took a bump, rolled, got up, and did the shit again, just standing in place so I didn't want to fall again. I miss those UFC Undisputed games, man. Those are probably my favorite games Yuke's ever made, except maybe SmackDown Here Comes the Pain.
Undisputed 3 with the Pride mode is still unbeatable. I don't know why they don't do more with that license. Like, I know they put like a few things in. Like, I know they put in fucking.
They'll put the skins in, but they won't put the rules in.
Yeah.
And what I've
put in the terrorists suck Don Fry. That'd be interesting to know.
From what I've gathered, they don't put the Pride rules in because one, it's a bunch more shit they'd have to mocap and program, and also I guess people don't really use the Pride alter egos in the games. Which here's a thought: maybe don't lock them behind a fucking paywall.
Also, like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, no one's going to use them if you can't use them how they're supposed to be used. Like, if it's
like why
as opposed to like having the rules, then yeah.
Why do I have the ability to buy Pride Vanderlei Silva for $5 real fucking dollars? Why is that not just a thing I have in the game? You know what company probably wouldn't do that? 2K. They would just make them my faction alter egos.
I was going to say, you can find them on the island.
You would get like one Pride Vanderlei Silva, but it would be like 06 Vanderlei that got knocked out by Crow Cop, and you'd have to go grind in my faction to fucking get like Pride 13 Vanderlei, the one that fucking smoked Sakuraba the first time.
Also be in the form of an action figure.
God, yeah. Imagine if they put like Parapro Sakuraba in. That'd be fucking hilarious.
That would be incredible. I wouldn't complain about that. Sakuraba been in any of the UFC games? I'm trying to think.
He was a pre-order bonus for UFC 2, the EA Sports one. And you could use him in basically every fucking weight class, too.
I mean, that obviously tracks with his career. So that man never saw a fight he said no to.
I also remember he was rumored for EA Sports MMA in 2010, and he didn't end up making it into the game. And he was also heavily rumored for Undisputed 3, and people were I remember people were pissed he wasn't on that Pride roster. Like, oh, you got Rio Chonin so people can fucking have Anderson Silva knock him out, but you don't have Sakuraba?
I wonder if it's the thing they just didn't ask, or if Sakuraba just like gave them an insane price just to
Might have been a money
just to lose
thing.
himself.
Yeah.
Possible.
He would have made that a lot more. You know what's crazy though? That game, Undisputed 3, was the first one where you could use the in-game defaults in career mode, and I said, fuck it, I'm gonna do the funniest thing ever, and I'm gonna have Don Fry pull guard on everyone. Don Fry is winning these fights via triangle choke because I know somewhere in Arizona Don Fry was fucking infuriated by the idea of somebody making him a fucking jiu-jitsu guy.
I was gonna say, you just made Don Fry Gracie and just amuse yourself.
I got Undisputed 3 at midnight on launch day, and I played so fucking. By the way, that game came out the same day as Twisted Metal 2012, which was the real reason I was at Walmart at midnight. UFC 3 was just a bonus, and I played probably 15 to 20 times more of Undisputed 3 than I did of Twisted Metal. Which Twisted Metal 2012 is a good game, but I was fucking do a Pride Grand Prix. Who am I picking? Brock Lesnar. Why? Because I thought that shit was funny, and it was.
I mean,
You could run Brock versus Bob Sapp. Dude, like, if we could have took 09, like, UFC champion Brock and transported him back into, like, 03 Pride, you would have never heard shit from, you would never heard shit about Fedor. There would have been no Fedor running over everybody. Brock would have power doubled that motherfucker.
That is
hilarious.
A strong, bold claim.
Fedor, how do I put this? Brock Lesnar on the kind of shit those guys were on in Pride would have probably double-legged Fedor through the fucking mat. He might not have been able to do a whole lot once he got him there, but there's a strong chance. There's a strong chance he would have just hammer-fisted him 400 times, not done a whole lot of damage, and the fight would have gotten stopped. Because that's what Brock Lesnar did.
I see Brock against Hoist Gracie.
Brock would have mauled him. 100%. I mean, Mark Kerr was a better ground fighter than Brock Lesnar in his prime, and they were terrified of Mark Kerr.
Any Gracie's ever fight
Brock
Kerr?
was bigger. Huh?
Did any Gracie's ever fight Kerr? I'm trying to think.
No, he called them out, and they were all like, no, we don't want to fight you, Mr. Steroid Man. You want to fight us? We're just the little birthday guys. We don't want to fight you, Mr. Steroid Guy.
We're just a girl.
Because he called out Hoist and Hickson. Neither of them wanted to fight him, which I don't blame them.
Like, I wouldn't want to either.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you fucking seen Mark Kerr, I don't blame them. But I've always thought it was funny that like Hickson would give his comments on like current MMA in the late 2000s and was like, "Oh, I would beat Brock Lesnar." Cool. Go contact Sakaki Abara and see if he can make a deal with Dana White. Let's get that in the ring. Let's see how long that goes. And like Naoya Ogawa called Hickson out and he didn't want to do it. Sakuraba called him out. He didn't want to do it. I understand Hickson lost his son and that's obviously terrible. Fuck the Gracies though. But like, well, I'm always going to take every chance I can to throw that in. I don't care the context of it. Fuck that whole family. But
Yeah.
But like Sakuraba would have probably had the best chance of any of the Japanese fighters of actually beating Hickson, which is precisely why Hickson didn't want to fight him. I don't know that Naoya Ogawa would have done it.
Because that would have been interesting.
Oh god. I mean, there's always a chance Saku could have done something from the bottom, but I also think it's
the Mark freak win is his only chance. Not Mark.
Yeah, I like
Frank Merwin.
Yuji Shimada says fight. Brock takes 2 steps and immediately engages power double leg, and Sakuraba's just like, yeah, nope. This is my life right now. It would have been the ground equivalent of Bob Sapp and Kiyoshi Tamura, I think. You ever seen that? 19 seconds. Bob Sapp rushes him, hits him once. Tamura's corner fucking throws the towel in. Because what the fuck? We already got the paycheck. We don't need this to go any further. I think that's on the same show as Fry versus Takayama, too.
No, because every other match on that show is famously a draw. So that's one of the reasons they decided to just go out and beat the shit out of each other, because everything else went to a decision and the crowd started booing.
God bless them for that fight, also. Like, just the gentleman's agreement of let's walk into the middle of the ring and hockey clinch each other.
And now every pro wrestler has done a shitty version of it ever since.
Yeah, because we're now in the era of pro wrestling where people watched that fight as like a teenager or as a young adult. And listen, I like El Generico, Sami Zayn a lot. I've had my back and forths with my opinions of Kevin Steen. I have to blame them for being the ones that popularized that shit in pro wrestling, at least in the West.
Them. I know they usually call it a hockey fight instead, but it's clearly them to do it right,
Yeah. And I don't remember who Adam Cole was wrestling, but I remember he did that spot with somebody and he was literally just windmilling his arm. He wasn't even trying to throw punches. I'm pretty sure it was Adam Cole. It was somebody of that ilk, and I was just like, "You suck."
Gargano uses it a lot as well, and every time, like, come on, like, there's something to be said for knowing your limitations. And as much as I hate to give Paul Heyman credit for anything, like, he would not have been having fucking Johnny Gargano doing the Fry Takayama spot. It's like, that's not you. Stop it.
No. Oh, speaking of modern wrestling, AEW's in Columbus, 2 hours from where I'm currently standing. Moxley's wrestling Takeshita tonight. That shit wasn't announced until yesterday, and I'm sitting here not able to attend the show. Totally not in a shit mood about that after everything that's happened in the last fucking 4 weeks.
Part of the C2, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it is part of the T1 Climax. And I think we got Claudio and Mascara Dorada having a match tonight. Roddy Strong's wrestling Orange Cassidy. I do know people that are going to be there and they're never going to listen to this, but they happen to be people that 2 weeks ago told me they had plans for this weekend and they weren't going to be able to make it to the show. And then I see on their Instagram page, like 3 days ago, they post a story about how they got tickets. And I was like, motherfucker. And they were like, you want to go? And I was like, I'm broke. Thanks, though.
Fuck.
You know. Yeah, it's okay. People's tires deserve to get slashed. I'm kidding. Or am I? So what do you know what, Freem, we haven't had you on, and Ray, I don't think I've had you on since this. What do y'all think of the Aki trademark from Hyperfocus Games?
It's a whole bunch of nothing, really.
I mean, specifically insofar as like you have people that are like, "Oh, Aki is back, and this is the old Aki," and specifically around the time of the Acclaim showcase, like, can you imagine if Acclaim and Aki worked together? And it's like, I thought about that with Legends of Wrestling in 2002. Unfortunately, this is not the same Acclaim, and it's not the same Aki.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's a whole bunch of nothing, really. People just look into things and don't think too hard about it, I guess. Because, I don't know, a trademark's a trademark. Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, like they don't
That's
have
not
like
what I read on
Iwashida
Reddit.
or
They seem absolutely convinced that it means they are now the true successors to Aki.
well, Mike from Retromania thought he was the true successor to WrestleFest because he paid Arc System Works for the rights to call the game that and have characters from Matt Mania. What the fuck happened to that DLC, by the way? Where are the Matt Mania characters?
Question. They just put out DLC with, I think, the Rock. No, it wasn't Rock and Roll. It was someone, I forget.
Yeah. Rock and Roll's Demolition, Magnum TA, and Macho Man. Which, by the way, $10 for all of that, plus the character palette editor, too, which is kind of cool to have. But the AI is like totally busted now. So, shit happens.
Yeah.
Did either of you guys play Retromania Wrestling?
I mean, it plays like a Walmart version of WrestleFest. Like something just feels slightly off to me in a way I can't really explain.
I have not played
It's
it.
it weirdly feels like it plays more like we're trying to do the old arcade game, but also we're going to be really rigid about having the small, medium, heavy damage stuff from Fire Pro, but it's going to be tied to a meter on the screen.
Hmm.
So, like, if you don't have enough meter to do a medium damage grapple, you're just going to get the shit kicked out of you, which sucks. Oh, also, since I've got you both here, Freem, is Jikyo Power Pro Wrestling the first wrestling game that has like the limb damage selling? Because it predates like any of the Aki games.
I'm trying to think of what other game would even possibly have limb damage selling, and like I can't even think the Fire Pro games on PC Engine had that at any point. So that could be the first, but who knows? There could be some other obscure game we haven't looked into as much that has it. But yeah, I'd feel kind of safe saying it's the first.
What a weird it's an obscure Konami developed wrestling game. Also, shout outs to the person that commented on the YouTube video because I speculated that perhaps some of the people might have gone on to make other wrestling games. No, apparently the dev team was like Konami lifers, a lot of whom had only or mainly worked on the Jikyo Power Pro baseball series. So maybe Acclaim weren't insane for thinking we can just hand the wrestling game over to our baseball team because Konami clearly did it like 7 years earlier. It resulted in a fucking phenomenal game. The Acclaim thing obviously didn't work though because the All Star baseball team didn't know a fucking thing about wrestling. But I guess that's the key difference here, I suppose. Um, have you guys played Jikyo Power Pro? I did. I talked about it a little bit when I recorded yesterday.
Not too much of it, no.
Yeah,
Even
I
when you
haven't played
mentioned
it.
it the other day, I kind of thought maybe I should go and play that again because it's been a while, but still haven't.
It's a very interesting game. I really when I asked Liger Busa if he wanted to review it, and I was like, okay, I'll play it. I did not expect to enjoy that game nearly as much as I did, and I came away from it like, no, I'm gonna go on eBay and buy a physical copy of this. The strategy guide's on eBay too. Yeah, I'll fucking buy that too. Turns out I bought the rare strategy guide, so that was the cool thing to get. I just
Nice.
wish we could have got a sequel. Honestly, like a sequel 2 years later where we get Solid Snake as a playable character would have been a hoot.
Like a Smash Bros of wrestling game.
I mean, it kind of even is in its current state because you have like Richter Belmont, the Contra guys, Gomon, Snatcher is in the game too, which is wacky. God, dude, we had it so good in the mid '90s. I mean, we
Hmm.
didn't realize it in the West because we didn't get any of those games, but like in retrospect, man, like '95 to '99 is a crazy period for like innovative wrestling games and just like really cool shit being done that influenced essentially everything that came after.
I'd add like 2000 and maybe 2001 to that as well. But
Yeah,
yeah,
honestly, like '95 to '05. I was just trying to
yeah,
cut it off without it being like, yeah, we had a 10-year span where shit was all right, but we did.
yeah.
It was a 10-year span that created basically. If you ask me to make my list of like greatest wrestling games ever, my top 10 basically are exclusively from that time frame. And I think the only wrestling game since that time frame that would even enter into my consideration would be Fire Pro. I don't think I would seriously consider any of the WWE games, although I did like WWE 12 and 13 a lot. I thought those were both pretty good games, and 2K14's good too, relative to the SmackDown versus Raw games and everything 2K's done since then, I suppose. But like, there's like a real lack of innovation, which I think also comes with just there's one game now,
Yeah.
and that one game doesn't give a shit about actually trying to do anything new or interesting or borrow from the past. They have their idea of what a game is, it sells millions of copies, and
They don't
the
need to do
games
any
have
different.
never. Yeah, and they're never going to do anything different. Like
No.
until until the sales on these games bottom out. But even then, like, are there enough people at 2K with a clue that can like pivot and like, okay, let's try something different? I don't think there are. I will say this though, that Patrick Gilmore guy that was like the spokesperson for 2K, he was like the guy taking all the abuse. That motherfucker's Moby game page is insane. He worked on like The Lion King for the Super NES, Command and Conquer. He's working on the new Invincible fighting game. I think he's got WrestleQuest on his credits too. Like just a million different games. That guy has seen a lot of shit in the gaming industry. That's like a dream podcast guest. Honestly, I would just like, what the fuck was the Lion King game like? What was the process of working on that thing?
I just miss us being able to get licensed games of movies that didn't take fucking forever to come out and then have to be slightly generic. Like, I know they get shit
It's
on
crazy
that,
we
but
really
we wouldn't
don't.
have GoldenEye otherwise.
We really don't get movie tie-in games anymore, which is insane. Like that used to be the thing every year. Like you knew you were getting a couple of games based on movies. What was the last big movie tie-in game you can think of?
Like,
Like,
legitimately, and
I can't really.
like maybe there's something like early PS4, but like it really feels like that stuff started to die out in the PS3 console generation when the mid-sized publishers started going away. Acclaim goes away before the 360 launches, but like THQ is a casualty of that era as well, of the PS3 generation. And I've wondered honestly what the UFC and WWE games would have looked like if THQ would have kept on, because WWE really wanted to get away from THQ, so they might have still left anyway when the deal was up. But like, what does WWE 15 look like? Like, what is the nostalgia mode in that game if 2K doesn't take over? Like, would THQ have been like, hey, let's do 20th anniversary Monday Night Wars?
always figured that one's never going to probably happen because of just the sheer amount of people they would have to license.
There was a moment in the mid 2010s where they had basically everybody but Owen Hart. And love Owen, you could probably do the Monday Night War thing without him.
So
Because
I don't,
other
I don't
than the
think
ends,
it was a huge part of the Monday Night Wars. Like,
yeah, like he's by the time Nitro debuts, Owen's already been shuffled down the card. He gets the one angle with Shawn Michaels, and then he's like a non-factor until he gets the other angle with Shawn Michaels, where they basically they nuke him, and then he's just the guy in the nation, and then he's with Double J, and then they fucking killed him.
yep.
So like, you could conceivably do a Monday Night Wars mode without one. They had everybody they needed on the WCW side. They had Sting for years. They had Goldberg for years. They had every relevant member of the NWO that you would want. They had Flair. They're not going to have him ever again. He's basically said he doesn't want to sign a Legends deal ever again because he makes more money from like outside endeavors. So like,
Selfish.
yeah, but then again, like if we would have gotten that mode from like one of the 2K games, it would have sucked anyway because it's one of those
100%.
games. Yeah. Is there anybody currently working on like a 99 WCW ROM hack that's like on top of Mania 2000?
Your guess is as good as mine. I haven't been keeping up.
I've been trying to keep tabs, but I feel like I don't hear a lot outside of the server.
Yeah, I don't know.
Somebody doing a ROM hack titled WCW Mayhem would be the funniest fucking thing in the world to me.
WCW Mayhem 2.
Oh no. I mean like you do Mayhem over Mania 2000 and then you do Mayhem 2 over No Mercy. My actual big brain suggestion is you figure out a way to do Backstage Assault in No Mercy But there's no way that's like an inhuman amount of fucking bullshit you'd have to do.
I mean, logically, you just find a way to spawn the start of each match in the hallway and disable getting to the ring.
Yeah.
See, my big brain
Actually
line of
be
thinking
that
was you turn the actual arenas into like the backstage areas from Backstage Assault, which is why I said it would be like an inhuman amount of work. Converting, Mania 2000 into Mayhem would probably be. It's still a lot of work because the stages would be a big problem. But like, I don't know, man. I just want the games that I had as a kid to be the games that they be, not the games that they are. I don't even dislike Mayhem, honestly, but
I think Mayhem's better than you get. I think people lump it in with Nitro and Thunder more than they should.
and Backstage Assault, yeah. It gets a lot of shit unfairly. It has some of the best sound design ever in a wrestling game. To this day, the commentary is still great. And you get the Saturday night like robot entrance too.
Yeah, I think it is genuinely underrated just because of the time period. Then, as we said about Impact and other things, like if they had a chance to do a sequel and build on it, I think it would have been good. I know they wouldn't have because it would have been Mayhem 2, but then I guess is the question how much.
The sequel they built on top of it was Backstage Assault because they saw the reaction of the backstage stuff and were like, "Oh, we got one for you."
Yeah, it was a decision.
It's crazy.
Is it the same engine as Mayhem Backstage Assault?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize it.
Yeah, it's same engine with way worse collision detection and overall gameplay. Yeah. It's something like. And also, like, it looks worse. Like, I never realized it until Liger Busa and I covered it on the podcast like 2 years ago or whatever it was. But like, that game, the character models and the textures in Backstage Assault are such a huge downgrade from Mayhem. But also, like, Backstage Assault was being developed alongside the game that they actually wanted to put out, which was the PS2 game. So, I guess to some extent, I understand it. But WCW deserved better on the way out than the game that it got.
I'm kind of surprised they haven't done like a not incredibly dissimilar to the UFC thing, like where they just did a full-on WCW game with the 2K team. Just because I think they have enough people and the Legends deals what have you that I think it'd be a novelty, like the Legends and WrestleMania games kind of things, and I think it would sell pretty well.
Yeah, the thing is with like development budgets being what they are now, even doing that would probably be significantly more expensive than they would even bother doing. Because why not just put this in WWE 2K and charge people for it at that point? Like that's the unfortunate reality about where the games industry is.
I guess it would be a place and time thing, and with the way they just do the 3D scanning of everyone now, I'm sure everyone would be kind of like weirdly uncanny valley, and everyone would kind of look like shit. Or it'll be like nowadays Bill Goldberg's face on like his 99 body and look weird as hell.
I think there's an argument to be made that if they just wanted to allocate a tiny budget to like a smaller studio, they could make a second WWE game that leans more towards like kind of an old school aesthetic and gameplay, and it would sell gangbusters because it's fucking WWE. People would buy both games.
Yep.
And I don't mean some bullshit like Battleground. I mean, take a look at the pitch Sam did for the WWE Backlash or whatever, and basically, there you go. Give a studio the money to do that. I guarantee you it sells. Especially if you balance classic WWE with current WWE. Like, do you remember during the pandemic when
Battlegrounds and Battlegrounds fucking tanked, so I don't know if they're ever going to risk it again.
Yeah, but that's also a different kind of game. They were trying to do like a wacky NBA Playgrounds type game, and they were trying really hard to lean into like how much people wanted another WWE All Stars. And there's one development team that could have made a sequel to All Stars, and that development team no longer exists. So, but I remember there were the rumors of like the Here Comes the Pain remaster, and somebody was like, "Well, they can't use the old roster. There's all the people they don't have." deals with, and I was just like, well, simple solution is take like the top 25 or 30 current people on the roster, and then take the people you have in their Legends deals, and there you go. If you're somebody that never played Here Comes the Pain, you have the guys that you're watching on TV. And if you're somebody that played Here Comes the Pain, here's the top guys from that game and also the top guys from now. Potentially take a lapsed fan from being lapsed to watching the current product until they actually watch the current product for 5 fucking seconds, and they would be like, at least I got the video game.
It's be like a modern
But
version of
I-
the Legends of WrestleMania and the All Stars, right? Where you just combine. But I guess nostalgia's moved on to the point that now people want not necessarily, fucking Heidenreich, but like, people from that era as opposed to wanting like macho and perfect.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that the roster that was contemporary 20 years ago is now older than anything that was being released in the Classic Superstars line 20 years ago.
I think it's fucking insane that like the Miz's career now and just in WWE has been like twice as long as fucking Arn Anderson's entire career. So
He's been around a long fucking time, the Miz. Yeah. He's been around a long time and he's not gotten any better.
it's gonna be one of those people in like 5 years. People in the Orton thing is like, wow, he's one of the best of all time. Look at all these titles he held. What an achievement!
At least with Orton, there's matches I can point to where it's like this guy actually had. There's evidence that he was like great. There's all the evidence of him not giving a fuck, but like the high end stuff is still really high. Name a good Miz match that doesn't involve Bryan Danielson. I'll wait.
That's always slightly unfair because that applies to a lot of people. It's like Bray Wyatt, God rest his soul.
Well, I mean, Miz worked CM Punk. Those were not good.
Sure went. Shocking, I know.
I'm trying to think of other people.
I don't think Punk is a guy who's going to be able to drag someone like the Miz up in the way that Bryan could.
No. God, the Miz sucks. Great theme song though. That's he has a good theme song, I guess.
He seems like a decent dude. I've watched a fucking reality show with him and his wife, and they look like decent people. That's most I can give you.
I did not know they did a reality show with him and Maurice.
Oh, yeah. Miz and Mrs.
That's crazy.
I wouldn't recommend it. It's like 3 seasons. It's crazy. You get to see how Miz's mother is crazy and how she interacts with Mike the Miz Mizanin. It's so interesting. They did a lot.
So, what are y'all's thoughts on the TNA NXT deal? Because this all sounds really hilarious to me. I've watched none of it.
I haven't watched any of it. I'm curious now that they've got the AMC deal. If they still keep working with NXT, which apparently they're gonna be, like, WWE effectively has the level of power over them where it's like, okay, you guys piss us off and not do what we say. We're gonna, not send you Chauncey Blackheart or whatever someone's called in fucking NXT this week. And so it feels like a very power dynamic thing that I think is going to bite NXT hard. Not NXT, TNA. But, they weren't doing anything before, so.
How the fuck is TNA still around? Is my other thing. Like, how?
They're undead. That's how it is. Somehow they just won't die.
WCW had to die. Why did TNA die, bro? This company sucks. Oh, Lord.
They're a parasite. They keep finding new hosts to latch onto, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
But they were like in bed with AEW for like a few months, which I always forget about.
Yeah, I forgot about when they gave Kenny the TNA belt or the Impact belt, whatever the fuck, and then he gave it to Christian Cage, and Christian was just like, "You guys can have it back, please. Don't ever ask me to show up again."
It's so funny because, like, how does this keep happening to Christian? Like, because they did it for the fucking Ric Flair Hall of Fame induction too. So, like, anytime.
Oh yeah, 2012 is Slammiversary.
somehow it ends up with fucking Christian having to make an appearance on TNA. It's like
And
he's
he
the
came
worst
out
tag
and
team
did not give a
ever.
fuck.
No, sure
I
didn't.
remember that now.
Of all the things to ask for as well, like you had all the leverage in that scenario, TNA. Like, why on earth would you then just like, oh yeah, we'll just have a one-time appearance? Ask for a match. Like, ask for WWE to, I don't know, put you over on TV or something. Like, it's such a weird, like, this is all we're going to ask for.
Because didn't he come out and announce that Sting was going in the TNA Hall of Fame or whatever? And he made a joke about how, like, oh, there's two less sides to the ring from the last time I was here or whatever. He clearly acted like he didn't want to fucking be there, and I don't blame him.
Yeah,
I mean, would
he's
you
not
want to be around
there.
Dixie Carter?
I'm sure she's a fun lady. No, I don't think she's.
I mean, she seemed pretty dumb. That's all I'm saying.
They generally were doing really well until they brought in Hogan and Bischoff, but that's a topic for another time. So it's true.
Yeah, well, Hulk Hogan, who is dead, by the way.
Yes.
I've been checking. I found the screenshot someone sent me of the Jimmy Hart tweet where it's like, I just saw Hulk last night. We were doing karaoke and he was perfectly fine. Like, they really sent Jimmy Hart out there to look like an asshole, bro.
Poor Jimmy.
Yeah,
I'm
poor
sure
Jimmy Hart.
I'm sure he's a momentous piece of shit in some ways I don't know about, but he always seems to be all right. Of course, he'll come out at some point.
He gave me the most half-hearted fist bump I've ever received in my life when I met him. And I was like, yeah, you know what, Jimmy? Bobby Heenan was always cooler than you, buddy. He didn't turn around to dispute, so I'm assuming he understood.
I'm curious if we still have Brutus Beefcake forging Hogan's signature on 8x10s to sell.
Hopefully, honestly.
There was
was
Brutus and Virgil just not knowing what to do without their other halves.
Didn't Beefcake get inducted into the Hall of Fame? Well, was that by Hogan? It should have been by Greg Valentine.
Well, yeah, but it's not WWE history. So.
Oh no, they were a tag team in WWE. Valentine and Beaker. They wrestled the Bulldogs.
Mean that, that's not the story, the history WWE tells. As far as Brutus goes,
It should be though. That tag team was great.
WrestleMania 9 and the fabulously sold out Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas in an incredibly popular event.
I watched like 15 minutes of that documentary before I turned to my mom and I just want you to know everything you just heard is complete fucking bullshit.
I unironically love that show. I think it's the best looking Mania just because it's so fucking gaudy, and I think it fits the WF presentation at the time perfectly.
Yeah, it's aesthetically, it's an awesome fucking show. I've loved that setup. It's in the parking lot of fucking Caesar's Palace, but it's so over the top. And you're right, it fits 93 WWF like a glove. And, Scott Steiner almost fucking dies against the head shrinkers in that match.
That match is wildly underrated. That is such a good match. It's maybe
that match rocks. Brett and Yoko is good. It's just the post-match stuff kind of sours me on it, honestly.
Yeah.
Undertaker is a really cool entrance on that show. That's the most I can say about the segment he's in. I'll never forgive them for what they did to Crush.
Match, right?
Yeah. They had my boy out here looking like a bitch.
I'm a sucker for heel doink, so I love that fucking match.
I love Matt Bourne doink. I'm not even going to kid you. The entire reason I backed that New Generation arena was in hopes that stretch goal was going to get unlocked, and it did. So I have it. But when I was little, every time I got to rent a tape and Crush was on it, I would, without fail, hope he won his match, and then he would fucking lose. And I could not comprehend how the guy whose finish is he squeezes people's heads could ever lose a match, because that's the coolest finish ever. Especially when he would do it and pick the guy up and slam him. Well, I mean, see, they gave Khali that finish and he didn't do a whole lot of jobs for a little bit. and then he did because they were done with him.
Obviously, also made a KOC game, which I always find funny.
It's crazy that he's in. Is it Red? Yeah, he's in Red. He's not in
Yeah,
Red
he's Red, yeah.
because he was in New Japan.
Yeah.
If you fuse the discs, you can run the Great Khali versus Antonio Rodrigo Minotauro Nogueira. What a fucking that is a thing you can do. You can book Stan Hansen versus Nogueira, for Christ's sake.
Honestly, the fact that Pride didn't try and have like a Khali versus Big Knock match is genuinely shocking. Like that's a Tokyo Dome sellout any year.
That's like a fucking TV ratings monster too.
Probably would have been like an Okipa by a main event or something at one of the New Year's shows.
I mean, it's still that would have done like gangbusters in terms of TV numbers. Khali's in the ring with Chris Candido also at like one point in New Japan, which is wacky, just for the visual of it.
I suppose he never did any kind of. I'm sure someone must have asked him to an MMA fight. Like, like someone saw his size and was like, "All right, we need to get this boy in Pride immediately." So he must have just said no.
I imagine Inoki was like, "Hey, buddy, you want to come do a jungle fight card in Brazil?" And Khali was probably like, no, I don't actually." Those jungle fight shows are weird because I'm pretty sure they were like work. Because Rocky Romero fights Masahito Kakihara on one of those shows, and like, okay, buddy, I'm a doofus, and I'm supposed to believe that this is a shoot. Okay, maybe it was. I'm just being cynical. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I can't buy that one as something that would in real life go longer than like 8 seconds. So.
I mean, Kakihara wins. I just don't think by like 03 he's. I don't think he's beating Rocky Romero for a shoot. Maybe he would. I don't know.
He would. I don't know. I don't know if Rocky has some kind of training background I'm unaware of. So.
Also, you know what's really weird? The whole PG era WWE nostalgia, and it seems like some of these people are moving away from canonizing Undertaker and Shawn as the GOAT WrestleMania match, which is really wild because that was the hill they all died on for so many years. Was like, this is the best match ever, and I understand why you would think that. I don't agree with it.
So what's the new consensus?
I've seen the person I just saw argue that match was overrated said the Mania 40 Night 2 main is the GOAT, and you are smoking calcified dog shit. Like, whoever that was that did the Fire Pro stat breakdown, they used Road Dogg as an example, and he had like an 8 technical offense. And whoever wrote that guide said that was proof someone at Spike was smoking calcified dog shit, and that's a great line. Like, that is a phenomenal line.
Is Mania 40 Roman Cody?
Yeah. I thought that match was really funny.
Is that the one with like
I'm not gonna lie.
with all like the run-ins and stuff, and it's like the greatest hits of WWE? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I firmly believe that the fan base nowadays, that is their ideal match. It's not my ideal match, but I could see why a current fan would say that is their best one. Because, it's a fucking Avengers movie with, I recognize that reference. Like, I get why their base would like that.
I remember during that match, I had the fucking Heyman suck my fucking dick clip from the night before at the Hall of Fame. And I tweeted something like, me after Solo Sikoa. Like, I listed a whole bunch of people, like Taio Keo was in there. I think King Curtis was listed too. Like, all these people run in and fucking Cody still loses or whatever. And he won, and it was like, you corrected the mistake from the previous year. I didn't think that match I thought it was really funny. I didn't think it was great. And I do think Cody's first title defense on like one of the live specials was awesome. The AJ Styles match with the burning hammer and the 1 count kick out.
Yeah.
And everybody was so up in arms about it. And then you look at Kobashi's likes on Twitter. He's just liking all the posts about AJ doing the burning hammer. I don't think he really gave a fuck.
Happy to be around. He seems like a very happy man. I don't think anything's really going to get to him.
I think he's happy because he doesn't have to rack his knees anymore trying to do a fucking moonsault.
Is
And
it with that era?
He
of
doesn't have to worry
Japan
about
and
Stan
India?
Hansen anymore.
I completely understand, why Moonsault was a big move, but like both him and Muta, like absolutely fucking their knees and stuff. Like, I'm just gonna keep doing it anyway. It's like you don't have to, guys. It's fine. You can stop.
In like, I mean, Kobashi does stop after a certain point, but like doing it regularly, I mean, that one he does to Takayama in '04 where he basically just like knee drops him in the face. Brutal. Like,
Almost had a
you have a
heart attack.
280-pound motherfucker with like a 10-pound knee brace just dropping his shit right on your forehead. That could not have been fun.
When Antonio too cold Scorpio do one of the fucking tumbleweeds and he just goes ass first into a guy's face.
Yeah, that's brutal. Scorpio, speaking of UPW, that was a guy that I was really excited when they announced him as DLC just because, like, we don't have Scorpio in a lot of wrestling games.
No, he'd have been great in an Aki game as well. Like his moveset would have been very interesting.
Again, hypothetical Virtual Pro 3.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to think that like UPW's got to do like obviously they can't legally call it, but like an extreme pack or whatever where you can get like all the ECW guys for a cheaper price.
I would hope. I'm also hoping that, like, because they have Sabu, steal from Champion Wrestler and have moves where, like, Sabu just spawns a chair and does some shit. It's a video game. Who fucking cares?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'd be interesting to see it as a mechanic by itself, or like, have it like a SmackDown-esque, like big drawn-out move where it's like a corner grapple and he throws him outside and then sets up the chair and then like does like the triple jump springboard or whatever. Like, I feel if you're gonna capture Sabu, that's got to be something in there in some way because he's such a hard guy to do in a game just because of how much his offense nothing like anyone else's.
And how much of it requires, like, certain things being set up. And so, Sabu was the perfect character for, like, SmackDown versus Raw in that way. Because all of his shit just requires, as you pointed out, like, long-ass, like, animations. Basically just cutscenes.
I wouldn't
Not a
mind
knock.
you. Like in the Aki games where you have the space flying tiger drop and you basically have to hit that A button as soon as you hit the other rope. Like you could just effectively have the chair spawn out of nowhere and have that as his like springboard and then he just jumps off a chair that appears. Or you could have, I don't know, like some people have done with the Fibro hacks, have like someone throw it in from the outside. Like, you could have, depending on if you have him, like you can have as part of the animation, like Fonz in the outside grabs the chair and throws it in and it's magically set up for him.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can do it. I'm curious to see, like, what's specifically animated for him. Because he doesn't move like anybody else.
No, nothing he does like
No.
anyone else. Like,
And I saw the complaints.
Like all of his like
I saw the
strikes are
complaints.
his strikes.
Yeah, and also, like, the leg dive he would do, that's got to be a taunt. And, like, the way he would lock up was completely different. Like, he has kind of like the MMA grapple almost in, like, Born to Be Wired. Like, you kind of have to give him something like that. Like, you basically have to do like a SmackDown Here Comes the Pain and animate every single thing specifically for him.
Yeah, it's obviously a lot.
Like, there's no I'm going to give him generic punch number 4. That's not going to work.
You can't just give him the stalling brainbuster.
No, but it would be really fucking funny.
It'd be a good tribute.
I saw the complaints about him getting into the Observer Hall of Fame, and here's my official statement on that. If Kota fucking Ibushi and Shingo Takagi can be in that Hall of Fame, I don't know if I think Shingo's actually in. If those two can be in that Hall of Fame, like, God damn it, Sabu can be in too.
Yeah.
I think two things can be true. A, yes, he went in because he died this year. B, he deserved to be in.
Yeah, just influence alone. Like,
Mhm.
he was the quintessential 90s indie wrestler. For good and bad. And also, you know what's crazy? Was when the Sabu and Nishimura match that happened in Lima, Ohio hit YouTube because I'd heard about that for so many years. And I was like, yeah, you know what? This happened fucking 45 minutes away from where I grew up. That would have been a cool thing to say I saw years later when I actually had an appreciation of who both these guys were.
Yeah.
And I went to school with a kid whose dad on one of those Al Snow shows had a match with Sabu. And I've been trying to find the footage ever since. Because I've heard his dad was just a dog shit wrestler.
A bunch of shows that
Oh.
when I was still living in Britain, I went to the, now just looking at like this Red Pro Uprising 2013 I was at, and looking at the card now is just like, oh. But Brett was there. So.
How many people that have been run out of the business are there on this card?
Probably not less than 5. So
Okay, let me take a look at this card real quick.
the main
Oh,
event
God,
was
we got-
Tanahashi against Marty Skrull. So
Oh, yeah, that's not good. There's Davey Richards.
yep.
Michael Elgin.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
certainly a
God.
card.
Fucking Paul Robinson. I'm sure half of the people on the other team in this match have been outed as being pests.
Oh, if you want a fun scoop, because I was at All In, all Out, whichever one was in Dallas.
All in.
I accidentally got in an elevator with both Paul Robinson and Will Ospreay. So if anyone is curious, those guys are still tight. So.
I remember people memed Paul Robinson on Twitter years ago because he kind of sucked.
Yeah,
He's also not a good person from everything I've heard.
Yeah, by all accounts, a shitty dude and a shitty wrestler, but there was that weird period where effectively Ospreay was refusing to do shows unless Robinson was booked as well. So, I get why he was booked, but it's. Yeah.
God, dude,
Yeah.
Rev Pro in 2013. This is.
I
was friends with.
Match was really good. And
I could see
Hart
that.
came out and put Skrull in a sharpshooter after the main event. So. Finally got
don't let that Andrew Dice Clay guy know that Brett worked with a sex pest because apparently, according to him, Brett does nothing wrong, despite taking money from Rob Feinstein multiple times.
We didn't know he was a sex pest.
I mean, I lived in the U.S. and I knew about that shit in 2013. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think I knew in 2013. Otherwise, I don't think Red Pro had been booking him. For all their faults, they're generally pretty good at not booking people.
Where do I know that Chris Travis name from? Oh, no,
he unfortunately
okay.
passed away, so you might remember when he died.
Oh, I remember I was doing match reviews on a message board and somebody linked me to one of his matches. That's how I know who he is. Wasn't a bad match either. Oh,
He was a really good guy. He unfortunately died from cancer, I think, at 30 years old, which is awful.
32 according to Cage Match. Yeah, no, I remember this. I think a lot of people on wrestling figs were friends with him, and that's also part of why I know who he is, because there were a lot of people on there that had that were posting stuff about his battle with cancer, and I think there might have been a GoFundMe type thing or some sort of a crowd fund.
Yeah, that
I remember seeing people share. Yeah, and I remember this. The name looked familiar, and I didn't connect the dots until I looked on his Cage. Who the fuck is Martin Kirby? I feel like I know that name too. No, I don't.
think he did anything of note.
I just don't get it. Sure, he's a nice enough bloke, but I don't get the comedy, and he's not great in the ring for me.
I mean, accurate.
It's a great fucking Cage Match review. Oh my God, Freem, have you ever looked on Cage Match? Have you ever decided you just wanted to hate yourself for looking at what wrestling fans think about anything?
I think I get enough of that with just the video game stuff. So no, not really.
Thank God you would hate Cage Match. These people are
Yeah.
you get a gem occasionally though.
only use it to look at match cards. I don't hate myself enough to look at people's reviews of things.
Oh, I have to scroll down. I gotta see, bro. That's the problem. I remember once, like, I looked up a review of the Triple H Steve Austin match from No Way Out 01, which at the time I thought was a pretty good match, and then I rewatched it a few years ago, and I was like, yeah, all the parts where Triple H is in control kind of suck. Huh. Wonder
Looking
what
at the
that's all about.
review of that Red Pro show I went to, and I love the first line of this review is, I only watched 2 matches, so I can't rate this pay-per-view. Great, thanks.
Totally useful.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love that shit. I remember Pro Wrestling Ponderings when somebody was doing like the live recap of Bola 2014. They compared, was it Gulak and Kyle O'Reilly? No, it was Kyle O'Reilly and Elgin in 2013. I'm sorry. They compared it to like Shibata and Ishii, and it's like, what the fuck?
No.
And then I watched it. They did the spot in the 2013 G1 match where like Ishii sits down and Shibata kicks him in the back, and then Shibata kneels down and Ishii chops him. They did that.
It is outright stolen spots, so I guess that is a comparison.
Yeah.
They might have said that about the Gulak and O'Reilly match. All I remember was like the crowd, and granted, hindsight being what it is, it's very funny. But the crowd like shit on Gulak because he was from CZW, and it's like, hey, all things being equal, he's like the second best wrestler in that company right now. You guys are supposed to be a crowd that appreciates quote unquote good wrestling. But yeah, Gulak's a fucking scumbag. His brother is too. So
Yes, he is.
and
Look
Gulak's
up what
involved with
happened.
that Catch Point school in Philly that I think Wheeler Yuta trains people at. So I'm not saying Yuta's a bad guy. I know he's tied to that school. And I think it might be where the old Chikara Wrestle Factory was located. So just very strange how that lines up. It's a shame that Quack's such a fucking weirdo because there were like 2 distinct points in my indie wrestling fandom where I really loved Chikara.
Yeah, Takara was
Like,
great. And obviously you got to think as well that Gulak is a Quack guy, so it makes sense that there would still be an association there.
yeah, fucking what was he, Soldier Ant?
Yeah, Soldier Ant.
And then Green Ant was Hot Sauce, right?
Yeah, and Fire was Orange.
Yeah, Orange Cassidy, the only one of the 3 I have anything good to say about now.
So, like, as much as I can be annoyed at AW at times, I do appreciate that it's effectively just like a reboot of WCW that accidentally also absorbed Chikara. So I'll take it. In fact,
It's like
Chuck Taylor got a job for life. That alone makes the company worth it for me. So.
it's so weird. Yeah, it's a reboot of WCW through the lens of like 2 different eras of independent wrestling. Which I think even as frustrated as I get, and I do, like I really do, because without that company, I wouldn't be watching wrestling anymore anyway. But like, as frustrated as I get, I still have an appreciation for like it's the one it's the one promotion in the U.S. in general that's trying to do the kind of wrestling I'd want to watch anyway. It's just sometimes it gets bogged down by doing the kind of wrestling I don't want to watch.
Yeah.
And thankfully, the 2 key proponents of that bullshit, one of them's not coming back, and one of them probably is coming back fairly soon.
Yeah.
But I'm just enjoying the ride while they're both gone. So who does everyone think Chris Jericho retires against? Because he's apparently doing a retirement deal. Because that's how WWE is going to fucking sustain their business. They're just going to bring people back and have them do retirement matches.
Mm.
I mean,
Do you think they book Juventud Guerrera like AEW did that one time?
bring Nick Gage back in. No.
Nick Cage. That's funny. It's WWE, so then realistically that narrows the field.
Because like Baron Corbin doesn't work there anymore, does he? So that would have been my guess otherwise. Fucking no. Bron Breakker, maybe. someone.
God, that almost feels like a step down for him, though, right? Like they clearly see something in him, which I understand. Everything I've seen from him, he's the kind of guy they enjoy, pushing and making something out of.
Yeah, I don't know at this point, like, because they don't seem to be really trying to do retirements to kind of put people over anymore. I don't really know what their intent is. I don't know who's be fucking. I don't know. Edge will go back or something, and it'll be him.
Oh God, yeah, there are a lot of people that think that's happening, and
So
I
maybe,
don't.
I'm trying to think who's even on the fucking roster nowadays that I know. I think if anyone he has history, I know he has history with a lot of people, but they're still like active, and it would be worthwhile to.
Do you think they make Punk swallow his pride and work with him?
Oh, I didn't even consider that.
Hmm.
That would be interesting. And yes, they absolutely do to make sure that he's playing ball.
Like they've gotten a lot out of just making CM Punk look like a complete fucking loser. Do you think they? Hey Phil, why don't you go have one with Jericho real quick, bud? I don't
Whoever
think
wins
I would
gets to
pay
sign
the
an NDA.
$30 for ESPN to see it, but like I would absolutely just have a giggle knowing it happened.
I definitely pirate it. I wouldn't pay for it.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
that's the ethically responsible thing to do here,
I,
to be
yeah,
honest.
like I don't think have Punk for his retirement match. Be very funny. I mean, fucking Owens, maybe.
Oh, right, because they did the one thing that fucking Jimmy Jacobs is real proud of.
Yeah. And he's the wrong thing. He
Oh
should
my
be when he had
God.
Briscoe bleeding on him upside down. That's the thing he should be proud of.
Yeah, that's a thing that ROH did in '07 that they left off the pay-per-view. I think it might be on the official DVD. Like incredibly stupid, dangerous thing. Also incredibly beast mode. So I'm conflicted. Um
Yeah, no, I just think he's awesome.
Shout outs to all the brain damage Jimmy Jacobs got trying to have good matches with PJ Whitmer. That power bomb on the
Yeah, I
fucking
was
was it the
gonna
power bomb where they go on?
Yeah, I was specifically going to mention that. Like, there's the one into the crowd, and there's the one where like he's trying to do it on the turnbuckle, maybe, but slips. And
He like bonks him on the apron or some shit.
yeah, oh.
Oh my goodness, what a time the 2000s were on the independent scene. Let's talk some non-wrestling games since we're entering like hour fucking like 4 of this, and then we'll wrap it up. Freem, you're a fan of the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater games, yes?
Hard no.
Oh, he put BRB. God damn it.
I mean, I could talk about them until he's back. I wouldn't have the
Yes.
music taste I do today without the Tony Hawk's games. Like the reason I like 95% of music I like is hearing fucking Lagwagon and Goldfinger and all that stuff in the first 2 Tony Hawk's games. So that is wildly responsible for everything I like musically now. That and someone copied me a tape of Survival of the Fattest 2 and a Nerdies for a Name record when I was like 15. So yeah, like there's a universe where like if Tony Hawk wasn't like punk and stuff, there's a universe I'm into completely different music because I was never exposed to it. So and also the games are good too. That helps.
I like a lot of music that I do because of those games. Superman by Goldfinger has been on every computer that I've had since I discovered how to acquire music.
Have you ever seen them? Have you ever seen them live? They're fucking incredible live. If you ever get the chance, I would recommend.
I've never been to a concert.
Whoa, okay, that's crazy.
Yeah, no, I've never been to a concert or a sporting event, just pro wrestling.
Any sporting events, but like I go to like 30 concerts a year because that's my main hyper obsession. I would say.
I would not be opposed to going to a concert. There was the Sum 41 and Offspring concert like 2 years ago down in like Cuyahoga Falls or wherever the fuck it was. and I really wanted to go to that, and I couldn't find somebody that wanted to attend that with like a search party.
I've seen both
I
those
was asking,
bands live, especially because some point one now broke it up. So like that would have been an amazing show to see.
yeah, that was their farewell tour, and I was like, seriously, I just want to hear Fat Lip live. As they're playing Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer on the television in the living room. I don't know if we're picking that up. This is gonna do great on YouTube, I'm sure. And like, I love The Offspring. I've loved them since I was a kid. Uh, Part of the reason I liked Bryan Danielson so much when I discovered independent wrestling was the first match I saw of him. He was using Self Esteem.
It's so funny because that song
Which
does
is-
not fit him at all. It's so fucking funny.
Yeah. I remember getting the PlayStation Magazine demo of Pro Skater 1, where it was the Chicago stage. It was co-op only or multiplayer only, and you had Tony Hawk and Bob Burnquist, and my cousin Chris and I were like obsessed with it. We were like, "This is so fucking good! Like, this is such a crazy game." And I remember renting it, like finding out it was out and renting it, and being like, "Oh my god, this game is amazing! This is one of the best games I've ever played." I'm like 8 when I say this too, so like. And finding Pro Skater 2 at Walmart a year later, kind of knowing it was coming out because the magazines obviously were a thing. I was so over the moon for Pro Skater 2. I couldn't conceive of those games being any better than that one was. And I think Pro Skater 3 gameplay wise is the peak of the series. I know some people like 2 better, and I'm not going to begrudge anybody that does.
Can't really go back and play 2 now because the lack of reverb absolutely fucks me up.
Same here.
Yeah.
I mean, I have gone back and played 2, and it's like I've played it on PC with the 60 FPS hack, and it's like almost everything seems reasonable except this one gap in school, which was called "Are You Serious?", where you have to do some sort of frickin' maneuvering between like 3 different roofs with impossible timing or whatever. That's just total bullshit.
Not what
I
that
don't know.
gap is now.
I remember seeing the big box PC copy of Pro Skater 2 at some like thrift store, like a half an hour away, like 15 years ago now when we were shopping. We were across the street shopping for like tuxedos for my cousin's wedding, and I almost bought it just because like the novelty of having Pro Skater on the computer, Pro Skater 2. I wish I had. I don't know what that
You
game
should
goes
have.
for on
That's a good
eBay
port.
now.
I've got it.
I pirated it a couple of years later and was like gobsmacked by how good it was. I don't have it anymore because like I've you know since gotten. I mean, I've had this laptop for 13 years, but I think I got rid of it because I was like, oh, you know what happened? I got the Dreamcast version. I got like an actual copy of that, and I was like, I
Yeah.
don't need the PC version anymore. I love the Dreamcast version of that game. I've never played Dreamcast Thips 1, but a lot of people swear by that version of it being the best, which I could see. It's the Dreamcast.
Yeah, they did some small enhancements to that one, I think. I don't remember fully, but I remember animations were slightly better in that version.
I would believe it runs a lot smoother than the PlayStation version as well. Um, have you played the 1 and 2 remasters or whatever they did back in 2020?
Sadly, no. Like the last
They're
Tony
really
Hawk
good.
game I dealt with was Thug Pro, and it's like kind of spoiled me for anything else.
Yeah, Thug Pro is great.
I was going to ask what everybody thought of Thug because that was kind of where, at the time, I felt my affinity for those games dying.
That's
Because
kind of
getting
where I
off
jumped
the
back on, which is strange.
I was the perfect
Yeah, so
age to love that shit, but I'm not sure I would appreciate it now as much as I did when I was, a shitty teenager watching Jackass and stuff.
Yeah.
I
Story hasn't
I
aged
never
well.
liked Thug 2. Thug 1 was where I kind of felt like things jumped the shark. Getting off the board was like a good quality of life thing. Because sometimes in Pro Skater 1, 2, and 3, you would just get fucking stuck. And it's like, if I could just get off my goddamn board for 5 seconds, I'd be all right.
Yep.
But like the mission structure, like with all of the vehicle stuff, I didn't really like that. I thought that kind of bogged down the game a little bit. I thought some of the story stuff was funny. I didn't think any of the Thug 2 stuff was funny. I was like 13 and I was like, yeah, Jackass is cool. This game isn't. Although
Thug
playing
2
as
when
Phil
you
was
start having
really
like the fucking shopping carts and stuff. Like the band.
yeah, the shopping cart, the mechanical bull, the fucking Segway. That stuff I didn't really like. Thug 2 was probably where I should have actually said my affinity for the games died because I got that one. I paid for that one with my Christmas money in '04. I bought that, the Game Boy Advance port, which was horrible. It was the worst of those isometric Tony Hawk games. And I bought Dragon Ball Z Taiketsu. So what I'm saying is I took my $100 of Christmas money and I pissed it the fuck away. Because I didn't like any of the games I bought. Thug 1, I just remember like the free skate stuff, listening to like all the CDs that I ripped to my Xbox hard drive. So like I had like I had like MC Hammer, You Can't Touch This, the Jeff Jarrett theme, and the Kyle's Mom's a Bitch song from fucking South Park, just back to back to back. Because yeah, I had like theme songs that I ripped to my Xbox for WWF Raw or WWE Raw 2 playing. So like fucking like Voodoo Child by Jimi Hendrix might have been one of them that are real American, whichever theme Hogan didn't have in that game, the other one. I also had the Macho Man CD on my Xbox. So imagine playing Thug, skating around to be a man.
Record. You know, at least
I didn't really like
songs about fictional dead children. So good job, matching.
I didn't like American Wasteland. I did have that one. What was the 360 one? The first one on 360 was that Project 8 or am I thinking of a different one?
I think Project 8 is the first on the 360. Wasteland was on PS2. I remember the whole thing that it was like a open world and you could go between everywhere, which just meant they fucking sent you down corridors while they loaded the next bit between areas. And
so I had Project 8. That was the last one I got because that was like 3 years in a row where I was like, I don't really like these games anymore. Because it takes me a little while to fucking figure it out fully. I remember thinking the graphics were really good, but like I couldn't vibe with that game at all.
no,
And that was also around the time.
I didn't enjoy Project 8 either. Like, I think American Wasteland I finished, but I didn't especially enjoy. But Project 8 I don't remember even finishing. It was just, this isn't for me.
I think I did like the first 2 or 3 areas, maybe in first 2, maybe in Project 8, and I was just like, because that's also around the time like I was able to rent Gears of War, which I only rented the one time. I need to get that fucking remaster they just did because it's apparently like it runs tremendously on the deck. I could also just buy it on PlayStation just for the bit, but like that game had just come out. Marvel Ultimate Alliance had been out for a couple of weeks, I think, by that point. SmackDown '07 came out, which not a great game, but I have a lot of nostalgia for it. And I just kind of looked at that Tony Hawk game and I was like, I don't really like these games anymore. I would still play like 3 and 2 and 1. But like I even had a copy of 4. 4 was a weird one because like I liked it, but not a lot. Like some of those challenges were just like ridiculous. Like they made that game for the sickos, and I was not a sicko when I was 11. I will play Pro Skater 4 now though, because I am a sicko. But now,
Thug
Pro is cool.
People either really love 3 or really love like Thug, but I've never heard anyone say like 4 is their favorite.
I don't think I have either. I think
2000.
that's actually a really good comparison. I think part of the problem with 4 is how difficult some of the goals are relative to the previous games. I also think some people just didn't really vibe with the change from the 2-minute timer to the pseudo open world, which you saw people with the 3 and 4 remakes, they weren't happy when it was like, oh, we're going to force you into the 2-minute timer with 4. Which when I heard they were doing it, like when like Bam Margera's brother said they had that in the works like years ago and then it got, shelved or whatever. I was like, well, how the fuck does 4 work? You can't do it in the same way that you do the 3 or the 1 and 2 or even 3. It's got to be something else. And we found out how they did it. They were just like, "Fuck you, 2 minutes." And I saw people clamoring for like a Thug remaster. How the fuck do you do that game with the 2 minute like timer?
Can't. It's just I think it's the reason they're not doing it. I also think you'd have to make some really quite large changes to release Thug in 2025.
Yeah,
Some
especially Thug
almost
2.
like
That game is never getting. That game is never getting like reissued. Like no fucking chance.
I don't think anything from really that era onwards needs to be reissued to a certain extent. Like, I didn't think they needed to do that remake of Shadow of the Colossus. I thought the game was fine as it was. Like, I think after a certain point, it's just not necessary unless there's something like drastically wrong with it. I think those games are still absolutely playable as they are.
Yeah, I think it's people have a weird thing about if it's being put out on modern systems, it needs some sort of fixing, quote unquote. Like you see it, like people are convinced God of War 05 can't just get like the HD PS3 version re-released because there has to be quality of life upgrades for it to work on modern systems. No, there doesn't. I played God of War 1. I played God of War 1 this year. I mean, is it a game that clearly feels half finished because they ran out of budget? Yeah. Is it still a great game? Yeah. I don't think we need I don't think we need fucking the Norse gameplay on top of Greek God of War. That actually feels like a really stupid thing to do.
Well, they're drastically different games. Like, I don't think it would work. Like, it would kind of defeat the point.
Agreed. I also
I felt the same way about the
it's
Resident Evil remasters, but like I didn't want them to get rid of the tank controls. But I admit I was wrong on that one.
I see a lot of people now that like the Game Awards is this coming week talking about like, oh, are we gonna get God of Vania revealed here? Brother, I've put on the clown paint for that game fucking 3 times this year. That game does not until there is a trailer with a release date and a pre-order option. I do not buy that we're getting a 2D Greek Metroidvania God of War. That feels like something created specifically to fuck with me. Um, it would be nice, but
Yeah, very interesting if it came out.
you know, and another thing about re-releasing God of War 05 is there's aspects, mainly the whole like, you know, sex minigame aspect that I don't think aged tremendously well. I still think the sex minigame is really funny. I thought it was funny when I was a kid too. But like I don't know. I wouldn't mind them just straight re-releasing those games on PlayStation 5. I don't think I need an HD remaster. And please, for the love of God, make them available on Steam so I can have them on the Steam Deck. But like, yeah, I don't think everything needs a remake or a remaster, but I think like people are convinced if we put this game out on modern hardware, it has to be a remake or a remaster or some such stupid fucking bullshit. And it's really unfortunate. You know, a game I really liked as a kid, Rainbow Six, which is a weird thing, I think. But I also found out there was a game like 11 years ago called like Door Kickers. There's a sequel to that game, and they also made like a 2D like side scroller type one too. And by God, I know what I'm buying and downloading on my Steam Deck this week because that's like so impossibly specifically up my alley. But I remember when we used to be able to get games that had like, yeah, it's a first person shooter, but everybody dies in one shot. And there's also like a hugely intensive tactical planning stage on top of all of it. We don't get shit like that anymore. We just get stupid first person shooters or the occasional Doom game, which I guess is inherently stupid, but it's Doom. So like, I don't have a problem with it.
Expected. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
I still haven't played the Dark Ages, which I guess now that I have a PS5, I could rather easily do that. But I haven't. It looks cool. Looks really cool. I think they kind of over Quakeified, if that's a word I could use, Doom Eternal. I don't know if you've played that, but there's in some ways it felt a lot closer to Quake than it did Doom, and that really bugged me more than it probably should have.
Yeah, there's like after Half-Life came out, where everything kind of felt like Half-Life for a while.
Yeah. I played a little bit of Half-Life 1 and 2 on the Steam Deck when I first got the deck, and that's a really cool series. I'm not living and dying by like getting Half-Life 3, but that's certainly a game I think would be neat if Valve decided to drop it.
Decided to actually
Because
make games.
like what would they do with it? You know what I mean?
Well, 2 ends on a cliffhanger, effectively, right? So I guess it'll just be a.
And doesn't the VR game kind of set up a Half-Life 3? I think I heard that about it.
No idea about the VR game. I don't really remember seeing anyone talk about it. I know it came out, but it's one of those things. If it's VR, there's no universe I'm going to play it. So
Yeah, I know that.
that's no objection to VR. I just don't have a VR machine. So
Me either. I remember hearing people talk about it at the time. I think I've seen the Digital Foundry review. Um, is there anything else anybody else wanted to cover? I think we've gone in 4,200 directions, and this is also God bless Liger Busa. He's gonna have to stitch together like the longest podcast in fucking recorded human history when this is all said and done.
just part what? You've got to think about who else you're going to have on, and then try and figure out how to fit all this down into one episode.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big one. Gonna be a real chunky, massive massive podcast. Is there anything you guys are working on project wise? I know Ray, obviously you've got the Pride ROM hack for
Yeah, I need to figure out how to
Virtual
get
Pro
more
2.
games into it at some point, and then hopefully figure out how to make the tag tiles into singles tiles for the season mode, and that's pretty much the only 2 things I've got. I guess more move sets, and yeah, that's the main ones. And then yeah, so many themes I want in there that I can't because of limitations, unfortunately. So
In
but
Freem, do you
hopefully one
have
day.
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was just saying, rewritten the same thing. Like I want to be able to get like way more themes there, and hopefully I'll be able to in time. So sorry, free. Anything you are?
Yeah, is there anything you want people to know you're working on? Oh, did Freem BRB on us again? Well, I don't want to just end the recording.
Wait, he's typing in chat.
This is hang on. Okay. Speaking of Rainbow Six, I did have the Dreamcast versions. My disc for one of them didn't work, but apparently those are like the closest you can get to the PC versions of the original two, without actually just playing the PC versions. Uh, Rainbow Six 3 is on Steam. It's a great fucking game. I don't know how well it runs on the old Steam Deck, however. It's listed as playable on the Steam store, but these things are never 100% cut and dry accurate. Really, I just want to play a tactical game at this point, and I looked into like Disgaea this morning, and there's apparently an anime. I watched an episode of it. I have no idea what the fuck is going on in that anime.
Did you watch the first episode?
Yeah.
Okay.
The games do look interesting. Like I saw some
Test.
I saw well, hell yeah, Freem's back.
Finally, I'm sorry. Discord has just been fucking crazy. And the whole laptop has been today. For anybody who doesn't know, I have been getting on and off crashes for quite a bit now, so that's why disappeared throughout this podcast.
Yeah, it's fine. It'll be okay.
Yeah.
We're all just glad you're here. But I was
Yeah.
asking Ray, what he was working on, and then I was
Right.
like, "Hey, Freem, are you working on anything?" And then we were like, "Oh God, is Freem in the Shadow Zone?"
Yeah. No, sadly, I've been slumming it playing Quake 3 bot matches because I'm kind of in this zone where I don't know what I want to do next, and it's like, what the hell? Because there's just so many things to work on, even that aren't Aki related things, like Hardball 5 and some NES games I've been working on.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
what kind of NES games?
I've got a simple it's basically the bonus game from Classic Concentration where you try and match all the cars, because I wanted to make one of those for testing, because I don't know, I've been watching that recently on Buzzer, so I thought that'd be a little fun thing to do that I could possibly actually get done, and it's coming along, but I just have to finish it up. I always just get stuck at these points where I don't finish anything.
I can relate. Not to
Yes.
like starting like actual projects. I just mean I have a ton of games that I've started this year that I have not seen the credits roll on. Ninja Gaiden 4 is great, just for anybody still wondering.
Nice.
I still haven't
Is
finished
there
the
anything
last
else
of
you're
this
working on?
game, so I'm quite proud of it.
Not really. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's just ambling along, I guess. I don't know. Trying to figure out what
There's
to
not
do
like
next.
a super secret like 2003 TNA ROM hack in the works or anything.
No, the closest thing that I have that would be secret was the project where the unlock text got fucked up. I was going to try and hopefully make that a surprise release, but with that issue, I have to go back to the drawing board and try and figure out how to get everything working. I can still
Any
leave a link
hints as
to it.
to what that would have been?
If it's a VPW2 hack, I would have been able to use one of the default wrestlers as a hidden wrestler. And that's probably about it for what I can say without giving it away entirely.
Interesting.
There's 2 unlockable characters in total, I can say that.
Is one of them the original Kane and not the second Kane?
No, that would be funny.
In truth, a ROM hack.
The many faces of Kane.
Is that
Oh God.
was that like adding on top of additional unlocks? Because I swapped some of the unlocks in my
No,
hack.
I'd be like removing most of the unlocks and just like having the few unlocks be related to those things. I
Still
think.
trying to figure out, and I think I asked this in the Discord, but I'm curious if you know any chance. Like, you know how the unlock for Barber and not Barber, Inoki is. No, sorry, the unlock for the Hogan tights is knocking out Inoki, but Inoki has to be a player-controlled character. Is that ever explicitly said anywhere that it has to be player-controlled, or did people just figure that out?
I honestly don't know, and the documentation I have doesn't have anything about player control, as far as I know.
Yeah, I just find
I
it so
think.
interesting that like I don't know if it was an oversight or if it's something they intentionally did, because there's no other unlocks that require the person that isn't you to be player controlled. That's the. Oh no, it's that one in tapping out Barber to get the Destroyer mask. But those are the only 2 that require the person you tap out to be player controlled, and I just find that interesting as a design choice, and I'm so curious how people even discovered it.
See here. I'm just quickly jumping through to make sure I don't
Also works
have
the
it.
other way, like you can be the person that's player controlled. Like player 1 can be Barber and get tapped out, and that also gets you the mask. So it doesn't matter
Let's
who's
see.
player controlled. It doesn't have to be you tapping someone out. You
One
can get tapped out.
parameter needs more research. Unknown command. One command that's just 3 question marks. No, I got nothing so far. Maybe it's one of the unknown ones.
It's definitely referencing your unlocks.txt.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the decomp right now.
I'm just always curious, like, how people found that. Like, I'm guessing someone just found it by mistake, effectively. But
Probably, or maybe one of the old Japanese sites had the unlock information. Who knows?
yeah, I'm just so curious, like, if it is documented anywhere, like if it's in like the guidebook or anything, that it has to be player control. It might just be they made a mistake. Like
Yeah.
my
Who
theory
knows?
about the Funk unlock accidentally references Inoki, but it's clearly about Terry Funk.
Yeah, that could be just a quick mistake or something. Who knows?
Yeah, like defeating playing 10 matches with Terry Funk gets you his, like, for lack of a better term, ECW tights. But the actual unlock hint says, Inoki, have 10 matches, effectively, but it's based on location. It's clearly about Terry Funk and what unlocks through it. So it's, yeah, sometimes things can just be mistakes.
Well,
Aki not
I think this will probably wrap us up. Jesus Christ, it's been 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, I just gotta make
Yeah.
sure I still have a son.
Yeah, that would be a very important thing to do. I thank both of you guys for taking the time to bullshit about all of the various topics we have bullshitted about. And if none of the other recordings line up and this ends up being it, then I guess this has been episode 100. Otherwise, momentarily, you'll be hearing me do another introduction for another conversation. But until then, once again, thank you guys. And to everybody else, we'll see you on the other side.
Oh,
Thanks for
thank you
having me.
Yeah, thanks for having us. It's been a pleasure.
Same here. Yeah, this will be the second segment on the 100th episode of Critical. I'm Mongo, joined this time by WCW Worldwide. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I'm actually very excited to be on the show here. I actually I'm a little disappointed. I wanted to be the opener. I wanted to do the whole opener things you guys always do. I want to talk about my health. I want to go through what I've been watching and everything.
Oh, well, feel free to do that, obviously. I mean, for full disclosure, I recorded with Freem and Ray yesterday, and I was like, well, we're going to go like 2 hours. We went like almost 5. I'm pretty sure. So this is going to be a whale of an episode. But how have you been? How's everything going? How's life?
Everything's fine, and I don't want to cover anything you guys already covered. So we'll talk about. I guess I'll listen in and see what you guys how your health updates are going. But everything is fine. My name is Bryan. I run WCWWorldwide.com, and also I am a guy who has 2 young kids. I have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. And as far as like wrestling goes, I've been completely checked out now for years. I follow everything online. I will follow the Blue Sky. I watch what's going on. I see the Discord, but like honestly, I don't watch on a regular basis anymore. So when you guys talk about
That's
AEW, talk about the weekly updates. Like you guys are the ones keeping me in touch. What's happening?
Oh God, I can't imagine getting your weekly AEW updates from me. I can be very temperamental when it comes to that product, but that's because I wouldn't still be watching wrestling if it weren't for them. And a big part of why I jumped on as hard as I did with AEW in 2019 was because they got on TNT, which was an institution for a few years there when I was a kid with WCW Nitro. And I'd been watching Saturday Night on TBS basically as far back as I could remember before that, which, it's like 2 years really, where like my first memories of wrestling started would be about the summer of 93. But it can be very frustrating to be an AEW viewer. It can also be very rewarding, kind of like, like peak era WCW, but a lot more ebbs and flows. I feel like with AEW, like WCW is far more consistently like, this is really good. And then it became far more consistently like, this isn't quite as good. And,
There have been some moments here where I wanted to actually watch, and now that we can watch it weekly on HBO, I was thinking maybe I could start again. We could get involved with doing this, and then it just never happens. Trying to find like an actual time where I can watch wrestling just with me or my wife, where we can just sit there and veg out. Like that doesn't happen at night. Whenever we got the two kids asleep, we've got no energy to do anything else. And I think at most we might push like a 30-minute episode of something, or maybe a hour-long episode of right now. Is it Pluribus on Apple Plus? Like that's kind of where we tap out at. Like 50 minutes is probably all we can do. So maybe we can start Collision. I don't know. It's just one of those things in the back of my mind. I would love to get back into the swing of things, but it just ain't for me right now.
That's understandable, especially with like two young kids. Obviously, I have no children and kind of don't have anything to do with my free time anyway. So I still play the video games and watch the TV. It's been really good as of late. The Continental Classics going on, so like good matches up and down like every episode of TV right now is kind of the thing. Um, I'm curious to see where they're going to go with the next pay per view, but you're WCW Worldwide, and I figured this would be the one dedicated WCW segment we do. We did talk a bit about Revenge with Freem and Ray. So
Hey, those guys
I
have
don't even
probably
know where to
know
start.
out of that game. It's already we're at the anniversary of it, right? About a week.
Revenge would have been, is that the end of October?
I want to say it's October, late November.
I want to say it's late October because I think it's around Halloween. I'm a fraud. My phone is like 15 feet away from me as I as I walk through the house right now. But obviously, you run a really really cool WCW website. I've spent a lot of time on it, and I have to ask because this is still technically a wrestling video game podcast. Do you own a complete and box copy of WCW Main Event for the Game Boy?
Yeah, I have it on my shelf at home. Right now, I'm actually 10 hours away from my house. We took some time to get together here because I spent my entire day driving up to Amarillo for work. But yes, in my game room, I do have a box copy of the Main Event. It's not sealed, but I do have the little stinger guy. I've got the manual and the little cart inside, so everything is good. It's in a fair condition. I wouldn't say it's like perfect. In the back of my mind, it's one of those things where I need to get Sting to sign before he's finally done doing all these conventions, so I could just have
Oh
that
yeah.
like piece, right? Because I realize now that that is such a highly sought after piece of merch. It's one of those things where it's not easy to come across.
No, and you mentioned a sealed copy. I can't even begin to imagine what somebody would ask for that because and I think you and I talked about this. This was like years ago on Twitter. There was a complete in box copy that was on eBay, and I want to say it was like $650. And I can't imagine it's gotten a whole lot cheaper since then.
It's so wild to me. I know I just got lucky. This is before the pandemic hit, so before everything went crazy with all the prices. So I got in relatively good, maybe $70, $80 at most. And
Jesus.
but then I'm realizing now that like even the Super Nintendo game is not something that can easily come across right now. Even a boxed NES game is kind of going up a little up there in price too. So the collector's market has blown up in weird ways that it just I can't comprehend. It's just that I knew I was collecting this type of these games. I had the cart for many years, but then actually finding that eBay listing, I just did the buy it now, never thought anything of it. So I just got lucky in that aspect, in that regards.
You reference Super Brawl becoming harder to find. I actually, do you remember when eBay had the website half.com? It was kind of like their version of Amazon.
Yeah.
I actually got my complete in box copy of Super Brawl off of that website in the summer of 2006 for like $14. It was super cheap. The
It's
box is not in the greatest shape now, but you're right. I have looked up because every time I look at my copy of Super Brawl, I'm like, I could probably upgrade mine. And then I look at how much it's going for now, and I remember how much I paid for the one that I've got, and I'm just like, I'm fine.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I have all of my old carts whenever I was younger. So we had the NES collection, we had Super Nintendo, N64 and all that. I was born 84, so I'm a little bit older than you, right? But I these are the games I still have. There were some times over the last decade where I was hard up for money and had some issues with I guess transitioning to jobs and whatever. So I had sold a little pieces of my collection here and there just to get a little bit extra cash to see things through for a bit. And now that I want to go back and try to recollect those lost pieces, I realize I completely fucked things up, man. Like, how am I going to get Mega Man 1, 2, and 3 for NES for cheap? Mega Man 1 by
Oh yeah,
itself,
you're
yeah, fucking boned there. Earthbound, not complete in box, but I had the original Earthbound cart. I got a Kmart from for $20, $30 back in the day. Yeah, that's going to be a couple hundred if I want that back. But yeah, it's just one of those things where I thought I don't need this. I could use, emulation. I've got the Switch. We got all these things we could use nowadays, and now I'm kind of wanting to get back and rebuild what I sold off. So I'm not in the best way right now when I start looking at those old collections I got set up here.
I completely understand. I had Marvel Superheroes War of the Gems, which we talked about on the show. I had a copy of that when I was in seventh grade because I was really big into hero clicks. Really, that was like my first big like I'm gonna start reading comic books. I was just all about it. I got that game for $25 at Gamerama, and I traded it back to him for like $6, quote unquote, store credit, because that guy had to rip off all the kids that came into a store. Right around the time, probably a little bit after, I want to say we did the episode about it, I looked it up on eBay how much it would be complete in box, and I was gobsmacked. I don't know if it's just like it's a late era game, so it didn't sell well, but it's also like mid '90s Marvel, so how could it not have? But like the prices on that, and then you see like the Japanese copies, and those are super affordable, but that's not the copy I have nostalgia for. It's the North American version that I do. I mean, they're the same game. I'm just
Yeah,
trying to rationalize not
you
having the
got it.
Super Famicom box.
Yeah, so I've got that game, and I bought it, brand new when it was back in the day. That's just a time frame where everything was moving to PlayStation and Nintendo 64. I'm guessing the SNES cart just weren't being looked at, right? But of course, I like the arcade games. I like the Capcom arcade fighter games. So, I couldn't get that at home, but I could get this at the very least. I didn't have a PlayStation, so this would be the closest thing I could get to it. Did they have maybe the Saturn? I think the Saturn might have had one of those games over here in this country, but I didn't have one of those. So I had only, I could only get by with what was available to me at the time. So I held on to the Super Nintendo for a long time. I don't know if I got too many rare games for it. I do got that. I do have, I guess, Spawn. It's not like a normal. I don't know if that's a common game,
Oh no,
but
that's you look that one up on eBay. It's fucking depressing if you're like me and you're like, I remember that Spawn game, and then you look it up complete in box, and it's like, I like Spawn. I don't like Spawn that much. It's a lot of money.
it's a terrible game. It's not that fun. But that was just something that back in the day, I think I probably paid $80 at Walmart for it because we just had the money and we're looking at something to get. That's gonna be the one. A different time. We
Yeah,
didn't really think about it. Just sure, man. We'll spend $80 on that. That was, I'm what is that, probably 13, 14 years old. That's fine, whatever. Who cares? Disposable income.
yeah.
So
And Spawn was super hot in the mid '90s, so it kind of didn't matter. Like I remember one of my older cousins was obsessed with like renting that game like the day the video store got it in because Spawn was like the cool thing. And I don't think I've ever watched somebody go from being excited to like, oh, we got it, we got it. And like 15 minutes later, he was like, oh, this sucks.
it was fueled by that John Leguizamo movie. It made sense. We all loved it back in the day. We didn't watch the HBO show. We were too young for that, but we watched that movie. The movie is cool. So the game's gotta be good.
I watched the movie for the first time a couple of years ago, or at least the first time since like the late 90s. I don't understand how that's like the worst superhero movie. I hear that so much. Like there's a lot of Marvel slop that's way worse than that one.
It doesn't hold well, but
Also,
that's
I
just
just think,
well because of the CGI.
yeah, it hasn't aged super well. I just think the John Leguizamo clown like setup is fucking hilarious. It's also really accurate.
I do remember watching that in the theaters and just being upset that here's the Violator in all its glory, and he gets pretty much off fairly quickly without any kind of anything going on. I think he gets sawed in half or something ridiculous, and just like, hey, that's it. That's all we see. Like that kind of sucked.
Yeah, you don't really get a whole like Clown is basically the main like supernatural, if you want to look at it that way, antagonist in that movie. There's not a whole lot going on beyond him. But that's a cool movie. The HBO show you referenced, I had never seen that until when did I first get HBO? It would have been 2021, because that's right around the time that McFarlane decided like I'm gonna start making Spawn toys again, and they all looked wonderful. And I was like, oh, there's a Spawn cartoon, and I watched it, and the first season's amazing. Like it's unbelievably good. Um, the second and third are all right, but like the first season of that, I was like, wow, they really had this shit on HBO in the '90s. And of course, you've got Todd doing like the moody, edgy introductions on every episode in the first season, which those always crack me up. Because if you've ever read the Spawn comics, it's Todd McFarlane trying really, really hard to sound cool. Even now, I can say that as somebody who's read most of the Spawn issues that have come out this year. Anything written by Todd is still doing the brooding, edgy early '90s. Like he really has not changed as a writer since like 1992. It's fucking hilarious. What the hell were we talking about before we started talking about? Oh, the video games that were expensive. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I just wanted to get this out of there because I didn't get a chance to talk about this, but I know that I'm assuming that you brought this up earlier. Liger, is he all right? Everything's okay with him?
He had his dad had gotten sick, and then he had gotten sick, and he's had like some back and forths where he gets to feeling better, but he's still got a cough. I'll let him fill everybody in on the full details when he's back and he's ready and able to be on the show again. He described it to me, and I was like, yeah, I would get that looked at, bud. And he actually, when I recorded the Jikio Power Pro episode the other day, I couldn't record, like I couldn't get the recording thing to work in his server. He gave me all the permissions and it still wouldn't work. And then he was just like, fuck it, I'll hit record and hit mute and we'll just let me know when it's done. And so like that's how that episode was done. The recording yesterday, I created the server that we're currently in and figured out how to get that piece of shit Craig to come in and record. But he's doing better than he was like a week ago. I will say that, like, because when I talked to him last week, it sounded really, really awful. And then he was like, I'm feeling a little bit better, but I'm still sore and I still have a cough. So hopefully, like within a week, he's back to normal because it's been a bit. Yeah, he's gonna hear this and maybe not be so happy.
I just wanted to make a note that like I didn't just completely ignore the fact that he wasn't here. I just wanted to say,
Oh no, I understand, and I don't think he'll get mad. I'm not. This isn't anything that he's not also talk about. Obviously, when he comes back, and obviously, I wish him well because that's been my homie on the internet for a lot longer than he's aware of. Because we've referenced like I remember you from Fire Protocol like 20 years ago, and he has like no memory of it. But we're all getting a little old and forgetful, honestly. But seriously, yeah, get well soon, LB, because I know you're going to hear this because you're going to download this immediately after I send you the link for it. Because everybody's going to hear this and they're going to see the length of the podcast anyway. But the idea is this is going to be just like all the interviews, just like kind of supercut together with timestamps. So hopefully somebody makes it to the end of this episode because there's still, by my count, like 2 more that we have to record, and this is going to be the whopper to end all whoppers.
I mean, what
was
like
gonna say something.
a fan does like 7-hour podcasts on the regular? It's fine. Wrestling people are used to these things.
I actually made the joke to I think it was my friend Kara. I was like, yeah, this is gonna end up being like a 10-hour podcast, and she was just like, TLF does it. They have a bigger listener base than we do, though. That's also just, I love that podcast. It's great. Shout outs to the Laps fan. I mean, Between the Sheets does like 5-hour podcasts regularly too. God bless Zellner for being willing to do it. Um, so like WCW, obviously, you have to be a big fan to run the website that you do. When did you start watching WCW?
So that's probably one of the first things that introduced me to wrestling. It was the NES game, right? The NES
Oh,
game, whenever I was a kid, I rented it, and when I was just walking through random mart, I saw that you had Hawk and Animal on the front cover, and I had no idea who the hell these guys were, but they were big and bulky, wearing black and face paint and leather, and hell yeah, this looks pretty cool, I want to see what this is about, and that introduced me to the world of wrestling. And I didn't have cable, but I did rent the VHS tapes back then. So I think the first actual pay-per-view that I recall watching is Beach Blast 92, which is a fantastic, one of the best of that era. Then you also have the bikini thing with Medusa and Missy Hyatt. So like this is a whole brand new world to me. I've got a lot of awakenings happening here and a lot of various banners, right? So that was probably the beginning of it. But I didn't actually start watching on a regular basis. Now that we get cable in the late 90s, it was probably around early 98.
wow.
That's pretty late for the Monday night era, right? I had no idea any of this stuff was really happening, but the video games, again, in the mid 90s, brought me back into it because I'm watching this in 98, and that's only because I'm playing WCW versus NWO World Tour. And I'm playing as Scott Hall. I'm playing as Kevin Nash. I don't know who these guys are, but I know Sting. I know Macho Man. I know Hogan. This is pretty cool. And then whenever I actually watched television, it was probably a Thunder, the first one I caught. Scott Hall was in the ring doing this whole "Hey yo" stick. And I'm looking at it, I was like, holy shit, Scott Hall, that's Razor Ramon. I had no idea they were the same person. And I only know those guys from the Super Nintendo games. So like everything kind of hit at once. I think, holy shit, like these are all like the best of the best now. Now they got me for a fan for life. And the first pay-per-view I probably got was Super Brawl 98. I think that's the one with Sting and the Giant and the tag team. I think that was the first pay-per-view I bought.
Super Brawl, I think, is the Sting Hogan Starcade rematch.
Yeah, then the Slamboree 98. I would have been watching it for Sting and Hogan, but I think the first pay-per-view I actually did purchase was the Slamboree 98 one.
Oh, okay.
And then from
That's
that point on, it was a weekly viewing until the end. With the exception of
was
like
that
in summer 99.
I mean, I wasn't watching any wrestling in summer '99. I was frustrated.
It was bad, like absolute dog shit. And I managed to
Oh yeah,
catch it. I caught 3 Nitros live, and the one in 1999 and mid 99 was probably the worst of them all, where people were leaving the Astrodome pissed and chanting refund on the way out the door.
jeez. I've probably told the story, but like after the WWF killed Owen Hart, he was like my favorite guy. Like the first guy I ever said was my favorite wrestler was him. And then I remember watching Nitro around that time with all of my older cousins, as was tradition. Even though at this point they no longer lived with us, they were just at our house hanging out. And I was like, is Goldberg ever going to win the belt again? And the youngest of my older cousins, who was always a prick to me, was like, no, he's never going to win the belt again. He had it once, he wasn't good enough to keep it, blah, 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 blah. So I was just like, yeah, I don't really want to do this anymore then. Because Goldberg was like my favorite guy in WCW. And I'm pretty sure if you polled everybody who was in the first fucking grade in, spring 1999 about who their favorite guy in WCW was, it was probably going to be him. And I didn't really get back into it. I didn't know they did an Alamo Dome Nitro in '99. I thought they stopped that after like '98.
We had Astrodome. I want to say it was Astrodome in 98, Astrodome in 99. And I want to say Astrodome again in late 99. I did 3 Nitros. I never got to see a Thunder. But that was in Houston. I want to say that was the main venue for them. I don't know if they ever ran anywhere else because the one in
You think
the
it might have been a deal where like the WWF had them locked out of running? What was the big building in Houston? Was it the Summit?
that's an older one. I think Astrodome was the main one because when they ran WrestleMania, they're at the Astrodome, weren't they?
Yeah, but they also when they ran like regular shows there had to have been another building that they ran because it wasn't always the Astrodome. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they were just using the Astrodome until like a newer building got built.
Mm, March 29th, 2000 Thunder results in the Astro Arena. I don't even that became NRG. So yeah, so we had something similar back then. It was a smaller place called the Astro Arena. I was never even aware of that, but no, the only time I ever saw them was at the Astrodome.
Oh, this taping from 2000 sounds rough. Oh wow, you got Buff Bagwell going over La Parca, Vampiro fighting the Wall to a no contest.
Yeah, that's the main event, right?
Yeah, it's listed as the last match on Thunder, and then oh god, the worldwide taping doesn't sound a whole hell of a lot better. I mean, Fit Finley beating up Chuck Palumbo might be funny, but like this is rough. Yeah.
Yeah, so that mid 99 thing that I saw that made people so pissed is that it was Sting and Steiner in a cage match, which, cool. Rick Steiner versus Sting, that's kind of cool. And it just ends with no real announcement. This Sting gets handcuffed to the cage, Tank Abbott comes in and starts beating on him, and then the show just ends. I don't remember any kind of announcement or anything else. It's just that, hey, Sting is locked up, nothing's happening, and the show's off air. And people are like, okay, is this it? Or are you going to like have something else after this? Did they even announce a winner or no DQ or anything? No, it just kind of just goes off air. We're just sitting there like, what the fuck just happened? People are pissed.
So I didn't realize this was the okay. So this Sting and Rick Steiner cage match, not to give the whole lore. My aunt, we thought had epilepsy when I was a kid. It turns out what we thought was her having like seizures was her having like PTSD flashbacks. We didn't know this at the time. And I remember if this happened at night and my cousin was home, I would have to go get him because he was like the one that could get my aunt out of the seizures we thought they were at the time. And she had one and it woke me up. And I remember running to go up like upstairs and I hear the fucking TV on and it's my cousin watching the replay of Nitro. And that was the match that was on the TV was the cage match. So while he's like making sure my aunt's okay, I'm just like, huh, it's Rick Steiner and Sting in a cage match. And I didn't even know Tank Abbott was in WCW because I think he was like the ref for that match or something.
It's something like that. I have revisited in so many years. I don't want to touch that one. I just remember it being absolute dog shit, which leads to like the worst period in 99 for WCW that I recall. There was just too much happening where I just had to walk away for a good 2 months.
I remember watching, I think I've rented, might have been Great American. What's the show with the Nash and Savage? That's Great American Bash. I
Yeah.
rented that tape from the video store because for whatever reason, the movie gallery here in my hometown before they closed, they had every WCW tape from like 97, 98, 99. Which contrasts the other video store where the only tape they had was Fall Brawl 2000. And I'm still mad at myself to this day for not buying that tape because it was like '02 and I was just kind of like still a little bit bitter that WCW was gone. And I was like, oh, Scott Steiner and Goldberg, that might be really cool, but I didn't give a shit about the rest of the card. And then you fast forward, like, I don't think I saw that full show until 2012. And my first thought, like halfway through the show, is fuck, I bought Hulkamania 3 instead of this. What the fuck was wrong with me? Um, but I remember watching that Great American Bash 99 and just thinking it was the worst tape I'd ever rented as far as wrestling was concerned. And I'd rented a lot of stinky fucking wrestling tapes. Like some of those like 95 era Coliseum videos looked like fucking WrestleMania 6 or 7 compared to that Bash 99. And granted, I didn't rent that tape until like '02. So like again, the WCW's been gone for like a year, but I remember watching that and just going, God, did it get any worse? Because
If I remember right, I think that one of the reasons why I stopped watching it was during that time frame because I want to say that while we were there at that Nitro, I'm sitting there with my family. My mom and my dad were all there together, and here's an angle where Savage gets a raw sewage pipe and puts it into the limousine with Nash and coats him with pure shit and going, "Oh yeah, my dad and my mom are watching this with me live, thinking, oh God, like I'm just completely embarrassed. I just shrank into like a little nothing, just sitting there thinking, oh God, like I can't believe that I'm here with them and they're seeing this."
I was gonna say one of the things I remember from the opening of that tape was that segment being shown, and just thinking it was so weirdly WWF. And Russo's not even there at that point. He doesn't show up for what, like another 4.5 months, 5 months.
Yeah, he's not there till I think Halloween Havoc officially, right? So that's just I don't know, man. I don't. Good lord. Now I'm thinking I have never revisited this Nitro since, and like I now got a hankering to kind of just load it up and see how bad it really was. That whole time frame too. There's so many weeks where I skipped out that I never revisited. I think that I didn't realize until years later, like looking at the magazines, that the Deadpool was a thing. I saw an image of Vampiro, Raven, and with ICP together, and they're labeled as the Deadpool. I'm looking at it, it's like, I have no idea what this is. And it turns out they only existed for a handful of weeks, the weeks that I never watched. So it was just the funniest thing. It's like, oh, this, and then Raven quits the company. Okay, cool. I completely missed this.
And then part of his release wasn't that he couldn't go to the WWF for 1 year, so he just slums it in ECW. And just going by like all of the newsletter coverage that I've heard about on Between the Sheets and read, he made it very fucking clear to Heyman, like, as soon as I'm able to go to the Fed, fuck you, I'm out.
And and yeah, and he was used so much better there, right? I mean, good lord. Man, it's
Every few years, I'll do an ECW on. Oh, go on.
I did like Raven's theme to WWF. I think that was probably the highlight of them.
Oh yeah, no, the first theme, and then the one on Forcible Entry, that was really good too. Yeah. And I mean, he has like the two pay-per-view matches in April of '01 that are looked back on a lot more fondly than you would think. The three-way hardcore title match at Mania 17, and then the match with Rhino at Backlash, which for my money is the best match that the WWF hardcore title was ever like tied to. That match is awesome. Um, but I do an ECW on TNN rewatch every couple of years, and typically I'll rope one of my friends in with me. And the last time I did it was my friend Sheaf and I. And every week for like 2 months, we were like, "Oh, this is Raven's final appearance on TNN," and then he's on the show the next week, and we're like, "What?" I don't remember him. And then like the one where it was like, "Okay, this has to be the final one," was actually the final one, and we were like, "We've been saying this for 2 months now. What the fuck?" Because Dusty's around longer than I recalled too. Because I think he does. I think he's still appearing on TV in like late May or June of 2000, and I can't imagine those fucking checks were clearing by that point. Honestly, it's ECW in 2000. No checks cleared.
And then he ends up in the game, which is his first actual wrestling game appearance in the United States official.
Oh yeah, Anarchy Rules. Yeah, funny story about that. I know I've told it on the podcast before. I was obsessed with everything ECW in 2000. Like from the second I saw ECW on TNN onward, that was like my favorite thing in the world. When Anarchy Rules came out and I saw it at the Kmart in the town that I currently work in, my mom would not let me get it. She was like, "You're not getting it. You're not getting it." And I just sat down next to the game case, like, well, that looks like I'm not leaving until I get it. And mom did all of the old like parenting tricks, like the walking around the corner, acting like she was gonna leave me, which I was like 9 and I knew she wasn't going to because you can go to jail for that shit. And eventually mom acquiesces. And on the way home, I'm like, hey mom, look, Dusty Rhodes is in this game. And my mom's just like not selling it at all. She's just not reacting. And so we get home and I'm playing a couple of matches and my mom comes out, I was like, I want to see Dusty Rhodes in this game. I'm like, all right, cool. Watch him get beat up by Rhino. And he did. But it's so weird that's Dusty's first like playable appearance because like
Technically, I guess he's in Revenge, and then he's probably in some of the Fire Pro games under a different name.
he's in Fire Pro Special for sure. That might be the only one he appears in before like Fire Pro D and the weird game where like the US version got a bunch of legends that the Japanese version didn't get because those like the two different versions of Fire Pro 2 for the Game Boy have like wildly different rosters. But like I guess there's never really a chance for him to appear as a playable character, right? Because like he wasn't going to make it into WrestleMania Challenge because we needed Beefcake in that game. And Jim Duggan, who was just such a big deal in 1990 WWF. And I guess, I mean, he could have been a playable character in Nitro. They had like giant bugs and shit in that game. Why couldn't we have Dusty?
Was it Annie Mae, the anime character, the anime schoolgirl? Yeah.
Oh God, and a Ghost too, I think, or was that Thunder?
You know what? I can't recall. Maybe Dusty is in one of those games. Now that I'm thinking about it, I mean, Shivani is in one of those games, so maybe he's in one. I don't know. I gotta check on with the Smack Talks to see if Dusty made it in one of those games as a secret character.
I want to say he doesn't because I think Tony's in because him and Bobby are commentators. I don't think they have like Mike today. Maybe they don't. I'm gonna have to load up WCW Nitro at some point soon to figure this out. And that's like one of my least favorite things to do in this world. I love WCW. Some of those video games are not ideal.
You know, in the back of my mind, if I were doing weekly podcasts, wrestling podcasts, I would have loved to just sit there with you and some of the game marks and just try to do a actual list. We would just do an actual on-air list and ranking of all the WCW games from worst to best to see where we are in all things. And I would have figured out how a way to like, kind of like populate those lists and make the rankings make sense to where my top 10 list versus your top 10 list, you know, how that would all work. Just, you know, one of those things I had in the back of my mind I wanted to do, and, you know, things just kind of keep going. And I've yet to start a weekly podcast on this shit. I had a podcast years ago, and just one of those things where if I had time, yeah, man, it'd be fun. But no, it's not in the cards for me right now.
So I'm trying to think of how like Revenge is the obvious number one.
So
Do you count?
Well, here's the thing: are we going to count Virtual Pro Wrestling 64? Since it
I was literally just about to ask.
That's the thing. Where are you going to count that? They're in there. It's on the cover. If you drink WCW people, so does that make it the actual number one, or is it Revenge?
I still think I would put Revenge over, but I was literally going to be like, do you count Virtual Pro 64? Because if so, that's my number two, and then World Tour. And then after that, God.
I might actually say 64 would go on top because of the large roster and the way you can actually change people's appearances and the fact it's got Vader and Luda and Liger in it. So there's a lot of different stuff happening in 64 that I think makes it a little bit of a better game to play for me. But Revenge is a 100% timestamp from early WCW 1998 that replicated extremely well on the 64, minus the lack of the actual theme songs, right? But other than that, it's so good.
Yeah, I was going to say my thing with Virtual Pro is it's a really nice snapshot of the majority of the greater picture of like pro wrestling, specifically Japanese wrestling. in like 1996, but like Revenge is such a it's one of the games you can point to and say it's a perfect representation of the product that it's like emulating. Like you could show somebody who has no clue of what 98 WCW is all about, and you could they could play that game for like an hour and they would get it. And I think maybe as an overall package, I would say Virtual Pro 64 is better, but I don't think it's a better WCW game because they're just kind of like part of the package. Whereas, and it's not a fair comparison, but like the entire package of Revenge is like WCW,
Yeah, no,
if
I
that
agree.
makes sense.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. So if we ever were to do a ranked list of all the games, then I think the fights that we would probably get into would be what's the absolute worst dog shit WCW game of all time, and then that will be where the arguments will probably show up at. Is it
Mm.
is it is it Backstage Assault? Is it Mayhem for the Game Boy Color?
Okay, well,
Like
it
is
probably objectively in terms of like actually being playable, it probably is Game Boy Color Mayhem because that game just doesn't like function at all.
but it looks
Really,
nice.
it does, and it has the backstage areas, which was like a huge thing for me when I was a kid. But I
Yeah,
still think like I don't know, like it probably would be Mayhem for the Game Boy Color at the bottom of the barrel for me. Close to the bottom would probably be the N64 version of Nitro because like oh it's Thunder
so
without the rants.
completely unplayable. It is so insanely fast. I don't know what is happening in that game.
Yeah, like I rented that one time because I had the strategy guide because my mom would just buy me the strategy guides for every wrestling game because I just wanted to know what they were all like. And I always just assumed, oh, it's Thunder on the N64. And then I put the cartridge in and you have that like weird fucking we can't do an FMV, so here's a bunch of clips from the game for an opening video, which is always a great sign. Um, when you're taking something from the PlayStation to the N64. And then I played my first match, and it would. You're right. It was so fast. I had no fucking clue what was going on, and I maybe played a handful of matches in it before I was just like, okay, time to go to the other game I rented, which was like that Powerpuff Girls fighting game that was on the N64. I don't know why the fuck I rented it. It was a better game than Nitro. I can tell you that because I
I
played it
mean,
a lot more.
you go to the video store, sometimes you get desperate. Sometimes you're scraping the bottom of the barrel just hoping something will stick, and sometimes it does. Sometimes you find something that's completely unknown. So a diamond in the rough. Like that's how I discovered GoldenEye 007 just when it came out. I had no interest in James Bond. I had no idea what it was, but it's the brand new game. Sure, I guess I'll rent this. I don't know if we give a shit about James Bond, but turns out no, it's a great game. Another great game. Wheel of Fortune for the N64. Another random thing you just rented. Like this is actually really fun. And with me and my brothers, we laughed very, very hard at that stupid ass game.
I never played that, but I did play Who Wants to Be a Millionaire for the PlayStation, and I had the Game Boy Color port as well. And
I put that on my
I remember if
PlayStation.
you entered your name as Regis in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, there was like an audio clip of Regis getting pissed off because that was his name.
That's so funny. I put on my PlayStation Classic a couple of years ago, and for some reason, that's one of the games we're just constantly going back to. Me and my wife trading off because it turns out, hey, this game shows on a video game console are actually really fun and really good, and we should probably see more of these.
I wish it was like I wish the game industry wasn't as fucked as it was so we could get like wacky little like offshoot games like that again.
I mean, they
Like
might exist out there. It's just that the eShop and the PlayStation Store and the Xbox Store, they're just flooded with all this garbage. It's hard to find those type of titles again unless someone else is shining a light on it and bringing attention to it.
yeah, or they're a mobile game, which uh, not a not a huge fan of mobile games. So, what are your thoughts on like Nitro and Thunder in terms of playability? Like PlayStation Nitro, I mean.
Yeah, for the time they were fantastic because you're seeing the FMV, seeing the actual wrestler rants and the intros, the music, everything's there. The gameplay itself, yeah, it's weird, it's funky, but at that point, there was nothing else on the PlayStation that rivaled, I guess, something on the levels of WCW NWO World Tour or Revenge. So for me, like, this is the best we're going to get. And that's fine. I'm okay with this. Warzone was okay too, but I didn't have a working PlayStation. I didn't have a PlayStation that could actually save anything on it. The little card didn't read right. So anything I ever played was just something that I could just put in and write for a couple days and never think of it again. So there were so many games from that era I just completely missed out on. I didn't do a lot of creative wrestlers for Warzone or Attitude or any of that stuff. So they were fun rentals. It's a fun way to burn through a couple days when you're just there at your house. Games themselves, going back to it, no, they're not good at all. They're not fun. You can easily cheese ball your way through a match, get through the entire, I guess the whatever it is, the championship run that you could get through in like probably each match in 20, 30 seconds if you do it right. Just do a bunch of was an octopus stretch. I want to say it's like 2 or 3 buttons. You get a guy into there, the abdominal stretch. Do that a couple times. Drop kick, pin, done. Match is done in like 38 seconds. It's ridiculous. But what else? What else are you going to have out there with Booker T and Stevie Ray screaming at you? What is the Alex Wright and Wrath? Like these are the first times that I think I ever heard Wrath cut a promo, or Bryan Adams' NWO gear cut a promo. It was like through this game, the first time I ever heard him actually speak. Yeah, those are cool for those experiences, I guess.
Goldberg too, because I don't think he'd spoken on. Well, no, you're next. He would have said on TV, but like he does like a full little like 15-second promo, and it's like, wow, that's really what Goldberg sounds like. My favorite is still my favorite's still Nash and Nitro. I quote that to this day. Like 2 supervisors ago, one of my friends from my current job, I showed him that video once, and during the holiday rush 2 years ago, we were both like just like super punchy, and I'd put like a UPS package in like the USPS bag, and we were just like kind of pretend getting shitty with each other, and I did the Nash rant from Nitro, and it popped him. And then around the same time, I got tasked with training a new hire during like a really busy day, and I did the Nash rant from Thunder, which makes no sense in the context of somebody showing up and being handed to you as a trainee, but I thought it was funny. That's all that mattered. Shout outs to Kevin Nash.
It's one of those things where someone needs to go through and find the people from who the developers of this game, or find the director of it and ask what kind of direction was given to the wrestlers for these promos, because they're all over the place. Some guys are doing wrestler promos like they're on Worldwide. You got some guys talking as if you're trying to get the person to choose them, the player to choose them as a wrestler. I think some guys are even threatening you when you're to rant on them, saying that if you choose them, they're going to kill you or whatever, right? It doesn't make any sense. I can never figure out what angle they're trying to come from. I think Alex Wright, he's the one who has it best. Choose me, and we'll have one hell of a victory. I promise. That makes sense. You need to choose me. I'm going to take you to victory. Not what is that?
Like Scott Hall saying, "I'm gonna rough you up, you little punk." Like, oh, well, then I'm not gonna pick you, Scott Hall. I'm sorry. I think some of them might have taken like, "Oh, you're gonna pick me as your opponent," and they just ran with that, and nobody wanted to be like, "Okay, can you do the promo like they're actually like you want them to pick you so that they can use you to win?" Yeah, somebody's got to ask Sanders Keel about that because I'm pretty sure he would have been the point man on that.
Yeah, it's like Bryan Adams is, he calls you a pencil neck geek. I remember that thinking like that's really weird and outdated. I don't like this guy. And then Wrath, pick me because I'm big, bad, and dangerous to know. It's like, oh, all right, cool. I guess that's cool. I like Wrath, but it's kind of a cheeseball. Whatever.
The Jim Neidhart one is amazing. Anybody that's listening to this, and I can't imagine there is anybody listening to this that hasn't. I guess I could have just ended the sentence there. That hasn't already seen the Jim Neidhart. It's so perfectly Jim the Anvil Neidhart because it's something I'm pretty sure that he just said a million times anyway. God, the Bret Hart promo is brutal. The Piper one's hilarious.
Yeah, Piper's the one that's actually breaking all the direction given and referencing other people and their promos as well. That's like, wait, you can do that?
Nash said, "Don't pick me, fine, because I could smash Nash." Hogan put him to sleep 3 times. Pick me, you know why? Because everybody's got to pay the Piper. God bless Roddy, man, he ruled.
Did you ever listen to his podcast? I think that he was probably one of my favorite wrestler podcasts when he was doing that on a weekly basis.
I listened to a few episodes of it, yeah, and then I
He would
think
get super into some of the things he would talk about, but also like get really introspective about his life and about himself. So it would always go to some interesting places, even if like the guest was never like anyone you really cared too much for. But he would get into some really cool places. I thought like he actually had one of the better ones out there.
yeah, his was one of the ones in like that early to mid 2010s boom that if I remembered it was there because I've always because fucking if you grew up in the 80s and 90s and you were a wrestling fan, you probably like Roddy Piper a lot. I would be very surprised if somebody grew up in that era and didn't like. Um, I do remember there was like some controversy, like Steve Austin might have got that podcast kiboshed, which, if true, kind of sucks.
I forgot about that. No, he had a guest doing a Austin voice or something like that. They prank him in a weird way where they call up as Austin or they call up as another wrestler. I can't recall what actually happened there, but yeah, that was a big thing.
Oh, was it Hacksaw Jim Duggan? I'm pretty sure it was Jim Duggan or one of those guys talking
Was it
about like the Steve Austin Broken Skull Challenge show. Do you remember that show? And he says something like,
Yeah.
"I love the smell of combat in the morning," and they made a joke about Deborah. I want to say, and I want to say that's because I think Will Sasso, the guy that did the Austin impression on SmackDown back in like 0102, I think he was on that episode as well. And
I
yeah, it
vaguely
was like right after that
that.
came out that fucking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that, but that it was something like that. That all rings a bell. And it turns out, maybe Steve Austin doesn't like being the butt of jokes or having a prank pulled on him. So that would make sense. And sadly, that show had to die. So uh Ric Flair's Woo Nation could live, I guess. Now, that was the other one from that era that was interesting to hear. I don't think it was ever good, but it was always interesting to listen to because it would like every week it was hearing Rick talk to a friend of his. It was just Paw going over everyone's health around him and really talking out of school about some of the stuff that probably shouldn't be out there.
Like Nick Bockwinkel, I remember that was a big one.
I mean, I remember he was talking to Terry Funk one day and just out of nowhere, I talked to Harley the other day. He's not doing so well, Terry. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Rick. I can't believe that. Like, oh, he's not doing well at all. It's just, this is breaking news here that you're just putting out there. No, just completely oblivious that anyone else could be listening into that conversation or that they would even post it themselves and didn't edit any of that out. It was so weird. That was the
And I think
introduction.
he mentions Tenyu having throat cancer at one point too, right? That's never been like actually confirmed, but Flair mentioned it.
And here we are in 2025, still happening. Last week, him talking about What did Hogan in was the street drugs.
Oh my god, I've read that quote and I was on break at work and I just broke out laughing. One of those things you can't explain to like the other three people in the break room why you think it's so goddamn funny. But like I was just sitting there like not quite snot blowing out of my nose, but I was just like this motherfucker, man. If you give him a microphone, he will just say shit. And I mean maybe he's not wrong, but also like Jesus Christ, man.
No, I would 100% believe him. I think that Rick is the type of person that, for whatever reason, he's just extremely upfront, and I don't know, because he would just pull things up during his show. He's just like, yeah, none of this shit should ever be on air. None of this should ever hear anyone else but you and that other person. But they, record a whole 2-hour show of it and put it up. And I think those episodes do not exist online. I think they do not have those archives up anywhere, but at least not all of them. So then to read that and then read his update and to now read another update where I think Flair went back and said, hey, I got my information wrong. I talked to, I guess, Hogan's widow. That's not what happened. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. I made that all up. Don't worry. Don't think about me. It's fine.
Oh god, it's sad obviously to see kind of like what the current public persona of Ric Flair has become, because before I got the internet and found out, like, Plane Ride from Hell was like a year and a half after I got the internet, and then that was a lot of people took that as a joke for a long time, and I don't see how you could watch the Dark Side episode and like look the woman talking about it in the face and still think that shit's funny. I know people would still make jokes about it, and it's funny. But like prior to finding all of that stuff out, it's like that's fucking Ric Flair. He's the greatest of all time. And now it's just like, no, he's a drunk that talks a little too much when he's on podcasts saying he's a sex pest. You know what
And
though?
he is
He's not gonna get shit on. Oh, go on.
Go ahead. Finish your thought there.
I was just saying he's not gonna get shit on nearly as hard when he goes as Hogan did. Not
No.
nearly.
No. And with everything that Flair's doing now, where he's talking everything from alcohol to dick pills to energy drinks,
Wings.
CBD. Yeah, like everything he's doing is complete joke of himself and complete parody of what he is. And you're right. Hogan, when he died, I think that Liger said it on your show about how it should have been bigger. It should have been a more of a bigger news story, and people should have been talking great things about this professional wrestler who was a icon of the industry and a pop culture icon. And instead, he did it to himself. He completely didn't know when to shut the fuck up. Didn't know how to have any kind of grace whenever he was caught in something and apologize and be apologetic. And then at the end of it, he was selling fucking Trumpamania shirts on his website. He had gone completely MAGA grifter as a way to make money. It sucks. It completely sucks that he completely exposed himself, had no actual apology for anything he did. And in the end, when he died, he's like a small blurb on People magazine. It was like the headline is like someone else got him married or something, and at the corner is like 80s wrestler dies. Like, no, this should have been a bigger deal. Kind of like, when Ace Frehley died. He's a guy that I would not expect as much of an outpour for him that we saw. They were running stuff on CNN and all these stuff, people coming out of the woodworks to praise him. And I wasn't expecting that at all. The guitarist from Kiss. So, like, I would imagine Hogan would have had something bigger. Like, no, it's just, he completely tarnished himself, completely ruined his legacy, exposed himself as being a racist piece of shit. And at the end, like, it was fucking nothing. And it's sad. It's sad that, like, that's where he ended up at. I think it's the way Liger was kind of summarizing it too, that, that it should have been something better, that he was the one guy out of all of those people from that era that should have been celebrated to the very end, but he couldn't just ride off to the sunset. He had to always fuck it up for himself. It sucks. I feel bad for anyone who grew up from that era and idolized him. Because, for me, my favorite rock band of all time is Kiss. And I load up Blue Sky this morning, and there's Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley with Trump at the Kennedy Awards from, I guess, yesterday. And thinking, oh, yeah, that completely fucking sucks.
Yeah. I tried to articulate it when we recorded the show. Like, I think I also said it. Like, he should have had like a completely bulletproof fucking legacy. Like, he's Hulk Hogan. If there's anybody that's synonymous with basically two separate like wrestling booms, it's him. And nobody talked about it that day. And I obviously they shouldn't have. The stuff he did that he didn't see fit to give a genuine apology or show any sort of contrition for, that stuff should have been the first thing that got mentioned. Like I remember seeing screenshots from Twitter of people trying to shout down each other over like you're prioritizing talking about this. Like at the end of the day, Hogan leaned into it. You're right with the fucking MAGA grifter stuff. You have to talk about that stuff first. The rest of it doesn't really matter. And his final appearance for the company that he's basically solely responsible for, making it through the first boom. His final appearance in front of that company's audience, an audience that conventional wisdom would tell you should love him unconditionally, he got booed out of the fucking building. Mentioning Randy Savage and Andre the Giant could not save him. That crowd did not fucking care. And it does suck to see that happen. And I feel bad. I feel bad for the people that were posting like all of the tributes for him the day of, because like your comment section is going to be real fucking interesting. And it's a weird one because I see people trying to ascribe like the Benoit thing to him of like, well, just don't talk about him. And it's a lot easier to not talk about Chris Benoit than it is to not talk about Hulk Hogan, honestly. Like, you want to talk about 80s wrestling, unless you just want to act like the WWF never existed, you got to talk about him. You talk about the 90s, there's like not a part of that decade he doesn't play a significant role in for good or bad. Even in the early 2000s, like he has his last big run, and then they finally decide they're done with his shit. And he's only doing cameo appearances. But like, I don't think the Benoit treatment is the way to go. But I also think anytime you talk about him, you have to mention who he was as a person first. And that's not a conversation that a lot of older fans really want to have.
I understand that point of thinking, because then there's people who separate it from the person versus the character. But realistically, I think that's also bullshit, because there was no Terry at the end. It was fucking Hulk Hogan 24/7. Like,
yeah,
Terry was never a character, never a person you would see or hear on television. It was always him still doing the lies, him still doubling down on all his bullshit, and showing up at the Republican rally and selling his weird American beer. Like, he went to random places and doing signings for his American beer and just 100% going to the MAGA grift. And now it sucks. Like, it's a weird thing. But with you were saying, like, yes, it's easier to just avoid Benoit altogether. You can't avoid Hogan. And I scan these wrestling magazines, right? I scan all the WCW magazines onto the website, and I put it through the Patreon and photo galleries people can kind of look at. And I come across a couple of these issues where Benoit is heavily featured, and I always think, like, is this going to be a problem? And I always try to put content warning that, hey, just giving you a heads up that this has got some heavy, Benoit coverage, or the pull-out poster is Benoit and woman together. And just looking at that, staring at it, going, yeah, this sucks. to see, to see this from this era and what they were doing and knowing where they all end up. Just a sad deal.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that that was 18 years ago now. Um, that summer was and we talked about it yesterday when I recorded with Freem and Ray. Like, just
Are we touching
so
upon
many people.
we're touching upon something you guys already talked about with them?
But it was, well, I mean, we're talking about it, but like, do you remember all the news coverage that summer where like everybody except for like maybe Kevin Nash just made a total ass out of themselves?
Yeah, I mean, that was the biggest story as a wrestling fan. And at that point, I had actually got pulled back into wrestling. I had stopped watching after Invasion, but I had a friend that I met through one of the forums that we started seeing shows together and going to watch stuff here when I was in Austin. And that was during, guess, the Spirit Squad era. It's like, for whatever reason, like
Uh,
a good portion during that time where I was going to the shows and watching weekly again, right? Maybe I'm misremembering the time frame. Regardless, it doesn't matter. I was at the Night of Champions where Punk and Benoit were supposed to actually have a match. He doesn't show up, right? We don't know idea what's happening. And it was Punk versus Johnny Nitro, whatever. I guess he was Nitro at that point.
yeah, he
We didn't
wasn't Morrison until like after that match.
Yeah, and we didn't like it. We were booing. We were chanting for Benoit. Meanwhile, we had no idea that at that point we were pretty much chanting the name of a guy who killed his wife and son. And that was a big deal for me, realizing how that all went down. I had to walk away again for wrestling for a bit. But I remember watching all the news coverage, and like it was everyone who wanted a news bite, a news clip came out of the woodwork. And then some of these guys, like, I don't remember what Johnny B. Bad said or Mark Merrill, whatever he came out and said, but like that's made him persona non grata with the WWE ever since. And like I don't remember him saying anything realistically that was terrible, but I guess that he was just
I
going against.
remember he argued with Fit Finley about like the wrestlers not having insurance or something.
Because in my memory, he was actually fighting the good fight for the workers and how they get treated as wrestlers with no pensions and things like that. Then again, it's been
Yeah,
18 years, right? So I can't really recall every single detail back in the day. But it was just nonstop coverage. It was God, it was everywhere. And then that became a thing where like, oh, you like wrestling? Hey, did you hear that this guy did this? It's like, yeah, I've heard it several times. Thank you.
yeah. Going out to the YMCA to work out after that was interesting because the people that went out there knew I liked wrestling. I mean, I would have probably said it on the show. There was a point when I was a teenager, I would just stomp through the weight room listening, like just blaring the fucking Goldberg theme. So the first time I go back there after that, everybody's just looking at me like, "Did you hear what that guy did?" And I was just like, "Yeah, bro, I did. It was 2 days ago. It's been all over the fucking news. I don't know why you would think have missed out on it." And I mean, the local news station from Dayton was like covering when like Crush died and talking about it being like an epidemic of wrestler deaths because they had like one wrestling fan in the newsroom who's like, "Oh, there's been like 12 people that died this year." And that's probably not even that far off as an estimate because, like, Bam Bam Bigelow, Mike Awesome, Sensational Sherry, Bad News Allen, Benoit, Woman, Crush, Carl Gotch. This is all off the top of my head, by the way. I'm probably forgetting a few. That was but it was not a fun summer. So, what were your thoughts when the WCW sale was announced?
I was completely caught off guard. I was online, but not that online apparently enough to where I realized I think that there was a good 3 weeks or 4 weeks or maybe a couple months where people knew that this was happening. I didn't know until Monday night where Vince started Nitro. And they're just like, wait, what? Wait, hold on. I had to like call my dad, like, wait, what's going on here? Explain to me, what is this? I don't know what this is. And then once they started to read what was happening, I've just told my dad, like, you don't understand. This is huge. They're about to have a simulcast on both of these networks. This is the biggest wrestling story of all time, and they're going to combine together. And the WCW and the WWE or WWF are going to get together. We're going to have these shows. And it's going to be this great thing. And man, I don't know what to make of this. And then obviously, it became what it became, and that absolutely fucking sucked. But for a minute there was a little bit of hope, thinking that just Sting's going to be on Raw next week. I guess that's cool. We're going to watch Goldberg and Steiner and Booker all on next week, and God, I can't wait for it, man. This is going to be awesome. Yeah, that didn't really work out for me.
I remember the promo Flair cut. Like, I get goosebumps every time I watch it. It's on YouTube for anybody that wants to see it. It's maybe my favorite, like, time Ric Flair ever had a microphone in front of him, because he talks about, like, you say you're going to hold us in the palm of our hand. I don't think so. We're the greatest wrestling organization of all time, and you think you're going to take the history of the Funks and me and Sting and all of these guys, and you're just going to hold us in the palm of your hands. And that promo, I remember thinking as a kid, was going to be the start of, like, the WCW guys showing up, and then they fucking just don't. And I was watching because they put it up recently, the Survivor Series '01 winner take all match. And it is very, very funny to me that match is all WWF guys except for Rob Van Dam and Booker T. Like, yeah, some of those guys had history with WCW, obviously Jericho, Austin, Undertaker, Tall Paul, Kane had like a cup of coffee there. But, like, when Vince kills the concept of WCW Thanksgiving weekend in Greensboro, it's really just a WWF team. And I think part of the reason I'm a little bit softer on the Invasion than a lot of people is I liked the fact that it was ECW and WCW teaming up, even though it was really just a name only. And I was the one kid that I knew that wanted the Alliance to win because I hated the WWF and I wanted WCW and ECW to live on. They didn't. They came a lot closer to getting all the ECW guys I wanted to see than they ever did the WCW guys I wanted to see at all. I'll say that. But you said you tuned out after Invasion, yeah? What specifically about that show did it?
I think it was throughout. I probably watched all the way to Survivor Series. So it was the entire Invasion angle. Once that completely ran out, that was it. I was done. And with Flair showing up the night after, for whatever reasons, he shows up the night after. Like, I tuned back in just to watch that segment. I didn't come back on a regular basis. NWO shows up 2002. I still don't come back. I check it out just out of curiosity, but I definitely did not get WrestleMania that year. I was just kind of done for a while. And it's just, I don't know, it seemed like it was just a great jumping off point because for me, I graduated from high school 2002. I think it was just, okay, well, I guess this is it, that they're not going to, with the Invasion angle, that what WCW is to them, it's some C-tier lackeys with Booker T at the top, and it doesn't really look good. And, well, here's Diamond Dallas Page. He's come in with the stalker angle. That doesn't look great either. Like, this all kind of sucks. And they were being jobbed out. They're looking like they're just the biggest geeks on the planet compared to the WWF guys. So you spent all this time and you loved WCW for so many years, and to see it completely job out in that manner, like, nah, it sucked. I was a guy that wanted them to win the war. I wanted them to be around. I was a guy in 2001 thinking, yeah, these Nitros they're getting pretty good. Kid Romeo, he's going to be the new star of the promotion. I can see a lot of things with this guy. Lash LaRue, God, this is great stuff, guys. You should be watching. No, absolutely not. Just dead in the water at that point.
I was saying this yesterday. I think the last 6 months of WCW, if you put that up against the WWF programming from that same 6 months, I think the WCW stuff holds up a lot better. Like the TV has like some actual direction. There's some, especially once you get to, everybody remembers WrestleMania 17, and it's one of the best pay-per-views of all time. A lot of people don't remember how shitty the build up to that show actually was, because we all see the My Way video. And by the way, that My Way video can't even it can't even cut out the Deborah stuff that didn't ultimately matter in the build to Rock and Austin. Like it went nowhere. But like WCW had stuff they were setting up that was going to be really cool, and then they went away. And like that last pay-per-view, Greed, that's a really good show. People don't talk about it, but like it's a better show than No Way Out in '01. It's a better show than like probably I would say it's a better show than the last three WWF pay-per-views of 2000 as well. Because people don't talk about it, but Survivor Series sucked.
I mean, I'm just guessing that for the most part, just people had moved on. 99, 2000 completely killed it. I don't think they come back. And the people that were hanging on, like, I don't even know the ratings from that era. I'm pretty sure the ratings compared to things nowadays, it's completely, people would say, no, this is fucking amazing. But the only people hanging on were just the actual, the last of the sickos out there. Is that what the term the kids are using now for the wrestling
Yeah.
hardcore? The true sickos at WCW are watching at this point, and the Magnificent Seven. God, fuck, I love these guys. It's like at that point, it just felt like it felt like it was dead man walking. I remember that feeling week to week that I wanted people to watch. I wanted ratings to shoot up, but it did feel like things were looking cheaper. Things were kind of falling off here and there. The sets were kind of slowly moving away. It felt like there was something happening behind the scenes that I wasn't aware of, but enough to make me think, oh man, things are like people are in trouble here. This is getting really dire. Wrestling was fine, but it seemed like everything else around there, you could tell like something's going on and it's not looking good for them. And I think that now going
Yeah.
January 2000 is when Eric gets, I guess, a handshake deal about him and Fugent getting together and taking over WCW. There was a WWF attempt to buy out in late 2000 that falls through. He gets the reins in early January 2001. So I guess that all makes sense where they're trying to figure out how this is all going to work with Eric as the head and Fugent coming in to run things with him and what WCW will end up. And of course, that all ends up falling through, and then WWF just picks it up and spikes into the fucking trash can.
And then, they wait 10 years and they do that Best of Nitro DVD, which does gangbusters. It was one of the highest selling DVDs they put out that year. And I remember the reports like, oh, they're shocked by how well this sold. Why? Like, what did you think burying it for years was going to make the people that loved it not like it anymore? Like, I have friends that bought that DVD that hadn't watched wrestling since like 2003 that bought that DVD and were like, I forgot how much I liked this shit. And that DVD comes out right around the time of the fight, I think 3 weeks before, 2 weeks before. And one of my friends, again, who hadn't watched wrestling since we were in like the fifth grade, he saw that Punk promo and was like, dude, you told me wrestling sucks now. And I'm like, and I went to bed. I didn't see the pipe bomb like as it happened. And I was like, well, it does. And he's like, you didn't see the ending of Raw, did you? And I was like, no, why? Did someone get set on fire? He's like, no, you got it. You got to see the promo at the end of Raw. And, everybody loves the Punk because he says Ring of Honor and New Japan Pro Wrestling and waves hi to his buddy Colt. And it's such a weird thing to look back on because, like, it's anecdotal evidence, but, like, I know multiple people that started watching WWE again because they bought that Nitro DVD and were like, no, I liked wrestling a lot when I was a kid. This is pretty fucking cool. And just to read like, well, they were shocked it did well. Yeah, it's so surprising that the promotion that fucked you guys up for the better part of like 3 years of a ratings war still had people that wanted to watch it all these years later. It's crazy. Just can't conceive of that, being a thing. And I make it a point to watch basically everything they put up on that WCW channel just out of spite. Do I need to watch Halloween Havoc 95 again? No, not really. Am I gonna fucking do it just because that's one more view to say fuck you to the WWE, even though they're gonna make ad money off of it? Yeah, I will.
You're showing them.
Oh yeah,
But you're right. There was a time during, I guess, the early 2000s where all that footage it just gets pulled. No one is seeing it on any kind of VHS tapes. There was no DVD releases for WCW. It was a dead promotion. WWF bought it, and then the narrative starts to get written about it, about what it was and how much it sucked. The death of WCW gets written, and a lot of the online narrative and understanding of what it was comes from that, which is good and bad. Some of that stuff has been shown that maybe wasn't the absolute truth, or some of those opinions get repeated as if it was the gospel. So there was that good 15 years, probably even over that where WCW was just absolute garbage that only Hicks and the Sticks watch WCW, but like the real fans, real wrestling people are all watching WWF. That doesn't change until the launch of the network. They introduced that WWF versus WCW, WWE versus WCW Monday Night War documentary where they're still shitting on WCW. But once they would put that streaming stuff where people could start watching this stuff on a regular basis, that's where things softened. And then that's where they realized, hey, there is some money to be made here. We can actually still promote these things and make money off the DVD sets. The best of Nitro, the best of Nitro Volume 2 and 3, the best of American Bash, things like that. Like, I think the network really softened things up a bit. And even though, yeah, we got Sting and Triple H years later, and that was, I guess, the definitive fuck WCW statement from the WWE, but it's
Triple
still,
H finally got to fucking pedigree somebody from WCW. He was so mad he missed the invasion. By God, 14 fucking years later, he got his fucking big win over the guy from WCW. Jesus Christ.
he beat the franchise for WCW. He beat the franchise for ECW with the Taz coming in as a champion. Like, Triple H is the king. All hail the king. God damn, dude.
Jesus, I fucking hate that guy. I had a brief grief cycle with WCW in the later part of, like, not even later, the mid 2000s, where, like, again, I got really bitter towards WCW when it went away because that was like my wrestling when I was a little kid. Like, we watched the WWF. I had a million WWF toys. I always liked WCW more. So when it went away and I was just left with the WWF, you know what's weird though? I never got bitter towards ECW, and I think part of it is finding the Pioneer ECW DVDs at Sam Goody and the rise and fall of ECW, kind of keeping it fresh in my mind. Like, hey, remember how much you loved this fucking thing? And it wasn't. It's so weird. It wasn't until a bunch of like '98 Nitros hit Pro Wrestling Torrents in like early '07. God, here's the dumbest fucking correlation. It was around the time of the Virginia Tech shooting because I remember downloading like 2 months of '98 Nitro and going to the YMCA and being at the YMCA and working out and seeing the news report about VTech on the TV in like the personal training room at the YMCA, which is like the weirdest way to correlate one thing to another. I understand that. But like, it was around that time and I started watching the Nitros again. And I was like, no, I've just really been pissed off that this thing doesn't exist anymore. I did actually. It was like when Wrath came back in 2011, and it was like, I didn't actually hate this motherfucker all these years. I can't pretend like I never liked him because I was a huge fan of The Rock in like 2000. But like, I had that point where like, not that I bought into the narrative, but I also wouldn't call it out when people would bring it up that like WCW sucked and they never did anything good, or the only good thing was the cruiserweights. There was a point where I was just really bitter about it not being a thing anymore, and I would just keep scrolling. I would just find a different thread. There was a point I like just absolutely actively refused to engage with anything. I like, wouldn't play Revenge. I wouldn't play fucking Main Event for the Game Boy, which my mom bought me from ebgames.com for $9 in 2002. Like, I just was like just so fucking bitter that it went away. And now, like, I can't conceive of not watching WCW stuff, right? Like, it's fucking WCW. And thanks to, like Tom Green and obviously the stuff you've done, like, it's really easy to find a jumping on point for WCW now. It's way easier than it would have been 10 years ago, even. Because 10 years ago, they only had select Nitros up on the network and like some of the pay per views, most of the pay per views. It's way easier to find like a starting point now. And also having that YouTube page with a bunch of full episodes of TV helps too, I'm sure.
You say that, and I agree with you about having a jumping on point. But what about after December? What happens to all the archive stuff on Peacock? I know they're about to start their new setup. Does that go away, or is that still going to be there?
The archival stuff leaves Peacock and it's not going to Netflix in North America, apparently.
So
That's why we have the Vault page and the WCW page.
So essentially, I've got this month to catch up all the Nitros and Thunders on there, and then that's it.
Yeah. Or find someone who's got the original broadcast rips.
No shit. I'll just go. There's torrents out there already. I've seen that there's people who Frankenstein the original audio and onto the new network footage and kind of piece things
And God
together.
bless them for it.
Like good for that. That stuff will exist out there, but no, it sucks that that's something that we could potentially see here in the next 30 days. That all those archive Nitros and Thunders just gone, or at least removed, and now make it a little bit more difficult for anyone to watch. We've had it good. I will say that, but we've had it good during this last couple of I guess streaming eras. I guess the only other way to watch Nitro back then was that WCW Classics channel, but that was some kind of higher tier pay-per-view. It was like a higher end cable network that I never saw in any of the stuff I had. So that whole time frame for the 2000s when that was active, like I had never seen anything from it.
Oh, 24/7, right? Was that what it was called?
Was that part of it? The WCW Classics?
I know they aired WCW stuff on 24/7.
So yeah, maybe that's what it was. So yeah, it was some kind of higher tier thing that we just didn't have or even have access to. So like
Same.
that would have maybe the only other way for you to watch WCW from that time frame, and it cost I think a lot of money or just very hard to have available to you across the country. It was just not something that was easily accessible.
No, there were very few. Like, we had Time Warner Cable and you couldn't access Classics on Demand, which blew my freaking mind when I was a teenager because they would put up a pay per view every month. They had like the Monday Night War where they would put up the Raw and the Nitro, both of them together, so you could watch them basically back to back. I remember seeing like the channel guide stuff. They put up like Liger versus Ultimo from the '93 New Japan WCW Super Show, which those shows are still not available on Peacock. They're not available in full anywhere outside of maybe New Japan World, which feels really crazy to say out loud. And it sucks that they didn't have some sort of an evergreen solution prior to like, oh, why don't we just make YouTube channels and fucking get the ad? And I fully expect at some point they're going to try to monetize the vault or the WCW page or both, because there's an NXT page that I think has like a subscription thing if you want to watch the old NXT stuff. I hope they don't. I hope there's a solution. Like I would be the happiest guy in the world if I woke up January 1st and it's like here's the entire WCW back catalog from Peacock on YouTube. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, we've had ease of access and a decent jumping on point. I didn't even think about all the archival stuff leaving just because, to my mind, like I have DVD and Blu-ray sets of all of this stuff, so I'm never really until those discs rot. I'm not short on options for watching old WCW. But to your point, the people that are go on.
I say when it comes to just like WWE wrestling, I have Peacock for that channel. I didn't tune in for anything that they've done recently in the modern era. I'm not watching on a weekly basis. Maybe I checked out a Punk match. Like realistically, I just stopped altogether. and I stopped listening to post wrestling. For the longest time, post wrestling, John and Way are the ones that were giving me my weekly WWE updates, and I stopped. I just didn't care about it anymore. I think a lot of the stuff that they were doing was really gross. The whole thing with them going overseas and just everything kind of happening, or I realized like I don't really care about this shit enough to pay that close attention to it. But having the WCW stuff on there when I want, like that was worth the price for me. And I don't watch weekly, I don't watch monthly, but I've gone back to a couple of the pay-per-views to kind of look at some of those matches and like relive the stuff that maybe I'd completely forgotten about or stuff that I missed. And it's a good app that sometimes has actual like decent movies on it too. So like it was worth it to me. You know, you can watch all the Jurassic Parks and Megan 2 on there, and then also Halloween Havoc. Like it's the only place to find all that in one place.
And just think, if they never sold the library to the Fed, we would have the WCW footage on HBO Max alongside AEW. Just wanted to throw that timeline possibility out there.
Or Hogan ends up getting it somehow. Like that was the one lie he kept on spreading for the longest time. That he gave Vince the idea to get those tapes, and if he knew it was worth that much, he would have bought it. Whatever, man.
Yeah, I'm sure Mike Graham and fucking Greg Gagne had that idea too. Jesus Christ.
So in conclusion,
I had
Hulk Hogan.
Yes. Did you see they put up a Starcade 92 on the WCW page today? I was like overjoyed when I saw that earlier.
No, the last thing I remember was the Omni. They had another Omni show, I think, recently. That's the last thing I remember them uploading. That was something people were celebrating.
Oh yeah, because it was another one of the hidden gems they were giving us back. Like how everybody freaked out over Crockett Cup 86. And it's like, we had this 6 years ago. Please freak out about 87. We've never had this one in full. And I'm happy to get those back though, and the 86 Bash shows, and they've put up a couple of Omni shows that we didn't previously have. Obviously, the Piper and Buzz Sawyer one the week of All In, when they put that up, and I still remember my friends and I in the call were like, "Yeah, sorry, Mystico and Beast Mordos, but we want to watch Roddy Piper and Buzz Sawyer have a real wrestling match." And oh my god, what a match that was! It's like one of the best matches ever. And again, it just sat in a vault for fucking 42 years. You ever think about like how much better like our lives as wrestling fans would have been if they would have just monetized that goddamn video library?
It would.
Why did we
It would.
not have like a Starcade box set in like 2005?
Yeah, that's a good point. I was thinking about like just paying someone to actually go in there and go through all the footage and digitize it and catalog it correctly. I think that would probably be the one thing that would spend too much money on, right? That they don't want to waste that much money. That for them, that's a waste. Like, who's going to even care about this stuff except a handful of us? I mean, they've got so much video and photos that they own that we'll never see the light of day. We'll never see any of this stuff. Every
The
now and then,
AWA stuff.
yeah, I'm saying like there was a time where they just throw up random photo galleries, like, "Hey, remember these fucking losers from WCW?" And I'm looking at these galleries from 20 years ago, thinking like, I've never seen any of these high res like promo photos. Like, what the hell? Like, they've got everything. There's a reason, even on that WCW, what are those? The Monday Night War set that they come out. Like every now and then they'll use a promo photo, and I'm staring at it, going, I don't know where they got this from. I've got a pretty good eye on a lot of these things, and I could tell when they've like photoshopped it together or painted a random WWF promo shot from '95 and are saying this is actually 2000 Sid Vicious. What are you talking about? Like things like that. I can catch that really quickly, but then again, they'll throw one or two random shots and I'm staring at it going like, I don't know where they got this from. I've never seen this photo. And that like blows my mind. They just have so many things out there we've never seen.
Remember the one basic Sting they did where they did some like crazy nightmare fuel like Photoshop to it? The green tire Sting.
Yeah, it was like a 91 promo photo. I think it was the one you could easily see. It was on the cover of a UK sticker set. So you can see the thing pointing his finger out there, showing his teeth. And they, for whatever reason, man, they butchered his face to death and gave him giant buck teeth and put some weird shadow on him. Like, what the hell is this? Like, I
Yeah,
don't
it did not look good.
Steve Borden never looked like this. What the hell y'all doing over there, Mattel?
The AEW Luminaries figure was much kinder to him with the artwork on the carding.
Which may or may not have just been stolen from eBay.
Well,
I believe
I didn't know that.
those are all photos from the Power Slam photographer, I believe.
Wow.
Maybe they paid for them. I don't know. It just I know that there was a bunch of these photos that show up out of nowhere. I tracked it down to the Power Slam photographer, and it was like candid shots from the crowd or actual professional shots from 98, 99, 2000 that looked pretty amazing. And there's Sting walking out, and there's some from the early 90s too. So some classic Sting shots are out there with Ric Flair that were just from the Power Slam guys. And whenever AEW was putting up those box sets, whenever doing like the Sting stuff, I was noticing, oh yeah, those are all those photos that they just found. Huh. Wonder if that guy got paid.
Oh, I remember that with the Sting box set. I meant like the single carded figure that they did, the white and blue.
Oh yeah, the surfer guy. Yeah, that's God, I got those. I'm trying to remember what the artwork on it. I think it was just Mel Coleman. I think she's the one who put it together. I think that's just an
I think
actual
so.
artwork that she did.
And I think she did one for the Luminaries Ric Flair too. But yeah, I do remember you pointing out like, oh, those are like actual photographs that are from. I don't think I remember you mentioning they were Power Slam, but I do remember it being pointed out like, here's like the source of these pictures. It's crazy to me they finally got that box set because there was a point where it seemed like that thing was not going to see the light.
Yeah, I remember you saying that you're wondering if it was dead in the water, and because of potential copyright issues that they were scared of releasing it. And it's so weird. Like for some reason they put out that first Sting figure, and he's got a scorpion on his boots. That is just straight up the late 1998 WCW logo of his scorpion that I don't think is on his current boots. Like, I don't think I've ever seen him in AEW wear boots with this fucking logo in it. But it was the one WCW used. I'm just wondering, like, you're worried about copyrights and, you're scared to death about copyrights. Meanwhile, you're just using, like, straight up shit you probably have no ownership on and just sneaking it onto your things. It's very weird. They're a very weird company.
I know that at one point, because I used to talk to Magic Olmas, the plan was to do that Sting box set way earlier, and it was meant to be more in line with the Toy Biz evolution of Sting. And somebody at Jazzwares, probably Jeremy Pidower, was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! We're not gonna just ruffle the WWE's feathers," which is so strange to me because you literally can just. It doesn't have to be verbatim the evolution of Sting set. Just find 3 attires he wore in New Japan Pro Wrestling. There's Surfer Sting figures, and then just do the Crow Stings, and instead of like Wolfpack Sting, just have one of them be AEW Sting. Like you only need the one like classic Crow Sting. The other 2 can be like a riff on like TNA Sting and like current Sting. And I mean, I like the box set that we got. I think all 3 of the figures look wonderful. I think the 99 promo picture Crow Sting is like one of the funniest versions of Sting we've ever gotten in figure form because nobody's ever asked for it. But
It's funny because people from that time they remember the weirdest things. So like you play any of these WWE games and they create a wrestler modes, you'll download a Sting, and one of the most popular ones I always see is the 99 Sting with the white tape over his boots. And it's just a weird look. he had for some bizarre reason. I don't know how many matches it was, but that's like one of the things that people remember from that time frame, and it's one of the standout promo photos of him in ring during a Nitro with his taped up white boots. That you can find anywhere, like a high res version of that. People think, oh yeah, this is what Sting looked like back in the day. So now that's becoming one of the things that people are pointing to as like a look. This is one of his definitive looks. The AEW box set, yeah, he wears his jacket with no singlet and leather pants. He's never wrestled a match in this except for like one time he fought, was it Brian Sags on Nitro for 30 seconds. And that was it.
I wonder. I wonder
Brian
if they could have got away with doing that version of.
I had to correct myself. He beat Brian Knobs in a match wearing that.
The white boots, like the white tape over the boots, he has that for the DDP match, the one everybody remembers as a classic, and rightfully so. It's one of the best WCW matches. I'm pretty sure he has that look for that match, which I think also might be part of the reason why people associate that as being like an iconic Sting look, because that is, look, 99 WCW still has some good wrestling in parts. That's the best match that happens in WCW that year. That is a freaking great match. I guess because sadly we are running a little short on time just because I have to be up super early because retail is so much fun during this time of the year. I think we'll close on this. What did you think of the Sting AEW? Did you see any of it?
I caught it after the fact. It wasn't something I was tuning in live, but I enjoyed what I saw. I haven't seen everything yet, and it's one of those things that I want to make a point to see everything. But the return match is theatrical match. I guess I don't know what you call those nowadays. The one that was like the one they filmed beforehand.
Yeah, Revolution 2021.
Yeah, so that was a cool point for me because I was worried about it. I had no idea where he
Oh, me
was
too.
at, what kind of state he was going to be in. He said that he hurt his neck, but he wasn't going to get surgery and it was okay. So now you're watching this thinking at any moment, if they ever make this become a live match, would this be an issue? And here he is, he's doing live matches, but he's fucking jumping off ladders and shit. And some of them, didn't really go that well for him. There's like one or two where he fucking eats it like face first. And thinking, oh God, what the hell? You just killed Sting live on TV. Like, what are y'all doing? But I think I would say I'd be very grateful that they brought him back into the forefront and made him fucking force to be reckoned with. And whenever he finally hung up the boots at Revolution, I was there. Me and my brother, we flew up to Greensboro to watch that. And it was during that where I actually was my my second AEW live event. The first one I actually, side tangent. First AEW match I went to was in Austin, and somehow, for whatever reasons, MJF comes out. He's doing his MJF stick. He took some guy's beer and knocked it into the crowd. Everyone's fucking booing him, and like me and my brother are just laughing. And for some reason, that photo of us is on the back of his Walmart exclusive figure. So like me showing up to my first AEW match ends up with me showing up for the first time on the fucking toy.
That's kind of crazy.
Me and my brother, just like, that's fucking funny. And like for whatever reason, my contacts were fucked up that day, so I'm wearing glasses, and I never wear glasses. But there I am, my glasses, grinning. My brother's laughing, and there's MJF. So, anyways, yeah, we went to Greensboro and watched Sting, and here I am trying to catch up with what was happening and getting up to date on all these wrestlers, and it was great. It was such a cool moment to be there in that arena and to see like all that love being presented to Sting, but you feel the energy of the actual crowd. Like they were there to just absorb everything and just take it all in. And when Sting left as the actual victor, that was a huge surprise. A lot of us beforehand, we were in the, I guess, the little section where you get drinks beforehand as a VIP member. We were having drinks and cocktails with everyone. They were talking about, is this it? Is he going to finally lose? Because obviously he's a guy that, he does wrestling by the book. He's got to go on his back because he's got to give back to the industry. But no, he doesn't have to fucking do that. He's done that his entire fucking career. This is the one time where he can shine and it's okay. Turns out, no, that was the perfect decision to have him win that match. To watch him go through the glass and do everything he did in that match. It was fantastic. It was just one of the coolest wrestling moments that I'll remember. And I know that there were other great matches that night. I think there's probably a Ospreay match is probably a 5-star classic. I don't have any memory of that. I remember the Sting match from front to back. Every single second of it, even though I was probably 7 beers in at that point. It was just a cool vibe.
I was going to ask what the energy was like in the building. And also, it was very funny that after the fact, it came out that multiple people had to tell Sting, no, buddy, you're not, listen, we know you want to do the job for us, but no, you're Sting, you're winning. He basically had to be forced to win his, he has to be the only person in wrestling history that had to be dragged kicking and screaming to going over in his final match. You referenced him. I think Ospreay wrestles Takeshita on that show. The undercard match I remember the most from that show is Danielson and Eddie Kingston, because when I looked at the card, it's that's a match that would have played in Greensboro 40 years earlier. That's the exact dynamic you put in the Greensboro Coliseum. I love that final match for Sting. I loved that whole run. I still remember being in a Discord call with my friend Jazz. His feed was 3 seconds ahead of mine. So I'm seeing the video. He's like, dude, are you fucking seeing this? And I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be hilarious when it's Glacier. And he's like, no, dude, and as he's saying I see the word Sting on the screen. And I flung the door open and charged into the living room. And I was like, Mom, you got to turn to fucking TNT. You got to fucking see this. And my mom's like, well, what the fuck? I'm watching. No, Mom, you turn to TNT. And she turns to TNT and she sees Sting. And she's like, oh, it's Sting. And I'm like, it's fucking Sting. He's on goddamn TNT again. And it was cool just seeing him shown the respect, because the WWE didn't give a fuck about him. Oh yeah, they put him in the Hall of Fame. Whoop-de-fucking do. They shit on him every chance they got. For years, they shit. And that AEW run, it was this is what happens when you give this particular guy a run on the channels he's associated with. Because I don't associate Sting with fucking Spike TV. I associate him with TBS and TNT Wrestling. And they never put him in a position where he looked like shit. He always looked like a force of nature. He always looked like Sting. And I don't think I remembered that you actually got to go to that show, but that had to have been a crazy show to attend, because that crowd was nuts the whole friggin' night.
It was, yeah, out of all the things I've attended, that's probably the best one, even though I went to All In last year. The Greensboro one, it's just a special thing that I don't think will ever be topped. It was such a phenomenal card to be at live and to see it all. And to be around so many people that were pro Sting, pro WCW. I was talking to a lot of people beforehand who were given all their memories of Sting, and it was a cool moment.
What was it like in the building when Seek and Destroy hit?
People lost their minds, but the funniest part is whenever Sting Jr. shows up with the All-American getup, where there's a good maybe 3 or 4 seconds where people are like, holy shit, he fucking did it. Surfer Sting again for the last match. They think it's really him, and then they kind of take a second and go, wait, no, that's not him. That's not him.
He's a little too big.
For a split second there, oh my God, he fucking did it again. We can't believe it. He's returned back to no. Okay. Then, the Wolfpack Sting guy shows up. Then, oh my God, what is happening? There's 3 of them. I can't believe it. What the hell? It's another thing with that show. That's the first time I ever saw that Doppelstinger guy up close, who wears all the Sting stuff in the crowd. And I'd say that he's got that shit on perfectly. I was impressed because when I was walking through, I think he had the white Sting jacket, the one that Sting was wrestled against. Okay, I don't remember which AW one. It was one with Edge. It was that particular look that this guy was rocking that night. Thinking, oh man, this dude's fucking cool. Like I do appreciate the wrestling cosplayers. I think that guy's pretty cool out there. That he's been able to nail it as many times. Even though like right now he's kind of starting shit with Ricochet online for some reason. I don't know what's happening there, but still, I do enjoy seeing him out there.
Is it because Ricochet's bald? Because that's a good reason, I think. He's a guy that I really have never been a huge fan of, but I've enjoyed him a lot lately. The Ricochet. There was something else I was going to ask about Revolution 2024, and I do. Oh, not. So like the reaction of oh shit, he's Surfer Sting again. I was in a phone call with my friend Sheaf, who may or may not have had a lot of alcohol by that point in the night. God love him. And when he comes out, my friend loses his shit. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's his one kid. Like, I'm pretty sure. I don't actually think that's him, brother. And then, and then we made the joke when the other one came out as Wolfpack Sting, like, oh, well, he let the one be Great American Bash 90 Sting. You can see which one is his favorite. Obviously, I don't mean that. It was just like, of all the versions of Sting to make your kid dress up as, fucking WCW Mayhem Wolfpack Sting. Because does he ever wear the red and black? Like, he obviously wears the black and red in WCW, but like the red and black is something my brain always equates to being exclusive to Mayhem.
Yeah, you're talking about the alternate color singlet, the red singlet with the black.
Yeah,
it's something that people talked about. I don't think it's not something you ever see in WCW. I don't believe you ever see it in WCW. You see it in TNA. He shows up later in TNA with it, and I remember at the Hall of Fame ceremony with Sting and Dallas. I didn't go to the ceremony, but we did walk Access, whatever it was, and we walk through the Sting exhibit, and they had up close photos of some of his older clothes and things like that, and everything was marked incorrectly for whatever reason. It's the funniest thing. Like they had, here's the Mayhem shirt from 1999, but they had it marked as something else completely different, and here's this, and it's completely marked different. And then on one of the WCW metal logos that they use on the Nitro set, you just see the red and black singlet kind of just draped over it, like nonchalantly. I'm looking at it going, what the fuck is that? I had to like zoom in on it, my camera, and take photos and analyze, like, what am I looking at? I don't believe this is what is this? I've never seen him wear this before. But yeah, there's probably a Kennedy match he wears it in TNA. I think that might be it.
I'd always wondered because like that's the unlockable Wolfpack Sting and Mayhem, and like as a kid, I was like, I've never seen this before. And I've always thought maybe they did that to differentiate, like, oh, okay, it's not just they repainted the white part of like his face paint and his gear red. They put more effort in because they changed the whole color of his singlet. It's such a weird like video game thing to do. Like how in Warzone they did the inverted Kane colors like a year and a half before he actually had them, which is still super weird to me. But yeah, I thank you for coming on. I'm sorry to cut this relatively short. You're obviously welcome back on the show whenever you want. Like I really enjoyed our discussion. If it wasn't like 9:25 and I had to be up in like less than 8 hours, we could have gone Broadway if I didn't have to work tomorrow. But is there anything?
I would say that I am a big fan of the show. I've been listening probably since week 2 or 3 on a regular basis. And then I went back and I caught the other 2. So like I'm 100% your entire run. And both of you like are boosted the way you guys are doing it. It's something I look forward to. I enjoy listening. And I can't wait for you guys to cover WrestleQuest because I know it's coming up probably in the next month. We're going to do that. We're going to do all of WrestleQuest. We're going to talk about it, and it's going to be great. A full review coming soon.
When we do actually cover WrestleQuest, because we're going to do it eventually, you're going to have to be on for that.
It's such a dog shit game. I don't want nothing to do with it.
Well,
want to hear
you've
you-
been requesting it.
I want you guys to tear it apart. I don't want to get my thoughts out there. I want you guys to rip it apart because all the vitriol that you put out there for Retromania, which I personally did not agree with. I think that you would have that for WrestleQuest, and that is 100% deserved. I don't understand what is happening in that game. There's so many bizarre decisions that they made, they implemented, and they do not fucking care about your time at all. They were going to waste all your fucking time as possible because they wanted a 50-hour epic of a wrestling game, wrestling RPG game, and it is so bizarre.
Yeah, so funny thing before we go, that studio's been tied to the alleged 2D God of War Metroidvania game. And given the things I remember you saying about WrestleQuest, I'm a little bit worried about what they might do to Kratos when they get their hands on it. But yeah, when I see WrestleQuest deep discounted, I'll buy it, I'll play it, and we'll because I think Liger Busa has it already. So like it probably wouldn't even be that far of a bridge to cross to get me to get really angry about a wrestling game. I've been a little positive about them recently, so I'm probably due for a fuck this game kind of podcast. But yeah, man, I really appreciate you being on, and we'll have you back on. Just let us know. Honestly, like we're always really cool to just have guests on whenever. Honestly, it makes the podcast even more fun for us, to be honest. I was going to say something else and I've completely forgotten, but yeah, seriously, man, thank you for your time. And is there anything you want to say before we?
No, just like I said earlier, fuck Hulk Hogan. There you go.
All right. Well, that's it for this segment. And if we don't record anymore and you're listening to this on Christmas, this has been episode 100 of Critical. And I'm going to say this at the end of every single one of these interviews because I don't know if anybody else is going to show up. So until then, take care. This is another segment of episode 100 of Critical. I don't know which. I don't think we've actually delineated which segment was going in. We're just going to do these in chronological order, and maybe if I feel ambitious, we can record a bumper segment or two between them. So it's not just, hey, welcome to episode 100 of Critical fucking 6 times. But I'm Mongo, obviously. I'm joined, not as always, but for the first time in a long time by my co-host Liger Busa, and this is the Melonbread segment of episode 100. I'm glad we were able to make this work. How are you guys doing?
I'm alive.
And we're pleased to hear it. We've missed you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I can
honestly,
do slightly better
like,
than. Yeah, sorry, when you go.
oh no, go on.
No, I was about to say I can do slightly better than I'm alive. I'm good because I have now finished up for Christmas. Finished work.
Oh, nice.
So
Nice.
all is good.
So I forgot what we were going to talk about. I'll say this before we get started. We were actually supposed to record this, was it 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
And then you had messaged me literally as I opened my phone to be like, hey, listen, man, I'm not actually feeling very good myself. So we'll just reschedule if that's okay.
Yeah, no problem at all. In terms of what we're going to talk about, it was May that I was on last time. And frankly, what have I done since then that is of any interest? Probably absolutely nothing. Tinkered a little bit with the Aki wrestling games as I always like to do. Messed around with lots of different emulation, played a lot of old games that I'd never had a chance to play before. I think since I was on, I did also go out and visit Sam at UPW Sam. That was back in, was that June? I think that was after we spoke, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So saw those guys. Yeah. And yeah, since then. So I think what we talked about maybe doing was, because I really don't have anything of huge interest to the listeners. So really just on to say, first of all, congratulations on 100 episodes, a real
Thank
milestone.
you.
Thank you.
Looking forward to the next 100, very much so. And I just thought, in terms of, I don't know, in the spirit of the festive consumerism, we might just run through. That's my plan. Is just to say, here's some of the things I've been doing. Here's some of the things I've spent my money on in the last 12 months that relate at least somewhat to wrestling video games. And it might be that some people get some ideas from that. And I thought maybe you guys could throw your thoughts into that ring as well, and tell me what you guys have been up to, and maybe the listeners will pick up something that they hadn't done before.
Oh yeah, no, I've got no problem spending money. I've been doing a lot of that lately, thanks to seasonal depression. Um, I
But what? On you go.
I did buy a physical copy of Jikyo Power Pro Wrestling '96 around the
Nice.
time that I recorded the episode. I have the Green Label Strategy Guide, which I think I said on the episode is apparently the rarer of the two. It's much more in line with the strategy guides we got in the West from like Prima Games and like Brady Games, where it's like more of an actual rundown of every character. I love that game so much.
It's funny.
I've started calling it 16-bit King of Colosseum.
I need to play that. I've got the ROM. I need to play it. I listened to the episode. Was that last week or 2 weeks ago? I can't remember. And I thought I definitely need to play that because I've got all these games and I've played most of them, but that's one. I must have loaded it up at some point, and I probably gave it about 30 seconds. But I need to go back to that.
It's a wonderful game. I did not give that game a shot for like years, and then
Sam, yeah.
I suggested it to Liger Busa for the episode, and I'm like, I'm gonna play it, and I was like, the pre-rendered graphics look really cool. This looks like both an early PlayStation and also an early Game Boy Advance game, and like the commentary is really good in a way that wrestling video game commentary just usually isn't.
Mm.
And like
Yeah.
there's some jank to some of the animations, but like there's like a lot of charm to it too, because like this is a pre-rendered 3D wrestling game on the Super Famicom. And also
Yeah.
Gomon's the Great Muda.
The crossover we always wanted. But yeah, those GQ games, 'cause I think GQ means like live or live action. It's, it essentially means like real commentary, real sound, real. Because I remember there's a football game that Konami did as well that was part of that series that had, really realistic commentary, and there's probably a baseball game and other bits and pieces. So
Yeah.
that was when Konami were really at the top of their game. So it's probably no surprise that Konami Diamond Head that would be a good game worth playing. So I need to check that out. So is that Mongo? Is that your, if you like, retro wrestling game of the year?
Yeah, honestly, because I mean, I play the Aki games all year round. I play Fire Pro and KOC all year round. But like, in terms of, I picked this up after never really playing it before,
Yeah.
and was like blown away. Like, I like Tokon Club a lot,
Yeah.
and I was like, this is probably the last wrestling game I'm gonna play that I'd never really played before. Where I'm like, wow, this is really good. And then I played that game, and I was like, oh yeah, no, this is probably the last wrestling game I'm gonna unearth where I'm just like, God, this game's a classic. Why does nobody talk about it?
Yeah, I think that's my criteria for wrestling retro game of the year is game that you weren't expecting, game that you'd never really played before. That actually thinking, you know what, this is pretty good. More people need to play it. My winner for that one, and I know it's going to be divisive, and we talked about this before, but my winner for that particular category is Fighting Network Rings on the PlayStation 1. Would you believe that? Bolt from the blue. I've been playing that a lot again, even in the last couple of months. And it's funny, I tweeted the creator because he tweeted about it. A guy called, I can't remember his name. He's called, I think, Freem on Twitter. So I sent him a message just saying how much I enjoyed the game. But I think you guys should go back and try that one again. It's such an interesting mix. It came out around about 1996, I think, or 1997. So it's a very early 3D wrestling fighting game, a sort of hybrid of Tekken Virtua Fighter, but plus Fire Pro Wrestling, or whatever you want to call it, King of Colosseum style timed grapples when you get in close, and then a ground game. And it is really it's quite deep, and it's quite strategic. And yeah, I definitely think it's worth it's worth going back to that game. I think that's, and I never played it at the time, but I'm sure that if I'd played that in the late 90s, I would have loved that, and that would have been one of my favorite hybrid fighting wrestling video games.
I
Yeah.
think, if my memory serves correctly, my biggest gripe was I just kept getting my ass kicked and I couldn't figure anything out.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Well, I'll maybe do a guide at some point and post it somewhere, maybe even a video guide to it, because once you get the timing down, it's like Fire Pro in that respect, or King of Colosseum. Once you get the timing down, it all clicks into place. So I would recommend that one. Lagerbusa, do you have a retro wrestling game of the year?
Yeah, I mean, mine is one of the most recent ones I've played. So it's actually right in front of me. The Wild Rings. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
spent like quite a good amount of time on that. And before I had like tried it out, but not spent a great deal into it. But like really getting into it and seeing the different fighting styles and the roster that's in that game. It was just really really interesting. For something that I kind of passed on before. And it's another one that people don't talk about a lot because who was importing a Japanese Xbox back then? Like nobody was. So it kind of was hidden for years, other than like a few gameplay videos from like Game and Ring and stuff that were on YouTube. So actually getting into it and seeing all the different stuff that it offered, I thought was super interesting. You had karate and judo and wrestling and lucha libre and boxing and kickboxing and MMA and yeah, it was just really really cool. I really enjoyed that game, and I'm glad I went deep into it as I did.
Yeah, I also, and again, think off the back of your episode on it, I went and got my hands on it actually only in the last couple of weeks, but unfortunately, I can't get it to run at a reasonable speed. So it runs about half the speed it should, and it looks really interesting, and I'd love to work out if it's something that I can improve, or maybe it's just the point I need a better PC. But yeah, it looks really interesting.
That was my hang up with it too, was I did everything I could to get Zemu on Steam Deck to run that fucking thing, and it would not. It was just like, nah. You'll get 60 FPS during the entrances, the least important part of the game. Second the bell rings, it's like, 24 frames per second. Lovely.
Yeah.
That
I
game
got
looks
such
super interesting though.
it looks so good, and the animations and all the rest of it's clearly, real. It's got a real pro wrestling slant to it as well. I know it's got all the MMA and all the rest of it, just because of the time that it came out was when in Japan, what it was like. Wrestling was really being swamped by Pride and K1 and everything else. So of course it was this. Well, what if they properly were to meet each other? So it looks really interesting. But it's funny. I got a real sense of deja vu when I was playing it. When it was like, because what was it? The grapple system has got like sort of like an arrow that goes back and forth at the bottom of the screen. You've got to time it
Yeah.
right. And as I say, I didn't really get a chance to play it because it was running so slowly. But as I was doing it, I was thinking, have I played this before? And I can't remember, and I've not, but I can't remember what other game. It feels like there's another game that's got a very, very similar system, but I can't for the life of me remember what it is. So maybe I've just watched a video of the Wild Rings at some point in the past, and that's what I'm thinking about.
Maybe something like
Isn't one of the Kinnikuman games on Super
That's it's
Famicom
funny.
like that?
I was going to
I
say
was thinking that.
I
Yeah.
in my head it's like it's one of the. In fact, I think it's maybe like a Game Boy Advance game or something that I'm thinking about. But
Oh, okay. Yeah.
maybe it is Super Famicom. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that is. Even when I was saying it, I was thinking, is it Kinnikuman? So I think you're right. Need to look into that. And I wonder if there's any crossover between personnel involved in those games.
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. So there's three retro wrestling game recommendations for the year. I suppose the next, I'm just making these categories up as I go along. I'm going to call this the sort of, I don't know what, where you could spend your money online. And I did consider, it's funny you talked about the manual for that Konami wrestling game, because I was going to recommend on the Critical Club website, Shadow Master. It's just
Yeah.
posting all these manuals on there. It's so amazing. I just love all those Japanese strategy manuals, and you can contribute. I did contribute to Shadowmaster, and I would recommend everyone do that because it must be costing him an absolute fortune to buy all these guides from Japan and then take the time to scan them. So definitely, if you can spare it, you don't have to. It's all free. It's all on Critical Club. So go and have a look at those manuals. And he's going right back. He's got loads of great stuff from the 80s and 90s as well. But anyway, Shadowmaster is not what I was going to go for. I'm going to go for Patreon subscription to Retro Randy. Right.
That was going to be mine.
Was that right? Okay. Well, in that case, well then I will take the Shadowmaster one, and we can sort of half share the Retro Randy one, because I think it's the middle tier. I think, but the middle tier, what you get in for it, and even if you only subscribe for a month, some of the stuff that Randy's done in there, you've got the No Mercy Plus. You've got the ECW Born to Be Wired mod, which must surely be the mod of the year. And again, there's a lot of competition for that. And then for me, the big one is actually the Aki animation editor. My mind is just blown, and I've really started using the Aki animation editor this year and started doing some animations for any of the Aki games. But just the fact that he's taken No Mercy and he's turned it into the equivalent of, the Fire Pro Movecraft, and he's just done it by hacking the game. And the fact you can just use an N64 controller, move the limbs around on the screen and say, just take, okay, that's that frame, snapshot, move an arm a little bit, okay, that's that frame. It's absolutely nuts to me. So I would recommend that. And I can say that when in reality, in the interest of full disclosure, I should say I'm not actually a Patreon subscriber. I was very fortunate to get copies of the animation editor and all the rest of it. Just because I've given a little bit of assistance and just a tiny bit. So I do have copies myself, but I would definitely recommend that.
I love that Patreon. We've talked about it on the show. I was a huge ECW fan as a kid. I remember bonding with Bix on Twitter over the Paul Heyman claims of we had a deal with THQ, and obviously he didn't because it's Paul Heyman. But Born to Be Wired feels like in the hypothetical 2000 where we got 2 games by THQ with the ECW license, Born to Be Wired feels like what 9-year-old me would have expected an ECW game licensed by THQ and published by Aki. It's got the barbed wire match. It's got blood staining the mat, which I didn't think that was ever going to be possible.
Yeah.
The barbed wire match functions better than the one that we actually got from Acclaim, which is crazy. The rosters all look great. The movesets are tremendous for everybody that I've used, and I've used a considerable amount of people in the game. It just feels like an ECW game.
Yeah.
In a way that nothing Acclaim put out ever would have felt like ECW. I'm not smart enough to tinker with the animation editor, although the fact it exists and it's as deep as it is mind blowing to me.
Mm.
And I like the idea of No Mercy Plus, and I know that once ECW is wrapped up, he's going to do the No Mercy sequel. Yeah. And he's posted previews of that before, and it looks absolutely tremendous. If you're going to spend your money in the retro wrestling game space, that's probably where I would recommend putting it, especially if you love the Aki games, and especially if you're a big fan of 2000, 2001 pro wrestling.
Yeah, agreed. Lagerbusa, do you have an entry in the category of general online spend some money on retro wrestling game adjacent media?
That's
a niche category, to be honest.
Yeah, especially retro. I can tell you where to spend your money when it comes to more recent titles. What about just buying the games? If you go on Buy, you can usually get pretty good deals on retro Japanese games. They do seem to have gone up in price recently, but for me going on there, I found really good prices on a lot of things. I'm trying to think. Well, the Wild Rings was one I bought on there actually, and the Rumble Roses sequel for the Xbox 360 I bought on there, and I haven't checked that out yet. I need to get into it. But yeah, Buy's been great for just finding old Japanese games and also finding them complete.
Mm,
Because for me, it used to be a thing was I didn't really care about having the complete just the cartridge itself, but now like I won't buy it
yeah.
unless I have the complete. I want the instruction booklet and everything. So I find that even though the prices have gone up on there in general, you're getting a better deal than you would on eBay. So I definitely recommend checking out like Buy or some other site that lets you purchase from Japanese shops. You sometimes also you find like figures and stuff. I found like crazy deals on figures, and yeah, it's been crazy. I've got like laser discs from like rings and Tiger Mask and stuff, and I bought a laser disc player. It's it's been a wild ride with buying and all the shit that I find on there.
Speaking of Bai, I found a seller that's got a bunch of UWF 2.0 Betamax,
Oh,
and I've had those tabs loaded up for like a month and a half now. And before the whole holiday pay is over, I might have to pull the trigger. I don't have a
yeah.
Betamax player. I'm sure there's also additional hurdles to playing a Japanese Betamax in an American player, like there would be with the Japanese
Didn't
features.
you have one?
No, so the guy that I bought World Tour 8990 from, I was like, hey, do you have any leads on like a refurbished beta player? Because on eBay, the ones I was finding were like $340, and I was like, if you can find one for cheaper that still works. And he was like, oh, I'll get back to you. And it's been 2 years. I've bought
Oh,
from him since then. He has never gotten back to me. I did see
nice.
last night on eBay somebody has Hulkamania 6, which is one of my favorite tapes because it's got the Hogan and Stan Hansen match from the Wrestling Summit.
Right.
And I felt a little itchy. I was like, ooh, I don't think my bank account could handle that one right now, but it might be able to on Christmas Eve.
Mm. I'll need to look into that because I've been buying my stuff from Japan, or I've not bought anything recently, but just from eBay. And you're right, I do need to look into the whole buy thing. I need to get back
Yeah.
into buying my own manuals again because I love the manuals and the guidebooks and to a certain extent as well the games. Although I'll need to check. Yeah, I've got the ability to play some systems, but like for example, I wouldn't have the ability to play the Wild Rings. I don't have an old Xbox.
Mm.
But yeah, need to get back into that. My next category, which again will be a bit of a curveball because I suspect um, the slim pickings. But I'm gonna say book of the year, and that's not necessarily because these books came out this year. These are just books that I've read this year. So the runner-up, I'm gonna say, was Guy Evans' new book, Beyond Nitro: Untold Stories from the WCW Era. So that he released that book this year, and it's got a whole chapter in there about the Aki games, about the Nintendo 64 and the PlayStation 1 Aki games. And it's even got quotes from me in there. I get doxed in there, my real name's in there.
Yeah.
Same with SK Styles, and I'm sure there's a couple of other well-known names. I didn't realize it was SK. I was reading the name and I was like, I wonder who that guy is. And first of all, I thought, is that Ragdas that's quoted here? And I was like, initials SK. So it's quite interesting, that one. Although that's only one chapter of the book that's dedicated to those games. And I think maybe did Guy Evans on his Twitter, I think he maybe posted that chapter. So maybe you don't have to spend some money on that book. So my actual winner this year, and I've talked about it before, but I think it's pronounced Auden Sorley. He's got a book. It's a hardcore gaming 101 book, Wrestling with Pixels. I
Right.
highly recommend that book. It covers 300 odd games. It's 240 full color pages. It's a complete chronological list. It goes from 1983 tag team wrestling or the big pro wrestling, and it goes all the way through to about 2019 or 2018. It's a fantastic resource, and I find myself agreeing mostly with his judgments on these games and his comments on these games as well. So it's somebody who's got kind of similar tastes, probably to all three of us. So I would definitely recommend picking that up if you haven't already. You guys will get some good ideas for episodes, I think, because you'll read some of this and you'll think, oh, that'd be interesting to play that one. So I would recommend that.
I'll look into that. Before I give you my book of the year, just for a little product placement, I'm gonna snap into a Slim Jim. Did you guys
Nice.
hear it? If not, that
Yeah,
was kind of okay.
I had one yesterday.
Hell yeah. Um So I don't have like a wrestling game related book that I bought this year that I really enjoyed, but I did trying to find it now because I bought the let me find it because I don't remember the exact title. I bought Hardcore History by Scott E. Williams because it was one of those I'm really nostalgic for ECW and I want to read about ECW kind of things.
Mhm.
I really enjoyed it. It's weird that there's a narrative around One Night Stand '05 being a disappointment because I remember that show being really well received.
Yeah.
But there's some interesting stuff in there from ECW. If I had to go with a runner up, um, I did grab the Wrestling Observer yearbook for excuse me, 1997, and that's just kind of like the broad strokes, big stories of the year.
Mm.
And it's just fascinating to read that stuff, even if I don't always agree with Meltzer. His
Yeah.
reporting is something I've never so much had an issue with. It's mostly the match ratings and his opinions on individual workers, but those are the two books I read this year that I bought that I really enjoyed. Unless we're going to talk comics, in which case I could just talk an hour about that. But
Yeah, I can't read. The only thing I've bought this year, I think, is comics, and also those books that you were talking about the Noah, well, the old Japan departure, and then the Muto years, and I haven't read them yet, but they're on a shelf right next to me. God, yeah, I haven't really read anything other than comics, but I mean, I would say like the Wrestling Observer archives as well. Like I bought the '89 version, and it's definitely something I want to get back into. I always see them on Amazon. I'm like, I want to, um, grab them sometime, but like I'm also like running out of space, so that's an issue. But yeah, I'll have to get those old Japan books read because obviously that's stuff that I'm super interested in.
Yeah. No, yeah. It was really interesting. I've not had a Wrestling Observer subscription for a while, but when I did have it, I spent all my time just reading old issues of the newsletter from 1994 to 1997, and it's just interesting, particularly from my
Yeah.
point of view, because I'm more interested in WCW and the Japanese stuff. So it's really fascinating. Um, yeah, go back to that era, which kind of takes me on to the next category, which is a sort of stuff to watch online that's in some way wrestling video game related. And again, this year, although I've not done it for a few months, there's a lot of, is it Roy Lucier he's called? He's got
Yeah.
all the old All Japan episodes on there. So it's great watching All Japan episodes from 96, 97, 98, the run up to VPW and, and Oja no Tomashi and stuff like that, that era of games, and then seeing them recreated in the video game format, and seeing a lot of the moves that from these games is really interesting. But what I'm actually going to go for is, I don't know if do you know the guy called Patrick Davies? He was called Patman QC.
Yes. Yeah.
He
yes,
tragically died earlier this year. But he's got a whole. He was a really infectious guy in terms of his personality. I used to really like watching his videos. He's got a whole host of. He does videos on all old video games, but he really loved wrestling video games as well. So he's got videos on Fire Pro Wrestling, the Aki Games, WrestleFest, Wrestle War, and all the rest of it. So I would highly recommend that all the videos are still on YouTube. I would highly recommend going and watching some of Patman QC's videos if you haven't.
his videos are great. I love that channel that's just like wrestling video games where they have like
Oh, you son of a
the
bitch! I
beta
was just gonna
versus
say that.
final. God dang it. Um, because they put up like the unused voice and commentary clips from SmackDown 2. I remember running through that like a week ago. It's only like 4 minutes long, or like the just like the beta gameplay like bits, or like beta compared to the final game,
Yeah.
or even just like basically everything they put on there is like fascinating. Like the edited attires for Virtual Pro 64 is one of them. I think they have them for Virtual Pro 2. The beta versus final game video for like Raw 2 is like really interesting. The behind the scenes of like I think they have both Def Jam games from the PlayStation 2 era on there, and like there's another one. Oh, here it is. The comparison between like the first SmackDown game and Attitude, and you see like just how like badly the Acclaim games were getting outclassed less than a year after Attitude came out by the first SmackDown game.
Yeah.
Like that channel's fascinating to me. It's also very a lot of the videos are gonna skew more towards like the WWF games, but there's Japanese content on here too.
Yeah, they posted that Virtual Pro 64 video with the hip attack reversal, which I'd never seen before.
Yeah, I hadn't either. That was crazy.
Yeah.
I think
I'm
had
gonna-
seen that one, but yeah, I do like that.
Yeah, I'm going to recommend two channels because I can. One channel's Sean O'Connor, who posts a lot of videos from mods. It's always interesting because I don't see everything, so to see stuff from like SmackDown 2 or some of the Aki mods that he posts, I'm always interested in checking out his channel to see what's going on, sort of stuff that I might have missed. Another channel I would recommend is Evan Hanley. So he's not a wrestling game related channel, but it's like pre-release footage of video games from like E3 or Tokyo Game Show or whatever. But the most important thing to us that he posted was the WCW Mayhem 2 animation videos. Which, obviously at the time blew my mind. But he's also got stuff on there like Raw 2 from E3 and No Mercy, SmackDown 2, Here Comes the Pain and stuff like that. And again, if it's not just for wrestling games, there's also, other games like Scarface, and I'm just looking through Hitman, Legends of Wrestling. So a lot of footage of different games. It's a pretty great channel.
I'll need to look into that one.
Yeah.
I was digging through a few old E3 videos from, it might have been Evan's channel, might have been someone else, I can't remember. I can't remember if we spoke about this last time, but just trying to get to the bottom of, or get a little bit more information about, what was it, WCW NWO Live. Because this, if you remember, this was the game that was, it was listed at E3. THQ put it on their sort of schedule of upcoming games, and it was PlayStation 1, WCW NWO Live, and they had the screenshots in GamePro or Game Informer or something. The screenshots were just Tokon Retsuden 3. It was like the Steiner brothers and Scott Norton. Because there was an interview, somebody posted an interview with one of the SmackDown developers, like one of the Yuke's guys, a Japanese developer, earlier this year, and he was specifically asked about that game, and in response, this guy said, "Oh no, there was no WCW game that we worked on at Yuke's." Now, I don't know if this guy just, so one, does that mean it was never discussed and Yuke's were never approached about localizing that game, and this was just THQ, I don't know what, flying a kite in terms of putting it down there? Or is this guy, was he maybe not privy to those discussions? Maybe if he was just a developer, maybe he didn't know anything about it. But it just got me a bit interested to know, well, was that ever a thing? Did it just get canned so early on because the WCW THQ deal, was winding down and they wouldn't have time to release it? So yeah, I was hoping to find some footage of it at E3, but I couldn't find anything.
So
I'd like to know more of the story behind that game, honestly.
Yeah, we've talked about it in the past, and it's because of the time frame and that period and stuff, and it's so hard to like put everything together. But the way I understood it was originally that was going to be Revenge, and what ended up being Revenge was going to be WCW NWO Live, and they ended up switching the titles.
Yeah.
There was a poster on eBay that said WCW NWO Live, but it was what became Revenge.
Yeah.
So yeah, I remember seeing the screenshots back in the day as well, the Steiners and Scott Norton, and it was just Tokon Retsuden 3. my head canon, and I don't think this has been confirmed anyway, but it was that they were showing it off as like an early idea of what was to come for a WCW game, and essentially what WWF SmackDown ended up becoming was what the WCW game would have been.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but obviously it's really hard to determine because they're showing Talk on Red 2 and 3, but that's quite different than Simple Series Pro Wrestling, right?
Yeah.
So, which is what SmackDown basically was.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't really know the story. I mean, if it was just going to be Talk on Red 2 and 3, I think that would have been tremendous because I love that game. So, like a WCW version of that would have been, really, really, really cool. But yeah, again, it's just hard finding like all the details from that period. I don't know if Sanders Keel has ever been asked about it before.
I don't think Dave asked him about that on the PWX podcast. Dave was more concerned about the No Mercy sequel that, if you just look at the timeline, doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, the further we get from that time period, the more people's memories.
Yeah.
Because it's so easy to conflate time periods and games and all the rest of it. You can see it already with some recent interviews with these people that they're getting things mixed up. I think we talked about before about one of the THQ execs. He talks about going over to Japan, and he talks about how they just got the WCW license and how he was, he was with Aki and he was looking at their games. So I think he's getting confused, and he said, "Oh, take that character and put Macho Man's head on it. Take that character and put Hulk Hogan's head on it." Now, none of that happened because Randy Savage wasn't in Virtual Pro Wrestling 1, so he's clearly getting mixed up with. I don't know what he's getting mixed up with, but there's already things are getting lost to the mists of time.
Yeah, I think it's just a case where he's like listing the most popular wrestlers because he probably didn't even remember the roster at the time, right?
Yeah.
It was funny when Mongo was talking with obviously it's not up yet, but Bryan from WCW Worldwide, and they were talking about like what is the best WCW game because you have to include Virtual Pro Wrestling 64 because it does have the WCW license. And Bryan was making an argument like, look at all the wrestlers got. It's got the Japanese wrestlers and stuff. But I agree with Mongo. It does come down to what feels like a WCW game, and it's definitely Revenge because Virtual Pro 64 is really just a Japanese wrestling game, like the arenas, the mats, and everything. And I just wanted to throw in too that what I think why Revenge has the heads up too is because the moves in Virtual Pro 64 aren't fitted for the WCW roster.
Yeah.
Like I think, if I remember correctly, Scott Hall, I think he has like a Tiger Bomb instead of.
Yeah, it's more like the sort of it's more like the Splash Mountain where he lands on his yeah.
Yeah, and
the
I think
Black Tiger version than the.
Yeah, and Nash doesn't have like obviously his specific jackknife or anything.
Yeah.
So when I was listening to that, my thing was like, well, Revenge has got moves that are specifically for the WCW wrestler. So that's one of the reasons why I prefer Revenge over Virtual Pro.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Revenge is definitely the best WCW game. If you were saying what's the best wrestling game, you've got more of an argument for Virtual Pro Wrestling 64. Even then, I still think Revenge probably edges it, and I love Virtual Pro Wrestling 64, but I still think Revenge is just got the edge on it. Revenge.
It's just too sweet, like they said in the commercial.
Exactly. And I don't have a name for this category, and maybe it's the hardware category. But and actually, when I was looking back at my purchase history, I didn't actually buy this year, but I did purchase a modded Xbox 360 for 90 quid with a 500 gigabyte hard drive, and I've loaded it up with wrestling games from that system, 2005 onwards, and I've not had a chance to play through them all, but I'm looking forward to it. And even just stuff like I kind of started at the start, 2005, and started playing Wrestle Kingdom. I'd never played Wrestle Kingdom on the 360. I'd only ever played it on the PlayStation 2, and it's actually, maybe mine's playing tricks on me, but it seems significantly better. The graphics seem actually really good. I've never been a huge
they're way
fan
better.
of, and it's so I'm really looking forward to going through all these games. There's Rumble Roses. Was there maybe 2 Rumble Roses games on the 360? Can't remember. got All Stars, got a bunch of the WWF games that, frankly, I never really played at the time. So still even looking forward to, you're probably going to tell me it's not worth playing them, but I'm still looking forward to going through those, because it was a bit of a lost era for me, 2005 to whenever the Xbox 360 came to the end of its life. So there's a host of games there that I've just never played before. So looking forward to that.
I haven't played the 360 version of Wrestle Kingdom since probably 2006, but I didn't have an HD TV at the time either. But I can tell you, having played both versions on the same shitty ass 19-inch CRT TV, the 360 version of Wrestle Kingdom absolutely mops the PS2 version. And I've seen like direct feed HD footage of the 360 version of that game. It's one of the best looking wrestling games.
I'd say
Yeah.
It looks so good.
Yeah.
And it has Kazuyuki Fujita, so
Yes, that's who I've been playing as. I've been relentlessly going Vegeta, and it's a lot of fun.
the real beast.
Exactly.
Repost Fujita to make a Bushiroad New Japan fan angry. As far as hardware, I haven't bought any new like hardware this year. My pick is just like perpetually the Steam Deck. I do like 99% of my gaming at this point on that. And I got my my Steam rundown for like the year, and it's telling me like you spent the most time playing this game, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I spent the most time playing fucking like King of Colosseum or God of War.
Yeah.
But it's a wonderful piece of tech. It's also like, I hate to say it, it's showing its age even at this point. But it's until they do a next generation revision of it, and I'm dreading seeing what that thing's going to cost. That's like my easiest recommendation to anybody when it comes to gaming. It can do not everything, but it can do a lot, and it's just a wonderful piece of hardware. Like Valve somehow understood the assignment on that one better than anybody else that's doing these handheld like gaming computers.
Yeah, I agree. It's a shame that there isn't a way to have cloud saves from the emulators, because obviously it's not something that's possible. But like, if I bought a Steam machine, it would be nice if I could have my King of Colosseum 2 save automatically on there. But not something you can do, but it would have been cool. For me too, it's a modded 360.
Right.
I bought a slim version, put a 500 gig hard drive in it, but I USB modded it through a video I watched on YouTube.
Right. Okay.
And yeah, just having access to not just revisiting the wrestling games, but stuff that I haven't played in like a long time. Like I played a bit of Army of Two, and the X-Men Legends titles. And yeah, I plan to go back and play some other stuff that is completely out of my head right now. But there's like 360 games that aren't easily available anymore that I want to go back and check out. And again, Rumble Roses is something I need to play because I really enjoyed the original version. So yeah, that was a real game changer for me, because it's like I don't feel the 360 era is like left behind, because obviously you can't play those discs on newer consoles. And again, some of the games aren't easily available. And it's a real shame, because 360 was a great console.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have Gackdaw on, and I was thinking about Arkham Origins. I originally bought that game on the 360 and it crashed and never went back to it. And then I bought it on PC and it crashed, and every time I went back to the save, it would crash, so I never finished it. And then I bought it on 360 and played it on Xbox One. I never had any problems with the 360 version. And it was like that. I feel for a lot of 360 games would run greatly, and the PS3 was kind of terrible in some regards. So yeah, it's been really enjoyable going back to the 360 and checking all that stuff out. And yeah, as you said, like games like All Stars, that's something you can't play anywhere right now. So
yeah,
going back and checking that out, what a great game that was.
Yeah.
And like All Star football, pro football and stuff like that.
Yeah,
That game was so good.
I used
Yeah.
to love NFL. What was it, 2K5? I used to love
Yeah.
that game on the
Yeah.
original Xbox, and I always meant to pick up the Xbox 360 one. That's the one that's got like John Elway and stuff in it, isn't it? It's got like
Yep.
OJ
yeah,
Simpson's in the game too, famously.
yeah. I need to play that.
I loved that game. I need to get on the modded 360 train because I want to play the THQ UFC games again. The
Yes.
older I
Yeah.
get, the
Got
more I
those as
realize
well.
we're
Yeah.
never getting MMA games that good ever again.
Yeah.
Especially, big Pride fan. 3 has the Pride mode. You can put whoever the fuck you want in Pride, and that's a pretty neat gimmick.
Also, EA Sports MMA, like
Great game,
Yeah.
that
super
game's
underrated.
cool as shit. Like the Japanese arenas, like the unified rules, the Japanese rules and stuff. That game's awesome.
I loved that game. I will admit to not being a big fan of like the Fight Night esque control scheme. I typically would just play it on the one that was more like undisputed.
Yeah.
But like incredible graphics because it's an EA game from that era. Really interesting roster. Like the only video game appearance of Fedor in a Western release game until UFC 5. That's
Mhm.
fucking nutty to think about. And like you get Josh Barnett, Bobby Lashley's in that game, Frank Shamrock's in that game, Ken Shamrock's in that game, Boss Rutan's in that game. The biggest omission I could think of, and I thought this even in 2010, is like, where the hell's Sakuraba?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you remember, like originally they had faces that looked like actual MMA fighters, and they had names. Like I think Sakuraba is one of the names that you can choose, and then I think they were like worried about UFC, so they removed some of the faces and some like the nicknames and stuff from the game with an update, which was like super lame because you would create like, I don't know if this is one exactly, but like Randy Couture, or not Randy Couture, like Chuck Liddell, and he'd have his nickname as like the Iceman, and with the update, like the Iceman was no longer available and stuff like that.
Well, there you go. I think we've covered all bases.
Yeah.
There's a lot there. If you want a last minute gift idea, ask a loved one to get you a modded Xbox 360,
Yeah.
or some of this other stuff. A lot of good stuff there. Now, guys, I'm going to have to wrap it up because I'm technically in charge of 2 children at the moment. I've left them on devices and watching, but there's a limit to how long you can leave them. So, unless there was anything else
Do they
that you
have
wanted
thoughts on
to,
Virtual Pro Wrestling 64?
they know it as particularly during the COVID years. Because I used to sit and work on it in their room when they were sleeping. Because that was my workstation as well. So I'd work there, and then when I finished work, I would load up Virtual Pro Wrestling, one of the Virtual Pro Wrestling games, and start hacking away at the code. So they do know it. They've never played it before, but they do have opinions on it, and they probably just think, yeah, they're tragic. That's that game that their tragic dad spends all his time. They always say to me, "What is it you're doing?" I said, "I'm just trying to work out how this old game works." I'm like, "Okay, Dad." They never really see me playing it; they just see me in the code. So yeah, it's no doubt they know
So
all
they
about
wouldn't have
it.
any takes about playing as the Destroyer then.
No.
Probably not. Probably not.
I have a movie recommendation you could
Oh,
watch
yeah.
with them.
Uh-huh.
8-Bit Christmas. I don't know if you've heard of it.
I've not.
It's not accurate. It's like a father's, a father trying to remember the time, but it's about these kids who want to win a Nintendo, and yeah, it's a really enjoyable movie. It's become like a Christmas classic for me. It's only been out a few years. There's a kid who has like a Hulkamania T-shirt on. They talk about like the Power Glove and stuff. It's a fun movie.
Right, I'm going to look that up. I'm going to see if I can. My browser's stopped working. I was going to Google it just now, but I'm going to find where I can get that.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Maybe what we watch this evening, this afternoon. Right, guys, it's been a pleasure as always. Looking forward to this episode coming out. So it's sounding like it's going to be a bit of a monster. So I'll clear some time in my festive schedule. I'll probably skip the bit where I'm speaking, but looking forward to hearing what everyone else has got to say. And as I say, looking forward to the next 100 episodes.
Thank you.
yeah, well, hopefully you'll come back on again. And thank you, obviously, for your time. And we'll see you guys after whatever edit we do to get to the next segment.
Nice. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, so this is segment number I don't fucking remember of critical history
4,
of
I think.
it. Yes. Yeah, okay, yeah, because we haven't recorded any bumper segments yet and we haven't decided if we were going to. So this is the fourth guest interview, but the fifth guest, because the first interview had 2 people in it. I'm Mongo always. Liger Boost is here for this one, and we've got Gackdaw, who I'm
Hey, what's
pointing
up?
to, even though like there's nobody actually in the room with me. It's just me. Yeet. Um, so where do you want to start, Gackdaw? Because we could talk about backyard wrestling. We could talk about SmackDown 2 and No Mercy hacking. We can talk about Batman argument. Arkham Asylum would be the one I'd want to talk about the most. We can talk about anything in that wheelhouse. I'm gonna give
Well,
you the choice because I'm assuming you didn't have this one as well thought out as Melonbread did earlier. That was impressive.
oh no, I definitely don't have anything thought out. What can we do? I think I wanted to, yeah. So Arkham. I mean, I talked. I've got. To be honest, I said I've got a story about Arkham. It's probably not very exciting for anyone else, but probably is for me. So there's that. I did want to chat about just the absolute state of like wrestling indie games. I think I'm allowed to talk shit on those. So that
Oh yeah,
probably.
let's start there and let's talk about fucking 2022.
No. Let's touch back on it. I need to get worked up a little bit, man. I've just sat down. I will get worked up.
Okay,
I've got to,
I understand.
yeah, I've got to think about what I'm going to say. But I think it's fair to say as well, it's not been a good year for any of them, let alone mine, obviously. So yeah, it'd be good to just, I don't know. I've got a lot of thoughts about it, and I need to let them mature a little bit. But yeah, so there's that. Indie game, not that. Sorry, Arkham is always fair game. What else? Backyard. Love talking about that. Although I kind of feel like we said everything I wanted to say about Backyard, apart from my ideas for it. But I think we said everything that needs to be said. It's a fucking great game. Nothing more to be said. And I think that to be honest, that was about it. I think there was something else. I mean, we never really talk about what I do professionally. We always sort of steer clear of that. And shit,
I
we
just
could
don't want to
talk
get
about.
you in trouble, honestly.
Yeah, no, I'm always thinking about like how much people can sort of figure out. I I'm less bothered about it now, So when I first started my Twitter account, the whole Gackdaw name, I mean, you've seen I've changed it to Alex now. I don't really care so much. But when I first started that account, I mean, it's kind of an Arkham story. I was still at Rocksteady, and that was when they were really tight on employees having social media. They pretty much just didn't want you to do it. I mean, looking back now, it's fucking ridiculous. You just like fuck off, basically. But back then, it was like it was still becoming a new thing, and they wouldn't really want you to have it. You wouldn't be able to post anything, and so I wanted to just like take it up and just like do like sort of little secrets that were in Arkham. I think it would be in City, maybe Night. Just some of the things that we were doing to sort of fudge little things that just to make the game better. And I thought, this stuff's cool, but if I post about it with my actual name, then I'm just going to get pulled in by HR. It's like, let's do this. Like nowadays, I think people are a little bit more forgiving of that stuff, and now because
Mm.
of how I work, it's less important. I still can't say what I'm working on, but I think you guys knew what I was on this time last year. Again, I won't drop it. I can tell you guys separately, but one of the biggest games that's around, or one of the biggest live service ones, and that was a blast. But I'm off that now. Anyway, shit, yeah, so sort of rambled there. So yeah, what did you guys want to talk about?
You
What should we
mentioned something about like something about Arkham Origins.
Yeah. I realize now I hyped that up, and actually, when you guys fucking hear it, it's just gonna be like, oh, that's not exciting at all. Arkham Origins, that was really kind of an exciting time back when we were making those games. I say we, I mean I've been away from there for like 8-9 years now. But you got to bear in mind. So I jumped on Asylum, and we took that to finish and release, and then that was a bigger game than I think anybody sort of had guessed. I got lucky joining on that, and then we made City and all of that. And so there's these two sort of Batman games that I, as I'm hesitant to use the word gamer. It's a bit of a bad word, but I, as a gamer at that time, I would have really enjoyed those Batman games. But because I'd been involved in making them, there's no surprises. I know exactly the ins and outs of the whole game. I know the story. I know all the Predator rooms. How to beat them because I've had to play them. And so when we got word around the office that like Arkham Origins was being made, it was by, I think it was Warner Brothers Montreal. I might be wrong.
Yeah.
But it was a completely different studio and it was a different game. And they'd take you in the team meeting room and you get to see like how it was looking. And I thought it was looking pretty good. I think a few people were maybe a bit skeptical about it, but I thought, oh, it looks great. And so for that, to have that and not know anything about what was in the game, I think that was really exciting because it was the first Arkham game that I'd ever had experience of that I hadn't actually worked on. I got no knowledge of. And so it came out, and it came out. I think it came out day and day with Blackgate as well. I think they released them at the same
I
time.
think
If they
so.
didn't,
Yeah.
come at the same week. Either way, there wasn't much in it, and so that was a really interesting weekend for me because I think I got the game. No, I don't think I even got the game free. I think I might have got Origins for free. I think I had to buy Blackgate on Vita. And so you got Blackgate, and I'm running through that, and it's a really weird experience because you're running through it, and occasionally you'll see like artwork that you made like years and years ago for Arkham City, and it's been handed over obviously to other departments, other teams, and they've used it and implemented it. It's like, oh yeah, I made that. I remember making that. I remember like the Wednesday I made that, so that was really cool. And with Origins, yeah, when it came out, it was just like being able to play a fresh Arkham game that I'd never seen. Had no idea what I had some idea of some of the dungeons because we'd seen them ahead of time, but how it played and all the gadgets and everything, I thought it was fascinating. So for me, like Origins has always held this special place where I pretty much try and play it yearly. And I know it got a lot of shit when it came out, but I think time's been quite kind to it. I think people are now pretty keen on it. I just wish they may have done it in. Do you remember the Return to Arkham sort of collection?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where that was really weird. I'm sure it's public knowledge, but where they took the code base and just put it in Unreal 4, but Unreal was only doing the rendering. It wasn't doing any of the game logic. I don't know how they did it, and I've probably butchered that, but I always thought that was fascinating. Again, those games got a bit of shit, but I thought they were fantastic. I replayed them both. And I just wish they'd put Origins in that to make it a bit more modern, because I think the only way I get to play it now is kind of, I think it was on PS3 I had it and it ran like shit. And 360. I don't know if you can play it on Steam Deck because I think it says it's unsupported, but I'm learning that
I've played it.
you have.
Yeah.
And it runs all right.
Yeah, I didn't have any issues with it.
Oh shit! Well, I know what I'm doing this Christmas then. Yeah, it's a great Christmas game. I love it, obviously because of the theme and that. So yeah, I mean, I love the. I'm struggling to remember any of the dungeons really, but I'm a sucker for like a cruise ship. I remember penguins all up on a cruise ship, right?
The iceberg, yeah.
Yeah, I love that one. And then I always remember the Firefly bit on the bridge as well. That's always been something I really liked. It was just good because it was always they did things and designed things that necessarily wouldn't ever sort of be thought of at Rocksteady. Like the bit with the bridge was kind of like more of a cinematic sort of action adventure bit. You're fighting Firefly and there's fire everywhere, and it's kind of like there's a sequence going on. And that's something that I feel like we never really did too much on Asylum and City, and so it was fantastic to sort of get that other sort of lens on it and people making things a little bit different to what you might have done in your day. So yeah, I just really like it, and I think it gets a little bit of shit, but I don't know, good game. And then there were other, and this is where I've got to be careful about what I say. There were other games, other Batman games, I think that we got chance to see. They were pretty cool. I think they came in late. They never obviously materialized. I would say the one that you're probably thinking of, I never saw anything on that. There was a rumored Montreal one after Night. If that existed, I don't know if it existed or not. That's definitely not one that I ever saw. But again, I'm really hoping that there is another Arkham game because it's just fantastic now to just actually play them, not be involved in it. It's like, oh, that looks good. But I say that, but we kind of got monkey pawed with that because you had Arkham. What is it? What do they call it? The VR ones? Anyway, Arkham VR. It's Shadow, I think it is.
Yeah.
And as much as I would absolutely love to play, it looks fantastic. I just know I'm just going to feel really sick with that. I'm someone who's terrible with motion sickness, so it's a real shame.
Me too.
But I would love to play that.
Yeah, I was just actually talking about Arkham Origins in the last segment because I got it on PS3 originally with like the big Joker statue at his desk and stuff like that.
Oh shit!
And yeah, I played it on PS3 and it crashed on me, and I never finished it. Then I got it on PC and it crashed on me, and
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I loaded back up the save and it crashed on me the same spot every single time. So I got really frustrated with the game. And then eventually I bought it on 360 and played it on Xbox One, had no problems and loved it. And I couldn't believe like people were saying, oh, like Arkham Origins is no good. I was like, this is a great game. It's right up with the other games. It feels like it belongs. And it's always been very frustrating to me that they've not done anything with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I just think it's excellent. I love playing it around Christmas. I think I played it last year. I might play it this coming these next few days. I love the fact that they use Carol of the Bells for like the Joker's theme song.
Yeah,
Like the way they did that I thought was brilliant. But you're talking about like other Batman games. The one I was always interested in that never released was the Dark Knight game, because there's some stuff that came from that I think a few years ago. Maybe Liam Robertson or somebody like that had released like gameplay, which I think it like originated on Twitter, some random account, and it was always like super interesting to see that stuff. I remember back in the day, like Gary Oldman was on G4 and talked about like recording lines for it and everything, and it seems sort of crazy that never came out. I do remember there was a Dark Knight Rises game on mobile that seemed kind of like ambitious, and but yeah, it's crazy that like none of the Nolan Batman movie games other than Batman Begins really got like a console deal. It seems insane.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose they were at that crossover period, right? Which was like, when would that be? About 2007, 8-ish.
Yeah.
You kind of were merging over from like the really shit tier sort of movie tie-in ones that were just rubbish.
Right. Yeah.
And then, not to blow smoke, but I think when Arkham came out, people realized that, but it wasn't a film tie-in, but it was an action, like a superhero game, I should say. And then people realized actually they didn't have to be like proper 5 out of 10s. And so I think things kind of switched over there. I think had Arkham come out, let's say 5 years before, that's a bit optimistic. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I think if something like Arkham had come out and done what it did for the Batman sort of brand or whatever, and then Dark Knight or Rises come out after that, I think we may have been in a different spot. But as I'm talking, I realise, that that's not strictly true, because the Batman, well, just the Batman, that is it Matt Reeves?
Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal film. Like, I rate that over Batman Begins, over the Nolan films.
Yeah, same.
But obviously we are in a post Arkham sort of world, and there has been no decent game based on that film. No, there's been nothing based on that film. Not that every film needs a movie tie-in game, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know where I'm going. That I just think I wish they would do more. I think is all I'm saying. But yeah, I think I couldn't tell you for sure which other games we saw. I feel like it was a Nolan tie-in. It wasn't Rises, so there was every chance it was just Dark Knight. I think that never happened, right? That never came out.
No.
Yeah, no, I feel like that's what we saw. I actually got a chance to play it, but
Oh.
well, there wasn't too much to play. It wasn't exciting. I don't think it was very far in development, and I think it got shut down because if I remember right, that might have been Monolith.
Right.
And if it was Monolith, obviously they then went on to do Shadow of Mordor, which got received quite well. Again, I might be making all this shit up. I muddle my names up nowadays, but I think Monolith did Shadow, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think they got put on that, and that was good. So.
Have you seen the upcoming Lego Batman with like it's like a mix of kind of everything? And the last trailer that they released for the video game awards had the Arkham opening with with the Joker.
Yeah, it's. I've got conflicting feelings. I mean, obviously, it'll be a great game, and I'll get it,
Mhm.
no doubt. I think it just makes me start to feel quite old in terms of like there are now games based on games that I made, and what I've worked on is now old enough to have sort of a reimagining, let's say, or a take on it. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it too deep, but yeah, it's going to be really good. I mean, it looks fantastic. It looks like an Arkham game, but in Lego.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've got the right read on it, but I think it looks great. But yeah, I mean, it's a sobering thought, really.
I mean, those games are legendary now. Like
Yeah, it's mad. It's mad.
it's the pinnacle. You take a look at something like Spider-Man, which everyone raves about too, and was obviously influenced by Arkham with the combat.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's weird, man, because we were Asylum. Yeah, I mean that was great, but working on City and how well received City is now,
Yeah,
um, it never felt like. I mean, it felt like we were making a decent game, but there were always things that like you'd look at like internally, be like, "Are you sure on this? Have we got enough time?" And it never felt like I don't know. I don't think I saw the sum of its parts when I was there. I was kind of like, and then Night was kind of more of the same. I love Night. I actually think again Night got a bit of a bad rep because of the Batmobile, but
Mm.
I feel like I'm retreading ground from the last time we spoke, where I'm like, people moan about the Batmobile, but had there been no Batmobile, I think people would have been even more pissed. So you can't
true.
win.
Yeah,
But I feel like Night got a bad rep, but actually you go play now, and I think time's been quite kind to it as well. I think people are now realizing actually it was a good game.
yeah,
It was a really good game. But yeah, again, making it. I mean, there was a very long, protracted sort of period where we were working over hours and that, and it just felt like it was never going to end. And it was, yeah, and there are again some things like sometimes you think, oh, is this the right sort of way that it's going? But turns out, what do I know? I mean, I really liked it in the end. It's another one of those that I play maybe once every. I don't want to say every year, but maybe once every 2 years or something. I really enjoy it. I think I even got all the Riddler trophies last time, which is
Oh God.
and that because the team was so big at that point, there was no way that had even seen half of these trophies actually as we were making it. Because what I do, I tend to have to touch every aspect of the game. I don't just work on one little area. I tend to have to support every area. So normally I get a good overview of what's going on. But yeah, with Night, there were just areas that I had no idea about. I was like, oh shit, that's pretty cool. So yeah, that was pretty wild.
Now, when Asylum came out, do you remember if there was anyone that you showed like the glitch to that didn't know about it, like the public? You know what I mean? When the intro replays and Batman's in Joker's position, and you get like the black screen of the video and the green letters. Was there anyone that you showed that to that didn't know about it? And what was their reaction to it?
No, actually, there was. I can elaborate on that. It was interesting. So when I first joined, I played. They sat me down and said, "Hey, play the game, for a couple of days, get used to it."
Hmm.
Particularly being my first job, so I did that, and it did that on me. It did. At that point, we got the GPU crashing, and I genuinely was about to get up and fetch somebody on the team. I was like, "Hey, I think my GPU's just crashed." So it got me. The first time I played it, and I was meant to be working, I was like, "Oh shit, what have I done to my new work machine?" So it caught me out. But in terms of like the public stuff, that was pretty cool. I never did too many of the public things. I quickly learned that I just didn't want to do stuff out of hours. But it was that was a different time as well. Like I lament that time, um, if that's the right way. Nostalgic for it, I think is a better phrase.
Yeah.
Because it was like you would go to little clubs in London. Like I remember vividly, like Rock said, he hired out a little bar in London. It's not very big, and invited some people around, just your average. I think it was just average sort of fans or just people who like the game. Come play it at release and just play it. But we would never, when we did that stuff, we would never actually show that part of the game. It would always be a few combat maps, I think, and maybe the start of the game, but you
Mm.
never let people see that sort of twist. So I never got first-hand experiences of that, unfortunately, apart from myself getting caught out on it. But to touch back on that, I really miss those days because all we've got now is like the Game Awards.
Yeah.
Nobody really, and I'm not going to say anything about that, but I really don't think they're a good stand-in for anything. But back then, like 2008, I mean, it was a mad year for all that, and you would just have these little parties and people would come along, and it just felt all so much more exciting than it does nowadays to a degree.
Agree. Yeah.
It was like you wouldn't get that nowadays. You wouldn't get such a small scale event because there's so much money involved in it now as well. I'm not saying, I mean, I'm sure there were millions involved in it then. I know there were, but I don't know. It all just felt a bit more. Yeah, it just felt more exciting and like anything could be done. And even like the E3 stuff where you'd have like big ass models being made and people would pose with them, and it all just felt more fun back then.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm just getting an old man or what, but yeah, I feel like that's been missing for a while now. It's all just like your yearly releases and fuck man, I don't know. I could go for hours on that.
It definitely felt like there was more excitement back then than there is now. Other than that statue they had built for, was it Divinity at the Game Awards?
Yeah.
Like everything else is just sort of pedestrian. It's like, here's a world premiere and you get a trailer and you get another trailer. There's no real build up for anything.
No, that's it. But I
yeah.
suppose that's the way the world is now. Everything is
True.
fire and forget. Things come out and then the next week there's fuck all about it. Like I've just been playing like Metroid Prime 4 and it felt like we had a week where that came out and everybody was like, oh, the desert's the worst thing I've ever seen. And
Yeah.
that's like the point, but then there's nothing. And it's like, is that really it? Or like, did things just come out, fizzle and die now? I don't know, man. Things are just.
Attention spans are shorter. People are eager to move on to the next thing. I'll say this about the Game Awards. I was on Reset Era, which is the most miserable goddamn video game site in the world. The amount of people that acted like that Divinity trailer was like this like really offensive, awful thing. Like, I'm never gonna buy that game. Like, what the fuck, man? That was a cool trailer. And like, watching the PlayStation thread on there, like, all right, where's 2D God of War at? And then just everybody being like, that game doesn't fucking exist. And then you have like one of the reliable quote unquote leakers like, no, it does. And it's like, it's been 6 months, like 8 million opportunities to see this fucking thing. I haven't seen that bald fucker saying Athena anywhere during this. And like, yeah, it's just like trailer after trailer after trailer. They announced the first classic Mega Man game in almost a decade. And it felt like, other than a couple of people bitching that it wasn't pixel art, there was like no real fanfare for it that I saw.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's fucking Mega Man. Like, what?
It's all just it's quite tiring. It's just like if it's not excitement and hype being built up, it's everybody take it like treating these games as reasons to dunk on them, and everything's got to be either the worst or the best thing in the world. And I think I want to touch on that with indie wrestling games a bit later. But everything's got to be hyperbolic, and it's either the worst thing in the world or the most offensive thing you've ever seen. And it's not. Like, if this come out like 5-10 years ago, you'd have fucking really liked it. And chances are you're probably still gonna like it when it comes out. But everybody's got to get that clout on like Twitter or whatever it is nowadays. And it's like, just allow yourself to be entertained. I tell that to the wife all the time, like, just have fun, watch a film, just don't poke holes in it, just enjoy it, and then ask yourself, did I have a good time? If you just let yourself be entertained by these things, oftentimes you have a really good time. But if you go into it thinking you're like the world's best fucking games journalist or something, and you're just like, oh, this doesn't do this right, you're just gonna have a bad time. And I don't know, man. It's just like everybody's just looking for a reason to be negative. And this is coming off the back of me, obviously spending 15-20 minutes moaning. But I don't know, just try and have fun. Like I'm playing Metroid Prime 4 and I'm having a good time. Like, it's fun. I wouldn't say it's fantastic, but it's a good time, and I'll probably replay it, and I'll feel like I got my money's worth, and I feel like it was actually a very good, competent game. Well, more than competent, overly competent. But so to me, I'll be happy with it, and it'll be the same as other games that I might have played in the past, where I'll remember it and I'll play it and I'll probably enjoy it, and I'll probably play it in a few years' time, and it'll be good. But everybody just like it comes out, it fizzles, it dies. I suppose maybe as well. I don't know, I'm really getting off the deep end here, but it kind of feels like that's because of the death of message boards, right? Everything is so instant
Yes.
nowadays. It's Discord or it's nothing really. It's Discord or social media, and those things. The moment you hit refresh, those thoughts are lost in the wind, right? So there's no chance for anything to sort of percolate and mature really, because basically by the time you've had a thought on it, and it's like, oh, I'll go back to that thread, it's gone. There is no thread. And I think back in the day, we had those message boards, and you'd have a long chat about it. Sometimes these threads would go on for 2 weeks. You'd all be talking about stuff, and yeah, I mean those days they're not coming back, are they? But yeah, I think it's just because everything's just so instant now. Everything's throwaway as well. Everything's just throwaway. Nothing lasts. Anyway, fuck it. Have we got anything positive?
Well, I was gonna say I don't have a Switch 2, so I don't know the full run with Metroid Prime 4, but somebody I work with got the game, and their consternation regarding the game seems to just be centered around this game took like 8 years. It got restarted halfway through development, and I kind of just expected it would be better. And expectations are weird because like I'm prone to getting really hyped and having high expectations for shit and then being like, oh, that wasn't what I wanted it to be. But like Prime 4 was something people waited a long, long time for. So I understand being disappointed if you have like this is the greatest game of all time in your head before you get it. But with the way everything is now, especially with like big budget games, or as big as Nintendo allow their budgets to be, because they're still relatively small compared to everybody else. But like, you have to understand these games are almost never going to deliver on what expectations are. It's not the mid 2000s anymore. You're not going to get the all time classic game day one. You're going to get the all time classic game if there's even a chance of it after like a year or more of support. Most of the time. I mean, Metroid Dread was unfucking believable the day it came out. That's like one of the best games ever. But like, I try not to have high hopes for anything that has like a major studio attached to it anymore. Because why would you?
Yeah, I mean, I can get it. I could certainly understand sort of tempering your expectations. I mean that's definitely one thing. I think I don't know. I have feelings about like the public thinking like, oh, it took 8 years, it should be better. Like I don't know. I feel like you should detach yourself from like how long things are. It's difficult to say because if you've been fully hyped for 8 years, nothing's going to live up to that 8 years, in my opinion. They could have re-released
Right.
Metroid Prime 1 with slightly different dungeons, and it probably wouldn't have been enough for people. Um, but yeah, I mean, so I can appreciate a little bit of, it's not quite what I wanted. But I think in that we've all kind of lost where an 8 out of 10 game, for example, we've lost the appreciation of an 8 out of 10. Instead, everything's got to be a 10 out of 10,
Yeah.
or
No, I agree.
there's nothing in between, is there anymore? There's not. Back in the day, like on your PlayStation, if you bought a 7 out of 10 game, you'd be like, yeah, you know what, it's all right, 20 quid. It was decent. Nowadays, I'm on both sides of the fence because I appreciate now games cost so much money as well. Like, even though, and it's weird, right? They cost the same figure as they cost back in the 90s, like 60. I suppose it's dollars for you guys, £60 here. And I vividly remember Donkey Kong Country costing that, and it was an absolute fortune back then. But now they cost the same amount in figures, and obviously with inflation, they should cost a lot more. And with production costs as well, they should cost an absolute extreme amount. But on the same scale of things, I feel like £60 is now quite a hell of a lot of money with how inflation is.
Yeah.
And so if you're putting down 60 for something, you want a good product. You don't want things that barely work. And I don't know. I go back and forth. I definitely appreciate that the money, how much these things cost now is on one hand, they cost a fortune. You do want something good. You don't want a risk. You can appreciate that. I mean, It used to be maybe you could afford to get a few games a month. Nowadays, it's like you just get one game a month if you're lucky, like a new release. And so you don't want to waste your money. You don't want to take a risk on something. But at the same time, like coming at it from the industry, it's like, holy shit, these things cost an absolute fortune to make. It takes so much longer because of expectations. How are they still this price? So it's weird. I don't know where I sit with it. I get both sides of the story because I'm on both sides of the fence. I'm somebody who buys games. I still have to pay my money, and they feel like they cost an awful lot. But I'm also somebody who makes them, and I have to make a living wage. So it's all weird. It's. I mean, it's not exclusive to games, is it? Everything is fucked up at the moment. So anyway.
I'll say this regarding like everything needing to be a 10 out of 10. Not that I put as much stock in these as I maybe did like 20 years ago, but you see people now that lose their ever loving fucking mind if a match that they like doesn't get the 5 from Dave. Like, it happens like every 3 months. Like, well, Kurt Angle never had a 5-star match. That doesn't mean Kurt's not like a great wrestler. Like, what is this? If a match is 5-star to you, what the fuck do you care what like Dave Meltzer thinks about it?
That's it. Yeah, it just has to be good to you, right?
It's the same with stuff like the PWI 500. Like, if they don't agree with their spot, it's like, who gives a shit? They're still your favorite wrestler. It doesn't matter where they are on the listing, right?
Well, the thing about it is, I remember the time period when indie wrestlers would mock the PWI 500, and now everybody's like, "Oh my god, I'm number 407," and it's like, how did we get from like people being like, "Yeah, I'm gonna buy my mom a spot on the list next year," to like people sharing their, "Oh my god, look at where I'm at on the PWI 5." It's a fucking kayfabe list.
Yeah.
Don't be a mark. But also, I've had people use review scores like, Alex, I think you liked a post of mine on Blue Sky about this when I still had one. But there were people like, oh, well, the Metacritic for Insomniac Spider-Man 2 is this. So the people that are saying the game's not that good are just arguing in bad faith. Like, no, if I think something sucks, I could give two shits what the fuck it was rated.
Yeah.
WWF Raw for the Xbox got a 9.1 from IGN. That's one of the worst wrestling games ever made. Like, review scores are a nice guide, but if you're tying your entire argument to them, I will always, 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 always bring up fucking Raw for the Xbox. 9.1 out of 10.
Yeah, there's
and the sequel got the same rating, and so did those two games got the same rating as SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. Make that make sense.
Yeah, that's insane. There's another example of that I'm not allowed to say about. I'll catch up with you guys after this. But yeah, so sometimes like the numbers don't matter, do they? You just gotta. I don't know, man. What are we all doing? What are we all doing? Is the thing.
I mean, conventional wisdom and review scores would have you think Backyard Wrestling's a bad game, and it's not.
No, but I mean that to be fair, I can fully understand why that would be a 5 out of 10. Let's be brutally honest. I think that is, but it's interesting, right? To dig a bit deeper on that, like it's a 5 out of 10 for your average gamer, right? If somebody doesn't like that type of thing, it absolutely is a 5 out, probably lower, right? But if you're somebody who likes that culture and you like that, it goes up a lot. So it's all contextual. But to me, because I like that and I like that time of life, like the early 2000s, like I thought it was fantastic. It encapsulates that perfectly. And to me, it's a great game. It's it's much, much higher than it probably has any right to be. Yeah, I think it's all contextual, but if you put too much stock in what actual like journalists are saying, I think you're a fool. Like it's all contextual. You just got to take it for what it is. But the worst is when people are like clowning on games and they've clearly never played them, or they've got no idea about it, and they're just like repeating stuff that they've seen. It's like, yeah, now you're dumb, you know.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of
also
that.
Just to heap onto Spider-Man 2 again. Do you remember the tweet around the Game Awards 2023 where like, oh, Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year. Here's a clip of Spider-Man 2, and it's all cutscene. Like the Sandman boss fight at the start of the game. Like, you sure showed everybody who thought Baldur's Gate was a good
No,
game.
I remember that. That was a good time. That was.
Yeah,
when
people
just
really got in their feelings about that one.
people just do absolutely dumb shit like that. That social media is still good for that. I feel like if that was on a forum, it would have been deleted and the user would have been blocked for just having just stupid opinions. So yeah, in some respects, social media is much better. It's when people post dumb shit and then they don't delete it when they double down on it. That's always a bonus. That.
Well, we can talk about indie wrestling games if we want to talk about posting stupid shit and doubling down on it.
Yeah, let's go.
2022, buddy. Thoughts?
2022. 22 plus 3 years and plus fucking God knows how long. Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult to verbalize. I think obviously I don't know if it's just me whether I've got um half of everything just blocked or muted. I don't know. I just feel like everything has really slowed down this year on all those games. And to call them out by name, I mean you've got UPW, you got the Wrestling Code, you've obviously got Ultraviolence, which is dead silent. I don't know whatever Clan's making now. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. You've got Neckbreaker. I haven't heard anything from that for a while. Yeah, it just feels like, and you alluded to it on one of the previous shows actually, where you referred to me as friends of the show, but you can fucking say it, doesn't matter. Where I was just saying like, it just feels like something has worn off on everything. I think I think people are burnt out. I think both fans and developers. I think we're all burnt out. And I call out those games by name, not just because I'm singling anybody out. I'm just saying there's quite a few, and not much has happened with any of them. And I'm in this unique position where I fully understand and appreciate it. Sorry, excuse me. Where obviously I've been working on one for God knows how many years. Still don't feel like I've got much headway, and I know all those other guys are probably feeling exactly the same thing. I'm not sure exactly why they're so difficult to make. And this is something that I battle with internally quite a lot because it's like, if I take what I'm trying to make, which is essentially, I'm just trying to clone WrestleMania 19, dude. That's all I'm trying to do. Does a game from 2000. I don't know what year it was. Was it 2, 3, 4, 5? I feel like it's 5.
3.
3 shit. Given the technology in 2003, all the software that was available, memory and everything, it can't have been an impossible game to make, right? It must have been the systems that they must have had in place must have been relatively simple, but effective, very effective. And so when I see the advancements in technology now, in terms of like everybody's got access to Unreal Engine, everybody can do visual scripting, you can do C++, everybody's got access to that now, which you didn't have 20 years ago. It should be on paper much easier to make a game, and if you're trying to make a game of around 2003 scope, it should be viable. And for some reason, it's just really fucking hard. I don't know if that's blinkered thinking. And obviously there is hidden depth to absolutely everything. But what I'm trying to say is no one's trying to make the next WWE 2K, which, for whatever your thoughts are, obviously has had 20 years of development behind it and massive teams, massive budgets. No one's trying to copy that. I would hope and expect everybody's trying to make something more sensible in scope and scope it down. Again, there might be some exceptions there, but I think everybody's got reasonable scope. And so why it's so difficult, I don't know. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. But on the other side of the coin, I think I keep an eye out on kind of what the fans are doing, and unfortunately for me, I've actually been on Reddit this year, and just the amount of like sort of vitriol these games have. Luckily, I don't look up the ultraviolence posts. I tend to avoid that because I'm like, I don't want to read what anybody's got. I've actually got a folder on my desktop called like hate messages, and it's just like hateful comments that people have left on ultraviolence over time. I had to stop that because it it got to me. I was eventually going to do a reveal trailer and just like post those comments on there because I'm incredibly petty, but obviously I never got that far. Where was I apart from being petty? Yeah, so I see the comments and people are saying this is a scam, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. This is about, let's say, no game in particular, but you can probably guess. Doesn't know what he's doing, it's never coming out, we're going to get GTA 6 before this, which has always pissed me off a bit because of course you're going to get GTA 6 before anything because it's been fucking hundreds upon hundreds of people, millions, if not, I don't know, probably billions, I don't know how much has been spent on it before an indie game that's got a budget of about 2p, right? But of course you're going to get it, you fucking big dummy. I don't know. But yeah, so what I'm trying to get at is the sort of fan, sort of hesitant to use that word lightly, they get themselves really excited at the start, and you know the pro wrestling X cycle as much as anybody else. They get
Yep.
themselves so wound up. They post, "This is already looking better than 2K." And it's like, no, it's not. Just don't. Again, it's this hyperbolic stuff where like everything has to be either the best thing in the world or the worst thing in the world. There's never two things. There's never an in between. And so they get themselves so wound up, so excited, and then when games inevitably take ages to make, because everybody's got to make a living for themselves, they've got families to support, and I certainly do. And so these wrestling games they fall to the wayside, and then over time they then go, oh, it's a scam, or it's never coming out. And maybe it is never coming out. All right, fair enough. Well done. What do you want? Do you want like fucking prize or something? But it's when people start like sort of character assassinations and pulling people down. Oh shit! I mean, I've been on the other side of all of this as well. But it's a lot more public now. I feel like it's a lot more violent. What you say in DMs is one thing, but what you say publicly where people can see it, I don't know. It's a bit shitty. I once had somebody fucking message me over Christmas saying, "Oh, don't trust Gackdaw. He's never going to release anything." Or don't trust him. He's never releasing it. It's like, well, first of all, fuck you. I mean, I've released like fucking 4 or 5 AAA titles. Anyway, ignore that. But yeah, I mean that ruined my fucking day. And so the sort of impetus for anybody who's actually making these things, it's very much diminished. I mean, why would you bother making something when you're just getting hate shit all over the internet? People are besmirching your name, and it's just like, you know what? And I know this is actually why what is it, Virtual Basement, I think from what I saw, that's why they sort of stopped posting anything. It's just like, I'm just getting shit on every fucking post I make. Life's too short, let's just fucking, I can't be bothered anymore. And that was kind of, I'm quite lucky, I don't get that with Ultraviolence. I have got some people saying, oh, what happened to this game, it's never coming out. It's like, all right, maybe it is never coming out. Who are you to say what I've been doing for the past 7 goddamn years? Like, I've been trying, I've been busting my ass, I've invested quite a lot of money in this, but you don't know the full story. And then you're like, it's never coming out. It's like, all right, what have you done for the past 7 years and what have you released? I'm getting ahead of myself, but what I'm saying is there's very little impetus to actually post about these games anymore. If we could say that all these indie titles have got the most amazing sort of gameplay and stuff, and maybe they just can't be bothered to post it anymore because if you got the slightest thing wrong, you get people in the comments calling you a scam. You get people saying like, the good one is this looks like PS3 graphics. Like, yeah, fucking hell, man. I mean, if an indie team can make something that looks like a PS3 or a PS2, it's fucking great. His expectations are fucking insane. But all this is to say, I think everybody's just feeling a bit of burnout on it. And I think, ironically, when everything is done, everything's either cancelled or things have come out, I think we're going to be left in a world where Pro Wrestling X was there before we all started, and it's there after we finished, and there after everybody's quit. Like a cockroach that won't fucking die in the nuclear war. Pro Wrestling X will still be here in 10 years, man, fucking dropping updates. Fair fucks to them, man, for getting on with that. That's kind of how I feel about all the indie wrestling titles. Like, we've not seen many updates. I feel like it's because there's not much reason to update anybody anymore. It's not an encouraging environment anymore to update people on. But you still know all my thoughts on some of those titles. Like, no one's got a blank check. No one's, no one's faultless. That everybody could have done things differently. And I don't know what the answer is either. I really don't know what the answer is. For me, it was always a case of if somebody released fucking wrestling game toolkit that took care of all the animation bullshit, like we'd still have our own custom animations, which what does he want to be called? Jack has made, and I'll touch on them in a minute actually. Once I got your thoughts. But if we still had the ability to just plug in our content and Taylor had a gameplay made and it just took care of all the bullshit that people don't see, I would jump on that in a heartbeat. All I want to make is a deathmatch game. I don't really want to be doing all the bullshit behind the scenes where, like, oh, my character's not moving quite right because of this particular flag that's not being set. It's so fucking demoralizing. Anyway, shit. I mean, that's about where I'm at with my thoughts on all that. I don't know what your guys' thoughts is because obviously, I know we've all got some pretty strong opinions on it.
So my thing is, you still see a lot of people. I mean, granted, the worm has turned on Virtual Basement, and also Virtual Basement was they had that goofball Viking size gamer do a video of like all the things that are going to be in the game, and this was before they'd ever really shown anything. And like, oh, they're gonna have all the different like 6-sided ring, 8-sided ring, all the like customize the size of the ring and all the like every match type ever, blah blah blah. GM, but they basically like, we're gonna do everything, and I was like, oh, PWX, I've seen this before, and I don't think Viking Size Gamer posts anywhere online anymore, and I also don't think before he stopped posting he was affiliated with them, and there were all the people that I knew, like I was friends with somebody in the AEW Games Discord server that was like, no, that game's coming out. They've shown gameplay. And I'm like, they haven't shown a fucking second of gameplay other than that dude hitting the ropes. And when they demoed that publicly, it ran at fucking like 15 frames per second. Like there was once that Viking Size Gamer video came out, my hype immediately died because I fucking knew what was coming. And I haven't been wrong because they were supposed to be in early access in 2022. That was the original goal. And then 2022 was all gameplay and no more roster announcements. And all they've done since then was roster announcements and shit that wasn't actual gameplay. It's just, here's a fucking YouTuber, Chris Danger, walking to the ring. And it looks like shit. Oh boy.
I think yeah. I
And like Ultra Pro, I hope that game comes out and I hope it's good. I also think Sam shitting on the AEW game publicly and getting absolutely dumped on by the fan base he should be trying to court because they're all the people that want an alternative to the WWE games. That was really stupid and it didn't earn him any goodwill. And for all of the LB ran down one of the updates, like the Patreon updates, and he's like talking about create a fan, and I cut LB off, and I was like, why the fuck are we talking about editing the fans in the crowd when we don't have a fucking game? Like, why do we need all the superfluous shit that does not actually make the game any better before like we have even a demo in hand? Like, why are priorities being put elsewhere? And maybe that's not the case, but when you talk about all of this stuff instead of like, here's where we're at, it gives the illusion of fucking PWX where Dave was like, oh, I don't really have anything to say, but we're going to have this in the game and we're going to have open mod support and we're going to have this and this and this. And it's like, great, motherfucker, where's the actual game? Like,
I think, there's a couple of things I want to touch on there. I think with the Viking Size Gamer thing, you're absolutely right. I think all of us, in terms of like indie wrestling game developers or whatever, I think we're all guilty of that. There was a period where around 21, 22, when this stuff was shit hot, right? When it felt like there were new indie wrestling games coming out of the woodwork every other day. And all of them were getting hype, and there were YouTubers making hype videos and that. And I think we're all very much that's where we all fucked up, I think. Not to put too fine a point on it, I think that's where we all kind of were like, yeah, shit, people are excited for it. It's a fucking great feeling having people making videos about your game and hyping it up, like, I can't lie. And so that becomes like a loop. It's like something that you really want to be involved in, and you start to believe the hype. And in hindsight, it's far too fucking early to be doing any of that stuff. So we all fucked up on that front. It's just easy to sort of get carried away and swept up in that sort of wave of stuff. I mean, you talked about UPW. I'm with you. I hope it comes out. But I also believe it will come out. I believe that will be something tangible. I think there will be something released there. I'm not going to say that for every product or project that I've mentioned, but I do think something will come out at UPW. But with the you mentioned creative fan. You're absolutely right. Right. Again, that is something that I think we all fucked up on. It's ironically the stuff where you can customize stuff, like your creator wrestlers, your creator fans, your creator arenas, and all that. That stuff is actually really easy to sort of program and get functional to a visual standard where you can even show people. I'm not saying that they actually had anything tangible for create a fan in this particular case, but it's really easy to do the customizable stuff and show people because it's essentially just art with a few bells and whistles. And there's some design in it, but it's easy to do. It's a hell of a lot easier than 1-to-1 or 1-to-3, however many combat. It's much easier than making a fighting game. And so again, you get wound up in this where you're like, oh shit, I'm making progress on this game. I can add this and it'll add this amount of value to a user. And you're absolutely right. Don't fucking focus on that until you've got a core gameplay loop of just actual combat. But again, as a developer, it becomes it's very, very easy to get wound up in that. And you've got the YouTube things going on where people are like, here's a new YouTube video on this game, here's the update. And you're starting to believe your own hype, and then you put out these customizable things, and people are like, oh, it looks better than 2K. It's like, no, it doesn't really. But it's easy to make, and it feels like you're making progress, and it's another thing scratched off the list. Meanwhile, actual core minute-to-minute gameplay is taking the backseat because it's so fucking difficult. And I'm not making excuses for anybody, not at all. I want to be very clear where I'm saying all this. I'm guilty of this as much as anybody else, and I'm going to hold my hands up. I just think genuinely there are some things that we're all guilty of fucking up with and getting carried away, and I think that's part of why we're all in this state. Honestly, yeah, I think that's why a lot of it is in where it is. I think I think it's easy to just sort of get excited and try and knock off some of the more sort of not elaborate, sorry, the more sort of visually impressive, that used to do numbers on social media. It doesn't anymore. That stuff doesn't, nothing does numbers on social media anymore apart from slurs. So, I mean, that's maybe why there's been a fall off as well. But yeah, anyway, sorry, I kind of interjected there. I wanted to touch on a few of those.
I also want to mention this about Virtual Basement. They had Dre41 Gaming and his co-host do a video talking about, like, they saw a build of the game, and we can't go into details, but what sets this game apart are the details. And it's a bunch of vague double talk that honestly amounts to like nothing. And I like Dre41 Gaming. I think some of his takes are not necessarily the most sound, but I don't necessarily agree with everybody that I know anyway. But they really made him look kind of like a shithead. And there were allegations a few years ago that they were trying to have people in the wrestling game community do work for free. Which I won't touch that. But they used YouTubers to be like, this is going to be such a great game, and then like they gave them no B-roll, no nothing. So you're just looking at two people talking, and you just have to take them at their word that this game that was like super duper hyped is like it's coming and it's going to be amazing. Like at least Sam hasn't done any of that shit. You know,
Yeah.
the updates from UPW, like you'll see. I still want to see a full match. Like I still want to see like a full unedited, like just raw footage of two people playing a match. But I also don't know if the game's in a state where you can show that.
I feel like we saw some, and it was on the right track. I mean, the thing with that is, firstly, it's incredibly fucking difficult to get it all in. I mean, there's just so many little animations you have to put in. It is insane. But then I think it's with this sort of feedback loop that you might get now, where if things aren't 1,000% polished, let's say there is some slightly sloppy animation work going on or something not quite right, expectations are so high. You record a full match, you're gonna need everything running shit hot, no bugs, nothing. And I think that's an incredible ask. But then, I'm one of these fucking fence sitters where I understand it's an incredible ask, but at the same time, you are making a game that is the end product that is going to be in people's hands. That should be what is seen. Above all and everything, and that is why I stopped posting gameplay clips. And this is sore subject actually. If I I just want to address this over all those games, possibly with the exception of Netbreaker, I genuinely think I showed off more gameplay than any other motherfucker did, and I still got shit, and I still get shit for not showing stuff. I was like, yeah, but I've already shown you lots. I've already shown you genuine gameplay. I never fucking tried to pull the wool over your eyes. Anyway, that's beside the point. I stopped posting gameplay because in my head, the only thing with how long it's been taken, the only thing I wanted to show people and not waste their time was a full match or at least an extended period of actual combat, actual gameplay. I didn't want to show these little clips that really did nothing. They didn't drive traffic to any Steam page because there was no Steam page. They didn't really boost numbers so much. There was no really real point in posting it. And so I didn't want to waste anybody's time anymore just posting little clips that really did nothing. You already got the vibe. You already understand what the game is meant to be. And I think that's where all these projects are. We all know what the projects are meant to be. I think the next thing that does need to be seen is actual gameplay loop before anybody can get any more hyped, I think. If let's say Virtual Basement come out, show the wrestling code, and it plays like, I don't know, Shut Your Mouth or something, and we get to see that, fucking great. You'd probably get a wish list from me or whatever it is, whatever store it's on. I'd be like, yeah, that looks great. I don't even like half those. Well, I don't like any of the wrestlers. Fantastic. I still wish list it because it looks like it's going to be a fun time. And I suppose that's where we're all at. If these things are going to go any further, they genuinely need to go gameplay, how it's going to look when it plays, and that is just a real hard milestone. Once I get your guys' thoughts, I can happily update you on where we're at with ultraviolence and high dives. I'm happy to be more than honest with it all. But yeah, I don't know. It feels like the shine has definitely worn off on all these indie wrestling projects. I feel like I'm allowed to talk about it because I'm not trying to upset anybody, but I'm also not trying to make friends with anybody. Like I'm pretty happy with where I am in the industry. I know where I am, and I don't need to sort of make sort of indie wrestling game friends. Let's say. I hope everybody gets what they want out of it all, and I hope everybody's able to make the project that they want. I know it's really difficult, and I think the shine is worn off. And I think, I just hope 10 years down the line, it isn't just Pro Wrestling X. Let's put it like that. I hope 10 years down the line, when we have, I don't know, Critical 1000, and we're back talking around Christmas, and we're like, hey, did you play UPW 3? No, not this year because it's $60. You know, But did you play? I don't know, Netbreaker. I'm hoping I'm able to play that. Yeah, I just hope everybody gets what they want out of it. It feels weird, like 2022 year gameplay, and things were shit hot back then. We had YouTube videos coming out the wazoo of just like, oh, this is the next big wrestling game. And in hindsight, perhaps we shouldn't. I'm talking about YouTubers actually. Perhaps we shouldn't have been doing that. They did it to get clicks. They did it to be the first on the block with this stuff. That's their sort of thing. Probably shouldn't have got swept up in it. I don't think anybody should have been announcing signed wrestlers on their game. I think everybody fucked up doing that. I think it was a stupid thing to do. I'm not going to say if I take the ones that I did, I'm happy that I'm able to use them in a game. But it was far too early to do that. I'll also say this: I actually made sure I paid all those guys. So take that for what you will. Those guys, even if the project never happened, they got paid. So it is what it is. Anyway, shit. Yeah, I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on that?
My thing is, I get a little antsy when it's an indie wrestling game project that promises the world. Not that you did this, because you didn't. You've always been very open about the scope of what you were trying to accomplish. You weren't like, here's like 150 guys that I've licensed, and we're gonna have all of this stuff. It's like, I'm making a deathmatch game, and there might be like a create a deathmatch feature. It was like you've never made the scope and scale of what you were doing any bigger than that. My problem is, go on.
Sorry, just quickly. I think there's different expectations when it comes to something like Ultraviolence or Neckbreaker or Bastante Bueno compared to Ultra Pro or the Wrestling Code, because they've gone so, for lack of a better word, over the top with what they've promised and what the expectations are. Like with Neckbreaker, I don't expect anything other than what he said, which is like it's going to be a physics-based game. But with the Wrestling Code or Ultra Pro, it's like, oh, it's going to have this and it's going to have this, it's going to have that. So it's just different expectations, right?
Yeah,
right. And I get antsy because we're all old fucks and we remember Dave doing the same thing. There's a whole generation that doesn't know the PWX thing. To them, if they look it up, it's just a game that's on Steam. But to us, like, there's a whole generation of us that has like the fucking trauma of we've been promised the world and the shit never came out. And to your point, have you noticed that like indie wrestling games are like cyclical? Like the early 2000s, a bunch of them popped up. Like none of them came out except the M. Dickey games. Early 2010s, a bunch of them popped up. None of them came out except for PWX Uprising, 5-Star Wrestling, and fucking the M. Dickey games. And then 10 years later, it pops up again. And each one of these crops has like, obviously PWX is literally part of the first two, but there's always somebody that comes along that has like a giant fucking scope of what they want to accomplish. And it's not even like, oh, we're going to do the Aki gameplay is typically the centerpiece of what they're selling. But then it's like, we're going to have this and we're going to have this and we're going to have this and we're going to have this. And not that I would be opposed to something that's that encompassing, but we've been like, I remember Freem and I talking about this fucking years ago, where people are like, I want to make the next No Mercy. You should want to make Virtual Pro 64 first. You should want the fucking foundation for where everything works. That way you can make the big thing that you want to make, but everybody skips straight to, I'm going to make No Mercy, because that's the game they had as a kid. And that's the game that's always promised. And when people do it now, it's not enough to just be, because Dave started this, it's not enough to just be like, we're going to make the new No Mercy. We're going to make the new No Mercy, and it's going to have everything you've ever thought. You're going to be able to customize the fans, the arenas. There's going to be different rings and different match types and different sizes of the rings. And we're going to do different crowd audio for like the international crowds. And it's like, okay, this is all cool. How long is it going to take? How likely are you to deliver on it? How likely is it it's going to run anywhere near what we're going to need it to? And why the fuck are you not just trying to get the base down first? Because I truly don't think people would be mad if it was like, here's a game that plays like the N64 games, 15 to 20 characters, doesn't have a million match types, but if the game's supported, we can fucking turn it into what you want it to be. Or even have a DLC roadmap with like, okay, we're going to add this in after a certain point, and we're hoping by this point we can have everything. Everybody just says fuck a roadmap, we're going to have a million fucking things, and then we don't end up getting any of it because either the games don't come out or it's like PWX, which is currently on Steam in a state that you can't really have a whole lot of fun with it. And Dave hasn't updated the PWX Facebook page since like March. I have like generational PTSD when it comes to independent wrestling games. And I think people think it's funny when I get in my bag about these games, but like, I don't mean to be like upset about any of this stuff. I've seen this shit before. And when Sam does the thing at Gamescom that's like basically a friendlier version of Dave flipping off the THQ logo and like, oh, I just did it as a joke. Like, no, you took the picture in front of the thing for the opposite reason that Dave did, because Dave was like, fuck THQ, I hate these guys. You took that picture because it was going to make it to your fucking supporters in your Discord channel, and they were going to be like, oh my god, THQ and Aki working together again, despite the fact that it's not actually THQ and it's not actually fucking Aki. Like, it's the same playbook, just more annoying because I'm 23 years older now than I was when PWX started development. And I went on a tangent there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I think as well, one of the things I want to say, I mean, expectations. I think you guys are pretty right there. If you've got something, if you're sort of advertising and presenting that it's a genuine sort of games company making it, then obviously expectations are going to be higher, right? But you got the sort of clearly bedroom developed wrestling titles, right? I think expectations should be lower on those, and you should just be along for the ride. I think if you are putting out, such and such studio is making this, I think it's understandable that people will then have higher expectations and be like, yeah, that, if you're mucking up PlayStation 5 box art, for example, before I don't know, you are on PlayStation 5, like, maybe some of it is valid, some of the expectations are valid. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wish it feels like we're all very much separate islands, working towards very similar goals, but nobody talks to each other. I'm sure we've all solved different issues and sweated over them. It's just nobody talks to each other, and I don't know. I don't think it has to be that way. I don't know why it is that way. I mean, I've had a few of them want to connect and have a chat, and then it always just falls through. And Dave's notorious for that. He wanted to chat at the start. Never happened. I had and this I'm glad it didn't happen, actually, because this is going back to what I said. It's easy to start huffing your own farts and believing the hype, but nearer the start, I had a certain 3-letter promotion reach out, and they were going to talk to me. And fuck you for that, because I stayed up late for an American time zone, and nothing ever happened. And that's when my kid was about 1 year old, and I needed that sleep, and nothing happened. So that's fine.
Is it where they lay the law?
It's absolutely where the law is laid. And that's also part of the reason why people ask me now, are you going to get X promotion involved? So, no, to be honest, man. Like, A, it's a waste of everybody's time. B, like, I'm not staying up until fucking midnight, 1 p.m., 1 a.m. I'm too old for that. What was I going to say? Yeah, I'm more than happy to talk to people, because I feel like, in particular with Ultraman, I've solved quite a lot of the problems. Which leads to the question as to where the fuck is it, and that's a bigger question. I'd like to spend some time in a bit. Like, I can tell everybody where it is and where it isn't. I'm happy to be very honest about the whole production of that. But yeah, I'm always happy to speak to anybody about making wrestling games or games in general. I mean, I've been doing this shit for the best part of 20 years now. So I'm very much happy to speak to anybody who wants to talk about making games. Open invitation. Just if you want to make a schedule, like if you want to chat, just make sure we actually turn up. I'm more than happy to talk. Anyway, yeah, shit. Let me move on. I mean, I feel like I've said everything I wanted to say about the indie wrestling titles, to be honest. And I hope it doesn't come off as like this is what you guys are doing wrong, but I've done it right. I absolutely think I've made more than my fair share of mistakes with advertising the project or development of the project. Everything. I've made my mistakes. I think one thing that does piss me off though is when people say like I posted. I think the last thing I ever posted about the tile, and somebody says like, "Holy shit! Like I know it's just you, but can you not just hire someone?" And it's like, motherfucker. First of all, I haven't got really that hiring someone money. I've got some money, and I have already invested quite a lot in this project. At some point, I've got to pull out and be like, "Yeah, it's not worth it." But on the other side of the spectrum, I'm fucking actively trying. Like I've been trying for fucking ages, trying to get somebody involved who can actually help me on like the programming side of things, which is where I need the most help. And nothing happens. I mean, obviously I'm doing it wrong, like in terms of like advertising for that help. And that's one thing. Like, I hold my hands up. Obviously, I'm doing it wrong, and I haven't got a huge budget, but I've been trying. Don't make it out like I'm just sat here and I want to make this on my own. I don't want to be a one man band. I want help, but how to get it is another story, isn't it? And ain't no publisher going to touch any of this with a barge pole anymore, particularly not a deathmatch game. Anyway, sorry, I had to get that off my chest.
I do have to ask this: do you think if AEW Fight Forever had sold better, it might have inched other wrestling games towards maybe having a little bit more success finding a publisher?
No, I don't think so. I think that was well, I mean, part of it is detaching it from the hypothetical. I don't think it ever would have sold any better. It's incredibly niche. But no, I don't think so. We've already had some indie sort of wrestling. What was it like? WrestleQuest? I think that's a bad
Yeah.
Oh no,
fairly
WCW Worldwide's going to hear this and he's going to start asking for a review again.
fantastic. You got to review it. Where's that? Did you ever review Backyard 2 anyway?
Yeah, we talked about both of them together.
No, they need a show each. Anyway, shit, where was I? WrestleQuest. I mean, obviously, I think that got a publisher behind it. There was did Retromania get one? Don't think so.
No, they were
No, no.
self-published.
Yeah.
No. But what was that
It should
really
also be
short?
noted, by the way,
Yeah.
WrestleQuest, allegedly the developers of that are working on the 2D God of War that doesn't exist.
Well, famously, it doesn't exist. So we're talking about
Huh?
hypotheticals. And remember that really short-lived one. It was kind of I don't want to say it was a battle royale because that invokes images of whatever happened to Fight Forever, and they started doing a Fortnite-ification of it.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not talk about that part. But there was a wrestling related thing that was Rumble something or other, was it?
Rumble first?
I don't think Rumbleverse doesn't sound right. But you kind of ran around a city and you kind of just did suplexes on people, I think. I feel like maybe this was a fever dream, but there was that as well. So I suppose my point is to that question, we've had some indie titles, indie wrestling theme titles, since. I don't think there would be an uptick. I think the type of money that you would need to do anything of the scope of AEW, because let's say you took one of the other sort of promotions that maybe isn't as popular as AEW, I suppose TNA or whatever they call themselves, I don't know. The kind of money that you're dealing with there, it's not indie money anymore, I don't think. It's a lot higher. Yeah, purely because of the production expectations on having a whole animation library, animation tech, like a really shit hot character modeler. Because your average public player isn't going to go for the AEW style, are they? That's evident. They're going to go for the realistic. Because if I can get realistic looking men on my screen every year with a 2K release, I don't know, man. Like, I mean, that's probably what the average public wants. I'm kind of gone off on a tangent on this. I just think in order to make something that makes it worth a publisher's time, I think the money is really high, and especially now with the current climate of just like everything being so fucking expensive, nobody wanting to take risks on anything at all. Everything's dried up. I think nothing would have changed, to be honest. But who knows? I mean, I could be completely wrong there. But yeah, it's all money, man.
I just looked it up, and apparently WrestleQuest was published by Skybound Games, as in, like Robert Kirkman, the guy behind Invincible and The Walking Dead.
Yeah, yeah. Pretty cool.
I think that
Yeah.
other game was Rumbleverse. It was by Iron
Was it?
Galaxy.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm depressed though.
What? Just
Yeah.
about the state of it all?
Yeah, it's just when you think about, the state of wrestling games and the games industry, it's so bleak. Like, I was
It is.
reading earlier this week that I think this month is like the lowest game sales since like '95 or something for November or last month. God, it sucks. Like, you look at all the studios that have closed down and games that have been cancelled, some of them like big projects and small projects as well, and it's just like, god damn.
Yeah. It's rough at the moment. I think I don't know if I alluded to this. No, I would have only known later. I think there are the signs of an uptick, and it won't be for a long time. But some of the projects that I'm aware of, let's say, I think if it all happens, if every project happens, I think things should maybe correct themselves in a good way. I mean, if you look at like the new Tomb Raider that was announced, the remake of Tomb Raider 1, that's kind of, yeah, that's, to me, that is a sign of things going in the right direction. It's, yeah, hopefully I can't speak too much. I'll chat with you guys later maybe. I'm cautiously optimistic. I have to be, or else I've got to get a new career. And indies, I mean, they can carry on doing whatever they want, and I think indies just need to do things a little bit more exciting, a little bit more out there, so to speak. I think I just don't
Yeah.
think it's to, particularly with wrestling. I don't think it's enough to just have a different roster,
Mm.
than your off the shelf 2K game, because what's to stop anybody downloading, a new roster or whatever. And I've always thought this as well about some of these titles where, like, if they wanted to, um, let's say if somehow 2K or whatever was able to get the same roster as your game and then put them in the yearly 2K, whatever, I don't know how that would legally work. Let's say they're able to do that. Why, why on earth would I buy your game? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The gameplay aspect aside, because I've got things to say about 2K. But the thing is, you can't talk shit about 2K anymore, because there's that one guy on Twitter, and I think I saved one of his messages into my hate messages. He clearly works at 2K, on WWE, I should say. 2K is a big thing, isn't it? Right? But he's clearly worked there for quite a while, and like, if he gets wind of you saying shit, like, he will just fucking like subtweet you and just go off on it. He's fantastic.
Mm.
Oh,
Got one of these- You know him.
yeah, I'm pretty sure I do.
I don't remember the name exactly, but it's fantastic. It's clearly like an old boy who's just like fully like, fuck you, don't talk about 2K in front of my kids ever again.
I'm going to send you a name, and you can
Yeah,
just say yes or no.
yeah, oh yeah. Hold on. Let me see that. No, actually, he's always been chill to me.
Okay, that was I'm blanking on who the name of the other one is.
No, so it's not a real name. I think it's kind of like it's like a single word. I won't get too deep on it, because I mean, I just see it as a bit of fun, to be honest. I see he's funny. But yeah, he's clearly like, he's on the defense all the time. He's clearly just had enough of people talking shit, and he's just like, you know what, fuck this, I'm going back for myself. But fantastic. Shit, where was I anyway? He's brightened my day actually. That guy. He's probably still not on Twitter anyway. No one is. Anyway, what was I saying? Fuck, I don't remember.
I think what my next question is, given the bleak state of independent wrestling games, what are the odds in a couple of years you reboot Ultra Violence as the backyard wrestling equivalent of an MMA game?
I don't know
Basically,
what.
I'm asking is, can you make a bootleg version of Street Beefs in video game?
Let's. I'll message you on Discord about that.
Oh my God, let's go!
No, don't get excited. The fact that you
Oh,
mentioned that one particular property, I have stories. But I thought you knew about anyway. In terms of a
about
reboot,
Street Beefs?
eh,
Okay, yeah, no, I'm game. I'm game to listen to this later. Yeah, no, we'll
oh,
talk off the air about that.
you've got a whole new rabbit hole to fall down this tonight. Oh, that's
Yeah,
exciting.
I do.
That's pretty exciting. Maybe you'll be reviewing that in a few years.
No, they announced the game was canceled. I thought because they put the backyard thing in the UFC games.
Oh shit, that's fantastic. No, you're more up to speed on it than me, but I still have some stories.
Okay.
Shit, that's thrown me for a loop. I never thought I'd be talking about that.
Well, see, no, because now I'm thinking like you make a game. It's like backyard wrestling, but you have like the Street Beefs ripoff. You have that one Fight Club in Sweden where they fight on like concrete floors and parking garages, and like they can eye gouge and bite each other and shit.
Yeah,
Like
no.
this is the game we need.
So you're kind of 50-50 on the money. I wouldn't do eye gouges and shit, but I would keep it as deathmatch. But you know what? This is perfect. I'm going to segue into the state of ultraviolence and plans for it. I've got you captive. You're going to listen to this shit for a while. So that is one of the directions that I've been toying with, is moving away from, and I've actually spoken to you about this actually, moving away from like a wrestling ring, and going more, just open area sort of
Like an arena
fighting.
brawler.
Yeah, but still pretty much playing like the back, what do they call them? The back rooms in fucking Shut Your Mouth. Here Comes the Pain. You know, where you backstage. Playing more like those with more environmental stuff. So one of the things I was going to, hot scoop. The original plan for this year was I was going to really tighten up the gameplay, like really just 2025 was all year of gameplay, baby. I was going to make all gameplay work. You can guess where it went, but I'll give you reasons to
Roster
why.
signings?
Oh yeah, I signed tons on the roster. And then it was going to be around this time of year I was going to finally show a reveal trailer of just actual fucking gameplay, like I don't know, like even 3-5 minutes of gameplay, and I was just going to show vertical slice. This is how the game is. Let's do it. Obviously, that's not happened. But the thing that I was going to show was a couple of arenas, and I'm more interested in doing things that wouldn't be in a 2K game, wouldn't be in um, your standard wrestling. Basically, if the game came out in 2004, what would it look like? Like an EA big title, you know. And I really loved that venue where they're in the skate park. I think it was the FDR underpass. It's a big skate bowl. So I actually started putting that in, and we were going to show that, and it was going to be like have all the crowd around. It was going to look fantastic. One of the other ones was going to be like a bar room. So really leaning into sort of the no ring side of things, which in one aspect did alleviate some of the overhead pressures of just interacting with the ring. It's just so much more. It's not even just getting in and out of the ring. It's then you have to do grapple slots for like, okay, what if your opponent's on the ropes? Now he's got to interact in this way, or if he's in the turnbuckle, you've got to have a contextual sort of manipulation move where you either pick him up or you pull him out the turnbuckle or you grapple him in the turnbuckle. You know, it balloons the amount, and I can see why they didn't do it in Backyard 1 and 2. So that was the initial sort of plan. A lot of people that I spoke to didn't like, yourself included, where I'd shown like the CZW arena, for example. What is it, 2003?
It's like the 05 era one because you had like the Game Crazy ripoff ad.
Yeah, exactly. And then I'd shown that, and then that wouldn't be accessible. And I fully appreciate, like, it would not being able to play that, and the one outside in the sort of parking lot with a ring. You kind of need it. I fully appreciate that, but maybe that comes later. But yeah, I really want to focus on the no ring stuff and really like show people that it's not just a wrestling game. It's something that you wouldn't get if 2K just decided to do DLC that year. I mean, maybe they would. I don't know. I don't care. But what happened with that? What did happen? So I did spend the first, I think, 6 to 9 months of this year fully like going at it on the gameplay side of things, and I'm talking like fully going for it. And lots was working, and lots does still work. It's not past tense. I mean, you got stuff like you can obviously pick up weapons, place them in corners. It's all contextual. You can place them on players as they're lying down. I think most of the move slots actually worked. All that system was set up. Stuff where if you press like X as they were on a Xbox controller, as they were lying down, you could pick them up. You could set them up for a grapple or whatever sort of move you can do. Like, those are our sort of contextual sort of manipulation moves. You could climb things like shut your mouth. You could do dives off things. That was janky. You could even set people up on tables, and that was when I got to the tables. That's where I fucking quit, because it just I was doing it, and everything was the development process was, instead of up until now it had been everything's got to be like picture perfect as it goes in. But this time round, we made a big fuck off spreadsheet, and I just went through them one by one. Got the animations. Jack did some fantastic animations. I went in, imported them, got them all working, and it was basically bashing things out, getting them to like a first, a second pass, and they were functional, and then worrying about all the things where, oh, he doesn't quite line up. It's like, yeah, it'll line up in a bit. So got all that out. But the real shitty part of that was, once I'd done that, and I knew full well in my head that was the goal, was to make something that was a first pass. It didn't need to be perfect. But I took a step back and I was like, fuck, none of this feels very good. And it only didn't feel good because the polish pass hadn't happened, right? Like, the animations were great, but it's just everything was just, there was just all so many bugs, and it was just like, it just wasn't at a point where I was happy with it, and I wasn't happy to carry on working on something that just felt like I was treading water and I was sinking quite fast. And the table was kind of the tipping point on that, because it was just like, if you got to whip someone on a table because of how the systems had been designed, I now need two different animations depending on which side you come at it from. And it's just like, when the fuck is this work going to end? And so I got very demoralized. And then, on the other side of it, I've always had high dives that's been like sitting on my hard drive, and it's been in a decent state. And I've always felt like I could polish that up, and I'm still really excited about that as well. So, if you've got one game that's not going anywhere, despite how much time and effort you're putting into it, and you've got another one that you feel like you could probably finish off pretty fast, and that's bullshit, because obviously it's not finished either. But which one are you going to take? You're going to take the one that you feel like you should do, get it done, be happy and proud about it, get something out to your name, learn from the mistakes, and carry on. Obviously, high dives is now taking fucking longer than I'd like. I spent ages in the week just just getting the grapples where it's been fucking irritating. And that's the whole thing, right? And I think I touched on that very near the start, where if I just didn't have to deal with animation bullshit like animation tech, and somebody did that for me, and I could hire somebody who would solve all these issues, and I just had to worry about making it fun and putting in the animations, I'd fucking love that. I'd love to be doing that. But instead, I have to be dealing with this shit all the time, and it's just so demoralizing. But yeah, I mean, Ultraviolence, I mean, what we could have done, I could be here right now and I could have shown off an arena. Like fully confident we could have had that looking shit hot. I could have just recorded some animation clips in there, like other maybe titles might do, and put in a cinematic camera and get you hyped for 30 seconds and put the game on Steam. And maybe this is what I probably should have done. And we had Joe Mashups. He made us all the heads.
Oh, okay.
Because that was about all I could afford. I could only really afford heads. I couldn't afford full characters, but also there's a whole bunch of technical reasons. So he made some absolutely phenomenal likenesses. Like when I say like they look better than 2K in my opinion, I genuinely like he's obviously shit hot. And so he bashed them out. So he did all the announced people that we had on our silly little roster, but also some speculative ones because there are two sort of names that I really wanted to go to and be like, hey, it'd be a dream come true if you was in this. You're not going to sell more copies, but I'm a mark with money. Let's just make this dream happen. So I could have shown you like final artwork. I could have shown you final characters, final animations. It just wouldn't have been gameplay flowing. I think that's the big thing. It wouldn't have been flowing gameplay. And that was my whole thing. I might have only ever shown you clips because we'd actually outlined the trailer. It might have been a combination of clips and you wouldn't have seen the gameplay flowing, but it would have been important to me that the gameplay did flow and what you were seeing was snippets taken from gameplay. I think there's a big distinction there. Anybody can just put animations in and play them back and record it. But I wanted it to be that in order to do those functions, like let's say a ledge dive onto somebody on the bottom, I wanted to make sure that the gameplay was there that, okay, if I'm ledge diving onto somebody, then I need to functionally be able to knock him down to a dazed state. I need him to have a dazed state where he stays down depending on stamina or health and how long he stays down, and he needs to recover. So that's a whole new level of bullshit. Then I need a concept of climables. I need you to be able to climb. I need you to be able to enter a sort of perched state and all the bullshit that entails, which is a whole bunch of hit reactions. What happens if I get a strong hit when I'm up there? What happens if I'm facing away from you, facing forward? What happens when I press the button to dive and then actually do the dive? And how do you take that hit reaction? So there's all that stuff that goes in behind the scenes. And that's stuff that I didn't necessarily need to do. We could have carried on and just presented whatever, but I wanted to be honest with everything and be like, yeah, well, this is gameplay. And honestly, I mean, we ran through shots for the trailer and I got a lot of that gameplay actually there. And to be honest, I'm here now and I'm sort of kicking myself for not continuing with it because it probably wouldn't have been final art at this point of the year, but it probably would have played absolutely fine. But I just got so burnt out with it. I just got fucking so fed up with the whole thing. And all that is to say, if anybody's listening and wants to help out with programming, fucking just drop me a line, man. Like, look, we'll figure something out. I've got a little bit of money. I ain't got a lot, but we'll figure something out. But yeah, I mean that is where it is. I just wanted to be honest with everything, and I still would love to make the game, but I always hark back to what somebody said right when I started this. Probably should just make a fucking mod for an existing game, and it's like, yeah, you know what, brother, you probably were right. So probably should have just made a mod for WrestleMania 19 and called it done. Like it's a full game, but anyway. Yeah, I don't think I breathed through all that.
I mean, I can't program, but if you want to send me any of that stuff private, I'll certainly take a look at it.
Yeah, I was
No,
literally just about to be like, listen, if you want, like, we talked about like one of the things for ultra violence was like you wanted it to run on the deck. You want somebody to take a look at that shit, dog? I'd do it.
Yeah, I mean, we will do. The thing is, because this is another thing, right? What I've found, and this probably speaks volumes to my fucking programming skills, is I'll have something working, and then if you just leave the build for fucking 2 weeks or so, you build it back up. Fucking things just don't work anymore. It's like, fuck off. I know that worked. I spent ages making that work and now it doesn't work. What is this bullshit? But yeah, I mean, there is a Steam build. I'm not going to let anybody have it because it's really bare bones. But we have a Steam page that's just not public and it is playing and it's building and it's on Steam Deck. That's what I've been testing it on. It's not very good. One day we'll get there, I'm sure of it, but I don't know when I'm going to have the time.
I mean, I'm still willing to take a look at it. I'm a sicko for this. Dog, I paid for the PWX Patreon just to play the fucking prototype build from 20 years ago where there's like 3 moves. Your
That's
shit can't be any
that's
worse
your
than that.
problem with PWX. But no, I mean, obviously, when it's in, and I'm not saying I'm going to get it to a perfect state, but when I'm happy that my thing is always like I'm happy to get bugs, I'm happy to get this doesn't work, but I know what I'm capable of as like a first pass, and I want it to be at that, and then we go from there. You know, I'm more than happy with that, but I still want something that makes you think, what the fuck has he been doing for 7-8 years? I don't want that.
Let me ask you this: if you remove the rings from the game, would you rework like the electrified barbed wire match?
What would need reworking in your mind there? Because to me, you know, with the electrified barbed wire match, for example, I could get away with saying you can't climb the turnbuckle. That would feel like shit. I'd still want you sliding out of the ring. I'd still want you climbing in the ring. It would remove a few slots, but it wouldn't remove everything. And then I think it's incredibly cheap to have one type of ropes, but not all. I
Right.
wouldn't feel good about that. I think the thing with the ring is I've come round to it, and I don't think it is an option to ever fully remove the ring.
Right,
I
right.
think what you lose is too big. I think it's too nice to have a ring and parts of it. But I think probably the smarter move to do that I didn't see at the time, and I see it now, would be to deprioritize the ring and have it so if you can get in and out, that's fine. Then worry about all the other scrapping, and then add the ring on after the fact. And I probably should have done that. Don't know why I didn't. But yeah, so deprioritize the ring, and the ring is a thing that will happen. It just isn't going to
Right.
happen in the first pass. Yeah, I probably should have done that. I didn't. But obviously, the things that you gain from a ring, like even just leaning like boards up in the corner, it's so integral to a death match. I realistically, I probably can't get rid of it, right? So
Yeah, I was just wondering if like you would like if you let's just say for example that you did and you wanted to keep that electrified barbed wire, would you like put it on a platform or just like in a ground setting or something? Like I don't know, just an
yeah,
idea.
I don't know. I haven't really. Yeah, I hadn't thought that far ahead with that type of
Yeah.
stuff, to be honest. I'd always just thought like maybe if we moved it to no ring, there wouldn't be a chance to have electrified barbed wire. Really,
Right.
it would be more like, you know, what's the cool thing about this? Well, it's kind of like that Def Jam level where the crowd hands you weapons, etc., etc. And we'd lean more into that side of things than the
Right.
electrified barbed wire. But yeah, I mean, in my mind, that was always the vision. So yeah, I mean, we've got still need to wrap up high dives. I don't know if anybody's as hyped for that as I am. I've not done a great job showing it, but there's some really cool stuff. And it's like every time I go through, I nearly cancelled it yesterday. Literally yesterday, because I was playing. I've been importing a lot of Jack's moves, so we've got over like 100 grapple moves, which doesn't sound like a lot, but actually it's 2 animations each minimum. And so you know it's 100 animations getting imported. Well, no, 200 animations. Then you've got to make sure they all line up. Then you've got to make sure the metadata is applied to them, and that's not even counting sound effects and that. And so that was bullshit. That takes so long, but it's worth it. But then, like, there's things that don't work and they used to work, and it's so frustrating. But then you hit this point where things start working, and when you get it right, very addictive. Like I implemented like an inverted suplex, and up until that point, I was like, you know what, I'm going to quit. Like, I'm just going to quit the game. This is bullshit. I can't do this no more. But then I did this inverted suplex, and it just felt so right to be able to do it. And then you would, on the descent, you'd be driving him down through the platform. So I've got a test map where I test like weak surfaces. So if it's glass or if it's a table or something. And so you know, as one of the test suites, you would do the inverted suplex and just picking him up, flipping him over, and then just driving him down through all those tables. It just felt so. It is addictive, and that's the point where I was like, I will make sure it works. I don't know how. But again, that game, I mean, that's something that I'm hoping you pick up for 5-10 minutes, you play it, and then I'm not expecting you to spend hours on it. It's just like pick it up for 5-10 minutes, play it, you have fun, you put it down, and then you think about, if I could just place 10 tables in a stack, what does that look like if I
Yeah.
bomb somebody through it? And it's just that idea of, what if I do? It's basically playing with wrestling toys, but digitally. Yeah, it feels quite nice. So I do want to get that wrapped up. I did have a few other projects that I did want to move forward with. The problem is, like, I'm starting to realize I'm getting old, which really fucking sucks. So I wanted something by the time I hit 40, and ultraviolence wasn't going to be it. But if I can just promise myself I'm not going to waste time on ultraviolence and it will be worth it, I do still think it'll be worth it. I just need help. That's it, basically. And it's really annoying because we've got all the animations I think we would need for it. We've got some really shit hot sort of PS2 style. They're all hand animated, these grapple moves, and they all look fantastic. And I go through them from time to time. I've got them all on disc that Jack animated, and a lot of them you just see them and you're like, oh man, I'd love to play a game that felt like that. And yeah, it's just either if somebody could just release a fucking wrestling game toolkit or framework, or if somebody could just help me out with the programming, that'd be fucking great. But it's so difficult.
Well, I shot my shot trying to get you to convert it into an MMA game.
Nah, you got Street Beefs to look forward to for
Yeah, I'm sure I do.
that.
The thing's not coming out. I got really big into Street Beefs during the pandemic, like I think a lot of other people did.
Yeah. Did you? There's one game that I don't think we ever mentioned. Have you seen it? It's not Def Jam, but it kind of is Def Jam. It's like World War something. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Underground World War.
That's it. Yeah. It's making decent progress on that.
Yeah, it looks
I-
interesting. They're using actual rappers in it as well.
Oh, are they? Huh.
Yep.
I don't think I've heard anything about that. What?
I've told you about this before.
Man, I have fucking brain damage, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
As I say, let's. I got silly a little bit of brain damage. It's okay.
It's just let me. Yeah, Underground World War. They've got a Patreon. Yeah, it looks neat. I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. It's interesting. Someone doing like a very inspired Def Jam game.
But also because if we get this post to 1 million likes, what was it? 1 million likes or 1 million views? Well,
a million likes. They were
Def
gonna fucking do a new
Get fucked.
Yeah, Def Jam's going to hell for that one.
That was just so blatant in the end as well. It's diabolical.
I'm taking a look at this now, and no, this looks a lot like Fight for New York.
Yeah. I don't think it makes any other claims other than that, but yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, no, this looks pretty neat.
He's been working on that for a while. I remember when he like posted like the very first videos of that, and I was like, oh well. See, I'm glad to see that it's still going.
I like anything that looks like games I used to play, honestly. I don't like anything that looks like games that are like contemporary at this point.
Yeah.
And it's like a really weird take, but if you make something that looks like a PS2 game, I'm like infinitely more likely to play it at this point. I was going to say something and I've completely brain farted. So what are everyone's thoughts on Def Jam Icon?
I've never played it.
I've never touched it.
I played the demo. That was about enough for me, honestly.
I remember the interviews with Kudo Sonoda, I think his name was, because he was talking about how like Def Jam and pro wrestling didn't mix. He was also the guy that was on like the stage introducing the Connect and was like, "Ever see the bottom of an avatar's feet?" And like, I I didn't like that guy for those very two reasons.
It's like a. Why would you want to see the bottom of an avatar's feet, bro?
I don't
I
know.
think you know.
They were trying to get
I mean, I
Tarantino to make a game.
well, oh god, that guy's
They finally got him
that
with
guy's a
Fortnite.
freak. Really?
Yeah.
Fortnite's got like everybody though.
Didn't
Shit.
the bride's in it now, and he did like a sequel thing with Gogo's sister in the Fortnite engine.
No, I honestly, I'm very, very out of the loop when it comes to everything at
Yeah,
this point.
yeah. I don't blame you.
I'm old and grumpy, and
And
these
you work
things
with
are
children.
clearly. I literally do. I literally do work with children because there are people that I work with that are like 16.
Yeah.
So I very much do not like do not like Mindy's Bakery from Chicago though, because I've never been.
Oh, me either.
No, that's not shocking. You live a little bit further away from Chicago than I do, in fairness.
Yeah, I could have went to Chicago though. My friend went to Chicago, and I was like, "Did you get deep dish?" And he's like, "No, I just got Subway down the street."
Why would you? I
I don't
guess I
know.
shouldn't shame others for their food choices in Chicago.
Maybe he was scared. I don't know.
Why would you be scared, bro? It's pizza.
No, maybe he was like, he didn't want to leave the didn't want to go far from the hotel. I don't know.
I don't know. Gackster, is there anything else you want to talk about? You have
Man,
anything you want to
I feel like I
put
got a
out into
lot
the
of
world?
there. I'm
Is
just
there any
hoping.
chance of you licensing Andre the Giant for Ultra Violence?
Yeah, 1000%, man. That's definitely high priority is licensing people, isn't it?
Well, I mean, think about it. If you get Andre the Giant, you'll get like all the people who think your game is better than 2K by default. Because wait, is Andre in 2K still?
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it! There goes my
never
joke.
mind then. Yeah, no, I feel like I got everything off my chest. I'm just hoping that there's a shit hot programmer listening to this very podcast, man.
Oh,
What
there
is it
will be.
with
We've got some. Oh Jesus!
Please
Huh?
what
help.
is it with like a lot of people are getting laid off from the industry, right?
Hmm.
But it's are the people just not like, I don't know how to say it. Like, are they not interested in just working on like a wrestling based game, or I mean, have you been able to talk to anyone or anything?
No, I've not really. I don't know. I think if you're laid off, I think your biggest sort of concerns are perhaps feeding your family.
True.
And as much as I would love to be able to pay somebody full time, I just haven't got that money, which is really unfortunate. Um, yeah, I mean that's it. Just comes down to money. I mean, if anybody just loves the idea of what the project is, I'm more than happy to chat and we can try and figure something out. That's the only way that's ever going to happen, really, unfortunately, because I could maybe afford for like one person for 1 month, and I just don't have the figures, and with the money that I've already put into it as well, yeah, it's rough. Yeah, so no, I appreciate like people just need to fucking get paid nowadays and just prioritize themselves, and
Yeah.
I fully get it. I just yeah, it's it's not annoying. It's frustrating. It's difficult because we're in this weird position where we've actually had like one of the biggest hurdles is animation, and obviously we've had Jack just make these animations and they're fucking fantastic. Um, and so for one of the biggest hurdles to be overcome, uh, but still just so far behind. It's really difficult. And same thing with the character art. Like the characters look fucking more better than I would ever imagined. So it's like everything's there. It is a case of time and just the more people you can throw at it, the better. Yeah, I mean, yeah, fuck it. If anybody wants to, yeah, it would be ideal. I know this it's not the best place to advertise for you know. But I gotta put the message out wherever I can. Really, I think.
Yeah, that sounds.
Maybe, you never know. Maybe I'll put out high dives, make a little bit of money off that, probably off the 10 sales that we get. And once the taxman's took off, God knows what he wants. Maybe I'll be able to pay for somebody for half an hour of work or something. So, don't know.
So,
Well-
how big of a roster are you thinking of for Ultraviolence?
Whatever we have now, I don't know, 12, something like that at most. And that's probably optimistic. But I think we would do perhaps kind of what you were referring to earlier, which is kind of like not early. I don't want to say early access, but like here's an initial release. This is what you've got, and then we build upon that. Right? I'm happy to build upon like something because once you've got an animation library, you can make these games until you God knows how old, and you can just build and build upon them, and then that's fine. But it's this initial setup that's just so sort of time costly. It's insane. But yeah, I mean that was the other thing as well with knowing that it was going to be a small roster. The importance of not even create a wrestler because that's too much time to make. It would be more like just let people import like FBX files or GLTF skeletal characters. Because there's a lot of people who are fucking fantastic at modding nowadays who can do that and provide it. And I genuinely believe with the sort of wrestling community, if you make something where they can express themselves, they will, and people will surprise you with how good they are.
Yeah.
And so I genuinely think like not about the sort of starting roster sometimes. I mean, obviously you got, and that's the other side of it, I suppose. It should be like if you want to get in like the sort of mainstream fans. Obviously, I'm somebody who bought 2K16 because Stone Cold was on the cover. It's the only wrestler I fucking knew. And so big names to get people in, but in the deathmatch world, with all respect to all the guys, you aren't going to get anybody who's going to get like my wife to pick it up off a shelf, are you? You're not going to get like again, with all respect to all the guys, like there's no sort of singular person who's going to sell copies off the shelf. So no matter who you have on your roster, there's not going to be that sort of thing. If people are into death matches, they would know anyway. And so yeah, I think when you go into that sort of niche sort of territory, I think fans will step up and do it, and I'll just keep paying whoever wants to make artwork and see where we get. But yeah, I don't know, man. But yeah, it was exciting because we had the whole roster sort of who we'd planned, had all that done, and all the artwork is done, apart from the outfits, etc., which I can take on, but they're a known quantity. All that's done. All the moves are pretty much animated, barring a few. Yeah, it just really is throwing time at it in terms of programming.
So, in terms of like people you have licensed, I'm not gonna badger you to confirm or deny anybody here like I did last time. But I will ask, do you think there are any names of deathmatch wrestlers that could potentially drive sales? I'm not talking to put you into like, the black, like to just like generate an incredible amount of money. But do you think there's anybody that's a deathmatch legend that you could possibly get on board that would mean a few hundred sales, maybe 1,000?
I don't know actually. Of contemporaries, you can only really say Nick Gage, I think. But I don't think it would be that many. I don't think it would be that many. Obviously, he's had that sort of bleed over into AEW. But to be honest, that wasn't received that well. So no, not really. I mean, you know my thoughts on Mondo and Zandig, but that's my passion. They aren't going to sell any copies. With greatest respect to those guys, they aren't going to sell copies. They're going to be a dream come true for me. But again, it's all about like if you saw these people on the Steam artwork, for example, would it drive sales? And I'm not so sure. They would generate some, as much as everybody on the roster would generate some interest. But in terms of standout names, unless you've got any ideas, I mean, obviously Mick Foley, but that's not gonna fucking happen. It would have been Sabu, but yeah, I mean, obviously, what happened.
Yeah.
I probably didn't have the amount required for that anyway. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's also the whole thing with that is it's an incredibly sort of unsellable game. No publisher's going to touch it. It's very niche. It's obviously very violent. So yeah, it's difficult to know. I mean, you look at. I mean, did anybody sell copies on the Backyard games, for example? Well, I mean, you had the ICP, I suppose, and actually, I mean, if you had them involved, yeah, I mean, if you had the clowns involved, that would sell a lot of copies actually, because obviously they've got a very rabid fan base.
Yeah, well, I was actually going to mention them because of the backyard wrestling connection, but
Yeah,
also like Mondo and Zandig. I mean, I wanted to buy two specifically because it had a larger roster of real wrestlers, but I'm probably in the minority there. But like Mondo and Zandig were two of the guys I was thinking of when I asked that. I also, for all of the public mishaps, and that's being polite about it, with like Necro Butcher, he feels like
yeah,
a guy potentially that would again, not he's not going to sell probably even 1,000 copies, but that's one of those like for the target audience. That's like one of the guys.
yeah,
Gage was another one I was thinking of, but there's like hurdles you'd have to go through with GCW probably.
yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing: you mentioned it would get the target audience, but in my opinion, I think the target audience, if it's deathmatch fans,
They're going to
they
be
would
there.
bite. They would bite regardless.
Yeah.
Probably.
If the functions and the gameplay is there. I don't think there'd be one particular person that would sway them. I think they would either be into it or not. I don't know. Maybe not. I mean, for me, all I want is to create that game that evokes like the very early tournament of deaths, the cage of deaths. As long as I can play with all that roster, and if that involves Necro Butcher or whatever, fantastic. That would be the dream game to me, and that's all it's ever been about. It's just if somebody else was making this, that's what I would want, and that's just the type of game that I would want to see. And I wish somebody else was making it, but yeah, that's where I've always been with it. Just making the game that I wanted to see.
And I admire the shit out of that, honestly. Like it's I said it earlier, there's been a lot of people that have used the I want to make no mercy as their whole like rallying cry, and I like the projects that do something unique. And also we have similar enough tastes in like wrestling to where like I dig what you're trying to do because I want a game like that too.
Honestly,
I
man, like
also like
No Mercy sucks. It's just not. It's bad. Anyway, probably just back out.
my hands are up and I am moving away from the scene of the crime.
Yeah. It's so slow. It's so slow.
It is. It's not my favorite Aki game. I have a lot of fond memories of it from my childhood, but like once I got a copy of Revenge, and I've said it a bunch on the show, like Revenge became like my default Aki game, and then I got Virtual Pro 2, and then that became my default Aki game. But like, yeah, I was one of the kids that liked backyard wrestling. I remember reading the reviews and not understanding why people thought it sucked. I can get it from the perspective it's a little janky. It's if you're a wrestling fan, like if you were the SmackDown audience, that game was never going to be for you. But I was also the kid that bought Def Jam like right after it came out and rented Ultimate Muscle for the GameCube 8 million times. So like I'm the target audience for all the weird stuff. Have you thought about licensing Homeless Jimmy?
I actually yes. I mean, he came off the fucking the delivery truck, didn't he? The removals truck. So yeah, he got it. That's why I don't.
I mean, unironically, I would ask about, like Supreme, who unfortunately is no longer with us.
Yeah.
Like there's names that would matter to me and probably also to you that it would be really cool to see that are from like that early 2000s
But see,
time frame.
here's what I always thought about that as well: is if I couldn't get anybody official, I would just release whatever I could, and then just being a fan, I would put in my own money, which it all has been anyway. I would just hire somebody to make them and then release them as mods.
Mm,
I just nothing stopping me doing that, and apart from just morals and just making sure people are paid. And I would want to do that, but there's nothing stopping me taking on a hidden name that nobody knows and releasing these mods. It's like, hey, yeah, oh, these look like they're good quality. It's like, yeah, that's because they do fit into the game. But that's again, that was my way of achieving perhaps that roster that maybe for whatever reason I was never going to be able to do. I would just fucking get a pseudonym, make it untraceable. I can say this now because I know that to get to that point, there's so many things to cross that it's unimaginable right now. But that's how I thought about that, because there are people that unfortunately they're not with us, for example, or they're caught up in whatever legal situations, etc., etc., and that sucks. But yeah, you know, but there's also the flip side of that where I've been asked about involving some people who maybe have passed away, and they were actually like the connections were actually keen on making it happen. But I always said, I don't know, I didn't feel easy about it. I didn't feel good. And I'm glad I never did, because I do think that signing people, etc., it has to happen when you've got an actual game. It has
right.
to happen much later. I said yes, and we didn't. Even worse, announced it, and now we're sort of mired in this place where it's really tough to get through development. It feels like development hell. You've then got the added stress of you got this person's legacy that you need to respect and make good on, and that stress is something that I'm glad I don't deal with right now, because I would feel terrible. And yeah, so I'm happy we didn't go forward with that. They would have been great additions, but I'm happy that I held back on that. I was like, no, I don't think it's the right time to do that. Maybe one day, but not now.
And also, I have to ask this. I swear we'll let you go. You said you had us captive. I think it might be the other way around. Um, you did have like the Tony Hawk combo score multiplier.
Yeah.
And I feel like I asked you this last time, so please forgive me. I've probably had a concussion or two since then. How much of an influence is the Pro Skater series? Because you have that, and you've also talked about kind of like the deathmatch creator being a thing you want to do.
Yeah, so
Like,
I have
go on.
a couple of things. I've 86 for the deathmatch creator, which really sucks. But with how much fucking time I've had to put into High Dive's level editor. Originally, the plan was I would make it in High Dives. It's a plugin. I port it over to Ultraviolence. Fucking great, right? And hopefully that still works. And I have done that as much as I can, but it's taking so long. And so for me to add that to Ultraviolence for a first release, that would be. I don't want to make people wait just to do that, because that's another 2 years, right? But that would be the dream, right? Don't get me wrong. I would fucking love that, and that is the original vision. But yeah, in terms of inspiration, I mean, it's massive, the Tony Hawk's games, and I alluded to it with the EA Big series. I still play a lot of them on the Steam Deck. There's something about the magic of those games that we've lost, basically, in this day and age. We've lost that sort of. I don't know what it is. It's the vibe. I mean, it's the 2000s, isn't it? We've all lost that sort of thing. But the big over the top sort of graphic, the and the HUD, where everything's just big and grungy and it gets in your face. That's something that I really want to start bringing back into Ultraviolence when we start development again properly. That is something that will be brought back in. I'm not going to try and make it look like a wrestling game so much as I am going to try and make it look like an EA big title. You're going to have these bigger, sort of bolder elements. I'm not saying everybody's going to get cartoonishly big hands and feet. But there's going to be aspects that I think I'm going to tailor more to. I've realized I spent a long time thinking about the type of game that I thought people would want to see, right? And designing things for that. But actually, taking a step back, having not developed for a while, I want to make a game that I want to see, and I want to see extreme sports games from 2000, to 2006. I want to see a resurgence of those. So the only way that happens is if you try and do it yourself. So that's the type of shit that I do want to see. I want to see the combo meter and the insane stuff. And there's a couple of other visual spots that I always had in mind from the get-go for Ultraviolence. They were very much out there. I don't think I've ever shown anything of them. And I always put them to the back of my head. And then I got into this realm of sort of designing the game for what I thought people would want to see. And if people saw it, they'd be like, "Ooh, no, that doesn't deserve to be in a wrestling game." But actually, as I've come back round to it, I've been like, you know what? I want to see it because I think it'd be fun as fuck. So I'm going to do it. And if people don't like it, I'm not even going to offer them an option to turn it off. Because again, that's one thing that you get sort of wound up in. Everybody wants these options nowadays, turn everything off or on as they wish. You didn't get that back in the day. I'm not talking about accessibility. It's just stuff like where people want a particular camera angle or they want particular control scheme. And it's like, no, back in the day, you got what you got. And if you vibed with it, that was great. If you didn't vibe with it, then the game was fucked up. But to me, it's all about having that vision, and that is something that I think is becoming clearer and has been clear. And I lost it for a bit. I lost it over the past years where I was trying to make something that I thought everybody else wanted to see, but actually, no, I want to make something that just I want to see, and possibly Jack, but I think he's too young to even have experienced those EA big games, man. So probably kill me for that.
At some point we lost the market for those like arcade over the top
Yeah.
sports games, and I attribute it almost entirely to the PlayStation 3 and the 360 because those games started to very quickly like fucking just die off
Yeah.
as like development costs I think went through the roof and everything. But like I loved Def Jam Vendetta. To me, that and like SSX and the NFL and NBA Street games, those are like some of my absolute favorite games. Not just like sports games, not just sports games in that generation. I'm talking like ever.
Yeah.
Those games had such a, pardon the pun, but like they had such a big like presentation and feel. And like I like sim style like football and basketball games. I've played them my whole life. But if you're going to give me the option between playing the newest NBA 2K, which I got for free with my PS5 Slim, or playing NBA Street Volume 2 on my Steam Deck, I'm playing Street Volume 2. It's just more fun.
Yeah. No, we lost something. I mean, I replay like Burnout every so often. Fucking the originals, not Paradise. I absolutely love it, and it's that kind of vibe. And what else? I've recently reset up the Wii down here in the office, and I've got all the Guitar Hero games. I'm on like Guitar Hero 3. You had this golden era of gaming, in my opinion. You had Guitar Hero, you had Tony Hawk's was coming out, and those games were shit hot. And it's all that sort of similar vibe, and it's all like 2000s vibe with the big ass jeans and the new metal and stuff. And obviously, I mean, deathmatch wrestling goes hand in hand with that. And I think it's just something that I want to see more of anyway. I would love it if somebody made like a game that was like Guitar Hero nowadays, but nobody seems to. It just feels like at some point, and I think you touched on it with like the PS3, we lost track of just making games fun. That we tried to make games. I think it was this big reaction where we were trying to justify video games existing, and as everybody got older, we were like, oh no, they're not just toys. They are serious products, and we can tell serious stories. I mean, to an aside, I don't think I've seen a good story in a video game. But we tried to justify the existence of video games by saying that they could do these deep emotional things, and they weren't just about mechanical fun. And we lost making games just for fun that were fun. I think that's been lost for a while. Indies definitely are bringing that back, in my opinion, where people are doing things that are mechanically fun just for the sake of being fun. And that is something that appeals to me more and more kind of every day. I just like having fun. I like being able to pick up the Steam Deck, play Burnout, and I know that within like a couple of minutes, I'm gonna be having a really good time. Doesn't matter what race that I pick because it just feels and looks good. It's just responsive. I don't care about the story. And I'm somebody as well, so I'm gonna wrap up very, very fucking soon. But I'm somebody who doesn't have a lot of time to play games anymore, and so it really pisses me off. I turn on the PlayStation and it's either got to update or it's got to do something. Switch is actually good for this. You can just plug in the game card and you can just start even if there's a download needed. You can just
Yeah.
start it. I do like that. I appreciate that. But I'm somebody if I haven't had a chance to play games for a week, and maybe I got to a very particular part of a story, and let's say the newest Uncharted or something. I don't know. Well, I don't remember that story. I've got a lot going on. I've got more stressful things going on in my life than that. And then I've forgotten the story, and it takes me 20, 30 minutes to re-pick up the game and remember where I am and remember the context of everything. By the time I've done that, it's time to put the console down and I don't know, do other family things that I need to do. And that's why I miss like these sort of pick up and play games that are just fun. Like I know right now I could pick up Guitar Hero, I could play it for again 5 minutes, so I could just bash out a track and I'd have a great deal of fun. Whereas if I go and turn on the PS4 5, play Last of Us Part 2, which is a great game, I know I'm probably going to download an update for it. I know it's going to take a while before I even get into some action because of where I am in it, and I know that I'm going to have to sort of be emotionally invested. And I don't know, both these genres, both these approaches are all valid and for their own reasons. And there's absolutely a time and a place to play games like that. But I just miss the fun as well. So,
Yeah, and I think that's why I gravitated this year to games like Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, Ninja Gaiden 4, which is amazing, and like Marvel Cosmic Invasion is like
yeah.
probably my favorite thing I've played this year because it's a fun game. I don't have to get super duper into the weeds about it. I just pick Captain America and Spider Man and just do my shit.
I mean, it is basically it's the equivalent of us just saying, I just want to play with toys. Right? I want
Yep.
to play with my action figures. And that's fine. And I think it takes a long time to get to that point maybe in your life as well where you realize I just want to play with my toys. I just want to have fun again. Like I've done enough grown adult stuff in my life that I want to admit I just want to have fun.
Yeah, I uh, I hope we get back to some more of like what used to be cool, but like that 2D God of War game that's totally real, even though I'm
Just one
convinced
more
it is at
game
this
show,
point.
bro. Just one more.
Just one more, man. That state of play in fucking January or February, man. They're gonna show it. It's become like a joke looking at Reset Era. Like, no, it's real. And then like one of the leakers, like, yeah, no, it exists. And it's like, okay, yeah. In January or February, we're gonna revisit this topic, and then we're gonna revisit it again in like April, and then again in June.
Just one more Game Awards show, man. Just Jeff's got it. Don't worry.
I I would like for that to exist. It's like such a weirdly specifically me thing to be in
Yeah,
development, but at this point, I'm not convinced they're ever gonna fucking do anything with God of War again.
yeah, you might be right. Talking of God of
Shit.
War, I've got to boot up God of War 1 and 2 on the Vita in a bit.
Oh, I never got to play the Vita version of the HD collection. I always
Ooh, it's
that
really
and the
good.
Metal Gear ones were like, oh man, I want a Vita for those two HD collections. And I remember at the time I was out of work and I was like, I can't in good conscience as an adult be like, hey mom, do you want to go to Walmart and buy me a $300 handheld?
Yeah, it's fair.
But yeah, we won't take up any more of your time, man. I've enjoyed having you on. If you want to come back on at literally any point, just let us know.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, say this time next year, I'll probably tell you exactly the same about Ultraviolence I told you today, but fuck it. We try. We've got to try. I really hope to make movement on it soon. I'm really hoping that magical listener is listening right now, man. Somebody with 20 years of wrestling game development and you know, maybe they rage post on Twitter occasionally. That'd be fantastic. But yeah, who knows where things are, man. I could probably show you guys the heads at some point. Actually, the artwork that was made. If
Oh,
for
yeah.
nothing, if for nothing else, to say, hey, I mean, here it was. I thought they were fucking fantastic. Hopefully, people get to see them. Yeah, no,
Hopefully.
it's been great being on, man. I know I'm a bit of a downer this year. It would sound, but
No.
everybody is. But I'm gonna go and play some Burnout, I think, or something. I'm probably gonna go and
Nice.
play Backyard and maybe maybe what was I gonna play? WrestleMania 19, get into the vibe again.
Mm.
Yeah. Watch the
Absolutely.
Backyard documentary from '02. Really just get in the mood. I watch that thing like 9 times a year.
Oh shit, yeah. No, I'll get on
Shout
that.
outs to the Lizard. Just as an aside before we let you go, my original podcast idea a decade ago was tracking down everybody from that documentary and interviewing them. And the Lizard was the only fucking one that responded to me.
Phenomenal.
But he never picked up the phone when I was like, okay, well, can I record this phone call because I want to do a podcast?
Hmm.
And he'd be like, oh yeah, call me in 5 minutes. And then I would call him. I like this was like Skype credit era. And this motherfucker never answered me. And I'm like, bro. And he's like, oh man, I'm sorry, because he was a cab driver at the time.
Oh right.
And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, man. I had to pick up a fare. Call me in 10 minutes. I'd call him in 10 minutes. He wouldn't fucking answer me. The two brothers that did 3 Stages of Hell Part 2, both of them left me on red. The guy who ran HIW, the deathmatch company, he responded to me, but when time came for me to be like, hey, so here's my Skype info. If you're still good to record like, he just didn't read the message. And then Scar, the kid that had like they said he lost his hearing, but like I think he was able to hear, like he had like partial hearing loss. He actually worked in the games industry at Activision, and the only reason I know that is because I found his obituary a couple of years ago, and I was like, oh,
Jesus.
well, that's why I wasn't able to find him. But my understanding from when I was talking to the guy who ran the indie company HIW was like he just didn't have Facebook anyway, so there would have been no way for me to have ever gotten in contact with him. But I was going to do the Backyard. Where are they now? And also, I couldn't get in contact with any of the UK Backyarders because nobody had a lead on any of them. And the kids from
They're in
upstate New
prison.
York that just made a mockery, probably, of just made a mockery of the integrity of backyard wrestling. I found a bunch of them. None of them replied. And I'm to this day salty that I did not get to have. The first time I talked to the Lizard on the phone, it was an hour and 47 minutes of what would have been the funniest fucking podcast in the history of podcasts. And I couldn't record because I didn't know how to record on Skype the first time I talked to him. Ah, shit. But that'll do us for this segment. You'll hear the WrestleMania, the arcade game sound or whatever transitional sound we go to. And then you'll hear us talking about the news. Okay, so if you're still listening at this point, God bless you. Because by my count, we're at like 8 fucking hours of content on one episode.
I think it's more. Yeah, I think it's more than that at this point.
Okay, well, we just went like 2 hours with Gackdaw, and then we had like a half an hour afterward. I went 4 hours with AJ and Ray, like an hour 50 with WCW Worldwide. So that's what 4, 6. Yeah, no, we're 8 hours in. We're at least 8 hours.
I was thinking about the time we were in the chat. I wasn't thinking about recording time. You're right.
Yeah, this is this has been a long son of a bitch, and I don't know where the hell we're gonna pick up. Like, I don't want to talk wrestling game news because there really isn't any. But there's a mother fuckload of wrestling figure news. And shout outs to my friend Justin Kendall, wrestling figure news. Let's start with the thing that's probably most important to me. We've seen the final factory sample, final product of the Zombie Sailor Pinnacle Collection, which is Jeff Jarrett, Ain't He Great, King Kong Bundy, Abdul the Butcher, and Brian Pillman. I know that Zombie wanted these in hand by the end of the year. Once he updated that Bloodsport was coming in first, I kind of knew that like it's not a possibility.
Right.
And I told Wrestling Figure News, like, I don't think these are going to dock any earlier than late January, like early February. And then Zombie updates saying that they should be showing up late January, early February. And I was like, I've done this dance before. These things look incredible. Like, there was never any fucking doubt. But, like, you see they all look incredible in the box. We had mentioned before that we saw the Abdullah the Butcher with the bloody head where it was like the normal, like, straight-faced expression and not the one with the tongue like we saw in the pre-order solicitations. But in the final product, the blood's on the correct head. The whole thing just fucking looks immaculate. Bundy absolutely beats the brakes off the Mattel one that is like really cartoony and jacked in a way that, like, King Kong Bundy, he looked like he's a refrigerator with arms and legs.
Pretty much.
Like, the walking condominium is like a perfectly fitting nickname for him. Jeff Jarrett, we got him, and Mattel was just going to do like an all white attire for him. Zombie did the most deco heavy Jeff Jarrett attire you could ever do.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so much shit on that attire. And Pillman, anybody who says with a straight face they think the Monday Night War Elite Pillman is better than that is smoking fucking crack.
Yeah, it's no comparison, really.
Yeah. Like, we can say whatever we want about Zombies, like, public persona, because you can say a lot. There's no arguing who makes the best wrestling figures. Like, Epic have made some really good shit recently. Mattel, when they hit it out of the park, it's usually pretty good. Jazzwares, that Osprey Supreme is amazing. Nobody is doing this better than Zombie Sailor Toys. And part of it is he has the fucking 4 horsemen working on the Pinnacle figures.
Yeah, and I've talked about it a few times now, but when we talk about, Foley not signing a new WWE contract, if there's anyone I want to make a figure of, Cactus Jack, it would be Zombie for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because ECW and King of the Deathmatch, both versions are.
That would be amazing.
Like, imagine Pinnacle Collection King of the Deathmatch Cactus with like a fucking bloody head, and if it were possible, like a swappable like bloody arm and shit. Jesus Christ, I could fantasy book that figure easy. So like I saw people like, well, that Bundy doesn't look very good, and I'm like, on what planet does that not look like King Kong Bundy? You have the Coliseum Collection one is in hand. I've seen that figure. 4 different heads, all look like a different dude. None of them look like King Kong Bundy. Like, all 3 of the zombie heads look exactly like Bundy. I saw the fucking thing again, like, oh, it looks more like Kingpin than King Kong Bundy. Have you ever fucking seen King Kong Bundy?
Do you think they would make a King Kong Bundy LGN, or do you think like they wouldn't bother with
he's
that?
In series 2.
Oh, is he? Okay, I was thinking that maybe he was. I forgot. My bad.
Oh no, like that's the one thing I remember about series 2 is we're gonna remake Bundy, we're gonna remake Warrior, we're gonna have that really shitty. We're gonna do the announcer Jesse in the same pose as the wrestler figure, so the microphone he's holding is nowhere near his face. And then it's Austin doing his pose, which just makes it look like a little statue. Yeah, no, Bundy's a guy that I really love the LJN, but it's based on like super early WWF Bundy, so he doesn't have the wrist tape. And that's.
I wonder if it'll have the same weight to it.
I can't imagine they will, just because they're constructed differently. They're using different material.
Right.
But like those Pinnacle Collection figures look amazing. The Road Warriors CM Punk and a bunch of other shit are slated to ship in late January, early February. I can honestly see the Road Warriors getting bumped just so the earlier pre-orders can ship first, which, contrary to what people think, is actually the right move. I understand that like he probably actually does have the roadies in hand right now, and the whole like they're going to ship in January or February is just like for the same reason I'm saying like let the other pre-orders come in.
Yeah.
But I've also seen talk of like, well, why can't these ship before the Pinnacle Collection? And it's like, because he solicited pre-orders on those for like back in March.
Yeah.
Like I have zero problem. Like I bought 2 sets of Road Warriors. I'd kind of like my 2 sets of the Pinnacle collection to come in first, actually.
Yeah, I want my Abdullah already.
Yeah, that's God. That's the best wrestling figure ever. It's so
Might
perfect.
be, yeah.
Like same lower torso piece as King Kong Bundy, but they sculpted them titties specifically for Abdullah the Butcher.
You have to.
Yeah. I mean, and you know what? That's a great mold to have because he's got the fucking headhunters.
Yeah, yeah. That'd be a cool set too, Headhunters.
I can't even imagine how low of a production run you'd have to do on them.
True.
I'd buy them. I'm not
Oh
gonna
yeah,
lie.
I would, for sure.
God, there's so much stuff. So Ringside and Mattel have started doing these live streams. The first one I watched basically the whole way through, and there weren't that many like reveals. Like they confirmed the SummerSlam '99 main event Elite Wave, which I think is a cool theme. And if you're gonna do a Survivor Series set, you should probably pick like 4 people that were on a Survivor Series team together and have the Build-A-Figure be like that's a really interesting way to fill out some of the 5-man teams.
Yeah.
Actually. But China's got the new Ultimate Articulation that was on the Tiffany Stratton figure, which apparently they've also put on the new Rhea Ripley Ultimate, but it hasn't. They're not tooling that shit in on any of the men's figures yet, which is really weird. But you know, that is what it is. They had My Damn Toys on the first week, and he has like pretty good insight on stuff that works and what doesn't. He also heaped praise on Magic Olmas, as I think we all should do, because the stuff he's working on right now is incredible. Last week they had somebody that was his name was like Brett O Live, and I tuned out early on because just I can't stand people who are younger than me that are just so annoyingly fed pilled.
Oh yeah, I hear you.
Apparently when they showed the El Matador, this motherfucker unironically said that reminds me of Los Matadores, and it's like, oh gee, buddy, I wonder why. And it like Wrestling
That
Figure
reminds me
News
of
was like
Tito Santana.
Wrestling Figure News was like he clearly has no idea who Coco Beware or Crush is, and I'm like, hey, it's a good thing I'm not in the live chat right now. I'd be getting kicked off of YouTube because how are you a WWE super fan and you don't know who the fuck Crush is? Not like he's the biggest star or anything, but like that's Crush.
That was all truth, right?
Well, and outside of the WWE, yes, but I'm pretty sure that kid would not have known that either.
No.
And I didn't tune in last night, one, because I was on the phone with a friend watching wrestling, but the other reason was they had a guy from the Fig Guys podcast on, and I genuinely think both of those guys suck. And not only that, they had the one that just goes like after everything he says. And I tried watching an interview they did with Magic and Steve, and he was talking about the AJ and Cena match. He was like, that was more than a match. That was a moment. And I was like, what does that even mean? We're just saying shit to sound fucking smart now, huh? Jesus Christ. So I missed out on seeing like Retro Muda when it was shown, which I don't think that thing looks very good at all. But like,
No.
let me see the Great Muda on the Hasbro style packaging, and I'm probably gonna fork some fucking money over.
I when you told me it was happening, I started to tune in. I didn't listen to it. I was listening to Jean-Michel Jarre albums, but I had the video on in the background, and yeah, the retro Muta, I agree, didn't look very good, but I mean it's Muta. The retro Rhea Ripley I thought looked pretty good.
Yeah, in terms of like them reusing the body, like yeah, the China body makes perfect sense on her.
Yeah.
And there's like a jumper of Dominic Mysterio coming, which I'm sure people are gonna buy because for some reason, like the Fed fans have decided he's like actually like good. And you know, do you? We
They
saw
showed off.
Legends Bull knocking.
Yeah, I was going to say Hacksaw, but yeah, Bull was really cool. It looked really good from what I saw. It comes with the I guess you call it like a robe and nunchucks as well, which is cool.
I'll give everybody listening at home one guess as to which member of the Mattel team showed off Bull Nakano. And it's funny because if you just change one letter of her name, you'd be right. It's Bill McKenna. And not to be that guy, but it's crazy how when Bill does a Japanese women's wrestling figure, it has like a million times more effort put into it than any Bret Hart he's ever designed.
He showed Julia before her as well.
Yeah, I saw a picture of that. That's a really cool figure. I don't collect like current people, so I just won't buy that, honestly.
I might, just because obviously she was in Stardom and I'm a big Stardom fan.
I also saw the Ultimate Series 30 Hulk Hogan, and I'm going to talk about everything I like about that figure before I talk about how we're playing fast and loose with what these figures are based on and how I'm not falling for it. So what I like, the idea of the torn shirt piece with the hands molded in that you just peg into the figure, and you can pose Hulk tearing the shirt. That's cool. I've wanted that for years. I remember Brian Beatty doing a Titantron Live custom 2-pack of Hogan and Warrior from WrestleMania 6, and he like did a sculpted on piece that was like Hogan's torn shirt, and I thought that was the coolest fucking thing ever. I like the new Yelling Head scan or sculpt. I love that they're including the belt from the Cody Rhodes figure because that's the new standard winged eagle. I love how the figure looks in the package. If you wanted a Hulk Hogan figure, this is pretty much it. I can't imagine. I can't imagine if you wanted an '80s Hogan, you're going to get much better than this. My one problem with this. Oh, he also comes with the Soft Goods Hulk Rules shirt. My one problem with this, and we talked about this hours ago before we started recording, was they're claiming it's based on the picture from the cover of WrestleMania for the NES. And that holds weight except for two things. He doesn't have the winged eagle on the box because when the picture was taken, it was 1987, maybe early 1988, maybe. And the other problem with saying it's based on that cover, it's the wrong shirt. It wouldn't be Hulk Rules, it would be Hulkamania.
Yeah, that shirt wasn't even out then, right?
Not when Hulk, not when that picture would have been taken.
Right.
He's wearing the Hulk Rules shirt as early as like the fall of '88, but like the WWF was so weird with like the pictures they would use because that Hogan picture is used with the original Hasbro ring too, and that comes out in late '89, early '90.
Yeah, I always thought that cover
Which is-
that picture was weird.
Yeah, it doesn't look contemporary, and also the game's called WrestleMania. You see a Superstars of Wrestling banner in the background.
Yeah.
I always kind of giggled at that. But like that, like super weirdly minor nitpick aside, this figure fucking rules.
Yeah.
It's very fitting because Hulk rules. I'm told by the T-shirt.
That's a lie.
Well, they put it on a T-shirt. It's got to be true on some level.
Yeah, I guess.
You can't just print false things on a T-shirt. No, you probably could.
I want to say I saw that cover picture somewhere, maybe on like Getty Images or something like that, and it was really crazy because I've never seen it outside of, you know, the merchandise that they put it on. Like in like the full photo like that. I could be wrong. Oh, there's a picture of Ric Flair's ass. That's not fun. On Getty Images.
I'm not sure what you would be searching up to get that particular
It's Hulk
result.
Hogan. It was the Hulkamania tour when they did those shows in Australia.
Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. They showed off the prototype of the Punk Life, as it's called, CM Punk figure.
Yeah.
I didn't order this. I have no desire to own this. But also, speaking of Mattel Creations made to order stuff, because I do think this is cool. The day before John Cena's retirement match, they announced that they were doing a figure commemorating the match. And then, you know, as will happen, the gear on the figure was not not accurate.
Hmm.
But on the Ringside Live, they showed a new render showing that no, he'll come with the originally shown set of wristbands and bicep band, but he's also going to have like ones that I guess are accurate to the match with Gunther.
That's cool.
And maybe it's just me in my old age, but like it's really crazy to me that we live in a time where this guy's retiring on Saturday. There's a figure put up on Friday that's like commemorating the occasion, and it's not like, oh, this is going to be a regular mainline figure coming out next year. It's, oh, here's a John Cena figure that is coming out next year. It's exclusive to this, pre-order. And even though the original solicitations were not necessarily accurate, the final product will be because of this render. We know that. And it just makes me think about like Mania 24, if they could have solicited like a Ric Flair pre-order that would have come out, later. And granted, they did do a classic deluxe Flair based on that, but like that wasn't like a we're commemorating this pre-order now kind of thing. And I'm not a big John Cena fan. Just I think he was great for like 1 year of his career and not so much for the rest of it. But I almost feel like maybe I kind of want this figure. Now, the thing that's going to annoy me though is if they reissue this figure as like a greatest hit or whatever, which I know the packaging will be different or whatever. But I think if they reissue this, it should be as an elite and not an ultimate, because it won't come with as much of the stuff. It won't have the extra articulation. It won't have the like the collector focused like commemorative packaging or anything like that. I think if you have to do it as an ultimate, I would plus it down. Like, let there be something for the people that actually got in on the pre-order. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that's fair.
I would also like to see them do made to order ultimates for like Legends. Because Hasbro's basically killed HasLab dead with stuff like the X-Men 97 Sentinel. And their most recent, the Tron HasLab, unfortunately didn't fucking get over the line, from my understanding. Direct to consumer is probably the way to get some of these figures out that you wouldn't normally be able to get out. Like, I'm going to go back to them, but like, there's probably not a gigantic market for an Ultimate Edition Crush, but if you offered it as like a timed exclusive, I think it might do okay.
Yeah, I think
And
so.
even if initially he doesn't do great, congratulations, you now have like a heavyweight singlet torso and presumably like new legs and shit that you now have tooled that you can use on other people.
Right.
And people clanging shit around while I'm trying to talk. That's phenomenal. And also, you were talking about the Ultimate Jim Duggan, which that is probably going to be like a first ballot Hall of Fame. Target is clearancing this fucking thing the second it shows up kind of figure.
When was the last time we had a Jim Duggan?
Well, he didn't have a deal for a long time. So was it the Retrofest one? Like the arcade packaging one?
Probably.
It's a wrestling figure database. Because I feel like it was pre-pandemic.
Yeah, you're probably right. For some reason, it felt even longer than that.
Yeah, so looking at it, Mattel Jim Duggan, there's the original Legends one, a basic in 2016, that Elite in 2019, and he doesn't get jack shit until the Ultimate and the Superstars figure that are coming out next year.
Right.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan was without a merch deal for fucking like 7 years. I like the idea of this Duggan, don't get me wrong. Like the 4 sets of hands, the 2 2x4s, 4 heads, the crown, the accurate merch shirt, and the flag. That's a cool like that's a cool figure. I'm probably the target audience for it. But like, this is one figure in a line that gets 4 figures a year, and you're using it for Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Yeah.
I say that with all the respect in the world. Like, I love Hacksaw. I met him when I was 3 years old at a Bobby Fulton show in Sydney, Ohio, and he was super nice to me and called me tough guy. But these figures are going to be $35 by the time this one drops. I'm imagining the consumer base that are willing to drop $35 on an Ultimate Edition Hacksaw Jim Duggan is not very big.
Yeah. I just wonder what they'll do for him going forward. Like, and other figures they can do. I imagine they do the singlet.
Oh,
They do
that'll
the
be a
face.
From the Vault figure because that's what they did for that Retrofest line. Remember, it's
Yeah.
the same merch shirt that comes with this Ultimate, but if you took the shirt off, it's just 93 singlet Duggan. So you couldn't display the figure with the shirt on because he didn't have the Stars and Stripes knee pads and the white boots in '89. He also didn't have the light hair in '89.
Mm.
It's just Bill McKenna, man. I'm gonna throw a bunch of shit in a box, and I'm gonna tell you it's a 2-in-1 figure, even though it doesn't really work unless you display one version.
Do the face paint.
Yeah, I mean they did that as I think that's the 2016 basic. I was kind of shocked that's not one of the heads on the Ultimate, honestly.
Yeah, it would make sense. Do you think they would ever do a WCW one with like the purple and gold?
Mm.
That'd be interesting.
That'd be like a Monday Night War figure, right?
Yeah, and also in WCW he wore white boots, right? So that's another one you could do.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. There's like a grumpy Duggan, the tongue out Duggan from the Retrofest figure, a yelling one, and like a smiling one. You probably could have just copy pasted the yelling one and did one with the flag face paint, and that would have been probably better
Yeah.
on the Ultimate. But I'm not the one designing these things. Obviously, that's Bill McKenna. It's a cool figure. Speaking of store exclusive Ultimates and Mick Foley, we are getting the an Ultimate Edition Cactus Jack in the Monday Night War line, which I believe DDP is supposed to be Q1, although the distribution on these is so weird. So Scott Steiner was supposed to be Q4, but Scott Steiner never really showed up at retail. Kurt Angle is now at retail. I have the figure. It's phenomenal aside from the obvious problem every Mattel figure in a singlet has where the torso is not cast in skin tone, it's cast in whatever color the singlet is, and they paint the skin tone over it, which means your character has a different like chest, like the chest piece is a different skin tone than the head and the arms that are attached to it.
Hmm.
But it's been 15 years, they don't give a shit. So you just take the good with the bad. So DDP presumably shows up in February or March, which would mean the cactus figure would show up presumably like April, May. In my one bit of hesitation with this figure is they straight up canceled Ultimate Edition Macho Man when the fucking figures were like on the water. Like that thing went into mass production and got canceled at the 11th hour when they lost the rights.
Yeah,
Legend Sting.
There's also that double pack coming with Chelsea Green when she wore like the Cactus Jack inspired attire.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The Ultimate though, it's based on 9/22/97, Cactus's debut in the WWF. Where
Yeah.
when Kevin Dunn swore nobody would understand it because our fans won't recognize Cactus Jack, and it's crazy because when they hear the words Cactus Jack, the fucking crowd at the Garden goes nuts, and when they see him, they really go crazy. Obviously he's got the bang bang hands. He's got 3 different heads, like a neutral head, kind of like a mouth open one, and then. I get why you would do it, but I still think it's kind of goofy. They did the shot of him that everybody that's played SmackDown 2 and seen the Titantron.
Yeah.
The shot of him like laying on top of Triple H where he's smiling after he won. That's one of the heads that are included. I think he comes with a mop, 2 different trash cans, and I might have missed something. It might not be 2 different trash cans, but it looks like there's like one that's normal and one that's like fucked up. And he comes with a table, which is like it's just a straight up black table, and it doesn't look anything like the one he does the finish to Triple H on. But all things considered, I remember saying when they announced they were doing Mankind from when he won the WWF title, I was like, I wish it was Cactus, and now we're getting Cactus. The question is, does this thing make it out, or does it get canceled at the 11th hour because Foley's deal is up because he doesn't want anything to do with the Fed as long as Trump's president?
I mean, it's a sort of the type of thing where you have to wait and see. Also, like, does he make it into 2K next year? Is another thing I'm wondering if he's got like if the deal is separate with 2K. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll wait and see.
The game's releasing in March.
When is this deal over? Do we know?
June.
June. Okay. So yeah, he's gonna make that. I don't know. My gut says it'll probably be released.
My hope is that it doesn't end up being one of those things like the Sting Supreme figure or the Punk Supreme figure, where people just grab like 4 of them from their Walmart.
Yeah, I wonder if it'll be a case where WWE like cancels it out of spite or something. That wouldn't surprise me, but
yeah, that's a possibility too. I saw more stuff I was interested in from that last live special than I was fucking Ringside Fest.
Yeah.
There's like, if you're gonna do the Zoom shit show, one, the video quality seems to be better on the live show anyway when they're showing off the samples. So like, what changed between Ringside Fest and here? Like, why is the video quality so bad on one, but not like the other?
No idea. Beats me.
We do have to talk about the Ringside Uncensored line. Uncensored or unsanctioned. Unsanctioned, that's what it is. Uncensored was the cello line. So, whatever day it was this week, it was announced that Ringside Collectibles, through the unsanctioned Classic Superstars line, were releasing a Joe Hendry figure, which I know you bought both versions.
Oh yeah, I ran to the virtual shop as fast as I could.
I imagined. I mean, it's already on back order. People think he's cool because he's like a haha meme wrestler or something. It was noted this is the first of many TNA figures that are coming from Ringside, which begs the question: what does this mean for Powertown?
Means they're gone.
Like, to all the people that are still holding out hope, you're eventually getting your figures delivered. Like,
yeah.
like, are you still holding on onto hope, or are you finally like fucking giving up? Like, what's the what's the thought process going forward, I suppose, is my question.
I think if you saw the Ringside, then surely at this point you must be aware that the Powertowns aren't coming out.
You'd imagine, but like, apparently the Powertown domain expires at the end of this year.
Oh, we'll see if they actually renew it. Probably not.
Yeah, listen, if you're somebody that that's listening to this and you still have money out on these things, I'd be calling fucking Shopify and Affirm like immediately.
Yep.
Also noteworthy is that people have started getting their O-Ring Wrestling Hero figures from Pro Wrestling Tees. And the set has, if you bought the full set, you get a chase variant of either Bloody Ric Flair. I guess Jake is in blue tights instead of, I think he's in green for the default figure.
I think so.
Savage is in pink trunks, and I don't know if anybody's got the Danhausen one yet. And it comes with a note that says, "Thank you for ordering our first ever action figures. Because you ordered the pre-sale bundle, we are including an additional special surprise chase color variant figure absolutely free. We only
That's
made
nice.
100 chases of each figure." Yeah, it's a nice little gesture. These chases will be released with the general on sale. After initial feedback, we have plans for Series 2, which includes O-ring construction, metal pins, and accessories. We hope you enjoy Wrestling Heroes, and thank you for being a ProWrestlingTees.com valued customer. So my question is, if these don't have O-ring construction, then what the fuck are they? Like,
That's a good question. Has there been any talk on the quality of them, or?
I haven't seen anybody talk about having them in hand. I will say I'm kicking myself now for not buying them, because like some of the in-hand shots, these kind of do look cool.
Yeah.
I'm curious as to who would they even do in Series 2?
You think they could get Demolition still, or do you think maybe they've already signed them?
Well, if having a merch page on Pro Wrestling Tees is an indication, I think they could be in play,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
I don't think we've talked about it, but I think the Mattel looks better than Ringside unsanctioned Demolition.
My biggest gripe with the ringside ones are the straps are painted on. I think the head sculpts are much better on the ringside ones.
I
That's
just don't
like the
think
only.
they look big enough.
There's that too. But I'd also argue the Road Warriors aren't big enough either.
True.
That ringside put out. I mean, they're smaller than the Road Warriors, and that's accurate. But my biggest gripe with those, like the painted on straps, don't make any sense. If you see the figures from the side, it's like, oh, the way they painted these is like the middle strap. Like you can only pose the figures like standing a certain way, or
Yeah.
the paint is gonna break and it's gonna look like shit. I don't mean break like damage, but like the illusion of them having the straps on is gonna break, and then it's just gonna be like, what the fuck? I think the head sculpts are much better than the Mattel ones, because I've never liked those Mattel head sculpts. I've always thought those look like shit. But on the whole, but my other problem with Mattel is they look kind of fat. And Bill Eadie wasn't a fat guy, and Barry Darso, he got fat, but he wasn't fat as like Demolition Smash. They were jacked. And they reused that body on Crush, and it's like, this makes no fucking sense, because out of the three of them, if you were going to use like a JBL or Brock Lesnar type upper body on one of them, it would be Crush,
Yeah.
because he was huge. That was a big motherfucker. So like that, my hope when I heard they were making Mattel Demolition again was that, oh, we're going to get like newer bodies and they're not going to look like crap. And then we saw the renders at Comic-Con, and I was like, fuck me for believing, I guess. I hope we get a Coliseum Collection 2-pack of them, or they're like a ringside 2-pack at some point. That would be like my ideal scenario, actually, is if they got like Ultimates through the ringside 2-packs by Mattel, like Ultimate Ring, not the ringside figures, but I mean like the Mattel line.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The rumor for months now is that the next 2-pack after the Dudleys is going to be Undertaker and Kane from like 01. So I imagine we'll find out what it's going to be. And there's also the rumor that like the Dudleys might be the last one, and Coliseum Collection might be replacing the Ultimate Tag Team 2-packs. If that's the case, that really fucking bites.
Yeah, I mean, there'd be a lot less to work with, wouldn't there?
Yeah, and I think with the Ultimate line, I would want more of these figures, not less.
Yeah. That's a strange decision.
It's also very silly to look back like 5 years ago where the future of the Ultimate line was in question. Like, oh, do you guys have anything planned after Ultimate Series 7, which was like Hogan and The Fiend? And I think it was Mattel Steve was like, we're going to have to see how these sell. And it's like, oh, cool. So you're potentially going to table the one line that you've got that actually pushes forward like the articulation scheme of these figures. That's a great idea.
Mm.
I did see My Damn Toys put up a reel of the Ultimate Edition Umaga, which I'd completely forgotten was like out. That thing is incredible.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And I saw a comparison of it with the like two of the previous Ultimates, and they finally got the fucking height right, it looks like, because the older Umaga was using the Wild Samoan body, and they made them way too fucking tall anyway, so that made him way too tall. And so I was really excited to see that figure. How do I put this? I know that there are allegations against him. In that Andrew Dice Clay account will bring it up every time anyone says anything about Umaga. I can only talk about the guy as a wrestler because he's not here to give his side of the story, and that just kind of is what it is, unfortunately. As a wrestler, he was one of my favorite guys in the 2000s. I loved watching him in All Japan. I think that run, a lot of the Western pro wrestling fans at the time shit on him, and I never understood it because he was incredible. Like immediately, that match with Kawada, like everybody that knows about him knows about that match. It's on YouTube on the Gowra Sports YouTube page. If you want to watch Kawada have a really great match with a guy that, by all logic, he should have a really great match with him, there you go. But like, there's tag matches with him, like the tag league stuff. That's really good. I remember Dan Gennady shitting on him and Kensuke Sasaki, him being Jamal Umaga, being like a champion carnival final. And it's like, oh yeah, I hate the idea of Kensuke Sasaki wrestling like the current monster fucking Westerner in this company. Yeah, that totally goes against what all Japan Pro Wrestling fucking stands for historically. Yes.
Of all the foreigners they tried to bring in, because before like they really established ROD, I mean they did try to bring in a lot of people. He was easily the best fit, and he worked really well, and he worked hard for them. So yeah, I thought he was great.
And I remember when it was announced he had signed with WWE again, I was really worried, especially when he shows up with that gimmick. Because it's 2006, and it's like, oh god damn, they're gonna fucking kill him.
Didn't he have
He's
purple
fucked.
hair originally?
He might have, yeah. It's been a minute since I've seen his return. And then, like, I talked about John Cena being worth the shit for like 1 year of his career. That year starts off with two pay-per-view matches against Umaga. One is really good. The other is maybe the single best match John Cena's ever involved in, which is the last man standing match at the Rumble. And I probably won't ever revisit the match because of like Trump and Vince's involvement, but I remember that match with Bobby Lashley at WrestleMania 23 being pretty goddamn good.
Yeah,
and the rematch too.
And the whole undefeated streak stuff was pretty fun at the time. I don't remember him like getting tired of him until like Triple H DX? Didn't he go up against DX a few times? And I wasn't
went up
tired
against
of him.
Triple H.
I wasn't tired of him, I shouldn't say. It was like the position he was put in.
Because remember, No Mercy 07, they do the thing where Orton's awarded the belt. Triple H beats Orton in the opener. In the middle of the pay-per-view, because Triple H was in a feud with Umaga, he kills Umaga dead in like a 7-minute match that meant nothing, and then loses the belt to Orton in the main event because it was his third match of the night. Instead of, just let Randy Orton beat him in the main event. The fuck is that going to hurt? You're supposed to be setting Orton up as your new top heel anyway. Why does Triple H need an out?
Didn't like Kozlov beat the Undertaker but lose to Triple H?
Probably.
Jesus.
Or it might have been the other way around. I don't remember.
He definitely beat the Undertaker. I remember that. I think he beat him clean. Triple H sucks.
Yeah. Dude, yeah, I hate him. I hate him. I don't care that there's like multiple matches. Not even multiple. There's like 5 matches of his I think are really good. It's almost all because of the other guy.
Yeah, and
Fuck him.
all the bad outdoes the good by a larger margin.
And the people that are like our age that were fans during that era, they're like, "Oh, I love Triple H. He's such a great booker." Go fuck yourself.
I've never got it.
No. Like, oh, NXT Black and Gold was so good. Yeah, you know what? I could do the same thing. I did do the same thing. It was called EWR with the arsenic fucking editor. And you do the fucking money glitch and you just sign everybody and you put all the good wrestlers together. I could fucking do that shit.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, I mean, until you see the pattern and then the endless loop of like person and crowd comes in, small feud, world title feud. You cycle like everybody through that.
Yeah,
Like, I
had a
got
lot
really
of.
tired of.
I was a big fan of the Black and Gold. I had a lot of fun at the shows I went to. You know, it was easy TV. It was only like it was only an hour long, right? Originally.
Yeah, my
Yeah, it was.
issue was once it started to feel a little like we're switch. Like you can rotate people in and do similar stuff, but it's
Yeah.
like we're doing the same shit
Oh
constantly
yeah,
and just
yeah.
swapping people out. Like
It was the same pattern over and over again. Yeah.
that's not to say like there weren't good matches. Like I remember
No.
Roderick Strong and Kyle O'Reilly against oh, what the fuck was Biff Busick's WWE name? Oni Lorcan. And
Yeah.
whoever the fuck his tag partner was, they opened one of the NXT shows in Chicago, and it was like fucking electric.
Was it Danny Burch?
Yes, I think.
Yeah.
But I just after a little while, it all just kind of was like, oh, okay, so we're gonna be doing like, oh, Bobby Roode's coming in. Wonder what he's gonna do. Ha ha ha. Oh, right, yeah, he's just gonna fucking win the title.
Yeah.
And then, oh, here comes Drew McIntyre and fucking. And also, like, when they pushed Johnny Gargano as a top guy, I was just like, fucking, I'm out. I'm good. I've never seen it. I'm never going to see it with him. Just, no. I saw a clip of him once slapping his thigh on a chop, and I went, that guy should be fucking thrown out of the wrestling business because what the fuck are you doing? Oh, and do you want to know who his opponent was when he had all the matches that people really loved? It was Adam Cole, who I hope he's doing all right, but he was a shitty fucking wrestler. I'm sorry, were we talking about action figures?
Yeah.
Whoops. I'm curious to see the KWKO ring guys. He talks about like more details during New York Toy Fair. I'm assuming he's gonna do like a thing with Fig Heel again, which oh boy, I can't wait for that.
Oh no.
Let's have another fucking 45-minute soliloquy from fucking Barry Horowitz. I'll get obnoxious in the comments of that video too. Fucking think I won't. Excuse me. But my hope is that the Pro Wrestling Tees line and the KWK line do really well, or at least do well enough to get somebody's attention at Mattel. Because
I could see it happening.
I mean, if they pick up enough steam, well, you know what's going to hurt is the majors aren't going to promote the KWK line.
True.
Because they think he's really shady, but they'll promote the fuck out of Mitch.
I mean, it took them a while to get on the get off the Power Tone, right? Like,
I mean, they're still kind of on it apparently.
Well, Brian Myers was like, I'll put this together, and I was like, dude, just shut up. When it comes to KWK, what I'm most looking forward to is I really want to see his Tenryu, retro with the Triple Crown.
Yeah, that's initially he was talking about Tenyu being in the series where they're limited to 500, but he's not mentioning that now. So fingers crossed.
Did he?
Um,
I could have sworn too. Like he showed off. He had a picture where Sasuke was a part of it, and then it seemed like he was teasing an edition, which also seemed to be Sasuke as well.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out who that high flyer is supposed to be.
Is that not him?
I'm pretty sure it's just
Oh.
a darkened render of Sasuke.
So it's not because somebody in the first comment is Sasuke, and he says Sasuke was signed a while back, so it's somebody else. Who could it be?
Is there a picture of Hayabusa where that lines up?
I could check, but I don't think so.
I mean, if it's fucking Super Delphin, I'll be
Oh.
jacked.
I love Dolphin.
Yeah,
I'm looking.
he ruled when he did the. He did like the Liger inspired attire in like '94, and Liger was like, "Oh, that's cute. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you." I love that match.
I love that his theme song was just a rip off of Mr. Perfex.
He is a good wrestler. I have no idea what he's up to now.
Isn't he in like years ago? He had like Okinawa Pro. I don't know if he still does.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I guess now is a good time to preview Wrestle Kingdom 20 because it's in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I have the whole card up, or as much of the card as we know. Motherfucker, I do not want to read this article about Kushida.
Are they doing a Rumble?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
It's like a trios rumble for the Never 6-man tag belts.
Oh. I wanted
Yeah.
Scott Norton in it again.
So we have the match order too. There's 7 matches. We have the Rambo. It's a tornado match too, which makes sense if you're doing a trios title match.
Yeah.
Master Wado, Yo, and Toru Yano are in it. I read that Ishii is coming back to team with Taichi and Kojima. That's the team I think should be the 6-man tag champs.
Yeah, I can see that.
Syuri and Sayaka Mitani in the double title match for the New Japan Strong Women's title and the IWGP Women's title. That's our second match of the evening.
Well, I mean, the women's matches on Wrestle Kingdom have been pretty short. So I would like to see this go a good about. I mean, Kamatani just won the MVP award, the first woman in the history of that. So it'd be nice to see them get some time.
We've got a 10-man tag match where we got Hiromu Takahashi, whoever the fuck Drilla Maloney is, Gabe Kidd, Fit Finley's adopted son David, and Shingo Takagi against the Great Okan, Callum Newman, Hinare, and 2 mystery tag partners. I have no clue. I haven't been paying attention. I don't know who the fuck they could be.
No idea.
IWGP Junior title, number 1 contender, 4-way match. We got El Desperado, Kosei Fujita, Sho, and Taiji Ishimori. Desperado should just win that. He's the only guy in that match I like. 5th match, which is the 3rd match from the top because it's a 7-match card. We have Aaron Wolf versus Evil for the Never Openweight title. New Japan will not do this, but if it were me, I would just do Goldberg and Raven and have the House of Torture run in and just get fucking shit canned, and then Aaron Wolf wins his debut.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
The semifinal is Takeshita defending the World Heavyweight Championship against Yota Tsuji's Global Heavyweight title. And fucking Tsuji needs to win this match. I'm not hearing an argument that Takeshita needs the fucking IWGP title. Look, I watched that title defense against Hiroki Goto. That match sucked, and it wasn't Goto's fault. We need the Gene Blaster to win the fucking belt, especially because like you're gonna have the most people in the Tokyo Dome that they've had since Inoki's retirement in '98. You don't need the outside guy. I know he's like triple contract or whatever. He's still booked as an outsider. You do not want the outsider to beat the one fucking young guy that you've got that has any sort of juice.
Yeah.
Not Robinson. And then the main event, because literally nothing else could headline the show, is Tanahashi versus Okada. Okada's still maybe the best wrestler in the world. Maybe he's up there at least. I'd like to think they're going to play the hits, and maybe Okada can cover up for how busted Tanahashi is. We're going to see. I mean, hopefully it's a good match. Hopefully, Tanahashi. As much as I don't like Tanahashi, hopefully he doesn't do anything that's like embarrassing in that match. And
Yeah.
hopefully this match caps off a show that makes the people in attendance want to spend their money to see New Japan Pro Wrestling again. And I keep seeing people, because this bugs me. The show is being broadcast in prime time. That does not mean the show is airing live on Network Asahi. It has a
No.
2-hour block from 10 p.m. to midnight where they're going to air basically the top 3 matches from the show. They're not airing the full set, because I've looked it up as best I can tell. They're not airing the full 7-match card. They're airing the top 3 and maybe
Right.
highlights.
Yeah, I was gonna say it. Just like the old WPW shows, they would cut down matches, and then the main event, I think, was even cut down, but that would be in the most full match. You know what I mean? Like they'd show the most out of that. So yeah, it's definitely not going to be like the full thing.
I don't think this is a terrible card.
No, like I said, the women's match. I think I'll be really disappointed if it's like 10 minutes, because yeah, I don't like that. That doesn't seem fair.
I have unfortunate news. It probably will be. Probably will not be a very long match. I'm curious because I need to find the TV Asahi guide again.
I'm not expecting it to be. It's just that I don't know. I feel like 15 would be good.
Yeah, it all comes down to like it might air on like the satellite Asahi channel live, because all of the big shows they do like WPW live.
Mm.
But I don't know what the time block for that looks like. I'm trying to find this out as I'm sitting here. Okay, I just can't find the fucking channel guide anymore. That's what I've learned today.
Oh well.
But no, I keep seeing the narrative out there that like, oh, they're airing the whole show live, and like, no, they never said that. It's airing in prime time.
Why would anyone think that?
Because they read that it was airing in prime time and they took it to mean like, oh, the show's airing live. I don't know, dude. People are fucking weird about this shit. Oh goddamn, found the channel guide. Hold on 1 minute. We're gonna fucking get to the bottom of this son of a bitch. Oh yeah, no, I can't find the channel guide that I was looking at anymore, because like this one only goes up to the 28th.
Ah. It's fine.
Oh, I found a Reddit post about it.
Oh, okay.
Um.
Well, they're never wrong.
Oh well, it links to a Tokyo Sports article.
Yeah.
God, this laptop runs like shit. Why am I still using it? Why am I dealing with? I'm not disabling my ad. You kiss my ass. Kiss my ass, Tokyo Sports.
Maybe it was just all a dream.
Tokyo Sports is trying to fuck on me right now.
They'll do that to you.
It's apparently the first time they're airing anything in primetime since like 04. Which that would be the January 4th Dome show, if what I'm reading is accurate in the slightest. Yeah, it's a same day near live 2 hour broadcast.
Okay.
And near live is what they used to do years ago, where like 4 or 5 hours after the show's over, no, this is a post from this year about Wrestle Dynasty. Who the fuck cares about Wrestle Dynasty, for Christ's sake? Anyway, I don't think based on what I remember reading, this shit is airing live
No.
in prime time. But shout outs to New Japan. There's more buzz about one of their shows for the first time. This is like the first time I've heard like more buzz for one of their shows in years.
Yeah, hopefully it all works
Okay.
out.
Yeah, it's gonna be really sad if everybody fucking falls flat on their face.
Yeah.
God, imagine though if they do fucking put Takeshita over.
You really want people to get excited. Bring back the BVD sponsorship on the ring mat.
Bring back the girls with the IWGP Junior title. Give Choshu the book again.
Yeah.
Let Chono win the title a second time.
Why not?
Put him on steroids and get him on fucking stem cells. I mean, crippled old man Chono. I hate to use the word crippled. I do apologize. The fucked up old man Chono cannot be any worse of a worker at this point than Tanahashi.
Did you ever see Saya Ida in Stardom?
No.
She's like super jacked and she's short. She looks like she could be Kensuke's kid.
Is she?
No, she throws a good lariat too.
Can we get Kensuke Sasaki on some fucking stem cells and get his ass back to
He's too busy
prominence?
having fun doing stuff.
He's too busy going on talk shows begging people to fucking give him a job like 10 years ago, too.
Was he?
Yeah, no, he was like, because remember, Hokuto had either a cancer scare or she had a cancer diagnosis.
Yeah, breast cancer.
And
Yeah.
he went on like a talk show talking about how like the treatment like basically burned through all of their money.
That's horrible.
Yeah, it's a fucking terrible thing. Healthcare industry is a goddamn scam no matter where you are. What is this shit? Oh, one of my friends sent me something about Fire Pro edits, and I thought for half a second, because I'm a genius, that it was some sort of new DLC, and I was about to get fired up. Has Matsumoto tweeted anything about Fire Pro since the Takayama DLC?
I haven't seen him tweet anything for quite a while.
God damn it. Oh, did they get him?
I don't know.
Oh, man. What was the other thing we were going to talk about? I feel like there was something I'm missing out on.
Terminator 2D?
I have not played it. It does look
rules.
good.
It when I saw it was actually $30 or $35 on Steam, I was like, oh, I can do that. And big goofy grin on my face the whole time I was playing that. It's excellent. God, I don't know where to start with it. It's like just the levels, the way they're put together, and the story beats and everything. It's so good. the Easter eggs that they put in. I guess if you beat it on like the hardest difficulty and then you play it again, Arnold in the bar scene wears purple shorts because that's what he wore in the filming of it. The behind the scenes, you can see it on the DVD, which is pretty cool. I've seen people complain that they don't have Arnold's face, but it's not like the pixels. You don't really get to see their faces anyway up close. The only thing is when he's talking, a box pops up and it's an endoskeleton with the endoskeleton is exposed on the face. And it's like that's not a big deal. Like it's just like a little pop up thing. Like who gives a shit? I was watching a video of like these, I guess you could say like old school gamers on YouTube, and it was so frustrating to watch because like they were also complaining about there's a scene with Kyle Reese and you only see like his lower face, and you don't need to see his whole face. Like, there's no real reason for it. It's only a tiny little thing. And they're like, oh, they couldn't get like Michael Bihn's likeness. It's like, you don't need it. It's a little tiny thing. And just watching them play, like, not knowing how to do it the most, because they couldn't figure out. There's driving missions, and like if you get like a warning. If you stay on the top of the screen or the bottom of the screen, it goes back and forth. So that means there's going to be like obstacles in your way or whatever, and they couldn't figure out like how to do the driving. And I was like, it's the most basic thing. How could you not get that? And just like letting the time run out on one level, because apparently I don't know if they didn't say the time or they just couldn't figure it out. Whatever, it was so frustrating. And the game itself it's not that hard, at least on like normal and easy. I haven't like tried anything further than that. They do a great job of making the T-1000 scary, because anytime you see him, he's after you. The mission where you have to escape Pascadero Hospital is really fun, and it's like Sarah like using stealth, and you can beat the orderlies in the hospital with the baton. Beat them on top of the head, sneak up behind them. But the T-1000 shows up, and you have to hide or like run and get away from him. And you've got like the T-1000 theme playing, so it's like, oh shit, I gotta get away from him. And there's a scene where you're John on the bike trying to get away from him, and then you're the Terminator, shooting the truck. And the end of the game, you have to escape from the T-1000 as well while he runs after you, and he's just like always after you. It's like freaky as hell. The Future War stuff is really fun, where you play as John Connor, and it's very reminiscent of like the Terminator on Sega CD, the Future War scenes. And they do a good job of like adding some new machines into those. It's a fucking excellent game, and I went and it made me want to go back and play Terminator Resistance. So I re-downloaded that, and I had like a shader on that gave it more of a movie look, like the colors and the soundtrack from the movies. So when you like go to the underground base for the first time, it plays the music when Kyle Reese walks through it, and like when you follow John Connor, it plays the music from the start of T2, and it's so good. And it's just like, my god, like Reef Entertainment, the producers, they've done such a good job with this license. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, for them to come through from Rambo, which was like, a terrible game, to go into Terminator, just get it so right, and then go into RoboCop and get that right as well. It's just like unbelievable. I can't speak highly enough about Terminator 2D and Resistance as well. I had a big smile on my face through both those games. So yeah, T2D highly recommended. I had no problem paying $30 for it, even though it's a short game. I mean, you could finish the game in about 45 minutes, but you can go through it again and explore different things. I think to me it's well worth it. It's incredible.
So how much of the game do you actually play as Arnold?
Surprisingly, not too much. When you play it the first time, you play him in the bar mission, which actually has Bad to the Bone and guitars and Cadillacs playing in it, which is great. And then there's a part where you pick up John on the bike and you have to shoot the T-1000 truck, and that's it. But there is alternate story options where you get to play as him a bit more in Cyberdyne, with the minigun.
Huh.
Yeah, it's weird because the part in the movie where he shoots all the cop cars, and it's like human casualty 0.0. That's not a part of the main story. You have to take an alternate path to get that part, which is kind of weird. They included the scene from the extended version of the movie. In the theatrical version, John says, "Can you learn so you're not such a dog all the time?" And the Terminator says, my CPU is a neural net processor, learning computer. The more I'm in contact with humans, the more I learn. I've seen the movie so many times, I can tell you this word by word. And it's left at that. But in the extended version, he says, but Skynet sets the chip to off. So they open up his head and they switch the chip the game plays out the extended version. So you have a choice after you've beat the game for the first time. You have the choice to leave the chip as it is or reset it. And if you leave it as it is, you can bring him to kill Miles Dyson. And that's sort of an alternate pass where Sarah's arrested, and you have to shoot your way out of the police station, much like the Terminator and T1. And it's funny because there's like detectives that chase after you, and they're dressed like the detectives in T1, like Lance Hendrickson and I forget the other actor's name, but they're dressed like them, which is a nice nod. And then you play as the T800 with like the minigun. And the cool part is when he dies, it does like the rerouting part from the movie when the T1000 puts the like the pole through his midsection. So it's just again references like that are like super cool, and there's tons of references in the game.
I'll give that game a look. Money was not necessarily tight, but there were other things that caught my attention. It looks
Yeah.
like a great.
Yeah, they just did. It was by Bitmap Bureau, and yeah, they just did a phenomenal job. And the end credits say will be back, and obviously that's a reference to the movie. But I hope it means that there's going to be more DLC or something at some point. I would honestly be okay if I don't. They don't have the license for anything past T2, but even though those movies past T2 aren't highly regarded, if they just put like DLC of like all the movies, I think that would be awesome, or at least T1. Because playing as Reese, where you're constantly chased by the Terminator and stuff, would be very cool.
I'd like to see more licensed games trying, because that game's not like trying to be just like one thing. It tries a bunch of different shit.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see more licensed games stepping outside of the box. Like
You're
that
gonna have
game.
you're gonna have to give every license to Brief Entertainment because they get it. Like it's unbelievable. Like that, like I said, like the job they've done. Like on RoboCop as well. I need to get that unfinished business standalone. Now after playing Resistance, I want to go back to RoboCop and play that as well. Yeah, I can't believe that company. They're just the best.
Aren't
Even if they wouldn't give me a copy.
Bitmap Bureau also working on the He-Man game?
I don't know. I think so. Now that you mention it, I think they were announced for that. Yeah.
Like if they hit the home run with Terminator that they did, I would imagine my faith in them with this He-Man game is probably justified because I saw the little bit of gameplay of the He-Man game and that thing looks freaking incredible too.
Yeah, there was some I think there was some obvious Golden Axe references in that He-Man gameplay, much like in Terminator. That's very Contra inspired.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they know what they're doing for sure.
Yeah, I appreciate that they're willing to reference other games and not be really corny about it.
Yeah,
What do you mean the Terminator Resistance doesn't run on the Steam Deck? The game is from fucking 2019.
It kind of was rough on the PC. I had to download a smoother, so just something that helped with the smoothing of it. But on the PS5, there's an enhanced edition, which just has a graphical upgrade, maybe an AI upgrade as well, because the AI is kind of dumb in the original game, but it's still so fun to play.
Apparently, it does run on the Steam Deck. It's just listed as unsupported.
Oh, okay. Have you played that, by the way?
Terminator Resistance? No.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah, I had never played there's two DLC. One's Infiltrator where you play as a Terminator, and there's one called Annihilation Line. And there's a character on Annihilation Line. I was like, this character's got to be from the Terminator, the first movie. Sure enough, by the end, they were, and you see the scene from a different perspective than you do in a movie. And I was just like, that's so perfect. Like the way they did it, that game rules as well.
I really want to play that RoboCop game too. That game looked really cool. And
Yeah,
I know it runs okay on Steam Deck. I don't know why I keep saying this because I have a fucking PS5 now.
yeah. The RoboCop game is really cool too. you can grab the enemies in that, and that's straight out of the infiltrator mode from Terminator Resistance. It's the same animation. But yeah, they nailed that out of the park as well, and have Peter Weller come back as RoboCop was really cool as well. And it's really it's funny too in some places. Like you get to do like desk job missions for a little bit and take people's complaints and stuff, which is pretty fun as RoboCop. And yeah, I need to get that unfinished business DLC. I from what I understand, it's like Dread, where it all takes place in like one building, and it sounds really cool.
Oh, I should note this. I finally, thanks to InStock Trades, they shipped out two orders from a 2 books from a 6-book order. I finally got my hands on the Vault Compact comics.
Yeah, right.
And these are interesting because they're a weird mashup of ideas from the DC Compacts and the Marvel Premiere Collection. DC Compacts because they're the same trim size, 8.5 by 5.5. But the way the covers are done, it's like a matte finish like the Marvel Premiere books. The paper stock is like the same quality as the Marvel Premiere books. And I've only gotten like 2 issues into these Savage Shores, but I did like a little flip through of the book when I got it, and it's got the extras at the back like a Premiere Collection and a forward like a Marvel Premiere Collection. And they have announced like a lineup for next year. They haven't announced when they're coming out, but there's a Barbaric book, another Money Shot book. What the fuck were the other 3? Give me 1 second. This is gonna be ripping audio. I just know it. Probably this. No, that is not it. Okay, well, I know that one of them is called like Dark Path, which seemed kind of interesting to me. And I can't for the life of me find the Vault Comics article about the remainder of the lineup for next year. But it's cool seeing people getting into the digest size comic game. It's also very strange to me that March is Invincible month, but we've heard nothing about those compact compendiums that were announced. And the post was deleted everywhere except Facebook. The Skybound Facebook still has the pictures up for Walking Dead Deluxe and Invincible. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. Oh, here it is. Barbaric, Dark One, The Plot, Money Shot Volume 2, and Vampire the Masquerade. Those are the 5 that are announced for 2026. I'm probably on the hook for all 5 of these.
I just bought the original Vampire the Masquerade game not long ago, so once I play that, I'll probably check that out.
Dark Path seems interesting. I think the guy that wrote it is like a fucking Mormon or something, which is, it's a thing you can be when you're writing comic books, I guess. Or it's based on something by him. I don't know, but they say the debut wave hits comic shops in November 2025, followed by book market distribution in early 2026. Wave 2 will include the 5 books I just mentioned, but it doesn't say when. So I'm hoping they don't come out in like, December or November of next year. I would kind of like to read all of these books before then, certainly.
Yeah, of course.
They also told me on fucking Instagram, like, oh, we'll have those books on our website when they come out. And as I'm looking at their website right now in the store, no, they don't have these things. I in fact do not see the Savage Shores Compact Edition or Money Shot or any of the other shit anywhere on here.
Nice.
They fibbed to me! Exclamation point. I don't think I have anything else to talk about this time. This is gonna be like a 10-hour podcast for Christ's sake.
Yeah, we've been in the chat right now for over 6 hours.
Yeah, that's crazy. So to everybody listening, Merry Christmas. I didn't even say that at the top when we did the intro segment. Jesus. Um, but yeah, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and here's to a much better and more enlightened 2026. We'll probably be back. I don't know. I'm off next weekend. That's World's End, and I'm off the weekend of the Tokyo Dome, so there's that too.
Yep.
We'll be back at some time in the future, but until then, take care and don't be an ass.